6. Treasure Hunt. Raph, squatting on a small, padded platform raised some 6 inches from the floor, tried to study the inhabitants of the room without staring offensively. At the first glance, in spite of their strange clothing and their odd habit of painting their faces with weird designs, the city people might have been of his own species. Until one saw their 2 slender hands with the 3 equal-length fingers and thumb, or caught a glimpse, under the elaborate head coverings, of the stiff, spiky substance which served them for hair. At least they did not appear to be antagonistic. When they had reached the roof-top where the Terrans had landed their flitter, they had come with empty hands, making gestures of goodwill and welcome. And they had had no difficulty in persuading at least 3 of the exploring party to accompany them to their own quarters, though Raph had been separated from the flyer only by the direct order of Captain Hobart. An order he still resented and wanted to disobey. The Terrans had been offered refreshment, food and drink. But knowing the first rule of stellar exploration, they had refused, which did not mean that the hosts must abstain. In fact, Raph thought, watching the aliens about him, they ate as if such a feast were novel. His 2 neighbors had quickly divided his portion between them and made it disappear as fast, if not faster, than their own small servings. At the other end of the room Lablet and Hobart were trying to communicate with the nobles about them, while Sariki, a small palm recorder in his hand, was making a tape strip of the proceedings. Raph glanced from one of his neighbors to the other. The one on his right had chosen to wear a sight-torturing shade of crimson, and the material was wound in strips about his body as if he were engulfed in an endless bandage. Only his fluttering hands, his 3-toed feet and his head were free of the supple rolls. Having selected red for his clothing, he had picked a brilliant yellow paint for his facial makeup. And it was difficult for the uninitiated to trace what must be his normal features under that thick coating of stuff which fashioned a mask-like strip across his eyes and a series of circles outlining his mouth. Circles which almost completely covered his beardless cheeks. More twists of woven fabric, opalescent and changing color as his head moved, made a turban for his head. Most of the aliens about the room wore some variation of the same bandage dress, face paint, and turban. An exception, one of 3 such, was the feaster on Raph's left. His face paint was confined to a conservative set of bars on each cheek, those a stark black and white. His sinewy arms were bare to the shoulder, and he wore a shell of some metallic substance as a breast and backplate, not unlike the very ancient body armor of Raph's own world. The rest of his body was covered by the bandage strips, but they were of a dead black, which, because of the natural thinness of his limbs, gave him a rather unpleasant resemblance to a spider. Various sheaths and pockets hung from a belt pulled tight about his wasp middle, and a helmet of the metal covered his head. Soldier. Raph was sure that his guess was correct. The officer, if officer he was, caught Raph's gaze. His small round mouth gaped, and then his hands, with a few quick movements which Raph followed, fascinated, pantomimed a flyer in the air. With those talking fingers, he was able to make plain a question: was Raph the pilot of the flitter? The pilot nodded. Then he pointed to the officer and forced as inquiring an expression as he could command. The answer was sketched quickly and readably: the alien, too, was either a pilot or had some authority over flyers. For the first time since he had entered this building, Raph knew a slight degree of relaxation. The wrinkleless, too smooth skin of the alien was a darkish yellow. His painted face was a mask to frighten any sensible Terran child. His general appearance was not attractive. But he was a flyer, and he wanted to talk shop, as well as they could with no common speech. Since the Scarlet Wound nobleman on Raph's right was completely engrossed in the feast, pursuing a few scraps avidly about the dish, the Terran gave all his attention to the officer. Twittering words poured in a stream from the warrior's lips. Raph shook his head regretfully, and the other jerked his shoulders in almost human impatience. Somehow that heartened Raph. With many guesses to cover gaps, probably more than half of which were wrong. Raph gathered that the officer was one of a very few who still retained the almost forgotten knowledge of how to pilot the remaining airworthy craft in this crumbling city. On their way to the building with the curved roof, Raph had noted the evidences that the inhabitants of this metropolis could not be reckoned as more than a handful and that most of these now lived either within the central building or close to it. A pitiful collection of survivors lingering on in the ruins of their past greatness. Yet he was impressed now by no feeling that the officer, eagerly trying to make contact, was a degenerate member of a dying race. In fact, as Raph glanced at the aliens about the room, he was conscious of an alertness, of a suppressed energy which suggested a young and vigorous people. The officer was now urging him to go someplace, and Raph, his dislike for being in the heart of the stranger's territory once more aroused, was about to shake his head in a firm negative when a second idea stopped him. He had resisted separation from the flitter. Perhaps he could persuade the alien, under the excuse of inspecting a strange machine, to take him back to the flyer. Once there he would stay. He did not know what Captain Hobart and Lablet thought they could accomplish here. But, as for himself, Raph was sure that he was not going to feel easy again until he was across the northern mountain chain and coming in for a landing close by the RS-10. It was as if the alien officer had read his thoughts, for the warrior uncrossed his black legs and got nimbly to his feet with a lithe movement, which Raph, cramped by sitting in the unfamiliar posture, could not emulate. No one appeared to notice their withdrawal. And when Raph hesitated, trying to catch Hobart's eye and make some explanation, the alien touched his arm lightly and motioned toward one of the curtained doorways. Conscious that he could not withdraw from the venture now, Raph reluctantly went out. They were in a hall where bold bands of color interwove in patterns impossible for Terran eyes to study. Raph lowered his gaze hurriedly to the gray floor under his boots. He had discovered earlier that to try to trace any thread of that wild splashing did weird things to his eyesight and awakened inside him a sick panic. His space boots, with the metal, magnetic plates set in the soles, clicked loudly on the pavement where his companion's bare feet made no whisper of sound. The hall gave upon a ramp leading down, and Raph recognized this. His confidence arose. They were on their way out of the building. Here the murals were missing so that he could look about him for reference points. He was sure that the banquet hall was some 10 stories above street level. But they did not go down 10 ramps now. At the foot of the third the officer turned abruptly to the left, beckoning Raph along. When the Terran remained stubbornly where he was, pointing in the direction which, to him, meant return to the flitter, the other made gestures describing an aircraft in flight. His own probably. Raph sighed. He could see no way out unless he cut and ran. And long before he reached the street from this warren they could pick him up. Also, in spite of all the precautions he had taken to memorize their way here, he was not sure he could find his path back to the flyer, even if he were free to go. Giving in, he went after the officer. Their way led out on one of the spider-web bridges which tied building and tower into the complicated web which was the city. Raph, as a pilot of flitter, had always believed that he had no fear of heights. But he discovered that to coast above the ground in a flyer was far different than to hurry at the pace his companion now set across one of these narrow bridges suspended high above the street. And he was sure that the surface under them vibrated as if the slightest extra poundage would separate it from its supports and send it, and them, crashing down. Luckily the distance they had to cover was relatively short, but Raph swallowed a sigh of relief as they reached the door at the other end. They were now in a tower which, unluckily, proved to be only a way station before another swing out over empty space on a span which sloped down. Raph clutched at the guide rail, the presence of which suggested that not all the users of this road were as nonchalant as the officer who tripped lightly ahead. This must explain the other's bare feet, on such paths they were infinitely safer than his own boots. The downward sloping bridge brought them to a square building which somehow had an inhabited look which those crowding around it lacked. Raph gained its door to become aware of a hum, a vibration in the wall he touched to steady himself, hinting at the drive of motors, the throb of machinery inside the structure. But within, the officer passed along a corridor to a ramp which brought them out, after what was for Raph a steep climb, upon the roof. Here was not one of the tongue-shaped craft such as had first met them in the city, but a gleaming globe. The officer stopped, his eyes moving from the Terran to the machine, as if inviting Raph to share in his own pride. To the pilot's mind it bore little resemblance to any form of aircraft past or present with which he had had experience in his own world. But he did not doubt that it was the present acme of alien construction, and he was eager to see it perform. He followed the officer through a hatch at the bottom of the globe, only to be confronted by a ladder he thought at first he could not climb, for the steps were merely toe holds made to accommodate the long, bare feet of the crew. By snapping on the magnetic power of his space boots, Raph was able to get up, although at a far slower speed than his guide. They passed several levels of cabins before coming out in what was clearly the control cabin of the craft. To Raph the bank of unfamiliar levers and buttons had no meaning, but he paid strict attention to the gestures of his companion. This was not a spaceship he gathered. And he doubted whether the aliens had ever lifted from their own planet to their neighbors in this solar system. But it was a long-range ship with greater cruising power than the other flyer he had seen. And it was being readied now for a voyage of some length. The Terran pilot squatted down on the small stool before the controls. Before him a visa plate provided a clear view of the sky without and the gathering clouds of evening. Raph shifted uncomfortably. That signal of the passing of time triggered his impatience to be away, back to the RS-10. He did not want to spend the night in this city. Somehow he must get the officer to take him back to the flitter. To be there would be better than shut up in one of the alien dwellings. Meanwhile he studied the scene on the visa plate, trying to find the roof on which they had left the flitter. But there was no point he was able to recognize. Raph turned to the officer and tried to make clear the idea of returning to his own ship. Either he was not as clever at the sign language as the other, or the alien did not wish to understand. For when they left the control cabin, it was only to make an inspection tour of the other parts of the globe, including the space which held the motors of the craft and which, at another time, would have kept Raph fascinated for hours. In the end the Terran broke away and climbed down the thread of ladder to stand on the roof under the twilight sky. Slowly he walked about the broad expanse of the platform, attempting to pick out some landmark. The central building of the city loomed high, and there were any number of towers about it. But which was the one that guarded the roof where the flitter rested? Raph's determination to get back to his ship was a driving force. The alien officer had watched him, and now a three-fingered hand was laid on Raph's sleeve while its owner looked into Raph's face and mouthed a trilling question. Without much hope the pilot sketched the set of gestures he had used before. And he was surprised when the other led the way down into the building. This time they did not go back to the bridge, which had brought them across the canyons of streets, but kept on down ramps within the building. There was a hum of activity in the place. Aliens, all in tight black wrappings and burnished metal breastplates, their faces barred with black and white paint, went on errands through the halls or labored at tasks Raph could not understand. It now seemed as if his guide were eager to get him away. It was when they reached the street level that the officer did pause by one door, beckoning Raph imperiously to join him. The Terran obeyed reluctantly, and was almost sick. He was staring down at a dead, very dead body. By the stained rags still clinging to it, it was one of the aliens, a noble, not one of the black-clad warriors. The gaping wounds which had almost torn the unfortunate apart were like nothing Raph had ever seen. With a guttural sound which expressed his feelings as well as any words, the officer picked up from the floor a broken spear, the barbed head of which was dyed the same reddish yellow as the blood still seeping from the torn body. Swinging the weapon so close to Raph that the Terran was forced to retreat a step or two to escape contact with the grisly relic, the officer burst into an impassioned speech. Then he went back to the gestures which were easier for the spacemen to understand. This was the work of a deadly enemy, Raph gathered. And such a fate awaited any one of them who ventured beyond certain bounds of safety. Unless this enemy were destroyed, the city, life itself, was no longer theirs. Seeing those savage wounds which suggested that an insane fury had driven the attacker, Raph could believe that. But surely a primitive spear was no equal to the weapons his guide could command. When he tried to suggest that, the other shook his head as if despairing of making plain his real message, and again beckoned Raph to come with him. They were out on the littered street, heading away from the central building where the rest of the Terran party must still be. And Raph, seeing the lengthening shadows, the pools of dusk gathering, and remembering that spear, could not resist glancing back over his shoulder now and then. He wondered if the metallic click of his boot soles on the pavement might not draw attention to them, attention they would not care to meet. His hand was on his stun gun. But the officer gave no sign of being worried. He walked along with the assurance of one who has nothing to fear. Then Raph caught sight of a patch of color he had seen before and relaxed. They were on their way back to the flitter. He had come down this very street earlier. And he did not mind the long climb back, ramp by steep ramp, which brought him out at last beside the flyer. His relief was so great that he put out his hand to draw it along the sleek side of the craft as he might have caressed a well-loved pet. Kirby. At Hobart's bark he stiffened. Yes, sir. We camp here tonight. Have to make some plans. Yes, sir. He agreed with that. To attempt passage of the mountains in the dark was a suicide mission which he would have refused. On the other hand, to his mind, they would sleep more soundly if they were out of the city. He speculated whether he dared suggest that they use the few remaining moments of twilight to head into the open and establish a camp somewhere in the countryside. The alien officer made some comment in his slurred speech and faded away into the shadows. Raph saw that the others had already dragged out their blanket rolls and were spreading them in the shelter of the flitter while Sariki busied himself at the comm, sending back a message to the RS-10. Should not be too difficult to establish a common speech form, Lablet was saying as Raph climbed into the flitter to tug loose his own roll. Color and pitch both seem to carry meaning. But the basic pattern is there to study. And with the scanner to sort out those record strips, did you adjust them, Sariki? They're all ready for you to push the button. If the scanner can read them, it will. I got all that speech the chief, or king, or whatever he was, made just before we left. Good, very good. In the light of the portable lamp by Sariki's comm, Lablet settled down, plugged the scanner tubes in his ears. Absently accepting a ration bar the captain handed him to chew on while he listened to the playback of the record the Comtech had made that afternoon. Hobart turned to Raph. You went off with that officer. What did he have to show you? The pilot described the globe and the body he had been shown and then added what he had deduced from the sketchy explanations he had been given. The captain nodded. Yes, they have aircraft, have been using them, too. But I think that there's only one of the big ones. And they're fighting a war all right. We didn't see the whole colony, but I'll wager that there are only a handful of them left. They're holed up here, and they need help or the barbarians will finish them off. They talked a lot about that. Lablet pulled the ear plugs from his ears. In the lamplight there was an excited expression on his face. You were entirely right, Captain. They were offering us a bargain there at the last. They are offering us the accumulated scientific knowledge of this world. What? Hobart sounded bewildered. Over there, Lablet made a sweep with his arm which might indicate any point to the east. There is a storehouse of the original learning of their race. It's in the heart of the enemy country. But the enemy as yet do not know of it. They've made 2 trips over to bring back material and their ship can only go once more. They offer us an equal share if we'll make the next trip in their company and help them clean out the storage place. Hobart's answer was a whistle. There was an avid hunger on Lablet's lean face. No more potent bribe could have been devised to entice him. But Raph, remembering the spear-torn body, wondered. In the heart of the enemy country, he repeated to himself. Lablet added another piece of information. After all, the enemy they face is only dangerous because of superior numbers. They are only animals. Animals don't carry spears. Raph protested. Experimental animals that escaped during a worldwide war generations ago, reported the other. It seems that the species have evolved to a semi-intelligent level. I must see them. Hobart was not to be hurried. We'll think it over, he decided. This needs a little time for consideration. 7. Many eyes, many ears. This was not the first time Dalgard had faced the raging fury of a snake devil thirsting for a kill. The slaying he had done in the arena was an exception to the rule, not the usual hunter's luck. And now that he saw the creature crouched at the far end of the hall, he was ready. Shuri, also, followed their familiar pattern, separating from his companion and slipping along the wall toward the monster, ready to attract its attention at the proper moment. Only one doubt remained in Dalgard's mind. This devil had not acted in the normal brainless fashion of its kin. What if it was able to assess the very simple maneuvers, which always before had completely baffled its species, and attacked not the moving merman but the waiting archer? It was backed against another door, a closed one, as if it had fled for refuge to some aid it had expected and did not find. But as Shuri moved, its long neck straightened until it was almost at right angles with its narrow shoulders, and from its snake's jaws proceeded a horrific hissing which arose to a scream as its leg muscles tensed for a spring. At just the right moment Shuri's arm went back, his spear sang through the air. And the snake devil, with an incredible twist of its neck, caught the haft of the weapon between its teeth, crunching the iron-hard substance into powder. But with that move it exposed its throat, and the arrow from Dalgard's bow was buried head-deep in the soft inner flesh. The snake devil spat out the spear and tried to raise its head. But the muscles were already weakening. It fought the poison long enough to take a single step forward, its small red eyes alight with brainless hate. Then it crashed and lay twisting. Dalgard lowered his bow. There was no need for a second shot. Shuri regarded the remains of his spear unhappily. Not only was it the product of long hours of work, but no merman ever felt fully equipped to face the world without such a weapon to hand. He salvaged the barbed head and broke it free of the shred of half the snake devil had left. Knotting it at his belt he turned to Dalgard. "Shall we see what lies beyond?" Dalgard crossed the hall to test the door. It did not yield to an inward push, but rolled far enough into the wall to allow them through. On the other side was a room which amazed the scout. The colonists had their laboratory, their workshops, in which they experimented and tried to preserve the remnants of knowledge their forefathers had brought across space, as well as to discover new. But the extent of this storehouse with its bewildering mass of odd machines, tanks, bales, and stocked shelves and tables, was too much to be taken in without a careful and minute examination. "We are not the first to walk here." Shuri had given little attention to what was stacked about him. Instead he bent over the disturbed dust in one aisle. Dalgard noted as he went to join the merman that there were gaps on those tables which ran the full length of the room, lines left in the grimy deposit of years which told of things recently moved. And then he saw what had interested Shuri, tracks, some resembling those which his own bare feet might leave, except that there were only 3 toes. Dalgard, who had been a hunter and a tracker before he was an explorer, crouched for a clearer view. Yes, they were recent, yet not made today or even yesterday. There was a thin film of dust resettled in each. Some days ago. "They are not in the city now," the merman declared with certainty. "But they will come again." "How do you know that?" Shuri's hand swept about to include the wealth around them. "They have taken some, perhaps to them the most needful. But they will not be able to resist gathering the rest. Surely they will return, perhaps not once but many times. Until they come to stay." Dalgard was grim as he completed that sentence for the other. "That is what they will work for. This land was once under their mastery. This world was theirs before they threw it away warring among themselves. Yes, they dream of holding all once more." But, Shuri's yellow eyes took on some of the fire which had shone in those of the snake devil during its last seconds of life. "That must not be so. If they take the land, you have the sea," Dalgard pointed out. The merman had a means of escape. But what of his own clansmen? Large families were unknown among the Terran colonists. In the little more than a century they had been on this planet, their numbers, from the 45 survivors of the voyage, had grown to only some 250, of which only 120 were old enough or young enough to fight. And for them there was no retreat or hiding place. We do not go back to the depths. There was stern determination in that declaration from Shuri. His tribe had been long hunted, and it wasn't until they had made a loose alliance with the Terran colonists that they had dared to leave the dangerous ocean depths, where they were the prey of monsters more ferocious and cunning than any snake devil, to house their families in the coast caves and on the small islands offshore, to increase in numbers and develop new skills of civilization. No, knowing the stubbornness which was bred into their small, furry bodies, Dalgard did not believe that many of the sea people would willingly go back into the sunless depths. They would not surrender tamely to the rulership of the loathed race. I don't see, Dalgard spoke aloud, half to himself, as he studied the tables closely packed, the machines standing on bases about the walls, the wealth of alien technology, what we can do to stop them. The restriction drilled into him from early childhood, that the knowledge of those others was not for his race and in some way dangerous, gave him an uneasy feeling of guilt just to be standing there. Danger which was far worse than physical, lurked there. And he could bring it to life by merely putting out his hand and picking up any one of those fascinating objects which lay only inches away. For the pull of curiosity was warring inside him against the stern warnings of his elders. Once when Dalgard had been very small he had raided his father's trip bag after the next to the last exploring journey the elder Nordis had made. And he had found a clear block of some kind of greenish crystal, in the heart of which thread-like lines of color wove patterns which were utterly strange. When he had turned the block in his hand, those lines had whirled and changed to form new and intricate designs. And when he had watched them intently it had seemed that something happened inside his mind and he knew, here and there, a word, a fragment of alien thought, just as he normally communicated with the cub who was Shuri or the hoppers of the field. And his surprise had been so great that he had gone running to his father with the cube and the story of what happened when one watched it. But there had been no praise for his discovery. Instead he had been hurried off to the chamber where an old man, the son of the great man who had planned to bring them across space, lay in his bed. And for Kyn Add himself had talked to Dalgard in his old voice, a voice as withered and thin as the hands crossed helplessly on his shrunken body, explaining in simple, kindly words that the knowledge which lay in the cubes, in the oddly shaped books which the Terrans sometimes came across in the ruins, was not for them. That his own great-grandfather Dard Nordis, who had been one of the first of the mutant line of sensitives, had discovered that. And Dalgard, impressed by Kyn, by his father's concern, and by all the circumstances of that day, had never forgotten nor lost that warning. We cannot hope to stop them, Shuri pointed out. But we must learn when they will come again and be waiting for them, with your people and mine. For I tell you now, brother of the knife, they must not be allowed to rise once more. And how can we foretell their coming? Dalgard wanted to know. Perhaps that alone we cannot do. But when they come they will not leave speedily. They have stayed here before without harm, and their distrust has been lulled. When next they come, it will be only according to their natures that they will wish to stay longer. Not snatching up the closest to hand of these treasures of theirs, but choosing out with care those things which will give them the best results. Therefore they may make a camp, and we can summon others to aid us. To return to Homeport will take several days even if we push, pointed out the scout. Word can pass swifter than man, the merman returned, with confidence in his own plan of action. We shall put other eyes, other ears, many eyes, many ears, to service for us. Be assured we are not the only ones to fear the return of those others from overseas. Dalgard caught his meaning. Yes, it would not be the first time the hoppers and other small animals living in the grasslands, the runners and even the moth birds that only the mermen could mind touch, would relay a message across the land. It might not be an accurate message, to transmit that by small animal brains was impossible, but the meaning would reach both merman and colony elders, trouble in the north, help needed there. And since Dalgard was the only explorer at present who had chosen the northern trails, his people would know that he had sent that warning and would act upon it, as Shuri's message would in turn be heeded by the warriors of his tribe. Yes, it could be done. But what of the traces they had left here, the slaughtered snake devils? Shuri had an answer for that also. Let them believe that one of my race came here, or that a party of us ventured to explore inland. We can make it appear that way. But they must not know of you. I do not believe that they ever learned of you or how your fathers came from the sky. And so that may swing the battle in our favor if it comes to open warfare. What the merman said was sensible enough, and Dalgard was willing to obey orders. As he left the storehouse, Shuri trailed him, scuffing each dusty print the scout left. Perhaps a master of trailcraft could unravel that spoor, but the colonist was ready to believe that no such master existed in the ranks of those others. In the outer hall the merman approached the now dead snake devil and jerked from its loose skin the arrow which had killed it. Loosing the head of his ruined spear from his belt, he dug and gouged at the small wound, tearing it so that its original nature was concealed forever. Then they retraced their way through the underground passages until they reached the sanded arena. Already insects buzzed hungrily about the hulks of the dead monsters. There was a shrill squeal as the remaining infant reptile fled from the pouch where it had hidden. Shuri hurled his knife, and the blade caught the small devil above the shoulder line, half cutting, half snapping its tender neck, so that it bounded aimlessly on to crash against the wall and fall back squirming feebly. They collected the darts which had killed the others. Dalgard took the opportunity to study those bands on the forearms of the adults. To his touch they had the slick smoothness of metal, yet he was unfamiliar with the material. It possessed the ruddy fire of copper, but through it ran small black veins. He would have liked to have taken one with him for investigation, but it was out of the question to pry it off that scaled limb. Shuri straightened up from his last gruesome bit of stage setting with a sigh of relief. Go ahead. He pointed to one of the other archways. I will confuse the trail. Dalgard obeyed, treading as lightly as he could, avoiding all stretches in which he could leave a clear print. Shuri ran lightly back and forth mixing the few impressions to the best of his ability. They backtracked to the river, retrieved the boat and recrossed, to leave the city behind and strike into the open country beyond its sinister walls. Night was falling, and Dalgard was very glad that he was not to spend the time of darkness within those haunted buildings. But he knew that it was more than a dislike for being shut up in the alien dwellings which had brought Shuri out into the fields. The second part of their plan must be put into operation. While Dalgard willed his body motionless, the merman lay relaxed upon the ground before him as he might have floated upon his beloved waves in some secluded cove. His brilliant eyes were closed. Yet Dalgard knew that Shuri was far from asleep, and with all his own power he tried to join in the broadcast, that urgency which should send some hopper, some night runner, on to spread the rumor that there was trouble in the north. That danger existed and must be investigated. They had already met one colony of runners ranging southward to escape. But if they could send another such tribe traveling, arouse and aim south a hopper exodus, the story would spread until the fringe would reach the animals who lived in peace within touch of homeport. The sun was gone, the dark gathered fast. Dalgard could not even see the clustered buildings of the city now. And since he lacked Shuri's range and staying power, he had no idea whether their efforts had met with even a shadow of success. He shivered in the bite of the wind and dared to lay his hand on Shuri's shoulder, feeling anew the electric shock of warmth and bursting life which was always there. Having so broken the other's absorption he asked a question, would it not be well, brother of the knife, if with the rising sun you returned to the sea and struck out to join your tribesmen, leaving me here to watch until you return? Shuri's answer came with a speed which suggested that he, too, had been considering that problem. We shall see what happens with the sun's rising. It is true that in the sea I can travel with greater speed, that there are hunting parties of my people striking into these waters. But they will not come to this city without good reason. It is an accursed place. With the early morning the city drew them once more. Dalgard's curiosity pulled him to that storehouse. He could not stifle the hope that with luck he might find something there which would solve their problem for them. If there could only be a way to avoid open conflict with those others, some solution whereby the aliens need never know of the existence of the colony. For so many generations, even centuries, the aliens had been confined, or had confined themselves, safely overseas on the western continent. Perhaps if now they were faced by some new catastrophe, they would never attempt to come east again. He had visions of discovering and activating some trap set to protect their treasures which could be turned against them. But he realized that he lacked the technical knowledge which would have aided him in the search for such a weapon. The remnants of Terran science and mechanics, which the outlaws had brought with them from their native world, had been handed on. The experiments they had managed since with crude equipment had been carefully recorded, and he was acquainted with the outlines of most of them. But the few destructive arms they had imported were long since worn out or lacked charges, and they had not been able to duplicate them. Just as they had torn asunder the ship in which they had crossed space, to use its parts for the building of Homeport, so had they hoarded all else they had brought. But they were limited by lack of materials on Astra, and their fear of the knowledge of the aliens had kept them from experimenting with things found in the ruins. There might be hundreds of objects on the shelves of that storage place, which, properly used, would reduce not only just the room and its contents to glowing slag, but take half the city with it. But he had no idea which, or which combination, would do it. And here Shuri could be no help. The mermen had made great strides forward in biological and mental sciences, but mechanics was a closed section of learning because of their enforced habitat under the sea, and of machines they knew less than the colonists. I have been thinking, Shuri broke into his companion's chain of reasoning, of what we may do. And perhaps there is a way to reach the sea more swiftly than by returning overland. Downriver? But you said that way may have its watching devices, which would be centered on objects coming upstream, not down. But in this city there should be yet another way. He did not enlarge upon that, but since he apparently knew what he was doing, Dalgard let him play guide once more. They recrossed the sluggish river, the scout looking into its murky depths with little relish for it as a means of transportation. Though it had an oily, flowing current, there was a suggestion of stagnant water with unpleasant surprises waiting beneath its turgid surface. For the second time they entered the arena. Avoiding the bodies, Shuri made a circuit of the sanded floor. He did not turn in at the archway which led to the storage place, but paused before another as if there lay what he had been searching for. Dalgard's less sensitive nostrils picked up a new scent, the not-to-be-missed fader of damp underground ways where water stood. The merman edged around a barred gate as Dalgard sniffed again. The smell of damp was crossed by other and even less appetizing odors, but he did not catch the stench of the snake devils. And, relying on Shuri's judgment, he followed the merman into the dark. Once again patches of violet light glimmered over their heads as the passage narrowed and sloped downward. Dalgard tried to remember the general geography of the section which was above them now. He had assumed that this way with its dank chill must give on the river. But when they had pattered on for a long distance, he knew that either they had passed beneath the stream or that he was totally lost as to direction. As their eyes adjusted to the gloom of the passage, the violet light grew stronger. So Dalgard saw clearly when Shuri whirled and faced back along the way they had come, his body in a half-crouch, his knife ready in his hand. Dalgard, his bow useless in the damp, drew his own sword knife. But, though his mind probed and he listened, he could sense or hear nothing on their trail. 8. Airlift. They were airborne once more, but Raph was not pleased. In the seat beside him, which Captain Hobart should be occupying, there now squirmed an alien warrior who apparently was uncomfortable in the chair-like depression so different from the low stools he was accustomed to. Sariki was still in the second passenger place, but he, too, shared that with another of the men from the city who rested across bony knees, a strange weapon rather like a Terran rifle. No, the spacemen were not prisoners. According to the official statement they were allies. But, Raph wondered, as against his will he followed the globe in a northeastern course, how long would that fiction last if they refused to fall in with any suggestions the aliens might make? He did not doubt that there was on board the globe some surprise which could shoot the flitter out of the air, if, for example, he adjusted the controls before him and bore west toward the mountains and the safety of the spaceship. Either of the aliens he now transported could bring him under control by using those weapons, which might do anything from boiling a man in some unknown ray to smothering him in gas. He had not seen the arms in action, and he did not want to. Yet Hobart and Lablet did not, as far as he could tell, share his suspicions. Lablet was eager to see the mysterious storehouse. And the captain was either moved by the same desire or else had long since deduced the folly of trying to make a break for it. Thus they were now heading seaward with the captain and Lablet sharing quarters with the leaders of the expedition on board the globe. And Raff and the Comtech, with companions, or guards, bringing up the rear. The aliens had even insisted on stripping the flitter of much of its Terran equipment before they left the city, pointing out that the cleared storage space would be filled with salvage when they made the return voyage. The globe had been trailing along the coastline, and now it angled out to glide over a long finger of cape, rocky and water-worn, which pointed at almost a right angle into the sea. This dwindled into a reef of rock, like the nail on a finger. The sea ahead was no unbroken expanse. Instead there was a series of islands, some merely tops of reefs over which the waves broke, others more substantial, rising well above the threatening water, and one or two showing the green of vegetation. The chain of islets extended so far out that when the flitter passed over the last one the main continent was out of sight. Now only water stretched beneath them. The globe skidded on as if its pilot had given it an extra burst of power, and Raff accelerated in turn, having no desire to lose his guide. But they were not to make the ocean-wide trip in one jump. At midday he saw again a break in the smooth carpet of waves, another island, or perhaps the southern tip of a northern continent, for the land swept in that direction as far as he could see. The globe spiraled down to make a neat landing on a flat plateau, and Raff prepared to join it. When the undercarriage of the flitter jarred lightly on the rock, he saw signs that this was a man or alien fashion place which must have had much use in the dim past when his new companions ruled all their native world. The rock had been smoothed off to a flat surface, and at its perimeter were several small domed buildings. Yet, as there had been in the countryside and in the city, except at its very heart, there was an aura of desertion at the sight. Both his alien passengers jumped out of the flitter, as if only too pleased at their release from the Terran flyer. For the first time Raff was shaken out of his own preoccupation with his dislike for the aliens to wonder if they could be moved by a similar distaste for Terrans. Lablet might be interested in that as a scientific problem, the pilot only knew how he felt, and that was not comfortable. Sariki got out and walked across the rock, stretching. But for a long moment Raff remained where he was, behind the controls of the flyer. He was as cramped and tired of travel as the Comtech, perhaps even more so since the responsibility of the flight had been his. And had they landed in open country he would have liked to have thrown himself down on the ground, taking off his helmet and unhooking his tunic collar to let the fresh wind blow through his hair and across his skin. Perhaps that would take away the arid dust of centuries, which, to his mind, had grimed him since their hours in the city. But here was no open country, only a landing space which reminded him too much of the roof of the building in the metropolis. A half-dozen of the breastplate warriors filed out of the globe and went to the nearest dome, returning with heavy boxes. Fuel, supplies. Raff shrugged off the problem. The pilot was secretly relieved when Captain Hobart dropped out of the hatch in the globe and made his way over to the flitter. Everything running smoothly? He asked with a glance at the two aliens who were Raff's passengers. Yes, sir. Any idea how much farther? Raff questioned. Hobart shrugged. Until we work out basic language difficulties, he muttered, who knows anything? There is at least one more of these way stations. They don't run on atomics, need some kind of fuel, and they have to have new supplies every so often. Their head man can't understand why it isn't necessary for us to do the same. Has he suggested that his techniers want a look at our motors, sir? Hobart unbent a little. It was as if in that question he had read something which pleased him. So far we've managed not to understand that. And if anyone tries it on his own, refer him to me, understand? Yes, sir. Some of the relief in Raph's tone came through, and he saw that the captain was watching him narrowly. You don't like these people, Kirby? The pilot replied with the truth. I don't feel easy with them, sir. Not that they've shown any unfriendliness. Maybe it's because they're alien. He had said the wrong thing and knew it immediately. That sounds like prejudice, Kirby. Hobart's voice carried the snap of a reprimand. Yes, sir, Raph said woodenly. That had done it as far as the captain was concerned. The fierce racial and economical prejudices which had been the keystones of the structure of Pax had left their shadow on Terra's thinking. Nowadays a man would better be condemned for murder than for prejudice against another, it was the unforgivable crime. And in that unconsidered answer Raph had rendered unreliable in the eyes of authority any future report on the aliens which he might be forced to make. Silently cursing his lack of judgment, Raph made a careful check of the flyer, which might not be necessary but going through the motions of doing his duty gave him some relief. Once the idea struck him of claiming some trouble that would take them back to the spacer for repairs. But Hobart was too good a mechanic himself not to see through that. They covered the second stage of their flight by evening, this time putting down on an island where, by some ancient and titanic feat of labor, the top had been sheared off a central mountain to make a base. A ring of reefs cut off the land from the action of the waves. At once a party of aliens left the main company and made their way down the mountain to prowl along the shore. They made a discovery of sorts, for Raph saw them ring in some object they had pulled up on the sand. What it was and what meaning it had for them they did not try to explain to the Terrans. The party spent the night there, the 4 spacemen wrapped in their sleeping rolls by the flitter, the aliens in their globe ship. The Terrans did not miss the fact that the others had unobtrusively posted guards at the only 2 places where the mountain could be climbed. And each of those guards cradled in the crook of his arm one of the rifle weapons. They were aroused shortly after dawn. As far as Raph could see the island was barren of life, or else any creature native to it kept prudently out of the way while the flyers were there. They took off, the globe rising like a balloon into the morning sky, the flitter waiting until it was airborne before scaling after it. The mountainous island where they had based was the sea sentinel of an archipelago, which they saw spread out below them as if someone had flung a handful of pebbles into a shallow pool. Most of the islands were merely rocky crags. But there were 2 which showed the green of small open fields, and Raph thought he caught a glimpse of a dome house on the last. They were now over a region thick with islands, the first collection giving way to a second and then a third. Raph, expecting no sudden move on the part of the globe he trailed, was startled when the alien ship made a downward swoop. At the same time the warrior seated beside him tugged at the sleeve of his tunic and jabbed a finger toward the ground, clearly in order to follow. Raph cut speed and cautiously lost altitude, determined that he was not going to be rushed into any move for which he did not know the reason. The globe was hovering over a small island set a little apart from the others. A moment later Sariki's excited voice drew Raph's attention from his controls to what was going on below. There's people down there. Look at them run. They were too far away to be sure of the nature of the brown-gray thing so close to the color of the sea-washed rock that they could only be detected when they moved. But it was evident that they were alive, and as Raph brought the flitter closer, he was also certain that they ran on their 2 hind feet instead of on an animal's 4 pads. From the under part of the globe ship licked a tongue of fire. With the force of a whiplash it coursed across the rock and in its passing embrace, the creatures below writhed and withered to charred heaps. They had no chance under that methodical blasting. The alien beside Raph signaled again for a drop. He patted the weapon that he held and motioned for Raph to release the covering of the windshield. But the pilot shook his head firmly. This might be war. The aliens could have a very good reason for their deadly attack on the creature surprised below. But he wanted no part of it, nor did he want to get any closer to the scene of slaughter. And he made an emphatic gesture that the windshield could not be opened while the flitter was airborne. But as he did so they glided down, and he caught a single good look at what was going on the rock, a look which remained to haunt his dreams for long years to come. For now he saw clearly the creatures who ran fruitlessly for safety. Some reached the edge of the cliff and leaped to what was an easier death in the sea. But too many others could not make it and died in flaming agony. And they were not all of one size. Children. There was no mistaking the infant in its mother's arms, the two small ones who fled hand in hand until one stumbled and the burning lash caught them both as the other strove to pull the fallen to its feet. Raph gagged. He triggered the controls and soared up and away, fighting the heaving in his middle, shaking off with one savage jerk the insistent pawing hand of the alien who wanted to join in the fun. "Did you see that?" he demanded of Sariki. For once the context sounded subdued. "Yes," he replied shortly. "Those were children," Raph hammered home the point. "Young ones anyway," the context conceded. "Maybe they aren't people. They had fur all over them." Raph grinned mirthlessly. Should he now accuse Sariki of prejudice? What did it matter if a thinking creature was clothed in a space suit, silken bandages, or natural fur? It was still a thinking creature. And he was sure that those had been intelligent creatures he had just seen blasted without a chance to fight back. If these were the enemy the aliens feared, he could understand the vicious cruelty of the attack which had killed the man he had been shown back in the city. Fire against primitive spears was not equal, and when the spears got their chance they must make up for much to balance the scales of justice. He did not even wonder why his emotions were so wholeheartedly enlisted upon the side of the furred people. Nor did he try to analyze his feelings. He was only sure that more than ever he wanted to be free of the aliens and out of this whole venture. The warrior sharing his seat was sulking now, twisting about to look back at the island as Raph circled in ever-widening glides to get away from the sight and yet not lose track of the globe when it would have finished its dirty business and take once more to the air. But the alien ship was in no hurry to leave. "They are making sure," Sariki reported. "Giving the whole island a fire bath. I wonder what that stuff is." "I'd just as soon not know," Raph returned from between set teeth. "If that is one of their pieces of precious knowledge, we're as well off without it." He stopped short. Perhaps he had said too much. But Terra had been racked by the torrid horror of atomic war, until all his kind had been so revolted that it was bred into them not to meddle again with such weapons. And war by fire aroused in them that old horror. Surely Sariki must feel it too, and when the contact did not comment, Raph was sure of that. He hoped that the slaughter had made some impression on the captain and on Lablet into the bargain. But when, as if sated with killing, the globe rose again from its position over the island, moving almost sluggishly into the fresh sky, he had to follow it on. More islands were below, and he feared that each one might show some sign of life and tempt the killers to a second hunting. Luckily that did not happen. The chains of islands became a cape as they had on the coast of the western continent. And now the globe swung to the south, trailing the shore line. Forests made green splotches with bluish overtones running from the sea cliffs back to carpet the land. So far no signs of civilization were to be seen. This land was as untouched as that where the spacer had landed. Then they saw the bay, stretching out wide arms to engulf the sea. It could have harbored a whole fleet. And marching down to its waters were broad levels of buildings, a giant staircase leading from sea to cliff tops. They had it here. Raph saw what Sariki meant by that outburst. Destruction had struck. He had seen the atomic ruins of his own world, those which were free enough from radiation to explore. But he had never seen anything like these chilling scars. In long strips the very stone which provided foundation for the tiered city had been churned and boiled, had run in rivulets of lava down to the sea, enclosing narrow tongues of still untouched structures. The fire whip the globe had used, magnified to some infinitely greater extent. It could be. The alien at his side pressed tightly against the windshield gazing down at the ruins. And now he mouthed a gabble of words which was echoed by his fellow sitting with Sariki. Their excitement must mean that this was their goal. Raph slacked speed, waiting for the globe to point a way to a landing. But to his surprise the alien ship shot forward inland. The long day was almost over as they came to a second city with a river knotting a ribbon through its middle. Here were no traces of the fury which had laded the seaport with havoc. This collection of buildings seemed whole and perfect. There was, oddly enough, no landing strip within the city. The globe coasted over the rough oval and came down in open fields to the west. It was a maneuver which Raph copied, though he first dropped a flare as a precaution and brought the flyer down in its red glare, with the warrior expressing shrill disapproval. "I don't think they like fireworks," Sariki remarked. Raph snorted. "So they don't like fireworks. Well, I don't like crack-ups, and I'm the pilot." But he didn't believe that the Comtech was really protesting. Sariki had been very quiet since they had witnessed the attack on the island. "Grim-looking place," was his second comment as they touched ground. Since Raph privately had held that opinion of all the alien settlements he had so far seen, he agreed. Their 2 alien passengers were out of the flitter as soon as he opened the bubble shield. And as they stood by the Terran flyer, they held their weapons ready, facing out into the dusk as if they half expected trouble. After the earlier episode that day, Raph did not wonder at their preparedness. Terror begets terror, and ruthlessness arouses retaliation in kind. "Kirby. Sariki." Hobart's voice sounded out of the shadows. "Stay where you are for the present." Sariki settled deeper in his seat. "He doesn't have to tell me to break jets," he muttered. "I like it here." Raph did not need to echo that. He had a strong surmise that had he been tempted to roam away from the flitter the move would not have been encouraged by the alien guardsmen. If this was their treasure city, they would not welcome any independent investigation by strangers. When the captain joined them, he was accompanied by the officer who had first shown Raph the globe. And the warrior was either disturbed or angry, for he was talking in a steady stream and his hands were whirling in explanatory gestures. "They didn't like that flare," Hobart remarked. But there was no reproof in his words. As a spacer pilot he knew that Raph had only done what duty demanded. "We're to remain here, for the night." "Where's Lablet?" Sariki wanted to know. "He's staying with Yussos, the alien commander. He thinks he has the language problem about solved." "Good enough." Sariki pulled out his bedroll. "We're out of touch with the ship." There was a second of silence, unduly prolonged it seemed to Raph. Then Hobart spoke. "We couldn't expect to keep in call forever. The best comm has its range." "When did you lose contact?" "Just before these wrapped-up heroes played with fire back there. I gave the boys all I knew up until then. They know we were headed west, and they had us beamed as long as they could. So it wasn't too bad," thought Raph. But he didn't like it, even with that mitigating factor. To all purposes the 4 Terrans were now surrounded by some 20 times their number, in an unknown country, out of all communication with the rest of their kind. It could add up to disaster. 9. Sea Gate. "What is it?" Dalgard asked his question as Shuri, his attention still on their back trail, stole along cautiously on a retracing of their path. But that retreat ended abruptly with the merman plastered against the wall, his whole shadowy form a tense warning which stopped Dalgard short. In that moment the answer flashed from mind to mind. "There are those which follow. Snake devils. Those others." The colony scout supplied the only 2 explanations he had, sending his own thought out questing. But as usual he could not hope to equal the more sensitive merman whose race had always used that form of communication. "Those who have long haunted the darkness," was the only reply he could get. But Shuri's actions were far more indicative of danger. For the merman turned and caught at Dalgard, pulling the larger colonist along a step or 2 with the urgency of his grip. "We cannot return this way, and we must travel fast." For Shuri, who would face and had faced up to a snake devil with a spear his sole weapon, this timidity was new. Dalgard was wise enough to accept his verdict of the wisdom of flight. Together they ran along the underground corridor, soon putting a mile between them and the point where the merman had first taken alarm. "From what do we flee?" As the merman began to slacken pace, Dalgard sent that query. "There are those who live in this darkness. By one, or by two, we could speedily remove them from life. But they hunt in packs and they are as greedy for the kill as are the snake devils scenting meat. Also they are intelligent. Once, long before the days of burning, they served those others as hunters of game. And those others tried to make them ever more intelligent and crafty so they might be sent to hunt without a huntsman. At last they grew too knowing for their masters. Then those others, realizing their menace, tried to kill them all with traps and tricks. But only the most stupid and the slowest were so disposed of. The others withdrew into underground ways such as this, venturing forth only in the dark of night. But if they are intelligent, countered the scout, why can they not be reached by the mind touch? Through the years they have developed their own ways of thought. And these are not the simple creatures of the sun, or such as the runners. Once they were taught to answer only to those others. Now they answer only to each other. But, he spread out his hands in one of his quick, nervous gestures, to those who are cornered by one of their packs, they are sudden death. Since they could not, by Shuri's reckoning, turn back, there was only one course before them, to follow the passage they had chanced upon. The merman was certain that it underran the river and that eventually they would reach the sea, unless some side turn before that point would make them free in the countryside once more. Dalgard doubted if it had ever been a well-used way. And the presence of earth falls here and there, over which they stumbled and clawed their way, led him to consider the wisdom of keeping on to what might be a dead end. But his trust in Shuri's judgment was great, and as the merman plowed forward with every appearance of confidence, he continued to trot along without complaint. They snatched moments of rest, taking turns at guard. But the walls about them were so unchanging that it was hard to measure time or distance. Dalgard chewed at his emergency rations, a block of dried meat and fruit pounded together to an almost rock-like consistency, and tried to make the crumbs he sucked loose satisfy his growing hunger. The passageway was growing damper. Water trickled down the walls and gathered in fetid pools on the floor. Dalgard's dislike of the place grew. His shoulders hunched involuntarily as he strode along, for his imagination pictured the rock above them giving way to dump tons of the oily river water down to engulf them. But though Shuri avoided splashing through the pools wherever he might, he did not appear to find anything upsetting about the moisture. At last the human could stand it no longer. "How much farther to the sea?" he asked without any hope of a real answer. As he had expected him to do, Shuri shrugged. "We should be close. But having never trod this way before, how can I tell you?" Once more they rested, choosing a stretch which was reasonably dry, munching their dried food and drinking sparingly from the stoppered duocorn horns which swung from their belts. A man would have to be dying of thirst, Dalgard thought, before he would palm up any of the stagnant water from the passage pools. He drifted off into a troubled sleep in which he fled beneath a sky which was a giant lid in the hand of an unseen enemy, a lid which was slowly lowered to crush him flat. He awoke with a start to find Shuri's cool, scaled fingers stroking his shoulder. "Dream demons walk these roads." The words drifted into his half-awake mind. "They do indeed," he roused to answer. "It is always so where those others have been. They leave behind them the thoughts which breed such dreams to trouble the sleep of those who are not of their kind. Let us go. I would like to be out of this place under the clean sky, where no ancient wickedness hangs to poison the air and thought." Either the merman had miscalculated the direction of their route or the river mouth was much farther from the inland city than they had believed, for, though they pushed on for what seemed like weary hours, they came to no upward slope. No exit to the world they knew. Instead Dalgard began to realize that just the opposite was true. At last he could stand it no longer and broke out with what he feared, hoping that Shuri would deny that fear. "We are going downhill." To his disappointment the merman agreed. It has been so for the last 1,000 of our paces. It is my belief that this leads not to the sun but out under the sea. Dalgard missed a step. To Shuri the sea was home, and perhaps the thought of being under its floor was not disturbing. The land-born human was not so prepared. If he had experienced discomfort under the river, what would it be like under the ocean? His terrifying dream of a lid being pressed down upon him flashed back into his mind. But his companion was continuing. There will be doors, perhaps into the sea itself. For you, Dalgard pointed out, but I am no dweller in the depths. Neither were those others, yet they used these ways. And I tell you, in his earnestness the merman laid his hand once more on Dalgard's arm, to turn back now is out of the question. The death which haunts the darkness is still sniffing out our trail. Dalgard glanced involuntarily over his shoulder. By the faint and limited light of the purple discs he could see little or nothing. An army might creep there undetected. But, his protest was in answer to the merman's seeming unconcern. Shuri at the first intimation that the hunters were behind them had shown wariness. Now he did not appear to care. They had fed, he replied. Scouts follow because we are something new and thus suspect. When hunger rises once more in them, and their scouts report that we are meat, then is the time to draw knives and prepare for battle. But before that hour we may have one free. Let us search for the gate we now need. However confident the merman might be, Dalgard could not match that confidence. In the open air he would have faced a snake devil 4 times his size without any more emotion than a hunter's instinctive caution. But here in the dark, unable to rid himself of the belief that thousands of tons of sea water hung over his head, he found himself starting at any sound, his knife bare and ready in his sweating hand. He noted that Shuri had stepped up the pace, passing into his sure-footed glide which made Dalgard exert himself to keep up. Before them the corridor stretched without a break. The merman's promised exit, if it existed, was still out of sight. It was difficult to gauge time in this dark hall, but Dalgard thought that they were at least an hour farther on their way when Shuri paused abruptly once more, his head cocked in a listening attitude. As if he caught some whisper of sound too rarefied for his human companion. Now, the thought hissed as if he spat the words, they hunger, and they hunt. He bounded forward with a spurt, which Dalgard copied, and they ran lightly, the dust undisturbed in years puffing up beneath the merman's bare, scaled feet and Dalgard's hide boots. Still the unbroken walls, the feeble patches of violet in the ceiling. But no exit. And what good would any exit do him, Dalgard thought, if it opened under the sea? There are islands off the coast, many islands, Shuri caught him up. It is in my mind that we shall find our door on one of those. But, run now, knife brother, for those at our heels awake and thirst for flesh and blood. They have decided that we are not to be feared but may be run down for their pleasure. Dalgard weighed his knife in his hand. They shall find us with fangs, he promised grimly. It will be better if they do not find us at all, returned Shuri. A burning arch of pain encased Dalgard's lower ribs, and his breath came in gusts of hastily sucked air as their flight kept on, down the endless corridor. Shuri was also showing signs of the grueling pace, his round head bent forward, his furred legs pumping as if only his iron will kept them moving. And the determination which kept him going was communicated to the scout as a graver warning than any thought message of fear. They were passing under one of the infrequent violet lights when Dalgard got something else, a mental thrust so quick and sharp it was as if a sword had cut through the days of fatigue to reach his brain. Yet that had not come from Shuri, for it was totally alien, wavering on a band so near the extreme edge of his consciousness that it pricked, receded, and pricked again as a needle might. This was no message of fear or warning, but of implacable stubbornness and ravening hunger. And in that instant Dalgard knew that it came from what was sniffing out their trail, and he no longer wondered that the hunters were immune to other mental contact. One could not reason with that. He spurted forward, matching the merman's acceleration of speed. But to Dalgard's horror he saw that his companion now ran with one hand brushing along the wall, as if he needed that support. Shuri! His thought met a wall of concentration through which he could not break. In a way he was reassured, for a moment, until another of those stabs from their pursuers struck him. He longed to look back, to see what hunted them. But he dared not break stride to do that. Awe! The welcoming cry from Shuri brought his attention back to his companion as the merman broke into a wild run. Dalgard summoned up his last rags of energy and coursed after him. Shuri had halted before a dark lump which protruded from the side of the corridor. A sea lock. Shuri's claws were clicking over the surface of the hatch, seeking the secret of its latch. Panting, Dalgard leaned against the opposite wall. Just as a protest formed in his mind, he heard something else, the pad of feet, many feet, echoing down the corridor. And somehow he was able now to look. Round spots of light, dull, greenish, close to the ground, as if someone had flung a handful of phosphorescence into the dark. But this was no phosphorescence. Eyes. Eyes, he tried to count and knew it was impossible to so reckon the number of the pack that ran mute but ready. Nor could he distinguish more than a very shadowy glimpse of forms which glided close to the ground with an unpleasant sinuosity. Ha! Again Shuri's paean of triumph. There was the grate of unwilling metal forced to move, a puff of air redolent with the sea striking their bodies in chill threat, the brightness of violet light stepped up to a point far beyond the lamps in the corridor. With it came no rush of drowning water as Dalgard had half expected, and when the merman clambered through the hatch he prepared to follow, well aware that the eyes, and the pattering feet which bore them, were now almost within range. There was a snarl from the passage, and a black thing sprang at the scout. Without clear sight of what he was fighting, he struck down with his knife and felt it slit flesh. The snarl was a scream of rage as the creature twisted in midair for a second try at him. In that instant Shuri, leaning halfway out of the hatch, struck in his turn, thrusting his bone knife into shadows which now boiled with life. Dalgard leaped for the locked door, kicking out swiftly and feeling the toe of his boot contact with a crunch against one of those darting shades, sending it back end over end into the press where its fellows turned snapping upon it. Then Shuri grabbed at him, bringing him in, and together they slammed the hatch, feeling it shake with the shock of thudding bodies as the pack outside went mad in their frustration. While the merman fastened the locking bar, bringing out of the long motionless metal another protesting screech, Dalgard had a chance to look about him. They were in a room some 8 or 9 feet long, the violet light showing up well tangles of equipment hanging from pegs on the walls, a pile of small cylinders on the floor. At the far end of the chamber was another hatch door, locked with the same type of bar as Shuri had just lowered to seal the inner one. The merman nodded to it. The sea. Dalgard slid his knife back into its sheath. So the sea lay beyond. He did not welcome the thought of passing through that door. Like all of his race he could swim, perhaps his feats in the water would have astonished the men of the planet from which his tribe had emigrated. But unlike the mermen, he was not sea-born, nor equipped by nature with a secondary breathing apparatus to make him as free in the world of water as he was on land. Shuri might crawl through that hatch without fear. For Dalgard it was as big a test as to turn and face what now raged in the corridor on the inner side. There is no hope that they will go now, Shuri answered his vague question. They are stubborn. And hours, or even days, will mean nothing. Also they can leave a guard there and rove at will, to return upon signal. That is their way. This left only the sea door. Shuri padded across the chamber and reached up to free one of the strange objects dangling from the wall pegs. Like all things made of the marvelous substance used by those others for any article which might be exposed to the elements, it seemed as perfect as on the day it had first been hung there. Though that date might be 100 or more Astron years earlier. The merman uncoiled a length of thin, flexible piping which joined a 2-foot canister with a flat piece of metallic fabric. Those others could not breathe under the water, as you cannot, he explained as he worked deftly and swiftly. Within my own memory we have trapped their scouts wearing aids such as these so that they might spy upon our safe places. But their last foray was some years ago and at that time we taught them such a lesson that they have not dared to return. Since they are not unlike you in body and since you breathe the same air above ground, there is no reason why this should not take you out of here. Dalgard accepted the apparatus. A couple of elastic metal bands fastened the canister to the chest of the wearer. The fabric molded into a perfect, tight face mask as it touched the skin. Shuri went to the pile of cylinders. Choosing one, he tinkered with its pointed cone, to be rewarded with a thin hiss. Ah, again his recognition of the rightness of things. These still contain air. He tested 2 more and then brought all 3 back to where Dalgard stood, the canister strapped into place, the mask ready in his hand. With infinite care the merman fitted 2 of the cylinders into the canister and then was forced to set the other aside. We could not change them while under water anyway, he explained. So it will do little good to take extra supplies with us. Trying not to speculate on the amount of air he could carry in the cylinders, Dalgard fastened on the mask, adjusted the air tube, and sucked. Air flowed, he could breathe. Only, for how long? Shuri, seeing that his companion was fully provided for, worked at the bar locking the sea hatch. But in the end it took their combined strength to spring that barrier and win through to a small cubby which was the actual sea lock. Dalgard knew one moment of resistance as the merman closed the hatch behind them. For an instant it seemed that the dubious safety of the dressing chamber and a faint hope of the hunters giving up their vigil was better than what might lie before them now. But Shuri pushed shut the hatch, and Dalgard stood quietly, without offering any visible protest. He tried to draw even breaths, slowly, as the merman activated the lock. When the water curled in from hidden openings, rising from ankle to calf and then to knee, its chill striking through flesh to bone, he kept to the same stolid waiting. Though this seemed almost worse than a sudden gush of water sweeping them out in its embrace. The liquid swirled about Dalgard's waist now, tugging at his belt, his arrow quiver, tapping on the bottom of the canister which held his precious air supply. His bow, shielded from the wet by its casing, was swallowed up inch by inch. As the water lapped at his chin, the outer door opened with a slow inward push which suggested that the machinery controlling it had grown sluggish with the years. Shuri, perfectly at home, darted out as soon as the opening was large enough to afford him an exit. And his thought came back to reassure the more clumsy landsman. We are in the shallows, land rises ahead. The roots of an island. There is nothing to fear. The word ended abruptly in what was like a mental gasp of either astonishment or fear. Knowing all the menaces which might lie in wait, even in the shallows of the sea, Dalgard drew his knife once more as he plowed through water, ready to rescue or at least to offer what aid he could. 10. The Dead Guardians. The spaceman spent a cramped and almost sleepless night. Although in his training on Terra, on his trial trips to Mars and the harsh lunar valleys, Raph had known weird surroundings and climates, inimical to his kind, he had always been able to rest almost by the exercise of his will. But now, curled in his roll, he was alert to every sound out of the moonless night, finding himself listening, for what he did not know. Though there were sounds in plenty. The whistling call of some night bird, the distant lap of water which he associated with the river curving through the long-deserted city, the rustle of grass as either the wind or some passing animal disturbed it. Not the best place in the world for a nap, Sariki observed out of the dark as Raph wriggled, trying to find a more comfortable position. I'll be glad to see these bandaged boys on the ground waving goodbye as we head away from them, fast. Those weren't animals they killed, back on that island. Raph brought out what was at the heart of his trouble. They wore fur instead of clothing. Sariki's reply was delivered in a colorless, even voice. We have apes on Terra, but they are not men. Raph stared up at the sky in which stars were sprinkled like carelessly flung dust motes. What is a man? He returned, repeating the classical question which was a debating point in all the space training centers. For so long his kind had wondered that. Was a man a biped with certain easily recognized physical characteristics? Well, by that ruling the furry things which had fled fruitlessly from the flames of the globe might well qualify. Or was man a certain level of intelligence, no matter what form housed that intelligence? They were supposed to accept the latter definition. Though, in spite of the horror of prejudice, Raph could not help but believe that too many Terrans secretly thought of man only as a creature in their own general image. By that prejudiced rule it was correct to accept the aliens as men with whom they could ally themselves, to condemn the furry people because they were not smooth-skinned, did not wear clothing, nor ride in mechanical transportation. Yet somewhere within Raph at that moment was the nagging feeling that this was all utterly wrong, that the Terrans had not made the right choice. And that now, men were not standing together. But he had no intention of spilling that out to Sariki. Man is intelligence. The Comtech was answering the question Raph had almost forgotten that he had asked the moment before. Yes, the proper conventional reply. Sariki was not going to be caught out with any claim of prejudice. Odd, when Pax had ruled, there were thought police and the cardinal sin was to be a liberal, to experiment, to seek knowledge. Now the will had turned, to be conservative was suspect. To suggest that some old ways were better was to exhibit the evil signs of prejudice. Raph grinned wryly. Sure, he had wanted to reach the stars, had fought doggedly to come to the very spot where he now was. So why was he tormented now with all these second thoughts? Why did he feel every day less akin to the men with whom he had shared the voyage? He had had wit enough to keep his semi-rebellion under cover, but since he had taken the flitter into the morning sky above the landing place of the spacer, that task of self-discipline was becoming more and more difficult. Did you notice, the Comtech said, going off on a new track, that these painted boys were not too quick about blasting along to their strongbox? I'd say that they thought some bright rocket jockey might have rigged a surprise for them somewhere in there. Now that Sariki mentioned it, Raph remembered that the alien party who had gone into the city had huddled together. And that several of the black and white warriors had fanned out ahead as scouts might in enemy territory. They didn't go any farther than that building to the west either. That Raph had not noticed, but he was willing to accept Sariki's observation. The Comtech had a ready eye for details. He'd better pay closer attention himself. This was no time to explore the why and wherefore of his present position. So, if they went no farther than that building, it would argue that the aliens themselves didn't care to go about here after nightfall. For he was certain that the isolated structure Sariki had pointed out was not the treasure house they had come to loot. The night wore on and sometime during it Raph fell asleep. But the 2 or 3 hours of restless, dream-filled unconsciousness was not what he needed, and he blinked in the dawn with eyes which felt as if they were filled with hot sand. In the first grey light a covey of winged things, which might or might not have been birds, arose from some roosting place within the city, wheeled 3 times over the building, and then vanished out over the countryside. Raph pulled himself out of his role, made a sketchy toilet with the preparations in a belt kit, and looked about with little favor for either the scene or his part in it. The globe, sealed as if ready for a take-off, was some distance away, but installed about halfway between it and the flitter were 2 of the alien warriors. Perhaps they had changed watches during the night. If they had not, they could go without sleep to an amazing degree, for as Raph walked in a circle about the flyer to limber up, they watched him closely, nor did their grips on their odd weapons loosen. And he had a very clear idea that if he stepped over some invisible boundary he would be in for trouble. When he came back to the flitter, Sariki was awake and stretching. Another day, the Comtech drawled. And I could do with something besides field rations. He made a face at the small tin of concentrates he had dug out of the supply compartment. We'd do well to be headed west, Raph ventured. Now you can come in with that on the comm again. Sariki answered with unwanted emphasis. The sooner I see the old girl standing on her pins in the middle distance, the better I'll feel. You know, he looked up from his preoccupation with the ration package and gazed out over the city, this place gives me the shivers. That other town was bad enough. But at least there were people living there. Here's nothing at all, at least nothing I want to see. What about all the wonders they've promised to show us, countered Raph. Sariki grinned. And how much do we understand of their mouth and hand talk? Maybe they were promising us wonders, maybe they were offering to take us to where we could have our throats cut more conveniently, for them. I tell you, if I go for a walk with any of these painted faces, I'm going to have at least 3 of my fingers resting on the grip of my stun gun. And I'd advise you to do the same, if I didn't know that you were already watching these blast-happy harpies out of the corner of your eye. Ha, company. Oh, it's the captain. The hatch of the globe had opened, and a small party was descending the ladder, conspicuous among them the form and uniform of Captain Hobart. The aliens remained in a cluster at the foot of the ladder while the Terran commander crossed to the flitter. You, he pointed to Raph, are to come along with us. Why, sir? What about me, sir? The questions from the two at the flitter came together. I said that one of you had to remain by the machine. Then they said that you, in particular, must come along, Kirby. But I'm the pilot, Raph began and then realized that it was just that fact which had made the aliens attach him to the exploring party. If they believed that the Terran flitter was immobilized when he, and he alone, was not behind its controls, this was just the move they would make. But there they were wrong. Sariki might not be able to repair or service the motor, but in a pinch he could take it up, send it westward, and land it beside the spacer. Each and every man aboard the RS-10 had that much training. Now the Comtech was scowling. He had grasped the significance of that arrangement as quickly as Raph. How long do I wait for you, sir? He asked in a voice which had lost its usual good-humored drawl. And at that inquiry Captain Hobart showed signs of irritation. Your suspicions are not founded on facts, he stated firmly. These people have displayed no signs of wanting to harm us. And an attitude of distrust at this point might be fatal for future friendly contact. Lablet is sure that they have a highly complex society, probably advanced beyond Terran standards, and that their technical skills will be of vast benefit to us. As it happens, we have come at just the right moment in their history, when they are striving to get back on their feet after a disastrous series of wars. It is as if a group of off-world explorers had allied themselves with us after the burn-off. We can exchange information which will be of mutual benefit. If any off-world explorers had set down on Terra after the burn-off, observed Sariki softly, they would have come up against Pax. And just how long would they have lasted? Hobart had turned away. If he heard that half-whisper, he did not choose to acknowledge it. But the truth in the Comtech's words made an impression on Raph, a crew of aliens who had been misguided enough to seek out and try to establish friendly relations with the officials of Pax would have had a short and most unhappy shrift. If all the accounts of that dark dictatorship were true, they would have vanished from Terra, and not in their ships either. What if something like Pax ruled here? They had no way of knowing for sure. Raph's eyes met Sariki's, and the Comtech's hand dropped to hook fingers in his belt within touching distance of his side arm. The flitter pilot nodded. Kirby. Hobart's impatient call sent him on his way. But there was some measure of relief in knowing that Sariki was left behind and that they had this slender link with escape. He had tramped the streets of that other alien city. There had been some semblance of habitation. Here was abandonment. Earth drifted in dunes to half-block the lanes, and here and there climbing vines had broken down masonry and had dislodged blocks of the paved sideways and courtyards. The party threaded their way from one narrow lane to another, seeming to avoid the wider open stretches of the principal thoroughfares. Raph became aware of an unpleasant odor in the air which he vaguely associated with water. And a few minutes afterward he caught glimpses of the river between the buildings which fronted on it. Here the party turned abruptly at a right angle, heading westward once more, passing vast, blank-walled structures which might have been warehouses. One of the aliens just ahead of Raph in the line of march suddenly swung around, his weapon pointing up, and from its nose shot a beam of red-yellow light which brought an answering shrill scream as a large, winged creature came fluttering down. The killer kicked at the crumpled thing as he passed. As far as Raph could see, there had been no reason for that wanton slaying. The head of the party had reached a doorway, sealed shut by what looked like a solid slab of material. He placed both palms flat down on its surface at shoulder height and leaned forward against it, almost as if he were whispering some secret formula. Raph watched the muscles stand up on his slender arms as he exerted strength. And then the door split in two, and his fellows helped him push the separate halves back into the wall. Lablet, Hobart, and Raph were among the last to enter. It was as if their companions had now forgotten them, for the aliens were pushing on at a pace which took them down an empty corridor at a quickening trot. The corridor ended in a ramp which did not slope in one straight reach but curled around itself, so that in some places only the presence of a handrail, to which they all clung, kept them from losing balance. Then they gathered in a vaulted room, one of which opened a complete circle of closed doors. There was some argument among the aliens, a dispute of sorts over which of those doors was to be opened first, and the Terrans drew a little apart, unable to follow the twittering words and lightning-swift gestures. Raph tried to work out the patterns of color which swirled and looped over each door and around the walls, only to discover that too long an examination of any one band, or an attempt to trace its beginning or end, awoke a sick sensation which approached inner turmoil the longer he looked. At last he had to rest his eyes by studying the gray flooring under his boots. The aliens finally made up their minds, or else one group was able to out-argue the other, for they converged upon a door directly opposite the ramp. Once more they went through the process of unsealing the panels, while the Terrans, drawn by curiosity, were close behind them as they entered the long room beyond. Here were shelves in solid tiers along the walls, crowded with such an array of strange objects that Raph, after one mystified look, thought that it might well take months to sort them all out. In addition, long tables divided the chamber into aisles. Halfway down one of these narrow passageways the aliens had gathered in a group as silent and intent now as they had been noisy outside. Raph could see nothing to so rivet their attention but a series of scuffed marks in the dust which covered the floor. But an alien, whom he recognized as the officer who had taken him to inspect the globe, moved carefully along that trail, following it to a second door. And as Raph pushed down another aisle, paralleling his course, he was conscious of a sickly sweet, stomach-churning stench. Something was very, very dead and not too far away. The officer must have come to the same conclusion, for he hurried to open the other door. Before them now was a narrow hall broken by slit windows, near the roof, through which entered sunlight. And one such beam fully illuminated a carcass as large as that of a small elephant, or so it seemed to Raph's startled gaze. It was difficult to make out the true appearance of the creature, though guessing from the scaled strips of skin it had been reptilian, for the body had been found by scavengers and feasting had been in progress. The alien officer skirted the corpse gingerly. Raph thought that he would like to investigate the body closely but could not force himself to that highly disagreeable task. There was a chorus of excited exclamation from the doorway as others crowded there. But the officer, having circled the carcass, turned his attention to the dusty floor again. If there had been any trail there, it was now muddled past their reading, for remnants of the grisly meal had been dragged back and forth. The alien picked his way fastidiously through the noxious debris to the end of the long room. Raph, with the same care, toured the edge of the chamber in his wake. They were out in a smaller passageway, which was taking them underground, the Terran estimated. Then there was a large space with barred cells about it and a second corridor. The stench of the death chamber either clung to them, or was wafted from another point, and Raph gagged as an especially foul blast caught him full in the face. He kept a sharp look about him for signs of those feasters. The feast had not been finished, it might have been that their entrance into the storeroom had disturbed the scavengers. And things formidable enough to drag down that scaled horror were not foes he would choose to meet in these unlighted ways. The passage began to slope upward once more, and Raph saw a half-moon of light ahead, brilliant light which could only come from the sun. The alien was outlined there as he went out. Then he himself was scuffing through sand close upon another death scene. The dead monster had had its counterparts, and here they were, sprawled out, mangled, and torn. Raph remained by the archway, for even the open air and the morning winds could not destroy the reek which seemed as deadly as a gas attack. It must have disturbed the officer too, for he hesitated. Then with visible effort he advanced toward the hunks of flesh, casting back and forth as if to find some clue to the manner of their death. He was still so engaged when a second alien burst out of the archway, a splintered length of white held out before him as if he had made some important discovery. The officer grabbed that shaft away from him, turning it around in his hands. And though expression was hard to read on those thin features under the masking face paint, the emotion his whole attitude expressed was surprise tinged with unbelief, as if the object his subordinate had brought was the last he expected to find in that place. Raph longed to inspect it, but both aliens brushed by him and pattered back down the corridor, the discoverer pouring forth a volume of words to which the officer listened with great intentness. And the Terran pilot had to hurry to keep up with them. Something he had seen just before he had left the arena remained in his mind, a forearm flung out from the supine body of what appeared to be the largest of the dead things, and on that forearm a bracelet of metal. Were those things pets? Watchdogs? Surely they were not intelligent beings able to forge and wear such ornaments of their own accord. And if they were watchdogs, whom did they serve? He was inclined to believe that the aliens must be their masters, that the monsters had been guardians of the treasure, perhaps. But dead guardians suggested a rifled treasure house. Who and what? His mind filled with speculations and questions, Raph trotted behind the others back to the chamber where they had found the first reptile. The alien who had brought the discovery to his commander stepped gingerly through the litter and laid the white rod in a special spot, apparently the place where it had been found. At a barked order from the officer, two of the others came forward and tugged at the creature's mangled head, which had been freed from the serpent neck, rolling it over to expose the underparts. There was a broad tear there in the flesh, but Raph could see little difference between it and those left by the feasters. However, the officer, holding a strip of cloth over his nose, bent stiffly above it for a closer look and then made some statement which sent his command into a babbling clamor. Four of the lower ranks separated from the group and, with their hand weapons at alert, swung into action, retracing the way back toward the arena. It looked to Raph as if they now expected an attack from that direction. Under a volley of orders the rest went back to the storeroom, and the officer, noting that Raph still lingered, waved him impatiently after them. Inside the men spread out, going from shelf to table, selecting things with a speed which suggested that they had been rehearsed in this task and had only a limited time in which to accomplish it. Some took piles of boxes or other containers which were so light that they could manage a half-dozen in an armload, while two or three others struggled pantingly to move a single piece of weird machinery from its bed to the wheeled trolley they had brought. There was to be no lingering on this job, that was certain. 11. Espionage. Intent upon joining Shuri, Dalgard left the lock, forgetting his earlier unwillingness, stepping from the small chamber down to the sea bottom, or endeavoring to. Although instinctively he had begun to swim and so forged ahead at a different rate of speed. Waving fronds of giant water plants, such as were found only in the coastal shallows, grew forest fashion but did not hide rocks which stretched up in a sharp rise not too far ahead. The scout could not see the merman, but as he held on to one of those fronds he caught the other's summons. Here, by the rocks. Pushing his way through the drifting foliage, Dalgard swam ahead to the foot of the rocky escarpment. And there he saw what had so excited his companion. Shuri had just driven away an encircling collection of sand-dwelling scavengers, and what he was on his knees studying intently was an almost clean-picked skeleton of one of his own race. But there was something odd. Dalgard brushed aside a tendril of weed which cut his line of vision and so was able to see clearly. White and clean most of those bones were, but the skull was blackened, and similar charring existed down one arm and shoulder. That merman had not died from any mishap in the sea. It is so, Shuri replied to his thought. They have come once more to give the flaming death. Dalgard, startled, looked up that slope which must lead to the island top above the waves. Long dead, he asked tentatively, already guessing what the other's answer would be. The pickers move fast, Shuri indicated the sand dwellers. Perhaps yesterday, perhaps the day before, but no longer than that. And they are up there now? Who can tell? However, they do not know the sea, nor the islands. It was plain that the merman intended to climb to investigate what might be happening above. Dalgard had no choice but to follow. And it was true that the mere people had no peers or equals when it came to finding their ways about the sea and the coasts. He was confident that Shuri could get to the island top and discover just what he wished to learn without a single sentry above, if they had stationed sentries, being the wiser. Whether he himself could operate as efficiently was another matter. In the end they half climbed, half swam upward, detouring swiftly once to avoid the darting attack of a rock hornet, harmless as soon as they moved out of the reach of its questing stinger. For it was anchored for its short life to the rough hollow in which it had been hatched. Dalgard's head broke water as he rolled through the surf onto a scrap of beach in the lee of a row of tooth-pointed outcrops. It was late evening by the light, and he clawed the mask off his face to draw thankful lungfuls of the good outer air. Shuri, his furs sleeked tight to his body, waded ashore, shook himself free of excess water, and turned immediately to study the wall of the cliff which guarded the interior of the island. This was one of a chain of such isles, Dalgard noted, now that he had had time to look about him. And with their many creviced walls they were just the type of habitations which appealed most strongly to the mere people. Here could be found the dry inner caves with underwater entrances, which they favored for their group homes. And in the sea were kelp beds for harvesting. The cliffs did not present too much of a climbing problem. Dalgard divested himself of the diving equipment, tucking it into a hollow which he walled up with stones that he thought the waves would not scour out in a hurry. He might need it again. Then, hitching his belt tighter, pressing what water he could out of his clothing, and settling his bow and quiver to the best advantage at his back, he crossed to where Shuri was already marking claw holds. We may be seen, Dalgard craned his neck, trying to make out details of what might be waiting above. The merman shook his head with a quick jerk of negation. They are gone. Behind them remains only death, much death, and the bleakness of his thoughts reached the scout. Dalgard had known Shuri since he was a toddler and the other a cub coming to see the wonders of dry land for the first time. Never, during all their years of close association since, had he felt in the other a desolation so great. And to that emotional blast he could make no answer. In the twilight, with the last red banners across the sky at their back, they made the climb. And it was as if the merman had closed off his mind to his companion. Flesh fingers touched scaled ones as they moved from one hold to the next, but Shuri might have been half a world away for all the communication between them. Never had Dalgard been so shut out, and with that his sensitivity to the night, to the world about him, was doubly acute. He realized, and it worried him, that perhaps he had come to depend too much on Shuri's superior faculty of communication. It was time that he tried to use his own weaker powers to the utmost extent. So, while he climbed, Dalgard sent questing thoughts into the gloom. He located a nest of duck dogs, those shy waterline fishers living in cliff holes. They were harmless and just settling down for the night. But of higher types of animals from which something might be learned, hoppers, runners, there were no traces. For all he was able to pick up, they might be climbing into blank nothingness. And that in itself was ominous. Normally he should have been able to mind touch more than duck dogs. The mere people lived in peace with most of the higher fauna of their world, and a colony of hoppers, even a covey of moth birds, would settle in close by a mere tribe to garner in the remnants of feasts and for protection from the flying dragons and the other dangers they must face. They hunt all life. The first break in Shuri's self-absorption came. Where they walk the little, harmless peoples face only death. And so it has been here. He had pulled himself over the rim of the cliff, and through the dark Dalgard could hear him panting with the same effort which made his own lungs labor. Just as the stench of the snake devil's lair had betrayed its sight, here disaster and death had an odor of its own. Dalgard retched before he could control throat and stomach muscles. But Shuri was unmoved, as if he had expected this. Then, to Dalgard's surprise, the merman set up the first real call he had ever heard issue from that furred throat, a plaintive whistle which had a crooning, summoning note in it, akin to the mind touch in an odd fashion, yet audible. They sat in silence for a long moment, the human's ears as keen for any sound out of the night as those of his companion. Why did Shuri not use the customary noiseless greeting of his race? When he beamed that inquiry, he met once again that strange, solid wall of non-acceptance which had enclosed the mermen as they climbed. As if now there was danger to be feared from following the normal ways. Again Shuri whistled, and in that cry Dalgard heard a close resemblance to the flute tone of the night moth birds. Up the scale the notes ran with mournful persistence. When the answer came, the scout at first thought that the imitation had lured a moth bird, for the reply seemed to ripple right above their heads. Shuri stood up, and his hand dropped on Dalgard's shoulder, applying pressure which was both a warning and a summons, bringing the scout to his feet with as little noise as possible. The horrible smell caught at his throat, and he was glad when the merman did not head inland toward the source of that odor, but started off along the edge of the cliff, one hand in Dalgard's to draw him along. Twice more Shuri paused to whistle, and each time he was answered by a signing note or two which seemed to reassure him. Against the lighter expanse which was the sea, Dalgard saw the loom of a peak which projected above the general level of the island. Though he knew that the Mere people did not build above ground, being adept in turning natural caves and crevices into the kind of living quarters they found most satisfactory, the barrenness of this particular rock top was forbidding. Led by Shuri, he threaded a tangled patch among outcrops, once squeezing through a gap which scraped the flesh on his arms as he wriggled. Then the sky was blotted out, the last winking star disappeared, and he realized that he must have entered a cave of sorts, or was at least under an overhang. The merman did not pause but padded on, tugging Dalgard along, the scout's boots scraping on the rough footing. The colonist was conscious now that they were on an incline, heading down into the heart of the island. They came to a stretch where Shuri set his hands on holds, patiently shoved his feet into hollowed places, finding for him the ladder steps he could not see, which took him through a sweating, fearful journey of yards to another level. Another sloping, downward way. Here at long last was a fraction of light, not the violet glimmer which had illuminated the underground ways of those others, but a ghostly radiance which he recognized as the lamps of the mermen, living creatures from the sea depths imprisoned in laboriously fashioned globes of crystal and kept in the caves for the light they yielded. But still no mind touch. Never had Dalgard penetrated into the cave cities of the sea folk before without inquiries and open welcome lapping about him. Were they entering a place of massacre where no living merman remained? Yet there was that whistling which had led Shuri to this place. And at that moment a shrill keening note arose from the depths to ring in Dalgard's ears, startling him so that he almost lost his footing. Once again Shuri made answer vocally, but no mind touch. Then they rounded a curve, and the scout was able to see into the heart of the amphibian territory. This was a natural cave, as were all the mermen's dwellings, but its walls had been smoothed and hung with the garlands of shells which they wove in their leisure into strange pictures. Silver-gray sand, smooth and dust-fine, covered the floor to the depth of a foot or more. And opening off the main chamber were small nooks, each marking the private storage place and holding of some family clan. It was a large place, and with a quick estimate Dalgard thought that it had been fashioned to harbor close to 100 inhabitants, at least the nooks suggested that many. But gathered at the foot of the ledge they were descending, spears poised, were perhaps 10 males, some hardly past cubhood, others showing the snowy shine of fur which was the badge of age. And behind them, drawn knives in their ready hands, were half again as many mere women, forming a protecting wall before a crouching group of cubs. Shuri spoke to Dalgard. "Spread out your hands, empty, so that they may see them clearly." The scout obeyed. In the limited light his 10 fingers were fans, and it was then that he understood the reason for such a move. If these mermen had not seen a colonist before, he might resemble those others in their eyes. But only his species on all Astra had 5 fingers, 5 toes, and that physical evidence might ensure his safety now. "Why do you bring a destroyer among us? Or do you offer him for our punishment, so that we can lay upon him the doom that his kind have earned?" The question came with arrow force, and Dalgard held out his hands, hoping they would see the difference before one of those spears from below tore through his flesh. Look upon the hands of this, my knife brother, look upon his face. He is not of the race of those you hate, but rather one from the south. Have you of the northern reaches not heard of those who help, those who came from the stars? We have heard. But there was no relaxing of tension, not a spear point wavered. Look upon his hands, Shuri insisted. Come into his mind, for he speaks with us so. And do they do that? Dalgard tried to throw open his mind, awaiting the trial. It came quickly, traces of inimical, alien thought, which changed as they touched his mind, reading there only all the friendliness he and his held for the sea people. He is not of them. The admission was grudging. As if they did not want to believe that. Why comes one from the south to this place, now? There was an inflection to that, now, which was disturbing. After the manner of his people he seeks new things so that he may return and report to his elders. Then he will receive the spear of manhood and be ready for the choosing of mates. Shuri translated the reason for Dalgard's quest into the terms of his own people. He has been my knife brother since we were cubs together, and so I journey with him. But here in the north we have found evil. His flow of thought was submerged by a band of hate so red that its impact upon the mind was almost a blow. Dalgard shook his head. He had known that the Mare people, aroused, were deadly fighters, fearless and crafty, and with a staying power beyond that of any human. But their rage was something he had not met before. They come once again, they burn with the fire, they are among our islands. A cub whimpered and a Mare woman stooped to pat it to silence. Here they have killed with the fire. They did not elaborate upon that statement, and Dalgard had no wish for them to do so. He was still very glad that it had been dark when he had climbed to the top of that cliff, that he had not been able to see what his imagination told him lay there. Do they stay? That was Shuri. Not so. In their sky traveler they go to the land where lies the dark city. There they make much evil against the day when this shall be their land once more. But these lie if they think that. Another strong thought broke across the current of communication. We are not now penned for their pleasure. We may flee into the sea once more, and there live as did our fathers' fathers, and they dare not follow us there. Who knows? It was Shuri who raised that objection. With their ancient knowledge once more theirs, even the depths of the sea may not be ours much longer. Do they not know how to ride upon the air? The knot of Mare warriors stirred. Several spears thudded but down into the sand. And Shuri accepted that as an invitation to descend, summoning Dalgard after him with a beckoning finger. Later they sat in a circle in the cushioning grey powder, the two from the south eating dried fish and sea kelp, while Shuri related, between mouthfuls, their recent adventures. 3 times have they flown across these islands on their way to that city, the elder of the pitifully decimated merman tribe told the explorers. But this time, broke in one of his companions, they had with them a new ship. A new ship? Shuri pounced upon that scrap of information. Yes. The ships of the air in which they travel are fashioned so. With his knife point he drew a circle in the sand, but this one was smaller and more in the likeness of a spear with a heavy point. Thus, he made a second sketch beside the first. And Dalgard and Shuri leaned over to study it. That is unlike any of their ships that I have heard of, Shuri agreed. Even in the old tales of the days before the burning there is nothing spoken of like that. It is true. Therefore we wait now for the coming of our scouts, who were set in hiding upon their sea rock of resting, that they may tell us more concerning this new ship. They should be here within this time of sleeping. Now, go you to rest, which you plainly have need of, and we shall call you when they come. Dalgard was willing enough to stretch out in the sand in the shadows of the far end of the cave. Beyond him 3 cubs slumbered together, their arms about each other, and a feeling of peace was there such as he had not known since he left the stronghold of Homeport. The weird glow of the imprisoned sea monsters gave light to the main part of the cave, and it might still have been night when the scout was shaken awake once more. A group of the mere people were sitting together, and their thoughts interrupted each other as their excitement arose. Their spies must have returned. Dalgard crossed to join that group, but it seemed to him that his welcome was not unqualified, and that some of the openness of the early hours of the night was lacking. He might have been once more under suspicion. Ninth brother, to Dalgard's sensitive mind that form of address from Shuri was used for a special purpose, to underline the close bond between them. Listen to the words of Sim, who is a hider to watch on the island where they rest their ships. During the voyage from one land to another. He drew Dalgard down beside him to face a young merman who was staring round-eyed at the colony scout. He is like, yet unlike, his first wisp of thought meant nothing to the scout. The strangers wear many coverings on their bodies as do they, and they had also coverings upon their heads. They were bigger. Also from their minds I learned that they are not of this world. Not of this world. Dalgard burst out in his own speech. There. The spy was triumphant. So did they talk to one another, not with the mind but by making mouth noises, different mouth noises from those that they make. Yes, they are like, but unlike this one. And these strangers flew the ship we have not seen before. It is so. But they did not know the way and were guided by the globe. And at least one among them was distrustful of those and wished to be free to return to his own place. He walked by the rocks near my hiding place, and I read his thoughts. No, they were with them, but they are not them. And now they have gone on to the city. Shuri probed. It was the way their ship flew. Like me, Dalgard repeated, and then the truth which might lie behind that exploded within his brain. Terrans, he breathed the word. Men of Pax perhaps who had come to hunt down the outlaws who had successfully eluded their rule on Earth. But how had the colonists been traced? And why? Or were they other fugitives like themselves? So very much of what the colonists should know of their past had been erased during the time of the Great Sickness 20 years after their landing. Then 3/4 of the original immigrants had died. Only the children of the second generation and a handful of weakened elders had remained. Knowledge was lost and some distorted by failing memories, old skills were gone. But if the new Terrans were in that city, he had to know and be able to warn his people. For the darkness of Pax was a memory they had not lost. I must see them, he said. That is true. And only you can tell us what manner of folk these strangers be, the merman chief agreed. Therefore you shall go ashore with my warriors and look upon them, to tell us the truth. Also we must learn what they do here. It was decided that using waterways known to the mere people, one which Dalgard could also take wearing the diving equipment, a scouting party would head shoreward the next day. With the river itself providing the entrance into the heart of the forbidden territory. 12. Alien Patrol. Raph leaned back against the wall. Long since the actions of the aliens in the storage house had ceased to interest him, since they would not allow any of the Terrans to approach their plunder and he could not ask questions. Lablet continued to follow the officer about, vainly trying to understand his speech. And Hobart had taken his place by the upper entrance, his hand held stiffly across his body. The pilot knew that the captain was engaged in photographing all this activity with a wristband camera, hoping to make something of it later. But Raph's own inclination was to slip out and do some exploring in those underground corridors beyond. Having remained where he was for a wearisome time, he noticed that his presence was now taken for granted by the hurrying aliens who brushed about him intent upon their assignments. And slowly he began to edge along the wall toward the other doorway. Once he froze as the officer strode by, Lablet in attendance. But what the painted warrior was looking for was a crystal box on a shelf to Raph's left. When he had pointed that out to an underling he was off again, and Raph was free to continue his crab's progress. Luck favored him, for, as he reached the moment when he must duck out the portal, there was a sudden flurry at the other end of the chamber where 4 of the aliens, under a volley of orders, strove to move an unwieldy piece of intricate machinery. Raph dodged around the door and flattened back against the wall of the room beyond. The moving bars of sun said that it was midday. But the room was empty save for the despoiled carcass, and there was no sign of the aliens who had been sent out to scout. The Terran ran lightly down the narrow room to the second door, which gave on the lower pits beneath and the way to the arena. As he took that dark way, he drew his stun gun. Its bolt was intended to render the victim unconscious, not to kill. But what effect it might have on the giant reptiles was a question he hoped he would not be forced to answer, and he paused now and then to listen. There were sounds, deceptive sounds. Noises as regular as footfalls, like a distant padded running. The aliens returning? Or the things they had gone to hunt? Raph crept on, out into the sunshine which filled the arena. For the first time he studied the enclosure and recognized it for what it was, a place in which savage and bloody entertainments could be provided for the population of the city, and it merely confirmed his opinion of the aliens and all their ways. The temptation to explore the city was strong. He eyed the grills speculatively. They could be climbed, he was sure of that. Or he could try some other of the various openings about the sanded area. But as he hesitated over his choice, he heard something from behind. This was no unidentifiable noise, but a scream which held both terror and pain. It jerked him around, sent him running back almost before he thought. But the scream did not come again. However, there were other sounds, snuffing whines, a scrabbling. Raph found himself in the round room walled by the old prison cells. Stabs of light shot through the gloom, thrusting into a roiling black mass which had erupted through one of the entrances and now held at bay one of the alien warriors. 3 or 4 of the black creatures ringed the alien in, moving with speed that eluded the bolts of light he shot from his weapon, keeping him cornered and from escape, while their fellows worried another alien limp and defenseless on the floor. It was impossible to align the sights of his stun gun with any of those flitting shadows, Raph discovered. They moved as quickly as a ripple across a pond. He snapped the button on the hand grip to spray and proceeded to use the full strength of the charge across the group on the floor. For several seconds he was afraid that the stun ray would prove to have no effect on the alien metabolism of the creatures, for their weaving, tearing activity did not cease. Then one after another dropped away from the center mass and lay unmoving on the floor. Seeing that he could control them, Raph turned his attention to the others about the standing warrior. Again he sent the spray wide, and they subsided. As the last curled on the pavement, the alien moved forward and, with a snarl, deliberately turned the full force of his beam weapon on each of the attackers. But Raph plowed on through the limp pile to the warrior they had pulled down. There was no hope of helping him, death had come with a wide tear in his throat. Raph averted his eyes from the body. The other warrior was methodically killing the stunned animals. And his action held such vicious cruelty that Raph did not want to watch. When he looked again at the scene, it was to find the narrow barrel of the strange weapon pointed at him. Paying no attention to his dead comrade, the alien was advancing on the Terran as if in Raph he saw only another enemy to be burned down. Moves drilled in him by long hours of weary practice came almost automatically to the pilot. The stun gun faced the alien rifle sight to sight. And it seemed that the warrior had developed a hearty respect for the Terran arm during the past few minutes, for he slipped his weapon back to the crook of his arm, as if he did not wish Raph to guess he had used it to threaten. The pilot had no idea what to do now. He did not wish to return to the storehouse. And he believed that the alien was not going to let him go off alone. The ferocity of the creatures now heaped about them had been sobering, an effective warning against venturing alone in these underground ways. His dilemma was solved by the entrance of a party of aliens from another doorway. They stopped short at the sight of the battlefield, and their leader descended upon the surviving scout for an explanation, which was made with gestures Raph was able to translate in part. The alien had been far down one of the neighboring corridors with his dead companion when they had been tracked by the pack and had managed to reach this point before they were attacked. For some reason Raph could not understand, the aliens had preferred to flee rather than to face the menace of the hunters. But they had not been fast enough and had been trapped here. The gesturing hands then indicated Raph, acted out the battle which had ensued. Crossing to the Terran pilot, the alien officer held out his hand and motioned for Raph to surrender his weapon. The pilot shook his head. Did they think him so simple that he would disarm himself at the mere asking? Especially since the warrior had rounded on him like that only a few moments before. Nor did he holster his gun. If they wanted to take it by force, just let them try such a move. His determination to resist must have gotten across to the leader, for he did not urge obedience to his orders. Instead he waved the Terran to join his own party. And since Raph had no reason not to, he did. Leaving the dead, both alien and enemy, where they had fallen, the warriors took another way out of the underground maze, a way which brought them out into a street running to the river. Here the party spread out, paying close attention to the pavement, as if they were engaged in tracking something. Raph saw impressed in one patch of earth a print dried by the sun, left by one of the reptiles. And there were smaller tracks he could not identify. All were inspected carefully, but none of them appeared to be what his companions sought. They trotted up and down along the river bank, and from what he had already observed concerning the aliens, Raph thought that the leader, at least, was showing exasperation and irritation. They expected to find something, it was not there, but it had to be. And they were fast reaching the point where they wanted to produce it themselves to justify the time spent in hunting for it. Ruthlessly they rayed to death any creature their dragnet drove into the open, leaving feebly kicking bodies of the furry, long-legged beasts Raph had first seen after the landing of the spacer. He could not understand the reason for such wholesale extermination, since certainly the rabbit-like rodents were harmless. In the end they gave up their quest and circled back to come out near the field where the flitter and the globe rested. When the Terran flyer came into sight, Raph left the party and hurried toward it. Sariki waved a welcoming hand. "'Bout time one of you showed up. What are they doing, toting half the city here to load into that thing?" Raph looked along the other's pointing finger. A party of aliens towing a loaded dolly were headed for the gaping hatch of the globe, while a second party and an empty conveyance passed them on the way back to the storehouse. "They are emptying a warehouse, or trying to. Well, they act as if Old Time himself was heating their tails with a rocket flare. What's the big hurry? Somebody's been here." Swiftly Raph outlined what he had seen in the city, and ended by describing the hunt in which he had taken an unwilling part. "I'm hungry," he ended and went to burrow for a ration pack. "So," mused Sariki as Raph chewed the stuff which never had the flavor of fresh provisions, "somebody's been trying to beat the painted lads to it. The furry people." "It was a spear shaft they found broken with the dead lizard thing," Raph commented. "And some of those on the island were armed with spears. Must be good fighters if, armed with spears, they brought down a reptile as big as you say." "It was big, wasn't it?" Raph stared at the city, a square of half-eaten concentrate in his fingers. Yes, that was a puzzler. The dead monster would be more than he would care to tackle without a blaster. And yet it was dead, with a smashed spear for evidence as to the manner of killing. All those others dead in the arena, too. How large a party had invaded the city? Where were they now? I'd like to know, he was speaking more to himself than to the Comtech, how they did do it. No other bodies. Those could have been taken away by their friends, Sariki suggested. But if they're still hanging about, I hope they won't believe that we're bigger and better editions of the painted lads. I don't want a spear through me. Raph, remembering the maze of lanes and streets, bordered by buildings which could provide hundreds of lurking places for attackers, which he had threaded with the confidence of ignorance earlier that day, began to realize why the aliens had been so nervous. Had a sniper with a blast rifle been stationed at a vantage point somewhere on the roofs today, none of them would ever have returned to this field. And even a few spacemen with good cover and accurate throwing aim could have cut down their number a quarter or a third. He was developing a strong distaste for those structures. And he had no intention of returning to the city again. He lounged about with Sariki for the rest of the afternoon, watching the ceaseless activity of the aliens. It was plain that they were intent upon packing into the cargo hold of their ship everything they could wrest from the storage house. As if they must make this trip count double. Was that because they had discovered that their treasure house was no longer inviolate? In the late afternoon Hobart and Lablet came back with one of the work teams. Lablet was still excited, full of what he had seen, deduced, or guessed during the day. But the captain was very quiet and sober, and he unstrapped the wrist camera as soon as he reached the flitter, turning it over to Sariki. "Run that through the Ditto," he ordered. "I want 2 records as soon as we can get them." The Comteka's eyebrows slid up. "Think you might lose one, sir?" "I don't know. Anyway, we'll play it safe with double records." He accepted the ration pack Raph had brought out for him. But he did not unwrap it at once. Instead he stared at the globe, digging the toe of his space boot into the soil as if he were grinding something to powder. "They're operating under full jets," he commented. "As if they were about due to be jumped." "They told us that this was territory now held by their enemies," Lablet reminded him. "And who are these mysterious enemies?" The captain wanted to know. "Those animals back on that island." Raph wanted to say yes, but Lablet broke in with a question concerning what had happened to him, and the pilot outlined his adventures of the day. Not forgetting to give emphasis to the incident in the celled room when the newly rescued alien had turned upon him. "Naturally they are suspicious," Lablet countered, "but for a people who lack space flight, I find them unusually open-minded and ready to accept us, strange as we must seem to them." "Ditto done, Captain." Sariki stepped out of the flitter, the wrist camera dangling from his fingers. "Good." But Hobart did not buckle the strap about his arm once more, neither did he pay any attention to Lablet. Instead, apparently coming to some decision, he swung around to face Raph. "You went out with that scouting party today. Think you could join them again, if you see them moving for another foray?" "I could try." "Sure," Sariki chuckled, "they couldn't do any more than pop him back at us." "What do you think about them, sir? Are they fixing to blast us?" But the captain refused to be drawn. "I'd just like to have a record of any more trips they make." He handed the camera to Raph. "Put that on and don't forget to trigger it if you do go." "I don't believe they'll go out tonight. They aren't too fond of being out in the open in darkness. We saw that last night. But keep an eye on them in the morning." "Yes, sir." Raph buckled on the wristband. He wished that Hobart would explain just what he was to look for, but the captain appeared to think that he had made everything perfectly plain. And he walked off with Lablet, heading to the globe, as if there was nothing more to be said. Sariki stretched. "I'd say we'd better take it watch and watch," he said slowly. "The captain may think that they won't go off in the dark, but we don't know everything about them. Suppose we just keep an eye on them, and then you'll be ready to tail." Raph laughed. "Tailing would be it. I don't think I'll have a second invitation and if I get lost." But Sariki shook his head. "That you won't. At least if you do, I'm going to make a homer out of you. Just tune in your helmet buzzer." It needed a Comtech to think of a thing like that. A small adjustment to the earphones built into his helmet, and Sariki, operating the flitter comm, could give him a guide as efficient as the spacer's radar. He need not fear being lost in the streets should he lose touch with those he was spying upon. "You're on course." He pulled off his helmet and then glanced up to find Sariki smiling at him. "Oh, we're not such a bad collection of space bums. Maybe you'll find that out someday, boy. They breezed you into this flight right out of training, didn't they?" "Just about," Raph admitted cautiously, on guard as ever against revealing too much of himself. After all, his experience was part of his record, which was open to anyone on board the spacer. Yes, he was not a veteran, they must all know that. "Someday you'll lose a little of that suspicion," the Comtech continued, "and find out it isn't such a bad old world after all. Here, let's see if you're on the beam." He took the helmet out of Raph's hands and, drawing a small case of delicate instruments from his belt pouch, unscrewed the ear plates of the comm device and made some adjustments. "Now that will keep you on the buzzer without bursting your eardrums. Try it." Raph fastened on the helmet and started away from the flitter. The buzzer which he had expected to roar in his ears was only a faint drone, and above it he could easily hear other sounds. Yet it was there, and he tested it by a series of loops away from the flyer. Each time as he came on the true beam he was rewarded by a deepening of the muted note. Yes, he could be a homer with that, and at the same time be alert to any other noise in his vicinity. That's it. He paid credit where it was due. But he was unable to break his long habit of silence. Something within him still kept him wary of the Comteka's open friendliness. None of the aliens approached the flitter as the shadows began to draw in. The procession of moving teams stopped, and most of the burden-bearing warriors withdrew to the globe and stayed there. Sariki pointed this out. They're none too sure, themselves. Look as if they are closing up for the night. Indeed it did. The painted men had hauled up their ramp, the hatch in the globe closed with a definite snap. Seeing that, the Comtech laughed. We have a double reason for a strict watch. Suppose whatever they've been looking for jumps us. They're not worrying over that it now appears. So they took watch and watch, 3 hours on and 3 hours in rest. When it came Raph's turn he did not remain sitting in the flitter, listening to the Comteka's heavy breathing, but walked a circular beat which took him into the darkness of the night in a path about the flyer. Overhead the stars were sharp and clear, glittering gem points. But in the dead city no light showed, and he was sure that no aliens camped there tonight. He was sleeping when Sariki's grasp on his shoulder brought him to that instant alertness he had learned on field maneuvers half the galaxy away. Business, the Comteka's voice was not above a whisper as he leaned over the pilot. I think they are on the move. The light was the pale gray of pre-dawn. Raph pulled himself up with caution to look at the globe. The Comtech was right. A dark opening showed on the alien ship, they had released their hatch. He fastened his tunic, buckled on his equipment belt and helmet, strapped his boots. Here they come. Sariki reported. 1, 2, 5, no, 6 of them. And they're heading for the city. No dollies with them, but they're all armed. Together the Terrans watched that patrol of alien warriors, their attitude suggesting that they hoped to pass unseen, hurry toward the city. Then Raph slipped out of the flyer. His dark clothing in this light should render him largely invisible. Sariki waved encouragingly and the pilot answered with a quick salute before he sped after his quarry. 13, a hound is loosed. Dalgard's feet touched gravel, he waded cautiously to the bank, where a bridge across the river made a concealing shadow on the water. None of the mermen had accompanied him this far. Shuri, as soon as his human comrade had started for the storage city, had turned south to warn and rally the tribes. And the mere people of the islands had instituted a loose chain of communication, which led from a clump of water reed some 2 miles back to the seashore, and so out to the islands. Better than any of the now legendary comms of his Terran forefathers were these minds of the spies in hiding, who could pick up the racing thoughts beamed to them and pass them on to their fellows. Although there were no signs of life about the city, Dalgard moved with the same care that he would have used in penetrating a snake devil's lair. In the first hour of dawn he had contacted a hopper. The small beast had been frightened almost out of coherent thought, and Dalgard had had to spend some time in allaying that terror to get a fractional idea of what might be going on in this countryside. Death, the hopper's terror had come close to insanity. Killers had come out of the sky, and they were burning, all living things were fleeing before them. And in that moment Dalgard had been forced to give up his plan for an unseen spy ring, which would depend upon the assistance of the animals. His information must come via his own eyes and ears. So he kept on, posting the last of the mermen in his mental relay well away from the city, but swimming upstream himself. Now that he was here, he could see no traces of the invaders. Since they could not have landed their sky ships in the thickly built-up section about the river, it must follow that their camp lay on the outskirts of the metropolis. He pulled himself out of the water. Bow and arrows had been left behind with the last merman, he had only his sword knife for protection. But he was not there to fight, only to watch and wait. Pressing the excess moisture out of his scant clothing, he crept along the shore. If the strangers were using the streets, it might be well to get above them. Speculatively he eyed the buildings about him as he entered the city. Dalgard continued to keep at street level for 2 blocks, darting from doorway to shadowed doorway, alert not only to any sound but to any flicker of thought. He was reasonably sure, however, that the aliens would be watching and seeking only for the mere people. Though they were not telepathic as their former slaves, those others were able to sense the near presence of a merman, so that the sea people dared not communicate while within danger range of the aliens without betraying themselves. It was the fact that he was of a different species, therefore possibly immune to such detection, which had brought Dalgard into the city. He studied the buildings ahead. Among them was a cone-shaped structure which might have been the base of a tower that had had all stories above the third summarily amputated. It was ornamented with a series of bands in high relief, bands bearing the color script of the aliens. This was the nearest answer to his problem. However, the scout did not move toward it until after a long moment of both visual and mental inspection of his surroundings. But that inspection did not reach some 12 streets away where another crouched to watch. Dalgard ran lightly to the tower at the same moment that Raph shifted his weight from one foot to the other behind a parapet as he spied upon the knot of aliens gathered below him in the street. The pilot had followed them since that early morning hour when Sariki had awakened him. Not that the chase had led him far in distance. Most of the time he had spent in waiting just as he was doing now. At first he had believed that they were searching for something, for they had ventured into several buildings, each time to emerge conferring, only to hunt out another and invade it. Since they always returned with empty hands, he could not believe that they were out for further loot. Also they moved with more confidence than they had shown the day before. That confidence led Raph to climb above them so that he could watch them with less chance of being seen in return. It had been almost noon when they had at last come into this section. If 2 of them had not remained idling on the street as the long moments crept by, he would have believed that they had given him the slip, that he was now a cat watching a deserted mouse hole. But at the moment they were coming back, carrying something. Raph leaned as far over the parapet as he dared, trying to catch a better look at the flat, box-like object 2 of them had deposited on the pavement. Whatever it was either needed some adjustment or they were attempting to open it with poor success, for they had been busied about it for what seemed an unusually long time. The pilot licked dry lips and wondered what would happen if he swung down there and just walked in for a look-see. That idea was hardening into resolution when suddenly the group below drew quickly apart, leaving the box sitting alone as they formed a circle about it. There was a puff of white vapor, a protesting squawk, and the thing began to rise in jerks as if some giant in the sky was pulling at it spasmodically. Raph jumped back. Before he could return to his vantage point, he saw it rise above the edge of the parapet, reach a level 5 or 6 feet above his head, hovering there. It no longer climbed. Instead it began to swing back and forth, describing in each swing a wider stretch of space. Back and forth, watching it closely made him almost dizzy. What was its purpose? Was it a detection device, to locate him? Raph's hand went to his stun gun. What effect its rays might have on the box he had no way of knowing, but at that moment he was sorely tempted to try the beam out, with the oscillating machine as his target. The motion of the floating black thing became less violent, its swoop smoother as if some long idle motor was now working more as its builders had intended it to perform. The swing made wide circles, graceful glides as the thing explored the air currents. Searching, it was plainly searching for something. Just as plainly it could not be hunting for him, for his presence on that roof would have been uncovered at once. But the machine was, it must be, out of sight of the warriors in the street. How could they keep in touch with it if it located what they sought? Unless it had some built-in signaling device. Determined to keep it in sight, Raph risked a jump from the parapet of the building where he had taken cover to another roof beyond, running lightly across that as the hound bobbed and twisted, away from its masters. Out across the city in pursuit of some mysterious quarry. The climb which had looked so easy from the street proved to be more difficult when Dalgard actually made it. His hours of swimming in the river, the night of broken rest, had drained his strength more than he had known. He was panting as he flattened himself against the wall, his feet on one of the protruding bands of colored carving, content to rest before reaching for another hold. To all appearances the city about him was empty of life and, except for the certainty of the mere people that the alien ship and its strange companion had landed here, he would have believed that he was on a fruitless quest. Grimly, his lower lip caught between his teeth, the scout began to climb once more, the sun hot on his body, drawing sweat to dampen his forehead and his hands. He did not pause again but kept on until he stood on the top of the shortened tower. The roof here was not flat but sloped inward to a cup-like depression, where he could see the outline of a round opening, perhaps a door of sorts. But at that moment he was too winded to do more than rest. There was a drowsiness in that air. He was tempted to curl up where he sat and turn his rest into the sleep his body craved. It was in that second or so of time when he was beginning to relax, to forget the tenseness which had gripped him since his return to this ill-omened place. That he touched. Dalgard stiffened as if one of his own poisoned arrows had pricked his skin. Rapport with the mere people, with the hoppers and the runners, was easy, familiar. But this was no such touch. It was like contacting something which was icy cold, inimical from birth, something which he could never meet on a plane of understanding. He snapped off mind questing at that instant and huddled where he was, staring up into the blank turquoise of the sky, waiting, for what he did not know. Unless it was for that other mind to follow and ferret out his hiding place, to turn him inside out and wring from him everything he ever knew or hoped to learn. As time passed in long breaths, and he was not so invaded, he began to think that while he had been aware of contact, the other had not. And, emboldened, he sent out a tracer. Unconsciously, as the tracer groped, he pivoted his body. It lay there. At the second touch he withdrew in the same second, afraid of revelation. But as he returned to probe delicately, ready to flee at the first hint that the other suspected, his belief in temporary safety grew. To his disappointment he could not pierce beyond the outer wall of identity. There was a living creature of a high rate of intelligence, a creature alien to his own thought processes, not too far away. And though his attempts to enter into closer communication grew bolder, he could not crack the barrier which kept them apart. He had long known that contact with the mere people was on a far lower, band than they used when among themselves. And that they were only able to talk with the colonists because for generations they had exchanged thought symbols with the hoppers and other unlike species. They had been frank in admitting that while those others could be aware of their presence through telepathic means, they could not exchange thoughts. So now, his own band, basically strange to this planet, might well go unnoticed by the once dominant race of Astra. They, or him, or it, were over in that direction, Dalgard was sure of that. He faced northwest and saw for the first time, about a mile away, the swelling of the globe. If the strange flyer reported by the mere people was beside it, he could not distinguish it from this distance. Yet he was sure the mind he had located was closer to him than that ship. Then he saw it, a black object rising by stiff jerks into the air as if it were being dragged upward against its inclination. It was too small to be a flyer of any sort. Long ago the colonists had patched together a physical description of those others which had assured them that the aliens were close to them in general characteristics and size. No, that couldn't be carrying a passenger. Then what, or why? The object swung out in a gradually widening circle. Dalgard held to the walled edge of the roof. Something within him suggested that it would be wiser to seek some less open space, that there was danger in that flying box. He released his hold and went to the trap door. It took only a minute to fit his fingers into round holes and tug. Its stubborn resistance gave, and stale air whooshed out in his face as it opened. In his battle with the door Dalgard had ignored the box, so he was startled when, with a piercing whistle, almost too high on the scale for his ears to catch, the thing suddenly swooped into a screaming dive, apparently heading straight for him. Dalgard flung himself through the trapdoor, luckily landing on one of the steep, curved ramps. He lost his balance and slid down into the dark, trying to break his descent with his hands, the eerie screech of the box trumpeting in his ears. There was little light in this section of the cone building, and he was brought up with bruising force against a blank wall 2 floors below where he had so unceremoniously entered. As he lay in the dark trying to gasp some breath back into his lungs, he could still hear the squeal. Was it summoning? There was no time to be lost in getting away. On his hands and knees the scout crept along what must have been a short hall until he found a second descending ramp, this one less steep than the first, so that he was able to keep to his feet while using it. And the gloom of the next floor was broken by odd scraps of light which showed through pierced portions of the decorative bands. The door was there, a locking bar across it. Dalgard did not try to shift that at once, although he laid his hands upon it. If the box was a hound for hunters, had it already drawn its masters to this building? Would he open the door only to be faced by the danger he wished most to avoid? Desperately he tried to probe with the mind touch. But he could not find the alien band. Was that because the hunters could control their minds as they crept up? His kind knew so little of those others, and the merpeople's hatred of their ancient masters was so great that they tended to avoid rather than study them. The scout's sixth sense told him that nothing waited outside. But the longer he lingered with that beacon overhead the slimmer his chances would be. He must move and quickly. Sliding back the bar, he opened the door a crack and looked out into a deserted street. There was another doorway to take shelter in some 10 feet or so farther along, beyond that an alley wall overhung by a balcony. He marked these refuges and went out to make his first dash to safety. Nothing stirred, and he sprinted. There came again that piercing shriek to tear his ears as the floating box dived at him. He swerved away from the doorway to dart on under the balcony, sure now that he must keep moving, but under cover so that the black thing could not pounce. If he could find some entrance into the underground ways such as those that ran from the arena, but now he was not even sure in which direction the arena stood, and he dared no longer climb to look over the surrounding territory. He touched the alien mind. They were moving in, following the lead of their hound. He must not allow himself to be cornered. The scout fought down a surge of panic, attempted to battle the tenseness which tied his nerves. He must not run mindlessly either. That was probably just what they wanted him to do. So he stood under the balcony and tried not to listen to the shrilling of the box as he studied the strip of alley. This was a narrow sideway, and he had not made the wisest of choices in entering it, for not much farther ahead it was bordered with smooth walls protecting what had once been gardens. He had no way of telling whether the box would actually attack him if he were caught in the open. To put that to the test was foolhardy, nor could he judge its speed of movement. The walls. A breeze which blew up the lane carried with it the smell of the river. There was a slim chance that it might end in water, and he had a feeling that if he could reach the stream he would be able to baffle the hunters. He did not have long to make up his mind, the aliens were closer. Lightly Dalgard ran under the length of the balcony, turned sharply as he reached the end of its protecting cover, and leaped. His fingers gripped the ornamental grillwork, and he was able to pull himself up and over to the narrow runway. A canopy was still over his head, and there came a bump against it as the baffled box thumped. So it would try to knock him off if it could get the chance. That was worth knowing. He looked over the walls. They guarded masses of tangled vegetation grown through years of neglect into thick mats. And those promised a way of escape, if he could reach them. He studied the windows, the door opening onto the balcony. With the hilt of his sword knife he smashed his way into the house, to course swiftly through the rooms to the lower floor, and find the entrance to the garden. Facing that briery jungle on the ground level was a little daunting. To get through it would be a matter of cutting his way. Could he do it and escape that bobbing, shrilling thing in the air? A trace of pebbled path gave him a ghost of a chance, and he knew that these shrubs tended to grow upward and not mass until they were several feet above the ground. Trusting to luck, Dalgard burrowed into the green mass, slashing with his knife at anything which denied him entrance. He was swallowed up in a strange dim world wherein dead shrubs and living were twined together to form a roof, cutting off the light and heat of the sun. From the sour earth, sliming his hands and knees, arose an overpowering stench of decay and disturbed mold. In the dusk he had to wait for his eyes to adjust before he could mark the line of the old path he had taken for his guide. Fortunately, after the first few feet, he discovered that the tunneled path was less obstructed than he had feared. The thick mat overhead had kept the sun from the ground and killed off all the lesser plants so that it was possible to creep along a fairly open strip. He was conscious of the chitter of insects, but no animals lingered here. Under him the ground grew more moist and the mold was close to mud in consistency. He dared to hope that this meant he was either approaching the river or some garden stream feeding into the larger flood. Somewhere the squeal of the hunter kept up a steady cry, but, unless the foliage above him was distorting that sound, Dalgard believed that the box was no longer directly above him. Had he in some way thrown it off his trail? He found his stream, a thread of water, hardly more than a series of scummy pools with the vegetation still meeting almost solidly over it. And it brought him to a wall with a drain through which he was sure he could crawl. Disliking to venture into that cramped darkness, but seeing no other way out, the scout squirmed forward in slime and muck, feeling the rasp of rough stone on his shoulders as he made his worm's progress into the unknown. Once he was forced to halt and, in the dark, loosen and pick out stones embedded in the mud bottom narrowing the passage. On the other side of that danger point, he was free to wriggle on. Could the box trace him now? He had no idea of the principle on which it operated, he could only hope. Then before him he saw the ghostly grey of light and squirmed with renewed vigor, to be faced then by a grill, beyond which was the open world. Once more his knife came into use as he pried and dug at the barrier. He worked for long moments until the grill splashed out into the sluggish current a foot or so below, and then he made ready to lower himself into the same flood. It was only because he was a trained hunter that he avoided death in that moment. Some instinct made him dodge even as he slipped through, and the hurtling black box did not strike true at the base of his brain but raked along his scalp, tearing the flesh and sending him tumbling unconscious into the brown water. 14. The prisoner. Raph was 2 streets away from the circling box but still able to keep it in sight when its easy glide stopped, and, in a straight line, it swooped toward a roof emitting a shrill, rising whistle. It rose again a few seconds later as if baffled, but it continued to hover at that point, keening forth its warning. The pilot reached the next building, but a street still kept him away from the conical structure above which the box now hung. Undecided, he stayed where he was. Should he go down to street level and investigate? Before he had quite made up his mind he saw the foremost of the alien scouting party round into the thoroughfare below and move purposefully at the cone tower, weapons to the fore. Judging by their attitude, the box had run to earth there the prey they had been searching for. But it wasn't to be so easy. With another eerie howl the machine soared once more and bobbed completely over the cone to the street which must lie beyond it. Raph knew that he could not miss the end of the chase and started on a detour along the rooftops which should bring him to a vantage point. By the time he had made that journey he found himself on a warehouse roof which projected over the edge of the river. From a point farther downstream a small boat was putting out. 2 of the aliens paddled while a third crouched in the bow. A second party was picking its way along the bank some distance away, both groups seemingly heading toward a point a building or 2 to the left of the one where Raph had taken cover. He heard the shrilling of the box, saw it bobbing along a line toward the river. But in that direction there was only a mass of green. The end to the weird chase came so suddenly that he was not prepared, and it was over before he caught a good look at the quarry. Something moved down on the river bank and in that same instant the box hurtled earthward as might a spear. It struck, and the creature who had just crawled out of the ground as far as Raph could see, toppled into the stream. As the waters closed over the body, the box slewed around and came to rest on the bank. The party in the boat sent their small craft flying toward the spot where the crawler had sunk. One of the paddlers abandoned his post and slipped over the side, diving into the oily water. He made 2 tries before he was successful and came to the surface with the other in tow. They did not try to heave the unconscious captive into the boat, merely kept the lolling head above water as they turned downstream once more and vanished from Raph's sight around the end of a pier. While the second party on the bank reclaimed the now quiet box and went off. But Raph had seen enough to freeze him where he was for a moment. The creature which had popped out of the ground only to be struck by the box and knocked into the river, he would take oath on the fact that it was not one of the furred animals he had seen on the sea island. Surely it had been smooth-skinned, not unlike the aliens in conformation, one of their own kind they had been hunting down, a criminal or a rebel. Puzzled, the pilot moved along from roof to roof, trying to pick up the trail of the party in the boat, but as far as he could now see, the river was bare. If they had come ashore anywhere along here, they had simply melted into the city. At last he was forced to use the homing beam, and it guided him back across the deserted metropolis to the field. There was still activity about the globe. They were bringing in the loot from the warehouse, but Lablet and Hobart stood by the flitter. As the pilot came up to them, the captain looked up eagerly. What happened? Raph sensed that there had been some change during his absence, that Hobart was looking to him for an explanation to make clear happenings here. He told his story of the hunt and its ending, the capture of the stranger. Lablet nodded as he finished. That is the reason for this, you may depend upon it, Captain. One of their own people is at the bottom of it. Of what? Raph wanted to ask, but Sariki did it for him. Hobart smiled grimly. We are all traveling back together. Take off in the early morning. For some reason they wanted us out of the globe in a hurry, practically shoved us out half an hour ago. Though the Terrans kept a watch on the larger ship as long as the light lasted, the darkness defeated them. They did not see the prisoner being taken aboard. Yet none of them doubted that sometime during the dusky hours it had been done. It was barely dawn when the globe took off the next day, and Raph brought the flitter up on its trail, heading westward into the sea wind. Below them the land held no signs of life. They swept over the deserted, terraced city that was the gateway to the guarded interior, flew back over the line of sea islands. Raph climbed higher, not caring to go too near the island where the aliens had wrought their terrible vengeance on the trip out. And all 4 of the Terrans knew relief, though they might not admit it to each other, when once more Sariki was able to establish contact with the distant spacer. Turn north, sir, the pilot suggested. I could ride her beam in from here, we don't have to follow them home. He wanted to do that so badly it was almost a compulsion to make his hand move on the controls. And when Hobart did not answer at once, he was sure that the captain would give that very order, taking them out of the company of those he had never trusted. But Lablet spoiled that. We have their word, Captain. That anti-grav unit that they showed us last night alone. So Hobart shook his head, and they meekly continued on the path set by the globe across the ocean. As the hours passed Raph's inner uneasiness grew. For some queer reason which he could not define to himself or explain to anyone else, he was now possessed by an urgency to trail the globe which transcended and then erased his dislike of the aliens. It was as if some appeal for help was being broadcast from the other ship, drawing him on. It was then that he began to question his assumption that the prisoner was one of them. Over and over again in his mind he tried to repicture the capture as he had witnessed it from the building just too far away and at slightly the wrong angle for a clear view. He would swear that the body he had seen tumble into the flood had not been furred, that much he was sure of. But clothing, yes, there had been clothing. Not, his mind suddenly produced that one scrap of memory, not the bandage windings of the aliens. And hadn't the skin been fairer? Was there another race on this continent, one they had not been told about? When they at last reached the shore of the western continent and finally the home city of the aliens, the globe headed back to its birth, not in the roof cradle from which it had arisen, but sinking into the building itself. Raph brought the flitter down on a roof as close to the main holding of the painted people as he could get. None of the aliens came near them. It seemed that they were to be ignored. Hobart paced along the flat roof, and Sariki sat in the flyer, nursing his calm, intent upon the slender thread of beam which tied them to the parent ship so many miles away. "I don't understand it." Lablet's voice arose almost plaintively. "They were so very persuasive about our accompanying them. They were eager to have us see their treasures." Hobart swung around. "Somehow the balance of power has changed," he observed, "in their favor. I'd give anything to know more about that prisoner of theirs." "You're sure it wasn't one of the furry people?" he asked Raph, as if hoping against hope that the pilot would reply in doubt. "Yes, sir." Raph hesitated. Should he air his suspicions, that the captive was not of the same race as his captors either? But what proof had he beyond a growing conviction that he could not substantiate? A rebel, a thief, Lablet was ready to dismiss it as immaterial. Naturally they would be upset if they were having trouble with one of their own men. But to leave now, just when we are on the verge of new discoveries, that anti-gravity unit alone is worth our whole trip. Imagine being able to return to Earth with the principle of that. Imagine being able to return to Earth with our skins on our backs, was Sariki's whispered contribution. If we had the sense of a Venusian water net, we'd blast out of here so quick our tail fumes, take off with us. Privately Raph concurred, but the urge to know more about the mysterious prisoner was still pricking at him, until he, contrary to his usual detachment, felt driven to discover all that he could. It was almost, but Raph shied away from that wild idea, it was almost as if he were hearing a voiceless cry for aid, as if his mind was one of Sariki's comms tuned in on an unknown wavelength. He was angrily impatient with himself for that fantastic supposition. At the same time, another part of his mind, as he walked to the edge of the roof and looked out at the buildings he knew were occupied by the aliens, was busy examining the scene as if he intended to crawl about on rooftops on a second scouting expedition. Finally the rest decided that Lablet and Hobart were to try to establish contact with the aliens once more. After they had gone, Raph opened a compartment in the flitter, the contents of which were his particular care. He squatted on his heels and surveyed the neatly stowed objects inside thoughtfully. A survival kit depended a great deal on the type of terrain in which the user was planning to survive. An aquatic world would require certain basic elements, a frozen tundra others, but there were a few items common to every emergency. And those were now at Raph's fingertips. The blast bombs, sealed into their Pexilod cases, guaranteed to stop all the attackers that Terran explorers had so far met on and off worlds. A coil of rope hardly thicker than a strand of knitting yarn but of inconceivable toughness and flexibility, an aid kit with endurance drugs and pep pills which could keep a man on his feet and going long after food and water failed. He had put them all in their separate compartments. For a long moment he hunkered there, studying the assortment. And then, almost as if some will other than his own was making a choice, he reached out. The rope curled about his waist under his tunic so tautly that its presence could not be detected without a search. Blast bombs went into the sealed seam pocket on his breast. And two flat containers with their capsules were tucked away in his belt pouch. He snapped the door shut and got to his feet to discover Sariki watching him. Only for a moment was Raph disconcerted. He knew that he would not be able to explain why he must do what he was going to do. There was no reason why he should. Sariki, except for being a few years his senior, had no authority over him. He was not under the Comteka's orders. Another trip into the blue? The pilot replied to that with a nod. Somehow, boy, I don't think anything's going to stop you, so why waste my breath? But use your Homer, and your eyes. Raph paused. There was an unmistakable note of friendliness in the Comteka's warning. Almost he was tempted to try and explain. But how could one make plain feelings for which there was no sensible reason? Sometimes it was better to be quiet. Don't dig up more than you can rebury. That warning, in the slang current when they had left Terra, was reassuring simply because it was of the Earth he knew. Raph grinned. But he did not head toward the roof opening and the ramp inside the building. Instead he set a course he had learned in the other city, swinging down to the roof of the neighboring structure, intent on working away from the inhabited section of the town before he went into the streets. Either the aliens had not set any watch on the Terrans or else all their interest was momentarily engaged elsewhere. Raph, having gone 3 or 4 blocks in the opposite direction to his goal, made his way through a silent, long-deserted building to the street without seeing any of the painted people. In his ear buzzed the comforting hum of the comm, tying him with the flitter and so, in a manner, to safety. He knew that the alien community had gathered in and around the central building they had visited. To his mind the prisoner was now either in the headquarters of the warriors, where the globe had been birthed, or had been taken to the administration building. Whether he could penetrate either stronghold was a question Raph did not yet face squarely. But the odd something which tugged at him was as persistent as the buzz in his earphones. And an idea came. If he were obeying some strange call for assistance, couldn't that in some way lead him to what he sought? The only difficulty was that he had no way of being more receptive to the impulse than he now was. He could not use it as a compass bearing. In the end he chose the center as his goal, reasoning that if the prisoner were to be interviewed by the leaders of the aliens, he would be taken to those rulers, they would not go to him. From a concealed place across from the open square on which the building fronted, the pilot studied it carefully. It towered several stories above the surrounding structures, to some of which it was tied by the ways above the streets. To use one of those bridges as a means of entering the headquarters would be entirely too conspicuous. As far as the pilot was able to judge, there was only one entrance on the ground level, the wide front door with the imposing picture-covered gates. Had he had free use of the flitter he might have tried to swing down from the hovering machine after dark. But he was sure that Captain Hobart would not welcome the suggestion. Underground? There had been those ways in that other city, a city which, though built on a much smaller scale, was not too different in general outline from this one. The idea was worth investigation. The doorway, which had afforded him a shelter from which to spy out the land, yielded to his push, and he went through 3 large rooms on the ground floor, paying no attention to the strange groups of furnishings, but seeking something else. Which he had luck to find in the last room, a ramp leading down. It was in the underground that he made his first important find. They had seen ground vehicles in the city, a few still in operation, but Raph had gathered that the fuel and extra parts for the machines were now so scarce that they were only used in emergencies. Here, however, was a means of transportation quite different, a tunnel through which ran a ribbon of belt, wide enough to accommodate 3 or 4 passengers at once. It did not move, but when Raph dared to step out upon its surface, it swung under his weight. Since it ran in the general direction of the center he decided to use it. It trembled under his tread, but he found that he could run along it making no sound. The tunnel was not in darkness, for square plates set in the roof gave a diffused violet light. However, not too far ahead, the light was brighter, and it came from one side, not the roof. Another station on this abandoned way? The pilot approached it with caution. If his bump of direction was not altogether off, this must be either below the center or very close to it. The second station proved to be a junction where more than one of the elastic paths met. Though he crouched to listen for a long moment before venturing out into that open space, he could hear or see nothing which suggested that the aliens ever came down now to these levels. They had provided an upward ramp, and Raph climbed it, only to meet his first defeat at its top. For here was no opening to admit him to the ground floor of what he hoped was the center. Baffled by the smooth surface over which he vainly ran his hand seeking for some clue to the door, he decided that the aliens had, for some purpose of their own, walled off the lower regions. Discouraged, he returned to the junction level. But he was not content to surrender his plans so easily. Slowly he made a circuit of the platform, examining the walls and ceiling. He found an air shaft, a wide opening striking up into the heart of the building above. It was covered with a grill and it was above his reach but... Raph measured distances and planned his effort. The mouth of a junction tunnel ran less than 2 feet away from that grill. The opening was outlined with a ledge, which made a complete arch from the floor. He stopped and triggered the gravity plates in his space boots. Made to give freedom of action when the ship was in free fall, they might just provide a weak suction here. And they did. He was able to climb that arch and, standing on it, work loose the grill which had been fashioned to open. Now. The pilot flashed his hand torch up into that dark well. He had been right, and lucky. There were holes at regular intervals, something must have been serviced by workmen in here. This was going to be easy. His fingers found the first hold, and he wormed his way into the shaft. It was not a difficult climb, for there were niches along the way where the alien mechanics who had once made repairs had either rested or done some of their work. And there were also grills on each level which gave him at least a partial view of what lay beyond. His guess was right. He recognized the main hall of the center as he climbed past the grid there, heading up toward those levels where he was sure the leaders of the aliens had their private quarters. Twice he paused to look in upon conferences of the gaudily wrapped and painted civilians, but, since he could not understand what they were saying, it was a waste of time to linger. He was some 8 floors up when chance, luck, or that mysterious something which had brought him into this venture, led him to the right place at the right time. There was one of those niches, and he had just settled into it, peering out through the grid, when he saw the door at the opposite end of the room open and in marched a party of warriors with a prisoner in their midst. Raph's eyes went wide. It was the captive he sought, he had no doubt of that. But who, what, was that prisoner? This was no fur-covered half-animal, nor was it one of the delicate-boned, decadent, painted creatures such as those who now ringed in their captive. Though the man had been roughly handled and now reeled rather than walked, Raph thought for one wild instant that it was one of the crew from the spacer. The light hair, showing rings of curl, the tanned face which, beneath dirt and bruises, displayed a very familiar cast of features. The body hardly covered by rags of clothing, they were all so like those of his own kind that his mind at first refused to believe that this was not someone he knew. Yet as the party moved toward his hiding place he knew that he was facing a total stranger. Stranger or no, Raph was sure that he saw a Terran. Had another ship made a landing on this planet? One of those earlier ships whose fate had been a mystery on their home world. Who, and when, and why? He huddled as close to the grid as he could get, alert to the slightest movement below as the prisoner faced his captors. 15. Arena. The dull pain which throbbed through Dalgard's skull with every beat of his heart was confusing, and it was hard to think clearly. But the colony scout, soon after he had fought his way back to consciousness, had learned that he was imprisoned somewhere in the globe ship. Just as he now knew that he had been brought across the sea from the continent on which Homeport was situated and that he had no hope of rescue. He had seen little of his captors, and the guards, who had hustled him from one place of imprisonment to another, had not spoken to him, nor had he tried to communicate with them. At first he had been too sick and confused, then too wary. These were clearly those others, and the conditioning which had surrounded him from birth had instilled in him a deep distrust of the former masters of Astra. Now Dalgard was more alert, and his being brought to this room in what was certainly the center of the alien civilization made him believe that he was about to meet the rulers of the enemy. So he stared curiously about him as the guards jostled him through the door. On a dais fashioned of heaped-up rainbow-colored pads were 3 aliens, their legs folded under them at what seemed impossible angles. One wore the black wrappings, the breastplate of the guards, but the other 2 had indulged their love of color in weird, eye-disturbing combinations of shades in the bandages wrapping the thin limbs and paunchy bodies. They were, as far as he could see through the thick layers of paint overlaying their skins, older than their officer companion. But nothing in their attitude suggested that age had mellowed them. Dalgard was brought to stand before the trio as before a tribunal of judges. His sword knife had been taken from his belt before he had regained his senses, his hands were twisted behind his back and locked together in a bar and hoop arrangement. He certainly could offer little threat to the company, yet they ringed him in, weapons ready, watching his every move. The scout licked cracked lips. There was one thing they could not control, could not prevent him from doing. Somewhere, not too far away, was help. Not from the mere people, but he was sure that he had been in contact with another friendly mind. Since the hour of his awakening on board the globe ship, when he had half-consciously sent out an appeal for aid over the band which united him with Shuri's race, and had touched that other consciousness, not the cold alien stream about him, he had been sure that somewhere within the enemy throng there was a potential savior. Was it among those who manned the strange flyer, those the mere people had spied upon but whom he had not yet seen? Dalgard had striven since that moment of contact to keep in touch with the nebulous other mind, to project his need for help. But he had been unable to enter in freely as he could with his own kind, or with Shuri and the Sea People. Now, even as he stood in the heart of the enemy territory completely at the mercy of the aliens, he felt, more strongly than ever before, that another, whose mind he could not enter and yet who was in some queer way sensitive to his appeal, was close at hand. He searched the painted faces before him trying to probe behind each locked mask, but he was certain that the one he sought was not there. Only, he must be. The contact was so strong, Dalgard's startled eyes went to the wall behind the dais, tried vainly to trace what could only be felt. He would be willing to give a knife oath that the stranger was within seeing, listening distance at this minute. While he was so engrossed in his own problem, the guard had moved. The hooped bar which locked his wrists was loosened, and his arms, each tight in the grip of one of the warriors, were brought out before him. The officer on the dais tossed a metal ring to one of the guards. Roughly the warrior holding Dalgard's left arm forced the band over his hand and jerked it up his forearm as far as it would go. As it winked in the light, the scout was reminded of a similar bracelet he had seen, where, on the front leg of the snake devil he had shot. The officer produced a second ring, slipping it smoothly over his own arm, adjusting it to touch bare skin and not the wrappings which served him as a sleeve. Dalgard thought he understood. A device to facilitate communication. And straightway he was wary. When his ancestors had first met the Mere people, they had established a means of speech through touch, the palm of one resting against the palm of the other. In later generations, when they had developed their new senses, physical contact had not been necessary. However, here, Dalgard's eyes narrowed, the line along his jaw was hard. He had always accepted the merpeople's estimate of those others, that their ancient enemies were all-seeing and all-knowing, with mental powers far beyond their own definition or description. Now he half expected to be ruthlessly mind-invaded, stripped of everything the enemy desired to know. So he was astonished when the words which formed in his thoughts were simple, almost childish. And while he prepared to answer them, another part of him watched and listened, waiting for the attack he was sure would come. You are, who, what? He forced a look of astonishment. Nor did he make the mistake of answering that mentally. If those others did not know he could use the mind speech, why betray his power? I am of the stars, he answered slowly, aloud, using the speech of Homeport. He had so little occasion to talk lately that his voice sounded curiously rusty and harsh in his own ears. Nor had he the least idea of the impression those few archaically accented words would have on one who heard them. To Dalgard's inner surprise, the answer did not astonish his interrogator. The alien officer might well have been expecting to hear just that. But he pulled off his own armband before he turned to his fellows with a spurt of the twittering speech they used among themselves. While the two civilians were still trilling, the officer edged forward an inch or so and stared at Dalgard intently as he replaced the band. You not look, same, as others. I do not know what you mean. Here are not others like me. One of the civilians twitched at the officer's sleeve, apparently demanding a translation, but the other shook him off impatiently. You come from Sky, now. Dalgard shook his head, then realized that gesture might not mean anything to his audience. Long ago, before I was, my people came. The alien digested that, then again took off his band before he relayed it to his companions. The excited twitter of their speech scaled up. You travel with the beasts, the alien's accusation came crisply while the others gabbled. That which hunts could not have tracked you had not the stink of the beast things been on you. I know no beasts, Dalgard faced up to that squarely. The Sea People are my friends. It was hard to read any emotion on these lacquered and bedaubed faces, but before the officer once more broke bracelet contact, Dalgard did sense the other's almost hysterical aversion. The scout might just have admitted to the most revolting practices as far as the alien was concerned. After he had translated, all three of those on the dais were silent. Even the guards edged away from the captive as if in some manner they might be defiled by proximity. One of the civilians made an emphatic statement, got creakily to his feet, and walked always as if he would have nothing more to do with this matter. After a second or two of hesitation his fellow followed his example. The officer turned the bracelet around in his fingers, his dark eyes with their slitted pupils never leaving Dalgard's face. Then he came to a decision. He pushed the ring up his arm, and the words which reached the prisoner were coldly remote, as if the captive were no longer judged an intelligent living creature but something which had no right of existence in a well-ordered universe. Beast friends with beast. As the beasts, so shall you end. It is spoken. One of the guards tore the bracelet from Dalgard's arm, trying not to touch the scout's flesh in the process. And those who once more shackled his wrists ostentatiously wiped their hands up and down the wrappings on their thighs afterwards. But before they jabbed him into movement with the muzzles of their weapons, Dalgard located at last the source of that disturbing mental touch, not only located it, but in some manner broke through the existing barrier between the strange mind and his and communicated as clearly with it as he might have with Shuri. And the excitement of his discovery almost led to self-betrayal. Terran. One of those who traveled with the aliens. Yet he read clearly the other's distrust of that company, the fact that he lay in concealment here without their knowledge. And he was not unfriendly, surely he could not be a peaceman of Pax. Another fugitive from a newly come colony ship. Dalgard beamed a warning to the other. If he who was free could only reach the mere people, it might mean the turning point in their whole venture. Dalgard was furiously planning, simplifying, trying to impress the most imperative message on that other mind as he stumbled away in the midst of the guards. The stranger was confused, apparently Dalgard's arrival, his use of the mind touch, had been an overwhelming surprise. But if he could only make the right move, would make it, the scout from Homeport had no idea what was in store for him, but with one of his own breed here and suspicious of the aliens he had at least a slim chance. He snapped the thread of communication. Now he must be ready for any opportunity. Raph watched that amazing apparition go out of the room below. He was shaking with a chill born of no outside cold. First the shock of hearing that language, queerly accented as the words were, then that sharp contact, mind to mind. He was being clearly warned against revealing himself. The stranger was a Terran, Raph would swear to that. So somewhere on this world there was a Terran colony. One of those legendary ships of outlaws, who had taken to space during the rule of Pax, had made the crossing safely and had here established a foothold. While one part of Raph's brain fitted together the jigsaw of bits and patches of information, the other section dealt with that message of warning the other had beamed to him. The pilot knew that the captive must be in immediate danger. He could not understand all that had happened in that interview with the aliens, but he was left with the impression that the prisoner had been not only tried but condemned. And it was up to him to help. But how? By the time he got back to the flitter or was able to find Hobart and the others, it might already be too late. He must make the move, and soon, for there had been unmistakable urgency in the captive's message. Raph's hands fumbled at the grid before him, and then he realized that the opening was far too small to admit him to the room on the other side of the wall. To return to the underground ways might be a waste of time, but he could see no other course open to him. What if he could not find the captive later? Where in the maze of the half-deserted city could he hope to come across the trail again? Even as he sorted out all the points which could defeat him, Raph's hands and feet felt for the notched steps which would take him down. He had gone only 2 floors when he was faced with a grill opening which was much larger. On impulse he stopped to measure it, sure he could squeeze through here, if he could work loose the grid. Prying with one hand and a tool from his belt pouch, he struggled not only against the stubborn metal but against time. That strange mental communication had ceased. Though he was sure that he still received a trace of it from time to time, just enough to reassure him that the prisoner was still alive. And each time it touched him, Raph redoubled his efforts on the metal clasps of the grid. At last his determination triumphed, and the grill swung out, to fall with an appalling clatter to the floor. The pilot thrust his feet through the opening and wriggled desperately, expecting any moment to confront a reception committee drawn by the noise. But when he reached the floor, the hallway was still vacant. In fact, he was conscious of a hush in the whole building, as if those who made their homes within its walls were elsewhere. That silence acted on him as a spur. Raph ran along the corridor, trying to subdue the clatter of his space boots, coming to a downward ramp. There he paused, unable to decide whether to go down, until he caught sight of a party of aliens below, walking swiftly enough to suggest that they too were in a hurry. This small group was apparently on its way to some gathering. And in it for the first time the Terran saw the women of the aliens, or at least the fully veiled, gliding creatures he guessed were the females of the painted people. There were 4 of them in the group ahead, escorted by 2 of the males, and the high fluting of their voices resounded along the corridor as might the cheeping of birds. If the males were colorful in their choice of body wrappings, the females were gorgeous beyond belief, as cloudy stuff which had the changing hues of Terran opals frothed about them to completely conceal their figures. The harsher twittering of the men had an impatient note, and the whole party quickened pace until their glide was close to an undignified trot. Raph, forced to keep well behind lest his boots betray him, fumed. They did not go into the open, but took another way which sloped down once more. Luckily the journey was not a long one. Ahead was light which suggested the outdoors. Raph sucked in his breath as he came out a goodly distance behind the aliens. Established in what was once a court surrounded by the towers and buildings of the city was a miniature of that other arena where he had seen the dead lizard things. The glittering, gaily dressed aliens were taking their places on the tiers of seats. But the place which had been built to accommodate at least 1,000 spectators now housed less than half the number. If this was the extent of the alien nation, it was the dregs of a dwindling race. Directly below where Raph lingered in an aisle dividing the tiers of seats, there was a manhole opening with a barred gate across it, an entrance to the sand-covered enclosure. And fortunately the aliens were all clustered close to the oval far from that spot. Also the attention of the audience was firmly riveted on events below. A door at the sand level had been flung open, and through it was now hustled the prisoner. Either the aliens still possessed some idea of fair play or they hoped to prolong a contest to satisfy their own pleasure, for the captive's hands were unbound and he clutched a spear. Remembering far-off legends of earlier and more savage civilizations on his own world, Raph was now sure that the lone man below was about to fight for his life. The question was, against what? Another of the mouth-like openings around the edge of the arena opened, and one of the furry people shambled out, weaving weakly from side to side as he came, a spear in his scaled paws. He halted a step or two into the open, his round head swinging from side to side, spittle drooling from his gaping mouth. His body was covered with raw sores and bare patches from which the fur had been torn away, and it was apparent that he had long been the victim of ill usage, if not torture. Shrill cries arose from the alien spectators as the furred one blinked in the light and then sighted the man some feet away. He stiffened, his arm drew back, the spear poised. Then as suddenly it dropped to his side, and he fell on his knees before wriggling across the sand, his paws held out imploringly to his fellow captive. The cries from the watching aliens were threatening. Several rose in their seats gesturing to the 2 below. And Raph, thankful for their absorption, sped down to the manhole, discovering to his delight it could be readily opened from his side. As he edged it around, there was another sound below. This was no high-pitched fluting from aliens deprived of their sport, but a hissing nightmare cry. Raph's line of vision, limited by the door, framed a portion of scaled back, as it looked, immediately below him. His hand went to the blast bombs as he descended the runway, and his boots hit the sand just as the drama below reached its climax. The furred one lay prone in the sand, uncaring. Above that mistreated body, the human stood in the half-crouch of a fighting man, the puny spear pointed up bravely at a mark it could not hope to reach, the soft throat of one of the giant lizards. The reptile did not move to speedily destroy. Instead, hissing, it reared above the two as if studying them with a vicious intelligence. But there was no time to wonder how long it would delay striking. Raph's strong teeth ripped loose the tag end of the blast bomb, and he lobbed it straight with a practiced arm so that the ball spiraled across the arena to come to rest between the massive hind legs of the lizard. He saw the man's eyes widen as they fastened on him. And then the human captive flung himself to the earth, half covering the body of the furred one. The reptile grabbed in the same instant, its grasping claws cutting only air, and before it could try a second time the bomb went off. Literally torn apart by the explosion, the creature must have died at once. But the captive moved. He was on his feet again, pulling his companion up with him, before the startled spectators could guess what had happened. Then half carrying the other prisoner, he ran, not onward to the waiting Raph, but for the gate through which he had come into the arena. At the same time a message beat into the Terran's brain. This way. Avoiding bits of horrible refuse, Raph obeyed that order, catching up in a couple of strides with the other two and linking his arm through the dangling one of the furred creature to take some of the strain from the stranger. "Have you any more of the power things?" The words came in the archaic speech of his own world. "2 more bombs," he answered. "We may have to blow the gate here," the other panted breathlessly. Instead Raph drew his stun gun. The gate was already opening, a wedge of the painted warriors heading through, flamethrowers ready. He sprayed wide, and on the highest level. A spout of fire singed the cloth of his tunic across the top of his shoulder as one of the last aliens fired before his legs buckled and he went down. Then, opposition momentarily gone, the two with their semi-conscious charge stumbled over the bodies of the guards and reached the corridor beyond. 16. Surprise attack. So much had happened so quickly during the past hour that Dalgard had no chance to plan or even sort out impressions in his mind. He had no guess as to where this stranger, now taking some of the burden of the wounded merman from him, had sprung from. The other's clothing, the helmet covering his head, were more akin to those worn by the aliens than they were to the dress of the colonist. Yet the man beneath those trappings was of the same breed as his own people. And he could not believe he was a peaceman of Pax. All he had done here spoke against those legends of dark Terran days Dalgard had heard from childhood. But where had he come from? The only answer could be another outlaw colony ship. "We are in the inner ways." Dalgard tried to reach the mind of the merman as they pounded on into the corridors which led from the arena. "Do you know these?" He had a faint hope that the sea man, because of his longer captivity, might have a route of escape to suggest. Down to the lower levels, the thought came slowly, forced out by a weakening will. Lower levels, roads to the sea. That was what Dalgard had been hoping for, some passage which would run seaward and so to safety, such as he had found with Shuri in that other city. "What are we hunting?" The stranger broke in, and Dalgard realized that perhaps the other did not follow the mind talk. His words had an odd inflection, a clipped accent which was new. "A lower way," he returned in the speech of his own people. "To the right." The merman, struggling against his own weakness, had raised his head and was looking about as one who searches for a familiar landmark. There was a branching way to the right, and Dalgard swung into it, bringing the other two after him. This was a narrow passage, and twice they brushed by sealed doors. It brought them up against a blank wall. The stranger wheeled, his odd weapon ready, for they could hear the shouts of pursuers behind them. But the merman pulled free of Dalgard and went down on the floor to dig with his taloned fingers at some depressions there. "Open here," the thought came clearly, then down. Dalgard went down on one knee, able now to see the outline of a trap door. It must be pried up. His sword knife was gone, the spear they had given him for the arena he had dropped when he dragged the merman out of danger. He looked to the stranger. About the other's narrow hips was slung a belt from which hung pouches and tools the primitive colonist could not evaluate. But there was also a bush knife, and he reached for it. The knife. The stranger glanced down at the blade he wore in surprise, as if he had forgotten it. Then with one swift movement he drew it from its sheath and flipped it to Dalgard. On the track behind the clamor was growing, and the colony scout worked with concentration at his task of fitting the blade into the crack and freeing the door. As soon as there was space enough, the merman's claws recklessly slid under, and he added what strength he could to Dalgard's. The door arose and fell back onto the pavement with a clang, exposing a dark pit. "Got M." The words burst from the stranger. He had pressed the firing button of his weapon. Where the passage in which they stood met the main corridor, there was an agitated shouting and then sudden silence. Down, the merman had crawled to the edge of the opening. From it rose a dank, fetid smell. Now that the noise in the corridor was still, Dalgard could hear something, the sound of water. "How do we get down?" he questioned the merman. "It is far, there are no climbing holds." Dalgard straightened. Well, he supposed, even a leap into that was better than to be taken a second time by those others. But was he ready for such a desperate solution? A long way down. The stranger leaned over to peer into the well. "He says so," Dalgard nodded at the merman. "And there are no climbing holds." The stranger plucked at the front of his tunic with one hand, still holding his weapon with the other. From an opening he drew a line, and Dalgard grabbed it eagerly, testing the first foot with a sharp jerk. He had never seen such stuff, so light of weight and yet so tough. His delight reached the merman, who sat up to gaze owlishly at the coils the stranger pulled from concealment. They used the door of the well for the lowering beam, hitching the cord about it. Then the merman noosed one end about him, and Dalgard, the door taking some of the strain, lowered him. The end of the cord was perilously close to the scout's fingers when there was a signaling pull from below, and he was free to reel in the loose line. He turned to the stranger. "You go. I'll watch them." The other waved his weapon to the corridor. There was some sense to that, Dalgard had to agree. He made fast the end of the cord and went in his turn into the dark, burning the palm of one hand before he was able to slacken the speed of his descent. Then he landed thigh-deep in water, from which arose an unpleasant smell. "All right, come," he put full force into the thought he beamed at the stranger above. When the other did not obey, Dalgard began to wonder if he should climb to his aid. Had the aliens broken through and overwhelmed the other? Or what had happened? The rope whisked up out of his hands. And a moment later a voice rang eerily overhead. "Clear below. Coming down." Dalgard scrambled out of the space under the opening, heading on into the murk where the merman waited. There was a splash as the stranger hit the stream, and the rope lashed down behind him at their united jerk. "Where do we go from here?" The voice carried through the dark. Scaled fingers hooked about Dalgard's right hand and tugged him on. He reached back in turn and locked grip with the stranger. So united the three splashed on through the rancid liquid. In time they came out of the first tunnel into a wider section, but here the odor was worse, catching in their throats, making them sway dizzily. There seemed to be no end to these ways, which Raph guessed were the drains of the ancient city. Only the merman appeared to have a definite idea of where they were going, though he halted once or twice when they came to a side passage as if thinking out their course. Since the man from the arena accepted the Furred One's guidance, Raph depended upon it too. Though he wondered if they would ever find their way out into the open once more. He was startled by sudden pain as the hand leading him tightened its grip to bone-bruising force. They had stopped, and the liquid washed about them until Raph wondered if he would ever feel clean again. When they started on, they moved much more swiftly. His companions were in a hurry, but Raph was unprepared for the sight which broke as they came out in a high-roofed cavern. There was an odd, cold light there, but that light was not all he saw. Drawn up on a ledge rising out of the contaminated stream were rows of the furred people, all sitting in silence, bone spears resting across their knees, long knives at their belts. They watched with round, unblinking eyes the three who had just come out of the side passage. The rescued merman loosened his grip on Dalgard's hand and waded forward to confront that quiet, waiting assembly. Neither he nor his fellows made any sound, and Raph guessed that they had some other form of communication, perhaps the same telepathic ability to broadcast messages which this amazing man beside him displayed. They are of his tribe, the other explained, sensing that Raph could not understand. They came here to try to save him, for he is one of their speakers for many. Who are they? Who are you? Raph asked the two questions which had been with him ever since the wild adventure had begun. They are the people of the sea, our friends, our knife brothers. And I am of Homeport. My people came from the stars in a ship, but not a ship of this world. We have been here for many years. The mermen were moving now. Several had waded forward to greet their chief, aiding him ashore. But when Raph moved toward the ledge, Dalgard put out a restraining hand. Until we are summoned, no. They have their customs. And this is a party for war. This tribe knows not my people, save by rumor. We wait. Raph looked over the ranks of the sea folk. The light came from globes borne by every 20th warrior, a globe in which something that gave off phosphorescent gleams swam around and around. The spears which each merman carried were slender and wickedly barbed, the knives almost sword length. The pilot remembered the flamethrowers of the aliens and could not see any victory for the merman party. No, knife blade against the fire, that is not equal. Raph started, amazed and then irritated that the other had read his thoughts so easily. But what else can be done? Some stand must be taken, even if a whole tribe goes down to the great dark because they do it. What do you mean? Raph demanded. Is it not the truth that those others went across the sea to plunder their forgotten storehouse of knowledge? Countered the other. He spoke slowly as if he found difficulty in clothing thoughts with words. Shuri said that was why they came. Raph, remembering what he had seen, the stripping of shelves and tables of the devices that were stored on them, could only nod. Then it is also true that soon they will have worse than fire with which to hunt us down. And they shall turn against your colony as they will against Homeport. For the mermen, and their own records, have taught us that it is their nature to rule, that they can live in peace only when all living things on this world are their slaves. My colony? Raph was momentarily diverted. I'm one of a spacer's crew, not the member of any colony. Dalgard stared at the stranger. His guess had been right. A new ship, another ship which had recently crossed deep space to find them, had flown the dark wastes even as the first elders had done. It must be that more outlaws had come to find a new home. This was wonderful news, news he must take to Homeport. Only, it was news which must wait. For the sea people had come to a decision of their own. What are they going to do now? Raph asked. The mermen were not retreating, instead they were slipping from the ledge in regular order, forming somewhat crooked ranks in the water. Dalgard did not reply at once, making mind touch not only to ask but to impress his kinship on the sea people. They were united in a single-minded purpose, with failure before them, unless, he turned to the stranger. They go to war upon those others. He who guided us here knows also that the new knowledge they have brought into the city is danger. If an end is not put to it before they can use it, then, he shrugged, the mermen must retreat into the depths. And we, who cannot follow them, he made a quick, thrusting gesture as if using a knife on his own throat. For a time those others have been growing fewer in number and weaker. Their children are not many and sometimes there are years when none are born at all. And they have forgotten so much. But now, perhaps they can increase once more, not only in wisdom and strength of arms, but in numbers. The mermen have kept a watch on them, content to let matters rest, sure that time would defeat them. But now, time no longer fights on our side. Raph watched the furred people with their short spears, their knives. He recalled that rocky island where the aliens had unleashed the fire. The expeditionary force would not have a chance against that. But your weapons would. The words addressed to him were clear, though they had not been spoken aloud. Raph's hand went to the pocket where two more of the blast bombs rested. And this is your battle as much as ours. But it wasn't his fight. Dalgard had gone too far with that suggestion. Raph had no ties on this world, the RS-10 was waiting to take him away. It was strictly against all orders, all his training, for him to become involved in alien warfare. The pilot's hand went back to his belt. He was not going to allow himself to be pushed onto anything foolish, whether this colonist could read his mind or not. The first ranks of the mermen had already waded past them, heading into the way down which the escaping prisoners had come. To Raph's eyes none of them paid any attention to the two humans as they went, though they were probably in mental touch with his companion. You are already termed one of us in their eyes, Dalgard was careful to use oral speech this time. When you came to our rescue in the arena I believed that you were of our kind. Do you think you can return to walk safely through the city? So, he drew a hissing breath of surprise when the thought which leaped into Raph's mind was plain to Dalgard also, you have, there are more of you there. But already those others may be moving against them because of what you have done. Raph who had been about to join the mermen stopped short. That aspect had not struck him before. What had happened to Sariki and the Flitter, to the captain and Lablet, who had been in the heart of the enemy territory when he had challenged the aliens? It would be only logical that the painted people would consider them all dangerous now. He must get out of here, back to the Flitter, try to help where unwittingly he had harmed. Dalgard caught up with him. He had been able to read a little of what had passed through the other's mind. Though it was difficult to sort order out of the tangled thoughts. The longer he was with the stranger, the more aware he became of the differences between them. Outwardly they might appear of the same species, but inwardly, Dalgard frowned, there was something that he must consider later, when they had a thinking space. But now he could understand the other's agitation. It was very true that those others might turn on the stranger's fellows in retaliation for his deeds. Together they joined the mermen. There was no talk, nothing to break the splashing sound of bodies moving against the current. As they pressed on, Raph was sure that this was not the same way they had come. And once more Dalgard answered his unspoken question. We seek another door into the city, one long known to these tribesmen. Raph would gladly have run, but he could not move faster than his guides, and while their pace seemed deliberate, they did not pause to rest. The whole city, he decided, must be honeycombed with these drains. After traversing a fourth tunnel, they climbed out of the flood onto a dry passage, which wormed along, almost turning on itself at times. Side passages ran out from this corridor like rootlets from a parent root, and small parties of mermen broke from the regiment to follow certain ones, leaving without orders or farewells. At the fifth of these Dalgard touched Raph's arm and drew him aside. This is our way. Tensely the scout waited. If the stranger refused, then the one plan the scout had formed during the past half hour would fail. He still held to the hope that Raph, with what Raph carried, could succeed in the only project which would mean, perhaps not his safety nor the safety of the tribe he now marched among, but the eventual safety of Astra itself. The safety of all the harmless people of the sea, the little creatures of the grass and the sky, of his own land at Homeport. He would have to force Raph into action if need be. He did not use the mind touch, he knew now the unspoken resentment which followed that. If it became necessary, Dalgard's hands balled into fists, he would strike down the stranger, take from him, swiftly he turned his thoughts from that. It might be easy, now that he had established mental contact with this off-worlder, for the other to pick up a thought as vivid as that. But luckily Raph obediently turned into the side passage with the 6 mermen who were to attack at this particular point. The way grew narrower until they crept on hands and knees between rough walls which were not of the same construction as the larger tunnels. The smaller mermen had no difficulty in getting through, but twice Raph's equipment belt caught on projections and he had to fight his way free. They crawled one by one into a ventilation shaft much like the one he had climbed at the center. Dalgard's whisper reached him. We are now in the building which houses their skyship. I know that one, Raph returned almost eagerly, glad at last to be back so close to familiar territory. He climbed up the hand and footholds the sea monster lamp disclosed, wishing the mermen ahead would speed up. The grill at the head of the shaft had been removed, and the invaders arose one by one into a dim and dusty place of motionless machinery, which, by all tangible evidence, had not been entered for some time. But the cautious manner in which the sea people strung out to approach the far door argued that the same might not be true beyond. For the first time Raph noticed that his human companion now held one of the knives of the mere people, and he drew his stun gun. But he could not forget the flamethrowers which might at that very moment be trained upon the other side of that door by the aliens. They might be walking into a trap. He half expected one of those disconcerting thought answers from Dalgard. But the scout was playing safe, nothing must upset the stranger. Confronted by what had to be done, he might be influenced into acting for them. So Dalgard strode softly ahead, apparently not interested in Raph. One of the mermen worked at the door, using the point of his spear as a lever. Here again was a vista of machinery. But these machines were alive, a faint hum came from their casings. The mermen scattered, taking cover, a move copied by the two humans. The pilot remained in hiding, but he saw one of the furred people running on as light-footedly as a shadow. Then his arm drew back, and he cast his spear. Raph fancied he could hear a faint whistle as the weapon cut the air. There was a cry, and the merman ran on, vanishing into the shadows, to return a second or two later wiping stains from his weapon. Out of their places of concealment, his fellows gathered about him. And the humans followed. Now they were fronted by a ramp leading up, and the mermen took it quickly, their bare, scaled feet setting up a whispering echo which was drowned by the clop of Raph's boots. Once more the party was alert, ready for trouble, and taking his cue from them, he kept his stun gun in his hand. But the maneuver at the head of the ramp surprised him. For, though he had heard no signal, all the party but one plastered their bodies back against the wall, Dalgard pulling Raph into position beside him, the scout's muscular bare arm pinning the pilot into a narrow space. One merman stood at the crack of the door at the top of the ramp. He pushed the barrier open and crept in. Meanwhile those who waited poised their spears, all aimed at that door. Raph fingered the button on his gun to spray, as he had when he had faced the attack of the scavengers in the arena tunnels. There was a cry, a shout with a summons in it. And the venturesome merman thudded back through the door. But he was not alone. Two of the black guardsmen, their flammers spitting fiery death, ran behind him, and the curling lash of one of those flames almost wreathed the runner before he swung aside. Raph fired without consciously aiming. Both of the sentries fell forward, to slide limply down the ramp. Then Dalgard pulled him on. "The way is open," he said. "This is it." There was an excited exultation in his voice. 17. Destruction Unleashed. The space they now entered must be the core of the building, Raph thought a little dazedly. For there, towering over them was the round bulb of the globe. And about its open hatch were piles of the material which he had last seen in the warehouse on the other continent. The unloading of the alien ship had been hastily interrupted. Since neither the merman nor Dalgard took cover, Raph judged that they did not fear attack now. But when he turned his attention away from the ship, he found not only the colony scout but most of the sea people gathered about him as if waiting for some action on his part. What is it? He could feel it, that strong pressure, that band united, in willing him into some move. His stubborn streak of independence made his reaction contrary. He was not going to be pushed into anything. In this hour, Dalgard spoke aloud, avoiding the mind touch which might stiffen Raph's rebellion. He wished that some older, wiser elder from Homeport were there. So little time, yet this stranger with practically no effort might accomplish all they had come to do, if he could only be persuaded into action. In this hour, here is the heart of what civilization remains to those others. Destroy it, and it will not matter whether they kill us. For in the days to come they will have nothing left. Raph understood. This was why he had been brought here. They wanted him to use the blast bombs. And one part of him was calculating the best places to set his 2 remaining bombs for the wildest possible destruction. That part of him could accept the logic of Dalgard's reasoning. He doubted if the aliens could repair the globe if it were damaged, and he was sure that much which they had brought back from the eastern continent was irreplaceable. The bombs had not been intended for such a use. They were defensive, anti-personal weapons to be employed as he had done against the lizard in the arena. But placed properly, without thinking his hands went to the sealed pocket in the breast of his tunic. Dalgard saw that gesture and inside him some taut cord began to unwind. Then the stranger's hands dropped, and he swung around to face the colony scout squarely, a scowl twisting his black brows almost together. "This isn't my fight," he stated flatly. "I've got to get back to the flitter, to my spacer." What was the matter? Dalgard tried to understand. If the aliens won now, this stranger was in as great a danger as were the rest of them. Did he believe that those others would allow any colony to be established on a world they ruled? "There will be no future for you here," he spoke slowly, trying with all his power to get through to the other. "They will not allow you to found another homeport. You will have no colony. Will you get it into your thick head," burst out the pilot, "that I'm not here to start a colony? We can take off from this blasted planet whenever we want to. We didn't come here to stay." Beneath the suntan, Dalgard's face whitened. The other had come from no outlaw ship, seeking a refuge across space, as his own people had fled to a new life from tyranny. His first fears had been correct. This was a representative of Pax, doubtless sent to hunt down the descendants of those who had escaped its throttling dictatorship. The slender strangely garbed Terran might be of the same blood as his own, but he was as great an enemy as those others. Pax. He did not know that he had said that word aloud. The other laughed. "You are living back in history. Pax has been dead and gone almost 2 centuries. I'm of the Federation of Free Men. Will the stranger use his fire now?" The question formed in Dalgard's mind. The mermen were growing impatient, as well they might. This was no time for talk, but for action. Could Raph be persuaded to aid them? A federation of free men, free men. That was what they were fighting for here and now. "You are free," he said. "The sea people won their freedom when those others fought among themselves. My people came across the star void in search of freedom, paying in blood to win it. But these are not the weapons of the free." He pointed to the supplies about the globe, to the globe itself. The mermen were waiting no longer. With the butts of their spears they smashed anything breakable. But the damage one could do by hand in the short space of time granted them, Raph was surprised that a guard was not already down upon them, was sharply limited. The piled-up secrets of an old race, a race which had once ruled a planet. He thought fleetingly of Lablet's preoccupation with this spoil, of Hobart's hope of gaining knowledge they could take back with them. But would the aliens keep their part of the bargain? He no longer believed that. Why not give these barbarians a chance, and the colonists? Sure, he was breaking the stiffest rule of the service. But, perhaps by now the flitter was gone, he might never reach the RS-10. It was not his war, right enough. But he'd give the weaker side a fighting chance. Dalgard followed him into the globe ship, climbing the ladders to the engine level, watching with curious eyes as Raph inspected the driving power of the ship and made the best disposition possible of one of the bombs. Then they were on the ladder once more as the ship shook under them, plates buckling as a great wound tore 3 decks apart. Raph laughed recklessly. Now that he was committed to this course, he had a small boy delight in the destruction. "They won't raise her again in a hurry," he confided to Dalgard. But the other did not share his triumph. "They come, we must move fast," the scout urged. When they jumped from the hatch, they discovered that the mermen had been busy in their turn. As many of the supplies as they could move had been pushed and piled into one great mass. Broken crystal littered the floor in shards and puddles of strange chemicals mingled smells to become a throat-rasping fog. Raph eyed those doubtfully. Some of those fumes might combine in the blast. Once again Dalgard read his mind and waved the mermen back, sending them through the door to the ramp and the lower engine room. Rav stood in the doorway, the bomb in his hand, knowing that it was time for him to make the most accurate cast of his life. The sphere left his fingers, was a gleam in the murky air. It struck the pile of material. Then the whole world was hidden by a blinding glare. It was dark, black dark. And he was swinging back and forth through this total darkness. He was a ball, a blast bomb being tossed from hand to hand through the dark by painted warriors who laughed shrilly at his pain, tossed through the dark. Fear such as he had never known, even under the last acceleration pressure of the takeoff from Terra, beat through Raf's veins away from his laboring heart. He was helpless in the dark. Not alone, the words came out of somewhere, he didn't know whether he heard them, or, in some queer way, felt them. You are safe, not alone. That brought a measure of comfort. But he was still in the dark, and he was moving, he could not will his hands to move, yet he was moving. He was being carried. The flitter, he was back on the flitter. They were airborne. But who was piloting? Captain Sariki. He appealed for reassurance. And then was aware that there was no familiar motor hum, none of that pressure of rushing air to which he had been so long accustomed that he missed it only now. You are safe, again that would be comfort. But Rav tried to move his arms, twist his body, be sure that he rested in the flitter. Then another thought, only vaguely alarming at first, but which grew swiftly to panic proportions, he was in the alien globe, he was a prisoner. You are safe. The words beat in his mind. But where, he felt as if he were screaming that at the full power of his lungs. He must get out of this dark envelope, be free. Free. Free men, he was Raf Kirby of the Federation of Free Men, member of the crew of the spacer RS-10. But there had been something else about free men. Painfully he pulled fragments of pictures out of the past, assembled a jigsaw of wild action. And all of it ended in a blinding flash, blinding. Raf cowered mentally if not physically, as his mind seized upon that last word. The blinding flash, then this depth of darkness. Had he been? You are safe. Maybe he was safe, he thought, with an anger born of honest fear, but was he, blind? And where was he? What had happened to him since that moment when the blast bomb had exploded? I am blind, he spat out, wanting to be told that his fears were only fears and not the truth. Your eyes are covered, the answer came quickly enough, and for a short space he was comforted until he realized that the reply was not a flat denial of his statement. Sariki, he tried again. Captain Lablet? Your companions, there was a moment of hesitation, and then came what he was sure was the truth, have escaped. Their ship took to the air when the center was invaded. So, he wasn't on the flitter. That was Raf's first reaction. Then, he must still be with the mermen, with the young stranger who claimed to be one of a lost Terran colony. But they couldn't leave him behind. Raf struggled against the power which held him motionless. Be quiet. That was not soothing. It had the snap of a command, so sharp and with such authority in it that he obeyed. You have been hurt, the gel must do its work. Sleep now. It is good to sleep. Dalgard walked by the hammock, using all the quieting power he possessed to ease the stranger, who now bore little resemblance to the lithe, swiftly moving, otherworldly figure of the day before. Stripped of his burned rags of clothing, coated with the healing stuff of the mere people, that thick jelly substance which was their bulwark against illness and hurt, lashed into a hammock of sea fibers. He had the outward appearance of a thick bundle of supplies. The scout had seen miracles of healing performed by the gel, he could only hope for one now. Sleep, he made the soothing suggestion over and over and felt the other begin to relax, to sink into the semi-coma in which he must rest for at least another day. It was true that they had watched the strange flying machine take off from a rooftop. And none of the mermen who had survived the battle which had raged through the city had seen any of the off-worlders kind among the living or the dead of the alien forces. Perhaps, thinking Raph dead, they had returned to their spaceship. Now there were other, more immediate, problems to be met. They had done everything that they could to ensure the well-being of the stranger, without whom they could not have delivered that one necessary blow which meant a new future for Astra. The aliens were not all dead. Some had gone down under the spears of the mermen, but more of the sea people had died by the superior weapons of their foes. To the aliens, until they discovered what had happened to the globe and its cargo, it would seem an overwhelming triumph, for less than a quarter of the invading force fought its way back to safety in the underground ways. Yes, it would appear to be a victory for those others. But, now time was on the other side of the scales. Dalgard doubted if the globe would ever fly again. And the loss of the storehouse plunder could never be repaired. By its destruction they had ensured the future for their people, the mermen, the slowly growing settlement at Homeport. They were well out of the city, in the open country, traveling along a rocky gorge, through which a river provided a highway to the sea. Dalgard had no idea as yet how he could win back across the waste of water to his own people. While the mermen with whom he had stormed the city were friendly, they were not of the tribes he knew, and their own connection with the eastern continent was through messages passed between islands and the depths. Then there was the stranger. Dalgard knew that the ship which had brought him to this planet was somewhere in the north. Perhaps when he recovered, they could travel in that direction. But for the moment it was good just to be free, to feel the soft winds of summer lick his skin, to walk slowly under the sun, carrying the little bundle of things which belonged to the stranger. With a knife once more at his belt and friends about him. But within the quarter hour their peace was broken. Dalgard heard it first, his landsman's ears serving him where the complicated sense which gave the sea people warning did not operate. That shrill keening, he knew it of old. And at his warning the majority of the mermen plunged into the stream, becoming drifting shadows below the surface of the water. Only the 4 who were carrying the hammock stood their ground. But the scout, having told them to deposit their burden under the shelter of an overhanging ledge of rock, waved them to join their fellows. Until that menace in the sky was beaten, they dare not travel overland. Was it still after him alone, hunting him by some mysterious built-in sense as it had overseas? He could see it now, moving in circles back and forth across the gorge, probably ready to dive on any prey venturing into the open. Had it not been for the stranger, Dalgard could have taken to the water almost as quickly and easily as his companions. But they could not float the pilot down the stream, thus dissolving the thick coating of gel which was healing his terrible flash burns. And those others, were they following the trail of their mechanical hound as they had before? Dalgard sent out questing tendrils of thought. Nowhere did he encounter the flashes which announced the proximity of those others. No, it would appear that they had unleashed the hound to do what damage it could, perhaps to serve them as a marker for a future counterattack. At present it was alone. And he relayed that information to the mermen. If they could knock out the hound, his hand went to the tender scrape on his own scalp where that box had left its glancing mark, if they could knock out the hound, but how? As accurate marksmen as the mermen were with their spears, he was not sure they could bring down the box. Its sudden darts and dips were too erratic. Then what? Because as long as it bobbed there, he and the stranger were imprisoned in this pocket of the gorge wall. Dalgard sat down, the bundle of the stranger's belongings beside him. Then, he carefully unfastened the scorched cloth which formed that bag and examined its contents. There was the belt with its pouches, sheaths, and tool case. And the weapon which the stranger had used to such good effect during their escape from the arena. Dalgard took up the gun. It was light in weight, and it fitted into his hand almost as if it had been molded to his measure. He aimed at the hovering box, pressed the button as he had seen the other do, with no results. The stun ray, which had acted upon living creatures, could not govern the delicate mechanism in the hound's interior. Dalgard laid it aside. There were no more of the bombs, nor would they have been effective against such a target. As far as he could see, there was nothing among Raph's possessions which could help them now. One of the black shadows in the water moved to shore. The box swooped, death striking at the merman who ran to shelter. A second followed him, eluding the attack of the hound by a matter of inches. Now the box buzzed angrily. Dalgard, catching their thoughts, hurried to aid them. They undid the knots of the hammock about the helpless stranger, leaving about him only the necessary bandage ties. Now they had a crude net, woven, as Dalgard knew, of undersea fibers strong enough to hold captive plunging monsters a dozen times the size of the box. If they could net it. He had seen the exploits of the merman hunters, knew their skill with net and spear. But to scoop a flying thing out of the air was a new problem. Not so, the thought cut across his. They have used such as this to hunt us before, long ago. We had believed they were all lost. It must be caught and broken, or it will hunt and kill and hunt again, for it does not tire nor can it be beaten from any trail it is set upon. Now. I will do that, for you have the knowledge, the scout cut in quickly. After his other meeting with the hound he had no liking for the task he had taken on, but there must be bait to draw the box within striking distance. Stand upright and move toward those rocks. The mermen changed position, the net, now with stones in certain loops to weigh it, caught in their three-fingered hands. Dalgard moved, fighting against hunching his shoulders, against hurrying the pace. He saw the shadow of the flitting death, and flung himself down beside the boulder the merman had pointed out. Then he rolled over, half surprised not to be struck. The hound was still in the air but over it now was draped the net, the rocks and its fringes weighing it down in spite of its jerky attempts to rise. In its struggles to be free, it might almost have led the watcher to believe that it had intelligence of a sort. Now the mermen were coming out of the stream, picking up rocks as they advanced. And a hail of stones flew through the air, while others of the sea people sprang to catch the dangling ends of the net and drag the captive to earth. In the end they smashed it completely, burying the remains under a pile of rocks. Then, retrieving their net, they once more fastened Raph into it and turned downstream, as intent as ever upon reaching the sea. Dalgard wondered whether those others would ever discover what had become of their hound. Or had it in some way communicated with its masters, so that now they were aware that it had been destroyed. But he was sure they had nothing more to fear, that the way to the sea was open. In mid-morning of the second day they came out upon shelving sand and saw before them the waves which promised safety and escape to the mermen. Dalgard sat down in the blue-gray sand beside Raph. The sea people had assured him that the stranger was making a good recovery, that within a matter of hours he could be freed from his cocoon of healing. Dalgard squinted at the sun sparkling on the waves. Where now? To the north where the spaceship waited? If what he read in Raph's mind was true, the other wanted to leave Astra, to voyage back to that other world which was only a legend to Dalgard, and a black, unhappy legend at that. If the elders were here, had a chance to contact these men from Terra, Dalgard's eyes narrowed, would they choose to? Another chain of thought had been slowly developing in his mind during these past hours when he had been so closely companioned with the stranger. And almost he had come to a decision which would have seemed very odd even days before. No, there was no way of suddenly bringing the elders here, of transferring his burden of decision to them. Dalgard cupped his chin in his hand and tried to imagine what it would be like to shut oneself up in a small metal-walled spacer and set out blindly to leave one world for another. His ancestors had done that, and they had traveled in cold sleep, ignorant of whether they would ever reach their goal. They had been very brave, or very desperate, men. But, Dalgard measured sand, sun, and sky, watching the mermen sporting in the waves, but for him Astra was enough. He wanted nothing but this land, this world. There was nothing which drew him back. He would try to locate the spacer for the sake of the stranger. Astra owed Raph all they could manage to give him. But the ship was as alien to Homeport as it now existed as the city's globe might have been. 18, not yet. Raph lay on his back, cushioned in the sand, his face turned up to the sky. Moisture smarted in his eyes, trickled down his cheeks as he tried to will himself to see. The yellow haze which had been his day had faded into grayness, and now to the dark he feared so much that he dared not even speak of it. Somewhere over him the stars were icy points of light, but he could not see them. They were very far away, but no farther than he was from safety, from comfort. Now the spacer seemed a haven of ease, from the expert treatment which might save his sight. He supposed he should be thankful to that other one who was a slow voice speaking out of the mist, a thought now and then when his inner panic brought him almost to the breaking point. In some manner he had been carried out of the reach of the aliens, treated for his searing wounds, and now he was led along, fed, tended. Why didn't they go away and leave him alone? He had no chance of reaching the spacer. It was so easy to remember those mountains, the heights over which he had lifted the flitter. There wasn't one chance in a million of his winning over those and across the miles of empty plains beyond to where the RS-10 stood waiting, ready to rise again. The crew must believe him dead. His fists clenched upon sand, and it gritted between his fingers, sifted away. Why wasn't he dead? Why had that barbarian dragged him here, continued to coax him, put food into his hands, those hands which were only vague shapes when he held them just before his straining, aching eyes? It is not as bad as you think, the words came again out of the fog, spoken with a gentleness which rasped Raph's nerves. Healing is not done in a second, or even in a day. You cannot force the return of strength. A hand, warm, vibrant with life, pressed on his forehead, a human, flesh-covered hand, not one of the cool, scaled paws of the furred people. Though those hands, too, had been laid upon him enough during the past few days, steadying him, leading him, guiding him to food and water. Now, under that firm, knowing touch he felt some of the ever-present fear subside, felt a relaxation. My ship, they will take off without me. He could not help but voice that plaint, as he had so many times before during that foggy, nightmare journey. They have not done so yet. He struggled up, flung off that calming hand, turned angrily toward where he thought the other was. How can you be sure? Word has come. The ship is still there, though the small flyer has returned to it. This assurance was something new. Raph's suspicions could not stand up against the note of certainty in the other's voice. He got awkwardly to his feet. If the ship was still here, then they must still think him alive, they might come back. He had a chance, a real chance. Then they are waiting for me, they'll come. He could not see the soberness with which Dalgard listened to that. The starship had not lifted, that message had found its way south, passed along by Hopper and Merman. But the scout doubted if the explorers were waiting for the return of Raph. He believed that they would not have left the city had they not thought the pilot already dead. As to going north now, his picture of the land ahead had been built up from reports gained from the sea people. It could be done, but with Raph to be nursed and guided, lacking even the outrigger Dalgard had used in home waters, it would take days, weeks, probably, to cover the territory which lay between them and the plains where the star ship had planted. But he owed Raph a great deal, and it was summer, the season of warm calms. So far he had not been able to work out any plan for a return to his own land. It might be that they were both doomed to exile. But it was not necessary to face that drear future yet, not until they had expended every possible effort. So now he said willingly enough, we are going north. Raph sat down again in the sand. He wanted to run, to push on until his feet were too tired to carry him any farther. But now he fought that impulse, lay down once more. Though he doubted if he could sleep. Dalgard watched the stars, sketched out a map of action for the morning. They must follow the shore line where they could keep in touch with the mermen. Though along this coast the sea people did not come to land with the freedom their fellows showed on the eastern continent, they had lived too long in fear of those others. But since the war party had reached the coast, there had been no sign of any retaliation, and as several days passed, Dalgard had begun to believe that they had little to fear. Perhaps the blow they had struck at the heart of the citadel had been more drastic than they had hoped. He had listened since that hour in the gorge for the shrilling of one of the air hounds. And when it did not come, the thought that maybe it was the last of its kind had been heartening. At last the scout lay down beside the off-world man, listening to the soft hiss of waves on sand, the distant cluttering of night insects. And his last waking thought was a wish for his bow. There was another day of patient plodding, 2, 3. Raph, led by the hand, helped over rocks and obstacles which were only dark blurs to his watering eyes, raged inwardly and sometimes outwardly, against the slowness of their advance, his own helplessness. His fear grew until he refused to credit the fact that the blurs were sharpening in outline, that he could now count 5 fingers on the hand he sometimes waved despairingly before his face. When he spoke of the future, he never said, "if we reach the ship," but always, "when," refusing to admit that perhaps they would not be in time. And Dalgard, by his anxiety, tried to get more news from the north. "When we get there, will you come back to Earth with us?" the pilot asked suddenly on the 5th day. It was a question Dalgard had once asked himself. But now he knew the answer, there was only one he dared give. "We are not ready." "I don't understand what you mean." Raph was almost querulous. "It is your home world. Pax is gone, the Federation would welcome you eagerly. Just think what it would mean, a Terran colony among the stars." "A Terran colony." Dalgard put out a hand, steadied Raph over a stretch of rough shingle. "Yes, once we were a Terran colony. But, can you now truthfully swear that I am a Terran like yourself?" Raph faced the misty figure, trying to force his memory to put features there, to sharpen outlines. The scout was of middle height, a little shorter in stature than the crewman with whom the pilot had lived so long. His hair was fair, as was his skin under its sun-tan. He was unusually light on his feet and possessed a wiry strength Raph could testify to. But there was that disconcerting habit of mind-reading and other elusive differences. Dalgard smiled, though the other could not see that. "You see," deliberately he used the mind touch as if to accent those differences the more, "once our roots were the same, but now from these roots different plants have grown. And we must be left to ourselves a space before we mingle once more. My father's 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 father was a Terran, but I am, what? We have something that you have not, just as you have developed during centuries of separation qualities of mind and body we do not know. You live with machines. And, since we could not keep machines in this world, having no power to repair or rebuild, we have been forced to turn in other directions. To go back to the old ways now would be throwing away clues to mysteries we have not yet fully explored, turning aside from discoveries ready to be made. To you I am a barbarian, hardly higher in the scale of civilization than the mermen." Raph flushed, would have given a quick and polite denial, had he not known that his thoughts had been read. Dalgard laughed. His amusement was not directed against the pilot, rather it invited him to share the joke. And reluctantly, Raph's peeling lips relaxed in a smile. "But," he offered one argument the other had not cited, "what if you do go down this other path of yours so far that we no longer have any common meeting ground?" He had forgotten his own problem in the others. "I do not believe that will ever happen. Perhaps our bodies may change, climate, food, ways of life can all influence the body. Our minds may change. Already my people with each new generation are better equipped to use the mind touch, can communicate more clearly with the animals and the mermen. But those who were in the beginning born of Terra shall always have a common heritage. There are and will be other lost colonies among the stars. We could not have been the only outlaws who broke forth during the rule of Pax, and before the blight of that dictatorship, there were at least 2 expeditions that went forth on galactic explorations. 1,000 years from now stranger will meet with stranger, but when they make the sign of peace and sit down with one another, they shall find that words come more easily, though one may seem outwardly monstrous to the other. Only, now we must go our own way. We are youths setting forth on our journey of testing, while the elders wish us well but stand aside. You don't want what we have to offer." This was a new idea to Raph. Did you truly want what the city people had to offer? That caught the pilot up. He could remember with unusual distinctness how he had disliked, somehow feared the things they had brought from the city storehouse. How he had privately hoped that Hobart and Lablet would be content to let well enough alone and not bring that knowledge of an alien race back with them. If he had not secretly known that aversion, he would not have been able to destroy the globe and the treasures piled about it. But, his protest was hot, angry. We are not them. We can do much for you. Can you? The calm question sank into his mind as might a stone into a troubled pool, and the ripples of its passing changed an idea or two. I wish that you might see Homeport. Perhaps then it would be easier for you to understand. No, your knowledge is not corrupt, it would not carry with it the same seeds of disaster as that of those others. But it would be too easy for us to accept, to walk a softer road, to forget what we have so far won. Just give us time. Raph cupped his palms over his watering eyes. He wanted badly to see clearly the other's face, to be able to read his expression. Yet it seemed that somehow he was able to see that sober face, as sincere as the words in his mind. You will come again, Dalgard said with certainty. And we shall be waiting because you, Raph Kirby, made it possible. There was something so solemn about that Raph looked up in surprise. When you destroyed the core of those others holding, you gave us our chance. For had you not done that we, the mermen, the other harmless, happy creatures of this world, would have been wiped out. There would be no new beginning here, only a dark and horrible end. Raph blinked, to his surprise that other figure standing in the direct sunlight did not waver, and beyond the proudly held head was a stretch of turquoise sky. He could see the color. Yes, you shall see with your eyes, and with your mind, now Dalgard spoke aloud. And if the spirit which rules all space is kind, you shall return to your own people. For you have served his cause well. Then, as if he were embarrassed by his own solemnity, Dalgard ended with a most prosaic inquiry, would you like shellfish for eating? Moments later, wading out into the water-swirled sand, his boots kicked off, his toes feeling for the elusive shelled creatures no one could see, Raph felt happier, freer than he could ever remember having been before. It was going to be all right. He could see. He would find the ship. He laughed aloud at nothing and heard an answering chuckle and then a whoop of triumph from the scout stooping to claw one of their prey out of hiding. It was after they had eaten that Dalgard asked another question, one which did not seem important to Raph. You have a close friend among the crew of your ship? Raph hesitated. Now that he was obliged to consider the point, did he have any friends, let alone a close one, among the crew of the RS-10? Certainly he did not claim Onstead who had shared his quarters, he honestly did not care if he never saw him again. The officers, the experts such as Lablet, quickly face and character of each swept through his mind and was as swiftly discarded. There was Sariki, he could not claim the Comtech as any special friend, but at least during their period together among the aliens he had come to know him better. Now, as if Dalgard had read his mind, and he probably had, thought Raph with a flash of the old resentment, he had another question. And what was he, is he like? Though the pilot could see little reason for this he answered as best he could, trying to build first a physical picture of the Comtech and then doing a little guessing as to what lay under the other space-burned skin. Dalgard lay on his back, gazing up into the blue-green sky. Yet Raph knew that he was intent on every word. A merman padded up, settled down cross-legged beside the scout, as if he too were enthralled by the pilot's halting description of a man he might never see again. Then a second of the sea people came and a third, until Raph felt that some sort of a noiseless council was in progress. His words trailed away, and then Dalgard offered an explanation. It will take us many, many days to reach the place where your ship is. And before we are able to complete that journey your friends may be gone. So we shall try something else, with your aid. Raph fingered the little bundle of his possessions. Even his helmet with its comm phone was missing. No, again Dalgard read his mind. Your machines are of no use to you now. We shall try our way. How? Wild thoughts of a big signal fire, but how could that be sighted across a mountain range? Of some sort of an improvised comm unit. I said our way. There was a smile on Dalgard's face, visible to Raph's slowly clearing vision. We shall provide another kind of machine, and these, he waved at the mermen, will give us the power, or so we hope. Lie here, he gestured to the sand beside him, and think only of your friend in the ship, in his natural surroundings. Try to hold that picture constant in your mind, letting no other thought trouble it. Do you mean, send a message to him mentally? Raph's reply was half protest. Did I not so reach you when we were in the city, even before I knew of you as an individual? The scout reminded him. And such messages are doubly possible when they are sent from friend to friend. But we were close then. That is why, again Dalgard indicated the mermen. For them this is the natural means of communication. They will pick up your reaching thought, amplify it with their power, beam it north. Since your friend deals with matters of communication, let us hope that he will be sensitive to this method. Raph was only half convinced that it might work, but he remembered how Dalgard had established contact with him, before, as the scout had pointed out, they had met. It was that voiceless cry for aid which had pulled him into this adventure in the first place. It was only fitting that something of the same process give him help in return. Obediently he stretched out on the sand and closed his dim eyes, trying to picture Sariki in the small cabin which held the calm, slouched in his bucket seat, his deceptive posture that of a lax idler, as he had seen him so many times. Sariki, his broad face with its flat cheekbones, its wide cheerful mouth, its heavy-lidded eyes. And having fixed Sariki's face, he tried to believe that he was now confronting the Comtech, speaking directly to him. Come and get me, South, Seashore, Sariki come and get me. The words formed a kind of chant, a chant aimed at that familiar face in its familiar surroundings. South, come and get me, Raph struggled to think only of that, to allow nothing to break through that chant or disturb his picture of the scene he had called from memory. How long that attempt at communication lasted the pilot could not tell, for somehow he slipped from the deep concentration into sleep, dreamless and untroubled, from which he awoke with the befogged feeling that something important had happened. But had he gotten through? The ring of mermen was gone, and it was dawn, grey, chill with the forewarnings of rain in the air. He was reassured because he was certain that in spite of the gloom his sight was a fraction clearer than it had been the day before. But had they gotten through? As he arose, brushing the sand from him, he saw the scout splashing out of the sea, a fish impaled on his spear. Did we get through? Raph blurted out. Since your friend cannot reply with the mind touch, we do not know. But later we shall try again. To Raph's peering gaze Dalgard's face had a drawn, gaunt look as if he had been at hard labor during the hours just past. He walked up the beach slowly, without the springing step Raph had come to associate with him. As he settled down to gut the fish with one of the bone knives, the scout repeated, "We can try again." Half an hour later, as the rain swept in from the sea, Raph knew that they would not have to try. His head went up, his face eager. He had known that sound too long and too well ever to mistake it, the drone of a flitter motor cutting through the swish of the falling water. Some trick of the cliffs behind them must be magnifying and projecting the sound, for he could not sight the machine. But it was coming. He whirled to Dalgard, only to see that the other was on his feet and had taken up his spear. It is the flitter. Sariki heard, they're coming. Raph hastened to assure him. For the last time he saw Dalgard's slow, warm smile, clearer than he had ever seen it before. Then the scout turned and trotted away, toward a fringing rock wall. Before he dropped out of sight behind that barrier he raised the spear in salute. Swift and fortunate voyaging. He gave the farewell of homeport. Then Raph understood. The colonist meant just what he had said, he wanted no contact with the spaceship. To Raph he had owed a debt and now that was paid. But the time was not yet when the men of Astra and the men of Terra should meet. 100 years from now perhaps, or 1,000, but not yet. And remembering what had summoned the flitter winging toward him, Raph drew a deep breath. What would the men of Astra accomplish in 100 years? What could those of Terra do to match them in knowledge? It was a challenge, and he alone knew just how much of a challenge. Homeport must remain his own secret. He had been guided to this place, saved by the merman alone. Dalgard and his people must not exist as far as the crew of the RS-10 were concerned. For the last time he experienced the intimacy of the mind touch. That is it, brother. Then the sensation was gone as the black blot of the flitter buzzed out of the clouds. From behind the rocks Dalgard watched the pilot enter the strange machine. For a single moment he had an impulse to shout, to run forward, to surrender to his desire to see the others, the ship which had brought them through space and would, they confidently believed, take them back to the Terra he knew only as a legend of the past. But he mastered that desire. He had been right. The road had already forked and there was no going back. He must carry this secret all the rest of his life, he must be strong-willed enough so that Homeport would never know. Time, give them time to be what they could be. Then in 100 years, or 1,000, but not yet. Key out of time. 1. Lotus World. There was a shading of rose in the pearl arch of sky, deepening at the horizon meeting of sea and air in a rainbow tint of cloud. The lazy swells of the ocean held the same soft color, darkened with crimson veins where spirals of wheat drifted. A rose world bathed in soft sunlight, knowing only gentle winds, peace, and sloth. Ross Murdoch leaned forward over the edge of the rock ledge to peer down at a beach of fine sand, pale pink sand with here and there a glitter of a crystalline shell, or were those delicate, fluted oval shells. Even the waves came in languidly. And the breeze which ruffled his hair, smoothed about his sun-browned, half-bare body, caressed it. Did not buffet on its way inland to stir the growths which the Terran settlers called trees, but which possessed long lacy fronds instead of true branches. Hawaika, named for the old Polynesian paradise, a world seemingly without flaw except the subtle one of being too perfect, too welcoming, too wooing. Its long, uneventful, unchanging days enticed forgetfulness, offered a life without effort. Except for the mystery. Because this world was not the one pictured on the tape which had brought the Terran settlement team here. A map, a directing guide, a description all in one, that was the ancient voyage tape. Ross himself had helped to loot a storehouse on an unknown planet for a cargo of such tapes. Once they had been the space navigation guides for a race or races who had ruled the star lanes 10,000 years in his own world's past, a civilization which had long since sunk again into the dust of its beginning. Those tapes returned to Terra after their chance discovery, were studied, probed, deciphered by the best brains of his time, shared out by lot between already suspicious Terran powers. Bringing into the exploration of space bitter rivalries and old hatreds. Such a tape had landed their ship on Hawaika, a world of shallow seas and archipelagos instead of true continents. The settlement team had had all the knowledge contained on that tape crowded into them, only to discover that much they had learned from it was false. Of course, none of them had expected to discover here still the cities, the civilization the tape had projected as existing in that long-ago period. But no present island string they had visited approximated those on the maps they had seen, and so far they had not found any trace that any intelligent beings had walked, built, lived, on these beautiful, slumberous atolls. So, what had happened to the Hawaika of the tape? Ross's right hand rubbed across the ridged scars which disfigured his left one, to be carried for the rest of his life as a mark of his meeting with the star voyagers in the past of his own world. He had deliberately seared his own flesh to break the mental control they had asserted. Then the battle had gone to him. But from it he had brought another scar, the unease of that old terror when Ross Murdoch, fighter, rebel, outlaw by the conventions of his own era, Ross Murdoch who considered himself an exceedingly tough individual. That toughness steeled by the training for time agent sorties, had come up against a power he did not understand, instinctively hated and feared. Now he breathed deeply of the wind, the smell of the sea, the sense of the land growths, strange but pleasant. So easy to relax, to drop into the soft, lulling swing of this world in which they had found no fault, no danger, no irritant. Yet, once those others had been here, the blue-suited, hairless ones he called Baldies. And what had happened then, or afterward? A black head, brown shoulders, slender body, broke the sleepy slip of the waves. A shimmering mask covered the face, catching glitter fire in the sun. 2 hands freed a chin curved yet firmly set, a mouth made more for laughter than sternness, wide dark eyes. Carrara Treherne of the Aelii, the one-time Hawaiian god chieftain line, was an exceedingly pretty girl. But Ross regarded her aloofly, with a coldness which bordered on hostility, as she flipped her mask into its pocket on top of the gill pack. Below his rocky perch she came to a halt, her feet slightly apart in the sand, an impish twist to her lips as she called mockingly. "Why not come in? The water's fine. Perfect, like all the rest of this." Some of his impatience came out in the sour tone. "No luck, as usual." "As usual," Carrara conceded. "If there ever was a civilization here, it's been gone so long we'll probably never find any traces. Why don't you just pick out a good place to set up that time probe and try it blind?" Ross scowled. "Because," his patience was exaggerated to the point of insult, "we have only one peep probe. Once it's set we can't tear it down easily for transport somewhere else, so we want to be sure there's something to look at beyond." She began to wring the water out of her long hair. "Well, as far as we've explored, nothing. Come yourself next time. Tino Rao and Tawa aren't particular, they like company." Putting 2 fingers to her mouth, Carrara whistled. Twin heads popped out of the water, facing the shore and her. Projecting noses, mouths with upturned corners so they curved in a lasting pleasant grin at the mammals on the shore, the dolphin pair, mammals whose ancestors had chosen the sea. Whistled back in such close counterfeit of the girl's signal that they could be an echo of her call. Years earlier their species' intelligence had surprised, almost shocked, men. Experiments, training, cooperation, had developed a tie which gave the water-limited race of mankind new eyes, ears, minds, to see, evaluate, and report concerning an element in which the bipeds were not free. Hand in hand with that cooperation had gone other experiments. Just as the clumsy armored diving suits of the early 20th century had allowed man to begin penetration into a weird new world, so had the frogman equipment made him still freer in the sea. And now the gill pack which separated the needed oxygen from the water made even that lighter burden of tanks obsolete. But there remained depths into which man could not descend, whose secrets were closed to him. There the dolphins operated, in a partnership of minds, equal minds, though that last fact had been difficult for man to accept. Ross's irritation, unjustified as he knew it to be, did not rest on Tino Rao or Tawa. He enjoyed the hours when he buckled on Gilpack and took to the sea with those 2 10-foot, black and silver escorts sharing the action. But Carrara's presence was a different matter altogether. The agents' teams had always been strictly masculine. 2 men partnered for an interlocking of abilities and temperaments, going through training together, becoming 2 halves of a strong and efficient whole. Before being summarily recruited into the project, Ross had been a loner, living on the ragged edges of the law, an indigestible bit for the civilization which had become too ordered and adjusted to absorb his kind. But in the project he had discovered others like himself, men born out of time, too ruthless, too individualistic for their own age, but able to operate with ease in the dangerous paths of the time agents. And when the time search for the wrecked alien ships had succeeded and the first intact ship found, used, duplicated, the agents had come from forays into the past to be trained anew for travel to the stars. First there had been Ross Murdoch, criminal. Then there had been Ross Murdoch and Gordon Ash, time agents. Now there was still Ross and Gordon and a quest as perilous as any they had known. Yet this time they had to depend upon Carrara and the dolphins. Tomorrow, Ross was still not sorting out his thoughts, truly aware of the feeling which worked upon him as a thorn in the finger, "I will come." Good. If she recognized his hostility for what it was, that did not bother her. Once more she whistled to the dolphins, waved a casual farewell with one hand, and headed up the beach toward the base camp. Ross chose a more rugged path over the cliff. Suppose they did not find what they sought near here. Yet the old taped map suggested that this was approximately the site starred upon it. Marking a city? A starport? Ash had volunteered for Hawaika, demanded this job after the disastrous Topaz affair when the team of Apache volunteers had been sent out too soon to counter what might have been a red sneak settlement. Ross was still unhappy over the ensuing months when only Major Calgary's and maybe, in a lesser part, Ross had kept Gordon Ash in the project at all. That Topaz had been a failure was accepted when the settlement ship did not return. And that had added to Ash's sense of guilt for having recruited and partially trained the lost team. Among those dispatched over Ash's vehement protests had been Travis Fox, who had shared with Ash and Ross the first galactic flight in an age-old derelict spaceship. Travis Fox, the Apache archaeologist, had he ever reached Topaz? Or would he and his team wander forever between worlds? Did they set down on a planet where some inimical form of native life or a red settlement had awaited them? The very uncertainty of their fate continued to ride Ash. So he insisted on coming out with the second settlement team, the volunteers of Samoan and Hawaiian descent, to carry on a yet more exciting and hazardous exploration. Just as the project had probed into the past of Terra, so would Ash and Ross now attempt to discover what lay in the past of Hawaika, to see this world as it had been at the height of the galactic civilization. And so to learn what they could about their forerunners into space. And the mystery they had dropped into upon landing added to the necessity for that discovery or discoveries. Their probe, if fortune favored them, might become a gate through time. The installation was a vast improvement over these passage points they had first devised. Technical information had taken a vast leap forward after Terran engineers and scientists had access to the tapes of the Stellar Empire. Adaptations and shortcuts developed, so that a new hybrid technology came into use, woven from the knowledge and experimentation of two civilizations thousands of years apart in time. If and when he or Ash, or Karara and her dolphins, discovered the proper site, the two agents could set up their own equipment. Both Ross and Ash had had enough drill in the process. All they needed was the brick of discovery. Then they could build their wall. But they must find some remainder of the past, the smallest trace of ancient ruin upon which to center their peep probe. And since landing here the long days had flowed into weeks with no such discovery made. Ross crossed the ridge of rock which formed a coxcomb rise on the island's spine and descended to the village. As they had been trained, the Polynesian settlers adapted native products to their own heritage of building and tools. It was necessary that they live off the land, for their transport ship had storage space only for a limited number of supplies and tools. After it took off to return home they would be wholly on their own for several years. Their ship, a silvery ball, rested on a rock ledge, its pilot and crew having lingered to learn the results of Ash's search. For days more and they would have to lift for home even if the agents still had only negative results to report. That disappointment was driving Ash, the way that 6 months earlier his outrage and guilt feelings over the Topaz affair had driven him. Karara's suggestion carried weight the longer Ross thought about it. With more swimmers hunting, there was just that much increased chance of turning up some clue. So far the dolphins had not reported any dangerous native sea life or any perils except the natural ones any diver always had at his shoulder under the waves. There were extra gill packs, and all of the settlers were good swimmers. An organized hunt ought to shake the Polynesians out of their present do-it-tomorrow attitude. As long as they had had definite work before them, the unloading of the ship, the building of the village, all the labors incidental to the establishing of this base, they had shown energy and enthusiasm. It was only during the last couple of weeks that the languor which appeared part of the atmosphere here had crept up on them, so that now they were content to live at a slower and lazier pace. Ross remembered Ash's comparison made the evening before, likening Hawaika to a legendary Terran island where the inhabitants lived a drugged existence, feeding upon the seeds of a native plant. Hawaika was fast becoming a Lotus land for Terrans. Through here, then westward. Ash hunched over the crate table in the mat-walled house. He did not look up as Ross entered. Carrara's still damp head was bowed until those black locks, now sleek to her round skull, almost touched the man's close-cropped brown hair. They were both studying a map as if they saw not lines on paper but the actual inlets and lagoons which that drawing represented. "You are sure, Gordon, that this is the modern point to match the site on the tape?" The girl brushed back straying hair. Ash shrugged. There were tight brackets about his mouth which had not been there 6 months ago. He moved jerkily, not with the fluid grace of those old days when he had faced the vast distance of time travel with unruffled calm and a self-confidence to steady and support the novice Ross. The general outline of these two islands could stand for the capes on this. He pulled a second map, this on transparent plastic, to fit over the first. The capes marked on the much larger body of land did slip over the modern islands with a surprising fit. The once large island, shattered and broken, could have produced the groups of atolls and islets they now prospected. How long, Carrara mused aloud, and why? Ash shrugged. 10,000 years, 5, 2. He shook his head. We have no idea. It's apparent that there must have been some worldwide cataclysm here to change the contours of the land masses so much. We may have to wait on a return space flight to bring a copter or a hydroplane to explore farther. His hand swept beyond the boundaries of the map to indicate the whole of Hawaii. A year, maybe 2, before we could hope for that, Ross cut in. Then we'll have to depend on whether the council believes this important enough. The contrariness which spiked his tongue whenever Carrara was present made him say that without thinking. Then the twitch of Ash's lip brought home Ross's error. Gordon needed reassurance now, not a recitation of the various ways their mission could be doomed. Look here. Ross came to the table, his hand sweeping past Carrara, as he used his forefinger for a pointer. We know that what we want could be easily overlooked, even with the dolphins helping us to check. This whole area's too big. And you know that it is certain that whatever might be down there would be hidden with sea growths. Suppose 10 of us start out in a semicircle from about here and go as far as this point, heading inland. Video cameras here and here, comb the whole sector inch by inch if we have to. After all, we have plenty of time and manpower. Carrara laughed softly. Manpower, always manpower, Ross. But there is woman power, too. And we have perhaps even sharper sight. But this is a good idea, Gordon. Let me see, she began to tell off names on her fingers, Pakiki, Vioha, Hori, Liliha, Tima, Ui, Hanoura, they are the best in the water. Me, you, Gordon, Ross. That makes 10 with keen eyes to look, and always there are Tino Rao and Tawa. We will take supplies and camp here on this island which looks so much like a finger crooked to beckon. Yes, somehow that beckoning finger seems to me to promise better fortune. Shall we plan it so? Some of the tight look was gone from Ash's face, and Ross relaxed. This was what Gordon needed, not to be sitting in here going over maps, reports, reworking over and over their scant leads. Ash had always been a field man. And the settlement work had been stultifying, a laborious chore for him. When Carrara had gone, Ross dropped down on the bunk against the side wall. What did happen here, do you think? Half was real interest in the mystery they had mulled over and over since they had landed on a Hawaii which diverged so greatly from the maps, the other half, a desire to keep Ash thinking on a subject removed from immediate worries. An atomic war? Could be. There are old radiation traces. But these aliens had, I'm sure, progressed beyond atomics. Suppose, just suppose, they could tamper with the weather, with the balance of the planet's crust? We don't know the extent of their powers, how they would use them. They had a colony here once, or there would have been no guide tape. And that is all we are sure of. Suppose, Ross rolled over on his stomach, pillowed his head on his arms, we could uncover some of that knowledge. The twitch was back at Ash's lips. That's the risk we have to run now. Risk? Would you give a child one of those hand weapons we found in the derelict? Naturally not. Ross snapped and then saw the point. You mean, we aren't to be trusted? The answer was plain to read in Ash's expression. Then why this whole setup, this hunt for what might mean trouble? The old pinch, the bad one. What if the Reds discover something first? They drew some planets in the tape lottery, remember. It's a seesaw between us, we advance here, they there. We have to keep up the race or lose it. They must be combing their stellar colonies for a few answers just as furiously as we are. So, we go into the past to hunt if we have to. Well, I think I could do without answers such as the Baldies would know. But I will admit that I would like to know what did happen here, 2, 5, 10,000 years ago. Ash stood up and stretched. For the first time he smiled. Do you know, I rather like the idea of fishing off Karara's beckoning finger. Maybe she's right about that changing our luck. Ross kept his face carefully expressionless as he got up to prepare their evening meal. 2. Lair of Mano-Nui. Just under the surface of the water the sea was warm, weird life showed colors Ross could name, shades he could not. The corals, the animals masquerading as plants, the plants disguised as animals which inhabited the oceans of Terra, had their counterparts here. And the settlers had given them the familiar names, though the crabs, the fish, the anemones, and weeds of the shallow lagoons and reefs were not identical with Terran creatures. The trouble was that there was too much, such a wealth of life to attract the eyes, hold attention, that it was difficult to keep to the job at hand, the search for what was not natural, for what had no normal place here. As the land seduced the senses and bewitched the off-worlder, so did the sea have its enchantment to pull one from duty. Ross resolutely skimmed by a forest of waving lace which varied from a green which was almost black to a pale tint he could not truly identify. Among those waving fans lurked ghostfish, fin swimmers transparent enough so that one could sight, through their pallid sides, the evidences of recently ingested meals. The Terrans had begun their sweep search a half-hour ago, slipping overboard from a ferry canoe, heading in toward the checkpoint of the Finger Isle, forming an arc of expert divers. Men and girls so at home in the ocean that they should be able to make the discovery Ash needed, if such did exist. Mystery built upon mystery on Hawaika, Ross thought as he used his spear gun to push aside a floating banner of weed in order to peer below its curtain. The native life of this world must always have been largely aquatic. The settlers had discovered only a few small animals on the islands. The largest of which was the burrower, a creature not unlike a miniature monkey in that it had hind legs on which it walked erect and forepaws, well clawed for digging purposes, which it used with as much skill and dexterity as a man used hands. Its body was hairless and it was able to assume, chameleon-like, the color of the soil and rocks where it denayed. The head was set directly on its bowed shoulders without vestige of neck. And it had round bubbles of eyes near the top of its skull, a nose which was a single vertical slit, and a wide mouth fanged for crushing the shelled creatures on which it fed. All in all, to Terran eyes, it was a vaguely repulsive creature, but as far as the settlers had been able to discover it was the highest form of land life. The smaller rodent-like things, the 2 species of wingless diving birds, and an odd assortment of reptiles and amphibians sharing the island were all the burrower's prey. A world of sea and islands, what type of native intelligent life had it once supported? Or had this been only a galactic colony, with no native population before the coming of the stellar explorers? Ross hovered above a dark pocket where the bottom had suddenly dipped into a saucer-shaped depression. The sea growth about the rim rippled in the water raggedly, but there was something about its general outline. Ross began a circumference of that hollow. Allowing for the distortion of the growths which had formed lumpy excrescences or reached turrets toward the surface, yes, allowing for those, this was decidedly something out of the ordinary. The depression was too regular, too even, Ross was certain of that. With a thrill of excitement he began a descent into the cup, striving to trace signs which would prove his suspicion correct. How many years, centuries, had the slow coverage of the sea life gathered there, flourished, died, with other creatures to build anew on the remains? Now there was only a hint that the depression had other than a natural beginning. Anchoring with a one-handed grip on a spike of Hawaiian coral, smoother than the Terran species, Ross aimed the butt of his spear gun at the nearest wall of the saucer. Striving to reach into a crevice between two lumps of growth and so probe into what might lie behind. The spear rebounded, there was no breaking that crust with such a fragile tool. But perhaps he would have better luck lower down. The depression was deeper than he had first judged. Now the light which existed in the shallows vanished. Red and yellow as colors went, but Ross was aware of blues and greens in shades and tints which were not visible above. He switched on his diving torch, and color returned within its beam. A swirl of weed, pink in the light, became darkly emerald beyond as if it possessed the chameleon ability of the burrowers. He was distracted by that phenomenon, and so he transgressed the diver's rule of never becoming so absorbed in surroundings as to forget caution. Just when did Ross become aware of that shadow below? Was it when a school of ghost fish burst unexpectedly between weed growths, and he turned to follow them with the torch? Then the outer edge of his beam caught the movement of a shape, a flutter in the water of the gloomy depths. Ross swung around, his back to the wall of the saucer, as he aimed the torch down at what was arising there. The light caught and held for a long moment of horror something which might have come out of the nightmares of his own world. Afterward Ross knew that the monster was not as large as it seemed in that endless minute of fear, perhaps no bigger than the dolphins. He had had training in shark-infested seas on Terra, been carefully briefed against the danger from such hunters of the deep and ocean jungles. But this kind of thing had only existed before in the fairy tales of his race as the dragon of old lore. A scaled head with wide eyes gleaming in the light beam with cold and sullen hate, a gaping mouth fang-filled, a horn-set muzzle, that long, undulating neck and, below it, the half-seen bulk of a monstrous body. His spear gun, the knife at his waist belt, neither were protection against this. Yet to turn his back on that rising head was more than Ross could do. He pulled himself back against the wall of the saucer. The thing before him did not rush to attack. Plainly it had seen him and now it moved with the leisure of a hunter having no fears concerning the eventual outcome of the hunt. But the light appeared to puzzle it and Ross kept the beam shining straight into those evil eyes. The shock of the encounter was wearing off. Now Ross edged his flipper into a crevice to hold him steady while his hand went to the sonic comm at his waist. He tapped out a distress call which the dolphins could relay to the swimmers. The swaying dragon head paused, held rigid on a stiff, scaled column in the center of the saucer. That sonic vibration either surprised or bothered the hunter, made it wary. Ross tapped again. The belief that if he tried to escape, he was lost, that only while he faced it so had he any chance, grew stronger. The head was only inches below the level of his flippered feet as he held to the weeds. Again that weaving movement, the rise of head, a tremor along the serpent neck, an agitation in the depths. The dragon was on the move again. Ross aimed the light directly at the head. The scales, as far as he could determine, were not horny plates but lapped, silvery ovals such as a fish possessed. And the underparts of the monster might even be vulnerable to his spear. But knowing the way a Terran shark could absorb the darts of that weapon and survive, Ross feared to attack except as a last resort. Above and to his left there was a small hollow where in the past some portion of the growths had been ripped away. If he could fit himself into that crevice, perhaps he could keep the dragon at bay until help arrived. Ross moved with all the skill he had. His hand closed upon the edge of the niche and he whirled himself up, just making it into that refuge as the head lashed at him wickedly. His suspicion that the dragon would attack anything on the run was well founded, and he knew he had no hope of winning to the surface above. Now he stood in the crevice, facing outward, watching the head darting in the water. He had switched off the torch, and the loss of light appeared to bewilder the reptile for some precious seconds. Ross pulled as far back into the niche as he could, until the point of one shoulder touched a surface which was sleek, smooth, and cold. The shock of that contact almost sent him hurtling out again. Gripping the spear before him in his right hand, Ross cautiously felt behind him with the left. His finger-tips glided over a seamless surface where the growths had been torn or peeled away. Though he could not, or dared not, turn his head to see, he was certain that this was his proof that the walls of the saucer had been fashioned and placed there by some intelligent creature. The dragon had risen, hovering now in the water directly before the entrance to Ross's hole, its neck curled back against its bulk. It had wide flippers moving like planes to hold it poised. The body, sloping from a massive round of shoulders to a tapering rear, was vaguely familiar. If one provided a Terran seal with a gorgon head and scales in place of fur, the effect would be similar. But Ross was assuredly not facing a seal at this moment. Slight movement of the flippers kept it as stabilized as if it sprawled on a supporting surface. With the neck flattened against the body, the head curved downward until the horn on its snout pointed the tip straight at Ross's middle. The Terran steadied his spear gun. The dragon's eyes were its most vulnerable targets. If the creature launched the attack, Ross would aim for them. Both man and dragon were so intent upon their duel that neither was conscious of the sudden swirl overhead. A sleek dark shape struck down, skimming across the humped-back ridge of the dragon. Some of the settlers had empathy with the dolphins to a high degree, but Ross's own powers of contact were relatively feeble. Only now he was given an assurance of aid, and a suggestion to attack. The dragon head writhed, twisted as the reptile attempted to see above and behind its own length. But the dolphin was only a streak fast disappearing. And that writhing changed the balance the monster had maintained, pushing it toward Ross. The Terran fired too soon and without proper aim, so the dart snaked past the head. But the harpoon line half hooked about the neck and seemed to confuse the creature. Ross squirmed as far back as he could into his refuge and drew his knife. Against those fangs the weapon was an almost useless toy, but it was all he had. Again the dolphin dived in attack on the reptile, this time seizing in its mouth the floating cord of the harpoon and giving it a jerk which jolted the dragon even more off balance, pulling it away from Ross's niche and out into the center of the saucer. There were two dolphins in action now, Ross saw, playing the dragon as matadors might play a bull, keeping the creature disturbed by their agile maneuvers. Whatever prey came naturally to the Hawakan monster was not of this type, and the creature was not prepared to deal effectively with their teasing, dodging tactics. Neither had touched the beast, but they kept it constantly striving to get at them. Though it swam in circles attempting to face its teasers, the dragon did not abandon the level before Ross's refuge, and now and then it darted its head at him, unwilling to give up its prey. Only one of the dolphins frisked and dodged above now as the sonic on Ross's belt vibrated against his lower ribs with its message warning to be prepared for further action. Somewhere above, his own kind gathered. Hurriedly he tapped out in code his warning in return. Two dolphins busy again, their last dive over the dragon pushing the monster down past Ross's niche toward the saucer's depths. Then they flashed up and away. The dragon was rising in turn, but coming to meet the Hawakan creature was a ball giving off light, bringing sharp vision and color with it. Ross's arm swung up to shield his eyes. There was a flash. Such answering vibration carried through the waves that even his nerves, far less sensitive than those of the life about him, reacted. He blinked behind his mask. A fish floated by, spiraling up, its belly exposed. And about him growths drooped, trailed lifelessly through the water, while there was a now motionless bulk sinking to the obscurity of the depression floor. A weapon perfected on Terra to use against sharks and barracuda had worked here to kill what could have been more formidable prey. The Terran wriggled out of the niche, rose to meet another swimmer. As Ash descended, Ross relayed his news via the sonic. The dolphins were already nosing into the depths in pursuit of their late enemy. Look here, Ross guided Ash to the crevice which had saved him, aimed the torch beam into it. He had been right. There was a long groove in the covering built up by the growths, a vertical strip some 6 feet long, of a uniform gray, showed. Ash touched the find and then gave the alert via the sonic code. Metal or an alloy, we found it. But what did they have? Even after an hour's exploration by the full company, Ash's expert search with his knowledge of artifacts and ancient remains, they were still baffled. It would require labor and tools they did not have, to clear the whole of the saucer. They could be sure only of its size and shape, and the fact that its walls were of an unknown substance which the sea could cloak but not erode. For the length of grey surface showed not the slightest pitting or time wear. Down at its centermost point they found the dragon's den, an arch coated with growth, before which sprawled the body of the creature. That was dragged aloft with the dolphin's aid, to be taken ashore for study. But the arch itself, was that part of some old installation? Torches to the fore, they entered its shadow, only to remain baffled. Here and there were patches of the same grey showing in its interior. Ash dug the butt of his spear gun into the sand on the flooring to uncover another oval depression. But what it all signified or what had been its purpose, they could not guess. "Set up the peep probe here?" Ross asked. Asha's head moved in a slow negative. "Look farther, spread out," the sonic clicked. Within a matter of minutes the dolphins reported new remains, 2 more saucers, each larger than the first, set in a line on the ocean floor, pointing directly to Carrara's Finger Island. Cautiously explored, these were discovered to be free of any but harmless life. They stirred up no more dragons. When the Terrans came ashore on Finger Island to rest and eat their midday meal, one of the men paced along the beached dragon. Ashore it lost none of its frightening aspect. And seeing it, even beached and dead, Ross wondered at his luck in surviving the encounter without a scratch. "I think that this one would be alone," Pakiki commented. "Where there is an eater of this size, there is usually only one." Mano-Nui. The girl Tima shivered as she gave to this monster the name of the shark demon of her people. Such a one is truly King Shark in these waters. But why have we not sighted its like before? Tinorau, Taua, they have not reported such. Probably because, as Pakiki says, these things are rare, Ash returned. A carnivore of size would have to have a fairly wide hunting range, yet there's evidence that this thing has laired in that den for some time. Which means that it must have a defined hunting territory allowing no trespassing from others of its species. Carrara nodded. Also it may hunt only at intervals, eat heavily, and lie quiet until that meal is digested. There are large snakes on Terra that follow that pattern. Ross was in its front yard when it came after him. From now on, Ash swallowed a quarter of fruit. We know what to watch for, and the weapon which will finish it off. Don't forget that. The delicate mechanisms of their sonics had already registered the vibrations which would warn of a dragon's presence, and the depth globes would then do the rest. Big skull, oversize for the body. Pakiki squatted on his heels by the head lying on the sand at the end of the now fully extended neck. Ross had heretofore been more aware of the armament of that head, the fangs set in the powerful jaws, the horn on the snout. But Pakiki's comment drew his attention to the fact that the scale-covered skull did dome up above the eye pits in a way to suggest ample brain room. Had the thing been intelligent? Carrara put that into words. Rule 1. She went over to survey the carcass. Ross resented her half-question, whether it was addressed to him or mere thinking aloud on her part. Rule 1. Conserve native life to the fullest extent. Humanoid form may not be the only evidence of intelligence. There were the dolphins to prove that point right on Terra. But did Rule 1 mean that you had to let a monster nibble at you because it might just be a high type of alien intelligence? Let Carrara spout Rule 1 while backed into a crevice underwater with that horn stabbing at her midsection. Rule 1 does not mean to forego self-defense, Ash commented mildly. This thing is a hunter, and you can't stop to apply recognition techniques and you are being regarded as legitimate prey. If you are the stronger, or an equal, yes, stop and think before becoming aggressive. But in a situation like this, take no chances. Anyway, from now on, Carrara pointed out, it could be possible to shock instead of kill. Gordon, Pakiki swung around, what have we found here, besides this thing? I can't even guess. Except that those depressions were made for a purpose and have been there for a long time. Whether they were originally in the water, or the land sank, that we don't know either. But now we have a site to set up the peep probe. We do that right away. Ross wanted to know. Impatience bit at him. But Ash still had a trace of frown. He shook his head. Have to make sure of our sight, very sure. I don't want to start any chain reaction on the other side of the time wall. And he was right, Ross was forced to admit, remembering what had happened when the Galactics had discovered the red time gates and traced them forward to their 20th century source, ruthlessly destroying each station. The original colonists of Hawaii had been as giants to Terran pygmies when it came to technical knowledge. To use even a peep probe indiscreetly near one of their outposts might bring swift and terrible retribution. 3. The Ancient Mariners. Another map spread out and this time pinned down with small stones on beach gravel. Here, and here, Ash's finger indicated the points marked in a pattern which flared out from 3 sides of Finger Island. Each marked a set of 3 undersea depressions in perfect alliance with the land which, according to the galactic map, had once been a cape on a much larger land mass. Though the Terrans had found the ruins, if those saucers in the sea could be so termed, the remains had no meaning for the explorers. Do we set up here? Ross asked. If we could just get a report to send back. That might mean the difference between awakening the cooperation of the project policymakers so that a flood of supplies and personnel would begin to head their way. We set up here, Ash decided. He had selected a point between 2 of the lines where a reef would provide them with a secure base. And once that decision was made, the Terrans went into action. 2 days to go, to install the peep probe and take some shots before the ship had to clear with or without their evidence. Together Ross and Ash floated the installation out to the reef, UI and Carrara helping to tow the equipment and parts, the dolphins lending pushing noses on occasion. The aquatic mammals were as interested as the human beings they aided. And in water their help was invaluable. Had dolphins developed hands, Ross wondered fleetingly, would they have long ago wrested control of their native world, or at least of its seas, from the humankind? All the human beings worked with practiced ease, even while masked and submerged, to set the probe in place, aiming it landward at the checkpoint of the finger's protruding nail of rock. After Ash made the final adjustments, tested each and every part of the assembly, he gestured them in. Carrara's swift hand movement asked a question, and Ash's sonic code clicked in reply, at twilight. Yes, dusk was the proper time for using a peep probe. To see without risk of being sighted in return was their safeguard. Here Ash had no historical data to guide him. Their search for the former inhabitants might be a long drawn-out process skipping across centuries as the machine was adjusted to Terran time eras. When were they here? Back on shore Carrara shook out her hair, spread it over her shoulders to dry. How many hundred years back will the probe return? More likely thousands, Ross commented. Where will you start, Gordon? Ash brushed sand from the page of the notebook he had steadied against one bent knee and gazed out at the reef where they had set the probe. 10,000 years. Why? Carrara wanted to know. Why that exact figure? We know that galactic ships crashed on Terra then. So their commerce and empire, if it was an empire, was far-flung at that time. Perhaps they were at the zenith of their civilization, perhaps they were already on the downslope. I do not think they were near the beginning. So that date is as good a starting place as any. If we don't hit what we're after, then we can move forward until we do. Do you think that there ever was a native population here? Might have been. But without any large land animals, no modern traces of any, she protested. Of people? Ash shrugged. Good answers for both. Suppose there was a worldwide epidemic of proportions to wipe out a species. Or a war in which they used forces beyond our comprehension to alter the whole face of this planet, which did happen, the alteration, I mean. Several things could have removed intelligent life. Then such species as the burrowers could have developed or evolved from smaller, more primitive types. Those 8 things we found on the desert planet. Ross thought back to their first voyage on the homing derelict. Maybe they had once been men and were degenerating. And the winged people, they could have been less than men on their way up. Ape things, winged people. Carrara interrupted. Tell me. There was something imperious in her demand, but Ross found himself describing in detail their past adventures. First on the world of sand and sealed structures where the derelict had rested for a purpose its involuntary passengers had never understood. And then of the Terran's limited exploration of that other planet which might have been the capital world of a far-flung stellar empire. There they had made a pact with a winged people living in the huge buildings of a jungle-choked city. But you see, the Polynesian girl turned to Ash when Ross had finished, you did find them, these ape things and the winged people. But here there are only the dragons and the burrowers. Are they the start or the finish? I want to know. Why? Ash asked. Not just because I am curious, though I am that also, but because we, too, must have a beginning and an end. Did we come up from the seas, rise to know and feel and think, just to return to such beginning at our end? If your winged people were climbing and your ape things descending, she shook her head, it would be frightening to hold a cord of life, both ends in your hands. Is it good for us to see such things, Gordon? Men have asked that question all their thinking lives, Carrara. There have been those who have said no, who have turned aside and tried to halt the growth of knowledge here or there, attempted to make men stand still on one tread of a stairway. Only there is that in us which will not stop, ill-fitted as we may be for the climbing. Perhaps we shall be safe and untroubled here on Hawaii if I do not go out to that reef tonight. By that action I may bring real danger down on all of us. Yet I cannot hold back for that. Could you? No, I do not believe that I could, she agreed. We are here because we are of those who must know, volunteers. And being of that temperament, it is in us always to take the next step. Even if it leads to a fall, she added in a low tone. Ash gazed at her, though her own eyes were on the sea where a lace of waves marked the reef. Her words were ordinary enough, but Ross straightened to match Ash's stare. Why had he felt that odd instant of uneasiness as if his heart had fluttered instead of beating true? I know of you time agents, Carrara continued. There were plenty of stories about you told while we were in training. Tall tales, I can imagine, most of them. Ash laughed, but his amusement sounded forced to Ross. Perhaps. Though I do not believe that many could be any taller than the truth. And so also I have heard of that strict rule you follow, that you must do nothing which might alter the course of history. But suppose here that the course of history could be altered, that whatever catastrophe occurred might be averted? If that was done, what would happen to our settlement in the here and now? I don't know. That is an experiment which we have never dared to try, which we won't try. Not even if it would mean a chance of life for a whole native race. She persisted. Alternate worlds then, maybe. Ross's imagination caught up that idea. 2 worlds from a change point in history, he elaborated, noting her look of puzzlement. One stemming from one decision, another from the alternate. I've heard of that. But, Gordon, if you could return to the time of decision here and you had it in your power to say, yes, live, or no, die, to the alien natives, what would you do? I don't know. But neither do I think I shall ever be placed in that position. Why do you ask? She was twisting her still damp hair into a ponytail and tying it so with a cord. Because I feel. No, I cannot really put it into words, Gordon. It is that feeling one has on the eve of some important event, anticipation, fear, excitement. You'll let me go with you tonight, please. I want to see it, not the Hawaii that is, but that other world with another name, the one they saw and knew. An instant protest was hot in Ross's throat, but he had no time to voice it. For Ash was already nodding. All right. But we may have no luck at all. Fishing in time is a chancy thing, so don't be disappointed if we don't turn you up that other world. Now, I'm going to pamper these old bones for an hour or 2. Amuse yourselves, children. He lay back and closed his eyes. The past 2 days had wiped half the shadows from his lean, tanned face. He had dropped 2 years, 3, Ross thought thankfully. Let them be lucky tonight, and Ash's cure could be nearly complete. What do you think happened here? Carrara had moved so that her back was now to the wash of waves, her face more in the shadow. How do I know? Could be any of 10 different things. And will I please shut up and leave you alone, she countered swiftly. Do you wish to savor the excitement then, explore a world upon world, or am I saying it right? We have Hawaika 1 which is a new world for us, now there is Hawaika 2 which is removed in time, not distance. And to explore that. We won't be exploring it really, Ross protested. Why? Did your agents not spend days, weeks, even months of time in the past on Terra? What is to prevent your doing the same here? Training. We have no way of learning the drill. What do you mean? Well, it wasn't as easy as you seem to think it was back on Terra, he began scornfully. We didn't just stroll through one of those gates and set up business, say, in Nero's Rome or Montezuma's Mexico. An agent was physically and psychologically fitted to the era he was to explore. Then he trained, and how he trained. Ross remembered the weary hours spent learning how to use a bronze sword, the technique of beaker trading, the hypnotic instruction in a language which was already dead centuries before his own country existed. You learned the language, the customs, everything you could about your time and your cover. You were letter perfect before you took even a trial run. And here you would have no guides, Carrara said, nodding. Yes, I can see the difficulty. Then you will just use the peep probe? Probably. Oh, maybe later on we can scout through a gate. We have the material to set one up. But it would be a strictly limited project, allowing no chance of being caught. Maybe the big brains back home can take peep data and work out some basis of infiltration for us from it. But that would take years. I suppose so. Only you begin to swim in the shallows, don't you, not by jumping off a cliff. She laughed. True enough. However, even a look into the past might solve part of the big mystery. Ross grunted and stretched out to follow Ash's example. But behind his closed eyes his brain was busy, and he did not cultivate the patience he needed. Peep probes were all right, but Carrara had a point. You wanted more than a small window into a mystery, you wanted a part in solving it. The setting of the sun deepened rose to red, made a dripping wine-hued banner of most of the sky, so that under it they moved in a crimson sea, looked back at an island where shadows were embers instead of ashes. 3 humans, 2 dolphins, and a machine mounted on a reef which might not even have existed in the time they sought. Ash made his final adjustments, and then his finger pressed a button and they watched the vista plate no larger than the palms of 2 hands. Nothing, a dull gray nothing. Something must have gone wrong with their assembly work. Ross touched Ash's shoulder. But now there were shadows gathering on the plate, thickening, to sharpen into a distinct picture. It was still the sunset hour they watched. But somehow the colors were paler, less red and sullen than the ones about them in the here and now. And they were not seeing the isle toward which the probe had been aimed. They were looking at a rugged coastline where cliffs lifted well above the beach strand. While on those cliffs, Ross had not realized Carrara had reached out to grasp his arm until her nails bit into his flesh. And even then he was hardly aware of the pain. Because there was a building on the cliff. Massive walls of native rock reared in outward defenses, culminating in towers. And from the high point of one tower the pointed tail of a banner cracked in the wind. There was a headland of rock reaching out, not toward them but to the north, and rounding that. War canoe. Carrara exclaimed, but Ross had another identification. Longboat. In reality, the vessel was neither one nor the other, not the double canoe of the Pacific which had transported warriors on raid from one island to another, or the shield-hung warship of the Vikings. But the Terrans were right in its purpose. That rakish, sharp-prowed ship had been fashioned for swift passage of the seas, for maneuverability as a weapon. Behind the first nosed another and a third. Their sails were dyed by the sun, but there were devices painted on them, and the lines of those designs glittered as if they had been drawn with a metallic fluid. The castle. Ash's cry pulled their attention back to land. There was movement along those walls. Then came a flash, a splash in the water close enough to the lead ship to wet her deck with spray. "They're fighting." Carrara shouldered against Ross for a better look. The ships were altering course, swinging away from land, out to sea. "Moving too fast for sails alone, and I don't see any oars." Ross was puzzled. "How do you suppose?" The bombardment from the castle continued but did not score any hits. Already the ships were out of range, the lead vessel off the screen of the peep as well. Then there was just the castle in the sunset. Ash straightened up. "Rocks," he repeated wonderingly. They were throwing rocks. But those ships, they must have had engines. They weren't just depending on sails when they retreated. Ross added his own cause for bewilderment. Carrara looked from one to the other. "There is something here you do not understand." "What is wrong?" "Catapults, yes," Ash said with a nod. "Those would fit periods corresponding from the Roman Empire into the Middle Ages. But you're right, Ross, those ships had power of some kind to take them offshore that quickly." "A technically advanced race coming up against a more backward one," hazarded the younger man. "Could be. Let's go forward some." The incoming tide was washing well up on the reef. Ash had to don his mask as he plunged head and shoulders under water to make the necessary adjustment. Once more he pressed the button. And Ross's gasp was echoed by one from the girl. The cliff again, but there was no castle dominating it, only a ruin, hardly more than rubble. Now, above the sites of the saucer depressions, great pylons of silvery metal, warmed into fire brilliance by the sunset, raked into the sky like gaunt, skeleton fingers. There were no ships, no signs of any life. Even the vegetation which had showed on shore had vanished. There was an atmosphere of stark abandonment and death which struck the Terrans forcibly. Those pylons, Ross studied them. Something familiar in their construction teased his memory. That refuel planet where the derelict ship had set down twice, on the voyage out and on their return. That had been a world of metal structures, and he believed he could trace a kinship between his memory of those and these pylons. Surely they had no connection with the earlier castle on the cliff. Once more Ash ducked to reset the probe. And in the fast fading light they watched a third and last picture. But now they might have been looking at the island of the present, save that it bore no vegetation and there was a rawness about it, a sharpness of rock outline now vanished. Those pylons, were they the key to the change which had come upon this world? What were they? Who had set them there? For the last Ross thought he had an answer. They were certainly the product of the Galactic Empire. And the castle. The ships, natives, settlers. Two widely different eras, and the mystery still, lay between them. Would they ever be able to bring the key to it out of time? They swam for the shore where UI had a fire blazing and their supper prepared. How many years lying between those probes? Ross pulled broiled fish apart with his fingers. That first was 10,000 years ago, the second, Ash paused, only 200 years later. But, Ross stared at his superior, that means that there was a war or some drastic form of invasion, yes. You mean that the star people arrived and just took over this whole planet? Carrara asked. But why? And those pylons, what were they for? How much later was that last picture? 500 years. The pylons were gone, too, then, Ross commented. But why? He echoed Carrara's question. Ash had taken up his notebook, but he did not open it. I think, there was a sharp, grim note in his voice, we had better find out. Put up a gate. Ash broke all the previous rules of their service with his answer. Yes, a gate. For, storm Menace. We have to know. Ash leaned back against the crate they had just emptied. Something was done here, in 200 years, and then, an empty world. Pandora's box. Ross drew a hand across his forehead, smearing sweat and fine sand into a brand. Ash nodded. Maybe we run that risk, loosing all the devils of the aliens. But what if the Reds open the box first on one of their settlement worlds? There it was again, the old thorn which prodded them into risks and recklessness. Danger ahead on both paths. Don't risk trying to learn galactic secrets, but don't risk your enemies learning them either. You held a white-hot iron in both hands in this business. And Ash was right, they had stumbled on something here which hinted that a whole world had been altered to suit some plan. Suppose the secret of that alteration was discovered by their enemies? Were the ship and castle people natives? Ross wondered aloud. Just at a guess they were, or at least settlers who had been established here so long they had developed a local form of civilization which was about on the level of a feudal society. You mean because of the castle and the rock bombardment? But what about the ships? Two separate phases of a society at war, perhaps a more progressive against a less technically advanced. American warships paying a visit to the shogun's Japan, for example. Ross grinned. Those warships didn't seem to fancy their welcome. They steered out to sea fast enough when the rocks began to fall. Yes, but the ships could exist in the castle pattern, the pylons could not. Which period are you aiming for first, the castle or the pylons? Castle first, I think. Then if we can't pick up any hints, we'll take some jumps forward until we do connect. Only we'll be under severe handicaps. If we could only plant an analyzer somewhere in the castle as a beginning. Ross did not show his surprise. If Ash was talking on those terms, then he was intending to do more than just lurk around a little beyond the gate. He was really planning to pick up alien speech patterns, eventually assume an alien agent identity. Gordon. Carrara appeared between two of the lace trees. She came so hastily that the contents of the 2 cups she carried slopped over. You must hear what Hori has to say. The tall Samoan who trailed her spoke quickly. For the first time since Ross had known him he was very serious, a frown lined between his eyes. There is a bad storm coming. Our instruments register it. How long away? Ash was on his feet. A day, maybe 2. Ross could see no change in the sky, islands, or sea. They had had idyllic weather for the 6 weeks since their planeting, no sign of any such trouble in the Hawakan paradise. It's coming, Hori repeated. The gate is half up, Ash thought aloud, too much of it set to be dismantled again in a hurry. If it's completed, Hori wanted to know, would it ride out a storm? It might, behind that reef where we have it based. To finish it would be a fast job. Hori flexed his hands. We're more brawn than brain in these matters, Gordon, but you've all our help, for what it's worth. What about the ship, does it lift on schedule? Check with Rimbault about that. This storm, how will it compare to a Pacific typhoon? The Samoan shook his head. How do we know? We have not yet had to face the local variety. The islands are low, Carrara commented. Winds and water could. Yes. We'd better see Rimbault about a shelter if needed. If the settlement had drowsed, now its inhabitants were busy. It was decided that they could shelter in the spaceship should the storm reach hurricane proportions, but before its coming the gate must be finished. The final fitting was left to Ash and Ross, and the older agent fastened the last bolt when the waters beyond the reef were already wind-ruffled, the sky darkening fast. The dolphins swam back and forth in the lagoon and with them Carrara, though Ash had twice waved her to the shore. There was no sunlight left, and they worked with torches. Ash began his inspection of the relatively simple transfer, the 2 upright bars, the slab of opaque material forming a doorstep between them. This was only a skeleton of the gates Ross had used in the past. But continual experimentation had produced this more easily transported installation. Piled in a net were several supply containers ready for an exploring run, extra gill packs, the analyzer, emergency rations, a medical kit, all the basics. Was Ash going to try now? He had activated the transfer, the rods were glowing faintly, the slab they guarded having an eerie blue glimmer. He probably only wanted to be sure it worked. What happened at that moment Ross could never find any adequate words to describe, nor was he sure he could remember. The disorientation of the pass-through he had experienced before. This time he was whirled into a vortex of feeling in which his body, his identity, were ripped from him and he lost touch with all stability. Instinctively he lashed out, his reflexes more than his conscious will keeping him above water in the wild rage of a storm-whipped sea. The light was gone, here was only dark and beating water. Then a lightning flash ripped wide the heavens over Ross as his head broke the surface and he saw, with unbelieving eyes, that he was being thrust shoreward, not to the strand of Finger Island, but against a cliff where water pounded an unyielding wall of rock. Ross comprehended that somehow he had been jerked through the gate, that he was now fronting the land that had been somewhere beneath the height supporting the castle. Then he fought for his life to escape the hammer of the sea determined to crack him against the surface of the cliff. A rough surface loomed up before him, and he threw himself in that direction, embracing a rock, striving to cling through the backwash of the wave which had brought him there. His nails grated and broke on the stone, and then the fingers of his right hand caught in a hole, and he held with all the strength in his gasping, beaten body. He had had no preparation, no warning, and only the tough survival will which had been trained and bred into him saved his life. As the water washed back, Ross strove to pull up farther on his anchorage, to be above the strike of the next wave. Somehow he gained a foot before it came. The mask of the gill pack saved him from being smothered in that curling torrent as he clung stubbornly, resisting again the pull of the retreating sea. Inch by inch between waves he fought for footing and stable support. Then he was on the surface of the rock, out of all but the lash of spray. He crouched there, spent and gasping. The thunder roar of the surf, and beyond it the deeper mutter of the rage in the heavens, was deafening, dulling his sense as much as the ordeal through which he had passed. He was content to cling where he was, hardly conscious of his surroundings. Sparks of light along the shore to the north at last caught Ross's attention. They moved, some clustering along the wave line, a few strung up the cliff. And they were not part of the storm's fireworks. Men here, why at this moment? Another bolt of lightning showed him the answer. On the reef fringe which ran a tongue of land into the sea hung a ship, 2 ships, pounded by every hammer wave. Shipwrecks, and those lights must mark castle dwellers drawn to aid the survivors. Ross crawled across his rock on his hands and knees, wavered along the cliff wall until he was again faced with angry water. To drop into that would be a mistake. He hesitated, and now more than his own predicament struck home to him. Ash. Ash had been ahead of him at the time gate. If Ross had been jerked through to this past, then somewhere in the water, on the shore, Gordon was here too. But where to find him? Setting his back to the cliff and holding to the rough stone, Ross got to his feet, trying to see through the welter of foam and water. Not only the sea poured here. Now a torrential rain fell into the bargain, streaming down about him, battering his head and shoulders. A chill rain which made him shiver. He wore gill pack, weighted belt with its sheathed tool and knife, flippers, and the pair of swimming trunks which had been suitable for the Hawaika he knew, but this was a different world altogether. Dare he use his torch to see the way out of here? Ross watched the lights to the north, deciding they were not too unlike his own beam, and took the chance. Now he stood on a shelf of rock pitted with depressions, all pools. To his left was a drop into a boiling, whirling cauldron from which points of stone fanged. Ross shuddered. At least he had escaped being pulled into that. To his right, northward, there was another space of sea, a narrow strip, and then a second ledge. He measured the distance between that and the one on which he perched. Staying where he was would not locate Ash. Ross stripped off his flippers, made them fast in his belt. Then he leaped and landed painfully, as his feet slipped and he skidded face down on the northern ledge. As he sat up, rubbing a bruised and scraped knee, he saw lights advancing in his direction. And between them a shadow crawling from water to shore. Ross stumbled along the ledge, hastening to reach that figure, who lay still now just out of the waves. Ash. Ross's limping pace became a trot. But he was too late. The other lights, 2 of them, had reached the shadow. A man, or at least a body which was humanoid, sprawled face down. Other men, 3 of them, gathered over the exhausted swimmer. Those who held the torches were still partially in the dark, but the third stooped to roll over their find. Ross caught the glint of light on a metallic head covering, the glisten of wet armor of some type on the fellow's back and shoulders as he made quick examination of the sea's victim. Then Ross halted, his eyes wide. A hand rose and fell with expert precision. There had been a blade in that hand. Already the 3 were turning away from the man so ruthlessly dispatched. Ash? Or some survivor of the wrecked ships? Ross retreated to the end of the ledge. The narrow stream of water dividing it from the rock where he had won ashore washed into a cave in the cliff. Dare he try to work his way into that? Masked, with the gill pack, he could go under surface if he were not smashed by the waves against some wall. He glanced back. The lights were very close to the end of his ledge. To withdraw to the second rock would mean being caught in a dead end, for he dared not enter the whirlpool on its far side. There was really no choice, stay and be killed, or try for the cave. Ross fastened on his flippers and lowered his body into the narrow stream. The fact that it was narrow and guarded on either side by the ledges tamed the waves a little, and Ross found the tug against him not so great as he feared it would be. Keeping handholds on the rock, he worked along, head and shoulders often under the wash of rolling water, but winning steadily to the break in the cliff wall. Then he was through, into a space much larger than the opening, water-filled but not with a wild turbulence of waves. Had he been sighted? Ross kept a handhold to the left of that narrow entrance, his body floating with the rise and fall of the water. He could make out the gleam of light without. It might be that one of those hunters had leaned out over the runnel of the cave entrance, was flashing his torch down into the water there. Behind mask plate Ross's lips writhed in the snarl of the hunted. In here he would have the advantage. Let one of them, or all 3, try to follow through that rock entrance and... But if he had been sighted at the mouth of the lair, none of his trackers appeared to wish to press the hunt. The light disappeared, and Ross was left in the dark. He counted 100 slowly and then a second 100 before he dared use his own torch. For all its slit entrance this was a good-sized hideaway he had chanced upon. And he discovered, when he ventured to release his wall hold and swim out into its middle, the bottom arose in a slope toward its rear. Moments later Ross pulled out of the water once more, to crouch shivering on a ledge only lapped now and then by wavelets. He had found a temporary refuge, but his good fortune did not quiet his fears. Had that been Ash on the shore? And why had the swimmer been so summarily executed by the men who found him? The ships caught on the reef, the castle on the cliff above his head, enemies, ship's crews and castle men. But the callous act of the shore patrol argued a state of war carried to fanatic proportions, perhaps interracial conflict. He could not hope to explore until the storm was over. To plunge back into the sea would not find Ash. And to be hunted along the shore by an unknown enemy was simply asking to die without achieving any good in return. No, he must remain where he was for the present. Ross unhooked the torch from his belt and used it on this higher portion of the cave. He was perched on a ledge which protruded into the water in the form of a wedge. At his back the wall of the cave was rough, and trails of weed were festooned on its projections. The smell of fishy decay was strong enough to register as Ross pulled off his mask. As far as he could now see there was no exit except by sea. A movement in the water brought his light flashing down into the dark flood. Then a sleek head arose in the path of that ray. Not a man swimming, but one of the dolphins. Ross's exclamation of surprise was half gasp, half cry. The second dolphin showed for a moment, and between the shadow of their bodies, just under the surface, moved a third form. Ash. Ross had no idea how the dolphins had come through the time gate, but that they had guided to safety a Terran he did not doubt at all. Ash. But it was not Ash who came wading to the ledge where Ross waited with hand outstretched. He had been so sure of the other's identity that he blinked in complete bewilderment as his eyes met Karara's and she half stumbled, half reeled against him. His arms about her shoulders steadied her, and her shivering body was close to his as she leaned her full weight upon him. Her hands made a feeble movement to her mask, and he pulled it off. Uncovered, her face was pale and drawn, her eyes now closed, and her breath came in ragged, tearing sobs which shook her even more. "How did you get here?" Ross demanded even as he pushed her down on the ledge. Her head moved slowly, in a weak gesture of negation. "I don't know, we were close to the gate." There was a flash of light, then, her voice sealed up with a note of hysteria in it. "Then. I was here, and Tawa with me. Tino Rao came. Ross, there was a man swimming. He got ashore, he was getting to his feet and they killed him." Ross's hold tightened, he stared into her face with fierce demand. "Was it Gordon?" She blinked, brought her hand up to her mouth, and wiped it back and forth across her chin. There was a small red trickle growing between her fingers, dripping down her arm. "Gordon." She repeated it as if she had never heard the name before. "Yes, did they kill Gordon?" In his grasp she was swaying back and forth. Then, realizing he was shaking her, Ross got himself under control. But a measure of understanding had come into her eyes. "No, not Gordon." "Where is Gordon?" "You haven't seen him." Ross persisted, knowing it was useless. "Not since we were at the gate." Her words were less slurred. "Weren't you with him?" "No. I was alone." "Ross, where are we?" "Better say, when are we?" he replied. "We're through the gate and back in time. And we have to find Gordon." He did not want to think of what might have happened out on the shore. 5. Time wrecked. "Can we go back?" Karara was herself again, her voice crisp. "I don't know." Ross gave her the truth. The force which had drawn them through the gate was beyond his experience. As far as he knew, there had never been such an involuntary passage by time gate, and what their trip might mean he did not know. The main concern was that Ash must have come through, too, and that he was missing. Just let the storm abate, and, with the dolphin's aid, Ross's chance for finding the missing agent was immeasurably better. He said so now, and Karara nodded. "Do you suppose there is a war going on here?" She hugged her arms across her breast, her shoulders heaving in the torchlight with shudders she could not control. The damp chill was biting, and Ross realized that was also danger. Could be. He got to his feet, switched the light from the girl to the walls. That seaweed, could it make them some form of protective covering? "Hold this, aim it there." He thrust the torch into her hands and went for one of the loops of kelp. Ross reeled in lines of the stuff. It was rank-smelling but only slightly damp, and he piled it on the ledge in a kind of nest. At least in the hollow of that mound they would be sheltered after a fashion. Karara crawled into the center of the mass, and Ross followed her. The smell of the stuff filled his nose, was almost like a visible cloud, but he had been right, the girl stopped shivering, and he felt a measure of warmth in his own shaking body. Ross snapped off the torch, and they lay together in the dark, the half-rotten pile of weed holding them. He must have slept, Ross guessed, when he stirred, raising his head. His body was stiff, aching, as he braced himself up on his hands and peered over the edge of their kelp nest. There was light in the cave, a pale grayish wash which grew stronger toward the slit opening. It must be day. And that meant they could move. Ross groped in the weed, his hand falling on a curve of shoulder. "Wake up." His voice was hoarse and held the snap of an order. There was a startled gasp in answer, and the mound beside him heaved as the girl stirred. "Day out," Ross pointed. "And the storm," she stood up, "I think it is over." It was true that the level of water within the cave had fallen, that wavelets no longer lapped with the same vigor. Morning, the storm over, and somewhere ash. Ross was about to snap his mask into place when Carrara caught at his arm. Be careful. Remember what I saw, last night they were killing swimmers. He shook her off impatiently. I'm no fool. And with the packs on we do not have to surface. Listen, he had another thought, one which would provide an excellent excuse for keeping her safely out of his company, reducing his responsibility for her. You take the dolphins and try to find the gate. We'll want out as soon as I locate Ash. And if you do not find him soon. Ross hesitated. She had not said the rest. What if he could not find Gordon at all? But he would, he had to. I'll be back here. He checked his watch, no longer an accurate timekeeper, for Hawakan days held an hour more than the Terran 24, but the settlers kept the off-world measurement to check on work periods, in, say, 2 hours. You should know by then about the gate, and I'll have some idea of the situation along the shore. But listen, Ross caught her shoulders in a taut grip, pulled her around to face him, his eyes hot and almost angry as they held hers. Don't let yourself be seen, he repeated the cardinal rule of agents in new territory. We don't dare risk discovery. Carrara nodded and he could see that she understood, was aware of the importance of that warning. Do you want Tino Rao or Tawa? No, I'm going to search along the shore first. Ash would have tried for that last night, was probably driven in the way we were. He'd go to ground somewhere. And I have this. Ross touched the sonic on his belt. I'll set it on his call, you do the same with yours. Then if we get within distance, he'll pick us up. Back here in 2 hours. Yes. Carrara kicked free of the weed, was already wading down to where the dolphins circled in the cave pool waiting for her. Ross followed, and the four swam for the open sea. It could not be much after dawn, Ross thought, as he clung by one hand to a rock and watched Carrara and the dolphins on their way. Then he paddled along the shore northward for his own survey of the coast. There was a rose cast in the sky, warming the silver along the far reaches of the horizon. And about him bobbed storm flotsam, so that he had to pick a careful way through floating debris. On the reef one of the wrecked ships had vanished entirely. Perhaps it had been battered to death by the waves, ground to splinters against the rocks. The other still held, its prow well out of the now receding waves, jagged holes in its sides through which spurts of water cascaded now and then. The wreck which had been driven landward was composed of planks, boxes, and containers rolled by the waves' force. Much of this was already free of the sea, and on the beach figures moved examining it. In spite of the danger of chance discovery, Ross edged along rocks, seeking a vantage point from which he could watch that activity. He was flat against a sea-girt boulder, a swell of floating weed draped about him, when the nearest of the foraging parties moved into good view. Men. At least they had the outward appearance of men much like himself, though their skin was dark and their limbs appeared disproportionately long and thin. There were 2 groups of them, for wearing only a scanty loincloth, busy turning over and hunting through the debris under the direction of the other 2. The workers had thick growths of hair which not only covered their heads, but down their spines and the outer sides of their thin arms and legs to elbow and knee. The hair was a pallid yellow-white in vivid contrast to their dark skins, and their chins protruded sharply, allowing the lower line of their faces to take on a vaguely disturbing likeness to an animal's muzzle. Their overseers were more fully clothed, wearing not only helmets on their heads, whose helms had a protective visor over the face, but also breast and backplates molded to their bodies. Ross thought that these could not be solid metal since they adapted to the movements of the wearers. Feet and legs were covered with casing combinations of shoe and leggings, colored dull red. They were armed with swords of an odd pattern. Their points curved up so that the blade resembled a fishhook. Unsheathed, the blades were clipped to a waist belt by catches which glittered in the weak morning light as if gem set. Ross could see little of their faces, for the beak visors overhung their features. But their skins were as dusky as those of the laborers, and their arms and legs of the same unusual length, men of the same race, he deduced. Under the orders of the armed overseers, the laborers were reducing the beach to order, sorting out the flotsam into 2 piles. Once they gathered about a find, and the sound of excited speech reached Ross as an agitated clicking. The armored men came up, surveyed the discovery. One of them shrugged, and clicked an order. Ross caught only a half glimpse of the thing 2 of the workers dragged away. A body. Ash. The Terran was about to move closer when he saw the green cloak dragging about the corpse. No, not Gordon, just another victim from the wrecks. The aliens were working their way toward Ross, and perhaps it was time for him to go. He was pushing aside his well-arranged curtain of weed when he was startled by a shout. For a second he thought he might have been sighted, until resulting action on shore told him otherwise. The furred workers shrank back against the mound to which they had just dragged the body. While the 2 guards took up a position before them, curved swords, snapped from their belt hooks, ready in their hands. Again that shout. Was it a warning or a threat? With the language barrier, Ross could only wait to see. Another party approached along the beach from the south. In the lead was a cloaked and hooded figure, so muffled in its covering of silver gray that Ross had no idea of the form beneath. Silvery gray, no, now that hue was deepening with blue tones, darkening rapidly. By the time the cloaked newcomer had passed the rock which sheltered the Terran, the covering was a rich blue which seemed to glow. Behind the leader were a dozen armed men. They wore the same beaked helmets, the supple encasing breast and back plates, but their leggings were gray. They, too, carried curved swords, but the weapons were still latched to their belts, and they made no move to draw them in spite of the very patent hostility of the guards before them. Blue Cloak halted some 3 feet from the guards. The sea wind pulled at the cloak, wrapping it about the body beneath. But even so, the wearer remained well hidden. From under a flapping edge came a hand. The fingers, long and slender, were curled about an ivory-colored wand which ended in a knob. Sparks flashed from it in a continuous flickering. Ross clapped his hand to his belt. To his complete amazement, the sonic disc he wore was reacting to those flashes, pricking sharply in perfect beat to their blink-blink. The Terran cupped his scarred fingers over the disc as he waited to see what was going to happen, wondering if the holder of that wand might, in return, pick up the broadcast of the code set on Asha's call. The hand clasping the wand was not dusky-skinned but had much of the same ivory shade as the rod, so that to Ross the meeting between flesh and wand was hardly distinguishable. Now by one firm thrust the hand planted the rod into the sand, leaving it to stand sentinel between the 2 parties. Retreating a step or 2, the red-clad guards gave ground. But they did not reclasp their swords. Their attitude, Ross judged, was that of men in some awe of their opponent, but men urged to defiance, either by a belief in the righteousness of their cause, or strengthened by an old hatred. Now the cloaked one began to speak, or was that speech? Certainly the flow of sound had little in common with the clicking tongue Ross had caught earlier. This trill of notes possessed the rise and fall of a chant or song which could have been a formula of greeting, or a warning. And the lines of warriors escorting the chanter stood to attention, their weapons still undrawn. Ross caught his lower lip between his teeth and bit down on it. That chanting, it crawled into the mind, set up a pattern. He shook his head vigorously and then was shocked by that recklessness. Not that any of those on shore had glanced in his direction. The chant ended on a high, broken note. It was followed by a moment of silence through which sounded only the wind and the beat of wave. Then one of the laborers flung up his head and clicked a word or 2. He and his fellows fell face down on the beach, cupping their hands to pour sand over their unkempt heads. One of the guards turned with a sharp yell to boot the nearest of the workers in the ribs. But his companion cried out. The wand which had stood so erect when it was first planted, now inclined toward the working party, its sparks shooting so swiftly and with such slight break between that they were fast making a single beam. Ross jerked his hand from contact with the sonic, a distinct throb of pain answered that stepping up of the mysterious broadcast. The laborers broke and ran, or rather crawled on their bellies until they were well away, before they got to their feet and pelted back down the strand. However, the guards were of sterner stuff. They were withdrawing all right, but slowly backing away, their swords held up before them as men might retreat before insurmountable odds. When they were well gone, the robed one took up the wand. Holding it out beyond, the cloaked leader of the second party approached the two piles of salvage the workers had heaped into rough order. There was a detailed inspection of both until the robed one came upon the body. At a trilled order, two of the warriors came up and laid out the corpse. When the robed one nodded, they stood well back. The rod moved, the tip rather than the knobbed head being pointed at the body. Ross's head snapped back. That bolt of light, energy, fire, whatever it was, issuing from the rod had dazzled him into momentary blindness. And a vibration of force through the air was like a blow. When he was able to see once more, there was nothing at all on the sand where the corpse had lain, nothing except a glassy trough from which some spirals of vapor arose. Ross clung to his rock support, badly shaken. Men with swords. And now this, some form of controlled energy which argued of technical development and science. Just as the cliff castle had bombarded with rocks, ships sailing with a speed which argued engine power of an unknown type. A mixture of barbaric and advanced knowledge. To assess this, he needed more experience, more knowledge than he possessed. Now Ash could. Ash. Ross was jerked back to his own quest. The rod was quiet, no more sparks were flung from its knob. And under Ross's touch his sonic was quiet also. He snapped off the broadcast. If that device had picked up the flickering of the rod, the reverse could well be true. The cloaked one chose from the pile of goods, and its escort gathered up the designated boxes, a small cask or two. So laden, the party returned south the way they had come. Ross allowed his breath to expel in a sigh of relief. He worked his way farther north along the coast, watching other parties of the furred workers and their guards. Lines of the former climbed the cliff, hauling their spoil, their destination the castle. But Ross saw no sign of Ash, received no answer to the sonic code he had reset once the strangers were out of distance. And the Terran began to realize that his present search might well be fruitless, though he fought against accepting it. When he turned back to the slit cave, Ross's fear was ready to be expressed in anger, the anger of frustration over his own helplessness. With no chance of trying to penetrate the castle, he could not learn whether or not Ash had been taken prisoner. And until the workers left the beach he could not prowl there hunting the grimmer evidence his mind flinched from considering. Carrara waited for him on the inner ledge. There was no sign of the dolphins, and as Ross pulled out of the water, pushing aside his mask, her face in the thin light of the cave was deeply troubled. "You did not find him," she made that a statement rather than a question. "No. And I did not find it." Ross used a length of weed from the nest as a towel. But now he stood very still. The gate, no sign of it. Just this, she reached behind her and brought up a sealed container. Ross recognized one of the supply cans they had had in the cache by the gate. "There are others, scattered. Tawa and Tinorau seek them now. It is as if all that was on the other side was sucked through with us." "You are sure you found the right place? Is this not part of it?" Again the girl sought for something on the ledge. What she held out to him was a length of metal rod, twisted and broken at one end as if a giant hand had wrenched it loose from the installation. Ross nodded dully. Yes, his voice was harsh as if the words were pulled out of him against his will and against all hope. "That's part of a sidebar. It must have been totally wrecked." Yet, even though he held that broken length in his hands, Ross could not really believe the gate was gone. He swam out once more, heading for the reef where the dolphins joined him as guides. There was a second piece of broken tube, the scattered containers of supplies, that was all. The Terrans were wrecked in time as surely as those ships had been wrecked on the sea reef the night before. Ross headed once again for the cave. Their immediate needs were of major importance now. The containers must be all gathered and taken into their hiding place, because upon their contents 3 human lives could depend. He paused just at the entrance to adjust the net of containers he transported. And it was that slight chance which brought him knowledge of the intruder. On the ledge Carrara was heaping up the kelp of the nest. But to one side and on a level with the girl's head. Ross dared not flash his torch, thus betraying his presence. Leaving the net hitched to the rock by its sling, he swam under water along the side of the cave by a route which should bring him out within striking distance of that hunched figure perching above to watch Carrara's every move. 6. Loketh the Useless. The wash of waves covered Ross's advance until he came up against the wall not too far from the spy's perch. Whoever crouched there still leaned forward to watch Carrara. And Ross's eyes, having adjusted to the gloom of the cavern, made out the outline of head and shoulders. The next 2 or 3 minutes were the critical ones for the Terran. He must emerge on the ledge in the open before he could attack. Carrara might almost have read his mind and given conscious help. For now she went out on the point of the ledge to whistle the dolphin's summons. Tinorao's sleek head bobbed above water as he answered the girl with a bubbling squeak. Carrara knelt and the dolphin came to but against her outheld hand. Ross heard a gasp from the watcher, a faint sound of movement. Carrara began to sing softly, her voice rippling in one of the liquid chants of her own people, the dolphin interjecting a note or two. Ross had heard them at that before, and it made perfect cover for his move. He sprang. His grasp tightened on flesh, fingers closed about thin wrists. There was a yell of astonishment and fear from the stranger as the Terran jerked him from his perch to the ledge. Ross had his opponent flattened under him before he realized that the other had offered no struggle, but lay still. What is it? Carrara's torch beam caught them both. Ross looked down into a thin brown face not too different from his own. The wide-set eyes were closed, and the mouth gaped open. Though he believed the Hawakan unconscious, Ross still kept hold on those wrists as he moved from the sprawled body. With the girl's aid he used a length of kelp to secure the captive. The stranger wore a garment of glistening skin-tight material which covered body, legs, and feet, but left his lanky arms bare. A belt about his waist had loops for a number of objects, among them a hook-pointed knife which Ross prudently removed. "Why, he is only a boy," Carrara said. "Where did he come from, Ross?" The Terran pointed to the wall crevice. "He was up there, watching you." Her eyes were wide and round. "Why?" Ross dragged his prisoner back against the wall of the cave. After witnessing the fate of those who had swum ashore from the wreck, he did not like to think what motive might have brought the Hawakan here. Again Carrara's thoughts must have matched his, for she added. "But he did not even draw his knife. What are you going to do with him, Ross?" That problem already occupied the Terran. The wisest move undoubtedly was to kill the native out of hand. But such ruthlessness was more than he could stomach. And if he could learn anything from the stranger, gain some knowledge of this new world and its ways, he would be twice winner. Why, this encounter might even lead to Ash. "Ross, his leg. See." The girl pointed. The tight fit of the alien's clothing made the defect clear, the right leg of the stranger was shrunken and twisted. He was a cripple. "What of it?" Ross demanded sharply. This was no time for an appeal to the sympathies. But Carrara did not urge any modification of the bonds as he half feared she would. Instead, she sat back cross-legged, an odd, withdrawn expression making her seem remote though he could have put out his hand to touch her. His lameness, it could be a bridge, she observed, to Ross's mystification. "A bridge, what do you mean?" The girl shook her head. "This is only a feeling, not a true thought. But also it is important. Look, I think he is waking." The lids above those large eyes were fluttering. Then with a shake of the head, the Hawakan blinked up at them. Blank bewilderment was all Ross could read in the stranger's expression until the alien saw Carrara. Then a flood of clicking speech poured from his lips. He seemed utterly astounded when they made no answer. And the fluency of his first outburst took on a pleading note, while the expectancy of his first greeting faded away. Carrara spoke to Ross. He is becoming afraid, very much afraid. At first, I think, he was pleased, happy. But why? The girl shook her head. I do not know, I can only feel. Wait. Her hand rose in imperious command. She did not rise to her feet, but crawled on hands and knees to the edge of the ledge. Both dolphins were there, raising their heads well out of the water, their actions expressing unusual excitement. Ross. Carrara's voice rang loudly. Ross, they can understand him. Tino Rao and Tawa can understand him. You mean, they understand this language? Ross found that fantastic, awesome as the abilities of the dolphins were. No, his mind. It's his mind, Ross. Somehow he thinks in patterns they can pick up and read. They do that, you know, with a few of us, but not in the same way. This is more direct, clearer. They're so excited. Ross glanced at the prisoner. The alien had wriggled about, striving to raise his head against the wall as a support. His captor pulled the Hawakan into a sitting position, but the native accepted that aid almost as if he were not even aware of Ross's hands on his body. He stared with a kind of horrified disbelief at the bobbing dolphin heads. He is afraid, Carrara reported. He has never known such communication before. Can they ask him questions? Demanded Ross. If this odd mental tie between Terran dolphin and Hawakan did exist, then there was a chance to learn about this world. They can try. Now he only knows fear, and they must break through that. What followed was the most unusual four-sided conversation Ross could have ever imagined. He put a question to Carrara, who relayed it to the dolphins. In turn, they asked it mentally of the Hawakan and conveyed his answer back via the same route. It took some time to allay the fears of the stranger. But at last the Hawakan entered wholeheartedly into the exchange. He is the son of the Lord ruling the castle above. Carrara produced the first rational and complete answer. But for some reason he is not accepted by his own kind. Perhaps, she added on her own, it is because he is crippled. The sea is his home, as he expresses it, and he believes me to be some mythical being out of it. He saw me swimming, masked, and with the dolphins, and he is sure I change shape at will. She hesitated. Ross, I get something odd here. He does know, or thinks he knows, creatures who can appear and disappear at will. And he is afraid of their powers. Gods and goddesses, perfectly natural. Carrara shook her head. No, this is more concrete than a religious belief. Ross had a sudden inspiration. Hurriedly he described the cloaked figure who had driven the castle people from the piles of salvage. Ask him about that one. She relayed the question. Ross saw the prisoner's head jerk around. The Hawakan looked from Carrara to her companion, a shade of speculation in his expression. He wants to know why you ask about the Foana. Surely you must well know what manner of beings they are. Listen, Ross was sure now that he had made a real discovery, though its importance he could not guess. Tell him we come from where there are no Foana. That we have powers and must know of their powers. If he could only carry on this interrogation straight and not have to depend upon a double translation. And could he even be sure his questions reached the alien undistorted? Wearily Ross sat back on his heels. Then he glanced at Carrara with a twinge of concern. If he was tired by their roundabout communication, she must be doubly so. There was a droop to her shoulders, and her last reply had come in a voice hoarse with fatigue. Abruptly he started up. That's enough, for now. Which was true. He had to have time for evaluation, to adjust to what they had learned during the steady stream of questions passed back and forth. And in that moment he was conscious of his hunger, just as his voice was paper dry from lack of drink. The canister of supplies he had left by the cave entrance. We need food and drink. He fumbled with his mask, but Carrara motioned him back from the water. Tawa brings. Wait. The dolphin trailed the net of containers to them. Ross unscrewed one, pulled out a bulb of fresh water. A second box yielded the dry wafers of emergency rations. Then, after a moment's hesitation, Ross crossed to the prisoner, cut his wrist bonds, and pressed both a bulb and a wafer into his hold. The Hawakan watched the Terrans eat before he bit into the wafer, chewing it with vigor, turning the bulb around in his fingers with alert interest before he sucked at its contents. As Ross chewed and swallowed, mechanically and certainly with no relish, he fitted one fact to another to make a picture of this Hawakan time period in which they were now marooned. Of course, his picture was based on facts they had learned from their captive. Perhaps he had purposely misled them or fogged some essentials. But could he have done that in a mental contact? Ross would simply have to accept everything with a certain amount of cautious skepticism. Anyway, there were the wreckers of the castle, petty lordlings setting up their holds along the coasts, preying upon the shipping which was the lifeblood of this island water world. The Terrans had seen them in action last night and today. And if the captive's information was correct, it was not only the storm's fury which brought the wave's harvest. The wreckers had some method of attracting ships to crack up on their reefs. Some method of attraction. And that force which had pulled the Terrans through the time gate, could there be a connection? However, there remained the wreckers on the cliff. And their prey, the seafarers of the ocean, with an understandably deep enmity between them. Those two parties Ross could understand and be prepared to deal with, he thought. But there remained the Foana. And, from their prisoner's explanation, the Foana were a very different matter. They possessed a power which did not depend upon swords or ships or the natural tools and weapons of men. No, they had strengths which were unearthly, to give them superiority in all but one way, numbers. Though the Foana had their warriors and servants, as Ross had seen on the beach, they, themselves, were of another race, a very old and dying race of which few remained. How many, their enemies could not say, for the Foana had no separate identities known to the outer world. They appeared, gave their orders, levied their demands, opposed or aided as they wished, always just one or two at a time, always so muffled in their cloaks that even their physical appearances remained a mystery. But there was no mystery about their powers. Ross gathered that no wrecker lord, no matter how much a leader among his own kind, how ambitious, had yet dared to oppose actively one of the Foana, though he might make a token protest against some demand from them. And certainly the captive's description of those powers in action suggested a supernatural origin of Foana knowledge, or at least for its application. But Ross thought that the answer might be that they possessed the remnants of some almost forgotten technical know-how, the heritage of a very old race. He had tried to learn something of the origin of the Foana themselves, wondering if the robed ones could be from the Galactic Empire. But the answer had come that the Foana were older than recorded time, that they had lived in the great citadel before the race of the Terran's prisoner had risen from very primitive savagery. What do we do now? Carrara broke in upon Ross's thoughts as she refastened the containers. These slaves that the wreckers take upon occasion. Maybe ash. Ross was catching at very fragile straws, he had to. And the stranger had said that able-bodied men who swam ashore relatively uninjured were taken captive. Several had been the night before. Loketh. Ross and Carrara looked around. The prisoner put down the water bulb, and one of his hands made a gesture they could not mistake. He pointed to himself and repeated that word, Loketh. The Terran touched his own chest. Ross Murdoch. Perhaps the other was as impatient as he with their roundabout method of communication and had decided to try and speed it up. The analyzer. Ash had included the analyzer with the equipment by the gate. If Ross could find that, why, then the major problem could be behind them. Swiftly he explained to Carrara, and with a vigorous nod of assent she called to Tawa, ordering the rest of the salvage material from the gate be brought to them. Loketh. Ross pointed to the youth. Ross. That was himself. Carrara. He indicated the girl. Ross. The alien made a clicking hiss of the first name. Carrara, he did better with the second. Ross carefully unpacked the box Tawa had located. He had only slight knowledge of how the device worked. It was intended to record a strange language, break it down into symbols already familiar to the time agents. But could it also be used as a translator with a totally alien tongue? He could only hope that the rough handling of its journey through the gate had not damaged it and that the experiment might possibly work. Putting the box between them, he explained what he wanted. And Carrara took up the small microdisc, speaking slowly and distinctly the same liquid syllables she had used in the dolphin song. Ross clicked the lever when she was finished, and watched the small screen. The symbols which flashed there had meaning for him right enough, he could translate what she had just taped. The machine still worked to that extent. Now he pushed the box into place before Loketh and made the visibly reluctant Hawakan take the disc from Carrara. Then through the dolphin link Ross passed on definite instructions. Would it work as well to translate a stellar tongue as it had with languages past and present of his own planet? Reluctantly Loketh began to talk to the disc, at first in a very rapid mumble and then, as there was no frightening response, with less speed and more confidence. There were symbol lines on the vista plate in accordance, and some of them made sense. Ross was elated. Ask him, can one enter the castle unseen to check on the slaves? For what reason? Ross was sure he had read those symbols correctly. Tell him, that one of our kind may be among them. Loketh did not reply so quickly this time. His eyes, grave and measuring, studied Ross, then Carrara, then Ross again. There is a way, discovered by this useless one. Ross did not pay attention to the odd adjective Loketh chose to describe himself. He pressed to the important matter. Can and will he show me that way? Again that long moment of appraisal on the part of Loketh before he answered. Ross found himself reading the reply symbols aloud. If you dare, then I will lead. 7. Witches meet. He might be recklessly endangering all of them, Ross knew. But if Ash was immured somewhere in that rock pile over their heads, then the risk of trusting Loketh would be worth it. However, because Ross was chancing his own neck did not mean that Carrara need be drawn into immediate peril too. With the dolphins at her command and the supplies, scanty as those were, she would have a good chance to hide here safely. Holding out for what? She asked quietly after Ross elaborated on this subject, thus bringing him to silence. Because her question was just. With the gate gone the Terrans were committed to this time, just as they had earlier been committed to Hawaii when on their home world they had entered the spaceship for the takeoff. There was no escape from the past, which had become their present. The Foana, she continued, these wreckers, the sea people, all at odds with one another. Do we join any, then their quarrels must also become ours. Tawa nosed the ledge behind the girl, squeaked a demand for attention. Carrara looked around at Loketh, her look was as searching as the one the native had earlier turned on her and Ross. The girl nodded at the Hawakan, wishes to know if you trust him. And he says to tell you this, because the Shades chose to inflict upon him a twisted leg he is not one with those of the castle, but to them a broken, useless thing. Ross, I gather he thinks we have powers like the Foana, and that we may be supernatural. But because we did not kill him out of hand and have fed him, he considers himself bound to us. Ritual of bread and salt, could be. Though it might be folly to match alien customs to Terran, Ross thought of that very ancient pact on his own world. Eat a man's food, become his friend, or at least declare a truce between you. Stiff taboos and codes of behavior marked nations on Terra, especially warrior societies, and the same might be true here. Ask him, Ross told Carrara, what is the rule for food and drink between friends or enemies? The more he could learn of such customs the better protection he might be able to weave for them. Long moments for the relay of that message, and then Loketh spoke into the microdisc of the analyzer, slowly, with pauses, as if trying to make sure Ross understood every word. To give bread into the hands of one you have taken in battle, makes him your man, not as a slave to labor, but as one who draws sword at your bidding. When I took your bread I accepted you as cup-lord. Between such there is no betrayal, for how may a man betray his lord? I, Loketh, am now a sword in your hands, a man in your service. And to me this is doubly good, for as a useless one I have never had a lord, nor one to swear to. Also, with this sea maid and her followers to listen to thoughts, how could any man speak with a double tongue were he one who consorted with the shadow and wore the cloak of evil? He's right, Carrara added. His mind is open. He couldn't hide his thoughts from Tawa and Tino Rao even if he wished. All right, I'll accept that. Ross glanced about the ledge. They had piled the containers at the far end. For Carrara to move might be safe. He said so. Move where? She asked flatly. Those men from the castle are still hunting drift out there. I don't think anyone knows of this cave. Ross nodded to Loketh. He did, didn't he? I wouldn't want you trapped here. And I don't want to lose those supplies. What is in those containers may be what saves us all. We can sink those over by the wall, weight them down in a net. Then, if we have to move, they will be ready. Do not worry, that is my department. She smiled at him with a slightly mocking lift of lips. Ross subsided, though he was irritated because she was right. The management of the dolphin team and sea matters were her department. And while he resented her reminder of that point he could not deny the justice of her retort. In spite of his crippled leg, Loketh displayed an agility which surprised Ross. Freed from his ankle bonds, he beckoned the Terran back to the very niche where he had hidden to watch Carrara. Up he swung into that and in a second had vanished from sight. Ross followed, to discover it was not a niche after all but the opening of a crevice, leading upward as a vent. And it had been used before as a passage. There was no light, but the native guided Ross's hands to the hollow climbing holds cut into the stone. Then Loketh pushed past and went up the crude ladder into the dark. It was difficult to judge either time or distance in this black tube. Ross counted the holds for some check. His agent training made one part of his mind sharply aware of such things. The need for memorizing a passage which led into the enemy's territory was apparent. What the purpose of this slit had originally been he did not know, but strongholds on Terra had had their hidden ways in and out for use in times of siege, and he was beginning to believe that these aliens had much in common with his own kind. He had reached 20 in his counting in his senses, alerted by training and instinct, told him there was an opening not too far above. But the darkness remained so thick it fell in tangible folds about his sweating body. Ross almost cried out as fingers clamped about his wrist when he reached for a new hold. Then urged by that grasp, he was up and out, sprawling into a vertical passage. Far ahead was a gray of faint light. Ross choked and then sneezed as dust puffed up from between his scrabbling hands. The hold which had been on his wrist shifted to his shoulder, and with a surprising strength Loketh hauled the Terran to his feet. The passage in which they stood was a slit extending in height well above their heads, but narrow, not much wider than Ross's shoulders. Whether it was a natural fault or had been cut he could not tell. Loketh was ahead again, his rocking limp making the outline of his body a jerky up and down shadow. Again his speed and agility amazed the Terran. Loketh might be lame, but he had learned to adapt to his handicap very well. The light increased and Ross marked slits in the walls to his right, no wider than the breadth of his 2 fingers. He peered out of one and was looking into empty air while below he heard the murmur of the sea. This way must run in the cliff face above the beach. A click of impatient whisper drew him on to join Loketh. Here was a flight of stairs, narrow of tread and very steep. Loketh turned back and sighed against these to climb, his outspread hand flattened on the stone as if it possessed adhesive qualities to steady him. For the first time his twisted leg was a disadvantage. Ross counted again, 10, 15 of those steps, bringing them once more into darkness. Then they emerged from a well-like opening into a circular room. A sudden and dazzling flare of light made the Terran shade his eyes. Loketh set a pallid but glowing cone on a wall shelf, and the Terran discovered that the burst of light was only relative to the dark of the passage, indeed it was very weak illumination. The Hawakan braced his body against the far wall. The strain of his effort, whatever its purpose, was easy to read in the contorted line of his shoulders. Then the wall slid under Loketh's urging, a slow move as if the weight of the slab he strove to handle was almost too great for his slender arms, or else the need for caution was intensified here. They now fronted a narrow opening, and the light of the cone shone only a few feet into the space. Loketh beckoned to Ross and they went on. Here the left wall was cut in many places, emitting patches of light in a way which bore no resemblance to conventional windows. It was like walking behind a pierced screen which followed no logical pattern in the cutaway portions. Ross gazed out and gasped. He was standing above the center core of the castle, and the life below and beyond drew his attention. He had seen drawings reproducing the life of a feudal castle. This resembled them, and yet, as Ross studied the scene closer, the differences between the Terran past and this became more distinct. In the first place there were those animals, or were they animals, being hooked up to a cart. They had 6 limbs, walking on 4, holding the remaining 2 folded under their necks. Their harness consisted of a network fitted over their shoulders, anchored to the folded limbs. Their grotesque heads, bobbing and weaving on lengthy necks, their bodies, were sleekly scaled. Ross was startled by a resemblance he traced to the sea dragon he had met in the future of this world. But the creatures were subject to the men harnessing them. And the activity in other respects. Ross had to fight a wayward and fascinated interest in all he could see, force himself to concentrate on learning what might be pertinent to his own mission. But Loketh did not allow him to watch for long. Instead, his hand on the Terran's arm urged the other down the gallery behind the screen and once more into the bulk of the fortress. Another narrow way ran through the thickness of the walls. Then a patch of light, not that of outer day, but a reddish gleam from an opening waist high. There Loketh went awkwardly to his good knee, motioning Ross to follow his example. What lay below was a hall furnished with a barbaric rawness of color and glitter. There were long strips of brightly hued woven stuff on the walls, touched here and there with sparkling glints which were jewel-like. And set at intervals among the hangings were oval objects perhaps Ross's height, on which were designs and patterns picked out in paint and metal. Maybe the stylized representation of native plants and animals. The whole gave an impression of clashing color, just as the garments of those gathered there were garish in turn. There were 3 Hawakans on the 2-step dais. All wore robes fitting tightly to the upper portion of their bodies, girded to their waists with elaborate belts, then falling in long points to floor level, the points being finished off with tassels. Their heads were covered with tight caps which were a latticework of decorated strips, glittering as they moved. And the mixture of colors in their apparel was such as to offend Terran eyes with their harsh clash of shade against shade. Drawn up below the dais were 2 rows of guards. But the reason for the assembly baffled Ross, since he could not understand the clicking speech. There came a hollow echoing sound as from a gong. The 3 on the dais straightened, turned their attention to the other end of the hall. Ross did not need Loketh's gesture to know that something of importance was about to begin. Down the hall was a somber note in the splash of clashing color. The Terran recognized the gray-blue robe of the Foana. There were 3 of the robed ones this time, one slightly in advance of the other 2. They came at a gliding pace as if they swept along above that paved flooring, not by planting feet upon it. As they halted below the dais the men there rose. Ross could read their reluctance to make that concession in the slowness of their movements. They were plainly being compelled to render deference when they longed to refuse it. Then the middle one of the castle lords spoke first. Zahur, Loketh breathed in Ross's ear, his pointed finger indicating the speaker. Ross longed vainly for the ability to ask questions, a chance to know what was in progress. That the meeting of the 2 Hawakan factions was important he did not doubt. There was an interval of silence after the castle lord finished speaking. To the Terran this spun on, and he sensed the mounting tension. This must be a showdown, perhaps even a declaration of open hostilities between Wreckers and the older race. Or perhaps the pause was a subtle weapon of the Foana, used to throw a less sophisticated enemy off balance, as a judo fighter might use an opponent's attack as part of his own defense. When the Foana did make answer, it came in the sing-song of chanted words. Ross felt Loketh shiver, felt the crawl of chill along his own spine. The words, if those were words and not just sounds intended to play upon the mind and emotions of a listener, cut into one. Ross wanted to close his ears, thrust his fingers into them to drown out that sound, yet he did not have the power to raise his hands. It seemed to him that the men on the dais were swaying now as if the chant were a rope leashed about them, pulling them back and forth. There was a clatter, one of the guards had fallen to the floor and lay there, rolling, his hands to his head. A shout from the dais. The chanting reached a note so high that Ross felt the torment in his ears. Below, the lines of guards had broken. A party of them were heading for the end of the hall, making a wide detour around the Foana. Loketh gave a small choked cry, his fingers tightened on Ross's forearm with painful intensity as he whispered. What was about to happen meant something important. To Loketh or to him? Ash. Was this concerned with Ash? Ross crowded against the opening, tried to see the direction in which the guards had disappeared. The weight made him doubly impatient. One of the men on the dais had dropped on the bench there, his head forward on his hands, his shoulders quivering. But the one Loketh had identified as Zahur still fronted the Foana spokesman, and Ross gave tribute to the strength of will which kept him there. They were returning, the guards, and herded between their lines 3 men. 2 were Hawakens, their bare dark bodies easily identifiable. But the third, Ash. Ross almost shouted his name aloud. The Terran stumbled along and there was a bandage above his knee. He had been stripped to his swimming trunks, all his equipment taken from him. There was a dark bruise on his left temple, the angry wheel of a lash mark on neck and shoulder. Ross's hands clenched. Never in his life had he so desperately wanted a weapon as he did at that moment. To spray the company below with a machine gun would have given him great satisfaction. But he had nothing but the knife in his belt, and he was as cut off from Ash as if they were in separate cells of some prison. The caution which had been one of his inborn gifts and which had been fostered by his training, clamped down on his first wild desire for action. There was not the slightest chance of his doing Ash any good at the present. But he had this much, he knew that Gordon was alive and that he was in the alien's hands. Faced by those facts, Ross could plan his own moves. The Foana chant began again, and the 3 prisoners moved. The 2 Hawakens turned, set themselves on either side of Ash, and gave him support. Their actions had a mechanical quality as if they were directed by a will beyond their own. Ash gazed about him at the wreckers and the robed figures. His awareness of them both suggested to Ross that if the natives had come under the control of the Foana, the Terran resisted their influence. But Ash did not try to escape the assistance of his 2 fellow prisoners, and he limped with their aid back down the hall, following the Foana. Ross deduced that the captives had been transferred from the lord of the castle to the Foana. Which meant Ash was on his way to another destination. The Terran was on his feet and headed back, intent on returning to the sea cave and starting out after Ash as soon as he could. You have found Gordon. Carrara read his news from his face. The wreckers had him prisoner. Now they've turned him over to the Foana. What will they do with him? The girl demanded of Loketh. His answer came roundabout as usual as the native squatted by the analyzer and clicked his answer into it. They have claimed the wreck survivors for tribute. Your companion will be witch's meat. Witch's meat, repeated Ross, uncomprehending. Then Carrara drew a gagged breath which was a gasp of horror. Sacrifice. Ross, he must mean they are going to use Gordon for a sacrifice. Ross stiffened and then whirled to catch Loketh by the shoulders. The inability to question the native directly was an added disaster now. Where are they taking him? Where? He began that fiercely, and then forced control on himself. Carrara's eyes were half closed, her head back, she was manifestly aiming that inquiry at the dolphins, to be translated to Loketh. Symbols burned on the analyzer screen. The Foana have their own fortress. It can be entered best by sea. There is a boat. I can show you, for it is my own secret. Tell him, yes, as soon as we can. Ross broke out. The old feeling that time was all-important worried at him. Which is meat, the words were sharp as a lash. 8. The Free Rovers. Twilight made a grey world where one could not trace the true meeting of land and water, sea and sky. Surely the haze about them was more than just the normal dusk of coming night. Ross balanced in the middle of the skiff as it bobbed along the swell of waves inside a barrier reef. To his mind the craft carrying the three of them and their net of supplies was too frail, rode too high. But Carrara paddling in the bow, Loketh at the stern seemed to be content, and Ross could not, for pride's sake, question their competency. He comforted himself with the knowledge that no agent was able to absorb every primitive skill, and Carrara's people had explored the Pacific in outrigger canoes hardly more stable than their present vessel, navigating by currents and stars. Smothering his feeling of helplessness and the slow anger that roused in him, the Terran busied himself with study of a sort. They had had the longer part of the day in the cave before Loketh would agree to venture out of hiding and paddle south. Ross, using the analyzer, had, with Loketh as aid, set about learning what he could of the native tongue. Now possessed of a working vocabulary of clicked words, he was able to follow Loketh's speech so that translation through the dolphins was not necessary except for complicated directions. Also, he had a more detailed briefing of the present situation on Hawaika. Enough to know that they might be embarking on a mad venture. The citadel of the Foana was distinctly forbidden ground, not only for Loketh's people but also for the Foana's Hawaiian followers who were housed and labored in an outer ring of fortification cum village. Those natives were, Ross gathered, a hereditary corps of servants and warriors, born to that status and not recruited from the native population at large. As such, they were armored by the magic of their masters. If the Foana are so powerful, Ross had demanded, why do you go with us against them? To depend so heavily on the native made him uneasy. The Hawaiian looked to Carrara. One of his hands raised, his fingers sketched a sign toward the girl. With the sea maid and her magic I do not fear. He paused before adding, always has it been said of me, and to me, that I am a useless one, fit only to do women's tasks. No word weaver shall ever chant my battle deeds in the great hall of Zahur. I who am Zahur's true son cannot carry my sword in any lord's train. But now you offer me one of the great to-be-remembered quests. If I go, so may I prove that I am a man, even if I go limpingly. There is nothing the Foana can do to me which is worse than what the shadow has already done. Choosing to follow you I may stand up to face Zahur in his own hall, show him that the blood of his house has not been drained from my veins because I walk crookedly. There was such bitter fire, not only in the sputtering rush of Loketh's words, but in his eyes, his face, the wry twist of his lips, that Ross believed him. The Terran no longer had any doubts that the castle outcast was willing to brave the unknown terrors of the Foana keep, not just to aid Ross whom he considered himself bound to serve by the customs of his people, but because he saw in this venture a chance to gain what he had never had, a place in his warrior culture. Shut off from the normal life of his people, he had early turned to the sea. His twisted leg had not proved a handicap in the water, and he stated with confidence that he was the best swimmer in the castle. Not that the men of his father's following had taken greatly to the sea, which they looked upon merely as a way of preying upon the true sea rovers. The reef on which the ships had been wrecked was a snare of sorts, first by the whim of nature when wind and current piled up the trading ships there. Then, Ross was startled when Loketh elaborated on a later development of that trap. So Zahur returned from this meeting and set up a great magic among the rock, according to the spells he was taught. Now ships are drawn there so the wrecks have been many and Zahur becomes an even greater lord with many men coming to take sword oath under him. This magic, asked Ross, of what manner is it and where did Zahur obtain it? It is fashioned so, Loketh sketched two straight lines in the air, not curved as a sword. And the color of water under a storm sky, both rods being as tall as a man. There was much care to set them in place, that was done by a man of Glickmas. A man of Glickmas? Glickmas is now the High Lord of the Ichio. He is blood kin to Zahur, yet Zahur must take sword oath to send to Glickmas a fourth of all his sea gleanings for a year in payment for this magic. And Glickmas, where did he get it? From the Foana? Loketh made an emphatic denial of that. No, the Foana have spoken out against their use, making even greater ill feeling between the Old Ones and the coast people. It is said that Glickmas saw a great wonder in the sky and followed it to a high place of his own country. A mountain broke in twain and a voice issued forth from the rent, calling that the lord of the country come and stand to hear it. When Glickmas did so he was told that the magic would be his. Then the mountain closed again and he found many strange things upon the ground. As he uses them they make him akin to the Foana in power. Some he gives to those who are his blood kin, and together they will be great until they close their fists not only upon the sea rovers, but upon the Foana also. This they have come to believe. But you do not. Carrara asked then. I do not know, sea maid. The time is coming when perhaps they shall have their chance to prove how strong is their magic. Already the rovers gather in fleets as they never did before. And it seems that they, too, have found a new magic, for their ships fly through the water, depending no longer on wind-filling sails, or upon strong arms of men at long paddles. There is a struggle before us. But that you must know, being who and what you are, sea maid. And what do you think I am? What do you think Ross is? If the Foana dwell on land and hold old knowledge and power beyond our reckoning in their 2 hands, he replied, then it is possible that the same could have roots in the sea. It is my belief that you are of the shades, but not the shadow. And this warrior is also of your kind, but perhaps in different degree, putting into action your desires and wishes. Thus, if you go up against the Foana, you shall be well matched, kind to kind. Nice to be so certain of that, Ross thought. He did not share Loketh's confidence on that subject. The shades, the shadow, Carrara persisted. What are these, Loketh? An odd expression crossed the Hawakan's face. Are those not known to you, sea maid? Indeed, then you are of a breed different from the men of land. The shades are those of power who may come to the aid of men should it be their desire to influence the future. And the shadow is that which ends all, man, hope, good. To which there is no appeal, and which holds a vast and enduring hatred for that which has life and full substance. So Zahur has this new magic. Is it the gift of shades or shadow? Ross brought them back to the subject which had sparked in him a small warning signal. Zahur prospers mightily. Loketh's answer was ambiguous. And so the shadow could not provide such magic. The Terran pushed. But before the Hawakan had a chance to answer, Carrara added another question. But you believe that it did? I do not know. Only the magic has made Zahur a part of Glickmas, and Glickmas is now perhaps a part of that which spoke from the mountain. It is not well to accept gifts which tie one man to another unless there is from the first a saying of how deep that bond may run. I think you are wise in that, Loketh, Carrara said. But the uneasiness had grown in Ross. Alien powers, out of a mountain heart, passed from one lord to another. And on the other hand the rovers' sudden magic in turn, lending their ships wings. The two facts balanced in an odd way. Back on Terra there had been those sudden and unaccountable jumps in technical knowledge on the part of the enemy, jumps which had set in action the whole time travel service of which he had become a part. And these jumps had not been the result of normal research, they had come from the looting of derelict spaceships wrecked on his world in the far past. Could driblets of the same stellar knowledge have been here deliberately fed to warring communities? He asked Loketh about the possibility of spaceborne explorers. But to the Hawakan that was a totally foreign conception. The stars, for Loketh, were the doorways and windows of the shades, and he treated the suggestion of space travel as perhaps natural to those all-powerful specters, but certainly not for beings like himself. There was no hint that Hawaii had been openly visited by a galactic ship. Though that did not bar such landings. The planet was, Ross thought, thinly populated. Whole sections of the interiors of the larger islands were wilderness, and this world must be in the same state of only partial occupation as his own Earth had been in the Bronze Age when tribes on the march had fanned out into virgin wilderness. Great forests, and steppes unwalked by man before their coming. Now as he balanced in the canoe and tried to keep his mind off the queasiness in his middle and the insecurity of the one thickness of sea creature hide stretched over a bone framework which made up the craft between his person and the water. Ross still mulled over what might be true. Had the galactic invaders for their own purposes begun to meddle here, leaking weapons or tools to upset what must be a very delicate balance of power? Why? To bring on a conflict which would occupy the native population to the point of exhaustion or depopulation. So they could win a world for their own purposes without effort or risk on their part. Such cold-blooded fishing in carefully troubled waters fitted very well with the persons of the Baldies as he had known them on Terra. And he could not set aside that memory of this very coast as he had seen it through the peep, the castle in ruins, tall pylons reaching from the land into the sea. Was this the beginning of that change which would end in the Hawaii of his own time, empty of intelligent life, shattered into a loose network of islands? This fog is strange. Carrara's words startled Ross to return to the here and now. The haze he had been only half conscious of when they had put out from the tiny secret bay where Loketh kept his boat, was truly a fog, piling up in soft billows and cutting down visibility with speed. The Foana. Loketh's answer was sharp, a recognition of danger. They're magic, they hide their place so. There is trouble, trouble on the move. Do we land then? Ross did not ascribe the present blotting out of the landscape to any real manipulation of nature on the part of the all-powerful Foana. Too many times the reputations of medicine men had been so enhanced by coincidence. But he did doubt the wisdom of trying to bore ahead blindly in this murk. Taua and Tino Rao can guide us, Carrara reminded him. Throw out the rope, Ross. What is above water will not confuse them. He moved cautiously, striving to adapt his actions to the swing of the boat. The line was ready coiled to hand and he tossed the loose end overboard, to feel the cord jerk taut as one of the dolphins caught it up. They were being towed now, though both paddlers reinforced the forward tug with their efforts. The curtain gathering above the surface of the water did not hamper the swimmers beneath its surface, and Ross felt relief. He turned his head to speak to Loketh. How near are we? The mist had thickened to the point that, close as the native was, the lines of his body blurred. His clicking answer seemed distorted, too, almost as if the fog had altered not only his form but his personality. Maybe very soon now. We must see the sea gate before we are sure. And if we aren't able to see that, challenged Ross. The sea gate is above and below the water. Those who obey the sea maid, who are able to speak thought to thought, will find it if we cannot. But they were never to reach that goal. Carrara gave warning, there are ships about. Ross knew that the dolphins had told her. He demanded in turn, what kind? Larger, much larger than this. Then Loketh broke in, a rover raider, 3 of them. Ross frowned. He was the cripple here. The other 2, with their ability to communicate with the dolphins, were the sighted, he the blind. And he resented his handicap in a burst of bitterness which must have colored his tone as he ordered, head inshore, now. Once on land, even in the fog, he felt that they had the advantage in any hide-and-seek which might ensue with this superior enemy force. But afloat he was helpless and vulnerable, a state Ross did not accept easily. No, Loketh returned as sharply. There is no place to land along the cliff. We are between 2 of the ships, Carrara reported. Your paddles, Ross schooled his voice to a whisper, hold them, don't use them. Let the dolphins take us on. In the fog, if we make no sound, we may get by the ships. Right. Carrara agreed, and he heard an assenting grunt from Loketh. They were moving very slowly. Strong as the dolphins were, they dared not expend all their strength on towing the skiff too fast. Ross thought furiously. Perhaps the sea could be their way of escape if the need arose. He had no idea why raiding ships were moving under the cover of fog into the vicinity of the Foana citadel. But the Terran's knowledge of tactics led him to guess that this impending visit was not anticipated by the Foana, nor was it a friendly one. And, as veteran seamen who should normally be wary of fog as thick as this, the Rovers themselves must have a driving reason, or some safeguard which led them here now. But dared the three spill out of their boat, trust to their swimming ability and that of the dolphins, and invade the Foana sea gate so? Could they use the coming rover attack as a cover for their own invasion of the hold? Ross considered that the odds in their favor were beginning to look better. He whispered his idea and began to prepare their gear. The boat was still headed for the shore the three could not see. But they could hear sounds out of the white cotton wall which told them how completely they were boxed in by the raiders, creaks, whispers, noises, Ross could not readily identify, carried across the waves. Before leaving the cave and beginning this voyage they had introduced Loketh to the use of the gill pack, made him practice in the depths of the cave pool with one of the extras drawn through the gate among the supplies. Now all three were equipped with the water aid, and they could be gone in the sea before the trap closed. The supply net, Ross warned Carrara. A moment or two later there was a small bump against the skiff at his left hand. He cautiously raised the collection of containers and eased the burden into the water, knowing that one of the dolphins would take charge of it. However, he was not prepared for what happened next. Under him the boat lurched first one way and then the other in sharp jerks as if the dolphins were trying to spill them into the sea. Ross heard Carrara call out, her voice thin and frightened. "Taua! Tinorau! They have gone mad. They will not listen." The boat raced in a zigzag path. Loketh clutched at Ross, striving to steady him, to keep the boat on an even keel. The Foana. Just as Loketh cried out, Carrara plunged over the prow of the boat, whether by design or chance Ross did not know. And then the craft whirled about, smashed side against side with a dark bulk looming out of the fog. Above, Ross heard cries, knew that they had crashed against one of the raiders. He fought to retain his balance, but he had been knocked to the bottom of the boat against Loketh and they struggled together, unable to move during a precious second or two. Out of the air over their heads dropped a mass of waving strands which enveloped both of them. The stuff was adhesive, slimy. Ross let out a choked cry as the lines tightened about his arms and body, pinioning him. Those tightened, wove a net. Now he was being drawn up out of the plunging skiff, a helpless captive. His flailing legs, still free of the slimy cords, struck against the side of the larger ship. Then he swung in, over the well of the deck, thudded down on that surface with bruising force, unable to understand anything except that he had been taken prisoner by a very effective device. Loketh dropped beside him. But Carrara was not brought in, and Ross held to that small bit of hope. Had she made it to freedom by dropping into the water before the Rovers netted them? He could see men gathering about him, masked and distorted in the fog. Then he was rolled across the deck, boosted over the edge of a hatch and knew an instant of terror as he fell into the depth below. How long was he unconscious? It could not have been very long, Ross decided, as he opened his eyes on dark, heard the small sounds of the ship. He lay very still, trying to remember, to gather his wits before he tried to flex his arms. They were held tight to his sides by strands which no longer seemed slimy, but were wrinkling as they dried. There was an odor from them which gagged him. But there was no loosening of those loops in spite of his struggles, which grew more intense as his strength returned. And at last he lay panting, knowing there was no easy way of escape from here. 9. Battle Test. Babble of speech, cries, sounded muffled to Ross, made a mounting clamor on the deck. Had the raiders' ship been boarded? Was it now under attack? He strove to hear and think through the pain in his head, the bewilderment. Loketh? He was certain that the Hawakan had been dumped into the same hold. The only answer was a low moan, a mutter from the dark. Ross began to inch his way in that direction. He was no seaman, but during that worm's progress he realized that the ship itself had changed. The vibration which had carried through the planks on which he lay was stilled. Some engine shut off. One portion of his mind put that into familiar terms. Now the vessel rocked with the waves, did not bore through them. Ross brought up against another body. Loketh. Ah, the fire, the fire. The half-intelligible answer held no meaning for the Terran. It burns in my head, the fire. The rocking of the ship rolled Ross away from his fellow prisoner toward the opposite side of the hold. There was a roar of voice, bull-strong above the noise on deck, then the sound of feet back and forth there. The fire, ah, Loketh's voice rose to a scream. Ross was now wedged between two abutments he could not see and from which his best efforts could not free him. The pitching of the ship was more pronounced. Remembering the two vessels he had seen pounded to bits on the reef, Ross wondered if the same doom loomed for this one. But that disaster had occurred during a storm. And, save for the fog, this had been a calm night, the sea untroubled. Unless, maybe the shaking his body had received during the past few moments had sharpened his thinking, unless the Foana had their own means of protection at the sea gate and this was the result. The dolphins. What had made Tinorau and Taua react as they did? And if the rover ship was out of control, it would be a good time to attempt escape. Loketh. Ross dared to call louder. Loketh. He struggled against the drying strands which bound him from shoulder to mid-thigh. There was no give in them. More sounds from the upper deck. Now the ship was answering to direction again. The Terran heard sounds he could not identify, and the ship no longer rocked so violently. Loketh moaned. As far as Ross could judge, they were heading out to sea. Loketh. He wanted information, he must have it. To be so ignorant of what was going on was unbearable frustration. If they were now prisoners in a ship leaving the island behind. The threat of that was enough to set Ross struggling with his bonds until he lay panting with exhaustion. Ross? Only a Hawakan could make that name a hiss. Here. Loketh? But of course it was Loketh. I am here. The other's voice sounded oddly weak as if it issued from a man drained by a long illness. What happened to you? Ross demanded. The fire in my head, eating. Loketh's reply came with long pauses between the words. The Terran was puzzled. What fire? Loketh had certainly reacted to something beyond the unceremonious handling they had received as captives. This whole ship had reacted. And the dolphins. But what fire was Loketh talking about? I did not feel anything, he stated to himself as well as to the Hawakan. Nothing burning in your head? So you could not think? No. It must have been the Foana magic. Fire eating so that a man is nothing, only that which fire feeds upon. Carrara. Ross's thoughts flashed back to those few seconds when the dolphins had seemed to go crazy. Carrara had then called out something about the Foana. So the dolphins must have felt this, and Carrara, and Loketh. Whatever it was. But why not Ross Murdoch? Carrara possessed an extra, undefinable sense which gave her contact with the dolphins. Loketh had a mind which those could read in turn. But such communication was closed to Ross. At first that realization carried with it a feeling of shame and loss. That he did not have what these others possessed, a subtle power beyond the body, a part of mind, was humbling. Just as he had felt shut out and crippled when he had been forced to use the analyzer instead of the sense the others had, so did he suffer now. Then Ross laughed shortly. All right, sometimes insensitivity could be a defense as it had at the sea gate. Suppose his lack could also be a weapon. He had not been knocked out as the others appeared to be. But for the bad luck of having been captured before the raiders had succumbed, Ross could, perhaps, have been master of this ship by now. He did not laugh now, He smiled sardonically at his own grandiose reaction. No use thinking about what might have been, just file this fact for future reference. A creaking overhead heralded the opening of the hatch. Light lanced down into the cubby, and a figure swung over and down a side ladder, coming to stand over Ross, feet apart for balancing, accommodating to the swing of the vessel with the ease of long practice. Thus Ross came face to face with his first representative of the third party in the awakened tangle of power, a rover. The seaman was tall, with a heavier development of shoulder and upper arms than the land's men. Like the guards he wore supple armor, but this had been colored or overlaid with a pearly hue in which other tints wove opaline lines. His head was bare except for a broad, scaled band running from the nape of his neck to the midpoint of his forehead, a band supporting a sharply serrated crest not unlike the erect fin of some Terran fish. Now as he stood, fists planted on hips, the rover presented a formidable figure, and Ross recognized in him the air of command. This must be one of the ship's officers. Dark eyes surveyed Ross with interest. The light from the deck focused directly across the raider's shoulder to catch the Terran in its full glare, and Ross fought the need for squinting. But he tried to give back stare for stare, confidence for self-confidence. On Terra in the past more than one adventurer's life had been saved simply because he had the will and nerve enough to face his captors without any display of anxiety. Such bravado might not hold here and now, but it was the only weapon Ross had to hand and he used it. "You," the rover broke the silence first, "you are not of the Foana." He paused as if waiting an answer, denial or protest. Ross provided neither. "No, not of the Foana, nor of the scum of the coast either." Again a pause. "So, what manner of fish has come to the net of Torgul?" He called an order aloft. "A rope here. We'll have this fish and its fellow out." Loketh and Ross were jerked up to the outer deck, dumped into the midst of a crowd of seamen. The Hawakan was left to lie but, at a gesture from the officer, Ross was set on his feet. He could see the nature of his bonds now, a network of dull gray strands, shriveled and stinking, but not giving in the least when he made another try at moving his arms. "Ho," the officer grinned. "This fish does not like the net. You have teeth, fish. Use them, slash yourself free." A murmur of applause from the crew answered that mild taunt. Ross thought it time for a countermove. "I see you do not come too close to those teeth." He used the most defiant words his limited Hawakan vocabulary offered. There was a moment of silence, and then the officer clapped his hands together with a sharp explosion of sound. "You would use your teeth, fish?" he asked, and his tone could be a warning. This was going it blind with a vengeance, but Ross took the next leap in the dark. He had the feeling, which often came to him in tight quarters, that he was being supplied from some hard core of endurance and determination far within him with the right words, the fortunate guess. "On which one of you?" He drew his lips tight, displaying those same teeth, wondering for one startled moment if he should take the rover's query literally. "Vister. Vister." More than one voice called. One of the crew took a step or two forward. Like Torgul, he was tall and heavy, his overlong arms well muscled. There were scars on his forearms, the seam of one up his jaw. He looked what he was, a very tough fighting man, one who was judged so by peers as seasoned and dangerous. "Do you choose to prove your words on Vister, fish?" Again the officer had a formal note in his question, as if this was all part of some ceremony. "If he meets with me as he stands, no other weapons." Ross flashed back. Now he had another reaction from them. There were some jeers, a sprinkling of threats as to Vister's intentions. But Ross caught also the fact that 2 or 3 of them had gone silent and were eyeing him in a new and more searching fashion, and that Torgul was one of those. Vister laughed. "Well said, fish. So shall it be." Torgul's hand came out, palm up, facing Ross. In its hollow was a small object the Terran could not see clearly. A new weapon. Only the officer made no move to touch it to Ross, the hand merely moved in a series of waves in midair. Then the rover spoke. He carries no unlawful magic. Vister nodded. He's no Foana. And what need have I to fear the spells of any coast crawler? I am Vister. Again the yells of his supporters arose in hearty answer. The statement held more complete and quiet confidence than any wordy boast. And I am Ross Murdoch. The Terran matched the rover tone for tone. But does a fish swim with its fins bound to its sides? Or does Vister fear a free fish too greatly to face one? His taunt brought the result Ross wanted. The ties were cut from behind, to flutter down as withered, useless strings. Ross flexed his arms. Tight as those thongs had been, they had not constricted circulation, and he was ready to meet Vister. The Terran did not doubt that the rover champion was a formidable fighter, but he had not had the advantage of going through one of the agent training courses. Every trick of unarmed fighting known on his own world had been pounded into Ross long ago. His hands and feet could be as deadly weapons as any crook-bladed sword, or gun, provided he could get close enough to use them properly. Vister stripped off his weapon belt, put to one side his helmet, showing that under it his hair was plaited into a braid coiled about the crown of his head to provide what must be an extra padding for that strangely narrowed helm. Then he peeled off his armor, peeled it literally indeed, catching the lower edge of the scaled covering with his hands and pulling it up and over his head and shoulders as one might skin off a knitted garment. Now he stood facing Ross, wearing little more than the Terran's swimming trunks. Ross had dropped his belt and gill pack. He moved into the circle the crew had made. From above came a strong light, centering from a point on the mainmast and giving him good sight of his opponent. Vister was being urged to make a quick end of the reckless challenger, his supporters shouting directions and encouragement. But if the rover had confidence, he also possessed the more intelligent and valuable trait of caution in the face of the unknown. He outweighed, apparently outmatched Ross, but he did not rush in rashly as his backers wished him to. They circled, Ross studying every move of the rover's muscles, every slight fraction of change in the other's balance. There would be something to telegraph an attack from the other. For he intended to fight purely in defense. The charge came at last as the crew grew impatient and yelled their impatience to see the prisoner taught a lesson. But Ross did not believe it was that which sent Vister at him. The Hawakan simply thought he knew the best way to take the Terran. Ross ducked so that a hammer blow merely grazed him. But the Terran's stiffened hand swept sidewise in a judo chop. Vister gave a whooping cry and went to his knees, and Ross swung again, sending the rover flat to the deck. It had been quick but not so vicious as it might have been. The Terran had no desire to kill or even disable Vister for more than a few minutes. His victim would carry a couple of aching bruises and perhaps a hearty respect for a new mode of fighting from this encounter. He could have as easily been dead had either of those blows landed other than where Ross chose to plant them. Ah! The Terran swung around, setting his back to the foot of the mast. Had he guessed wrong? With their chosen champion down, would the crew now rush him? He had gambled on the element of fair play which existed in a primitive Terran warrior society after a man-to-man challenge. But he could be wrong. Ross waited, tense. Just let one of them pull a weapon, and it could be his end. Two of them were aiding Vister to his feet. The rover's breath whistled in and out of him with that same whooping, and both of his hands rose unsteadily to his chest. The majority of his fellows stared from him to the slighter Terran as if unable to believe the evidence of their eyes. Torgul gathered up from the deck the belt and gill pack Ross had shed in preparation for the fight. He turned the belt around over his forearm until the empty knife sheath was uppermost. One of the crew came forward and slammed back into its proper place the long diver's knife which had been there when Ross was captured. Then the rover offered belt and gill pack to Ross. The Terran relaxed. His gamble had paid off, by the present signs he had won his freedom. And my swordsman? As he buckled on the belt, Ross nodded at Loketh still lying bound where they had pushed him at the beginning of the fight. He is sworn to you? Torgul asked. He is. Loose the coast rat then, the rover ordered. Now, tell me, stranger, What manner of man are you? Do you come from the Foana, after all? You have a magic which is not our magic, since the stone of Futka did not reveal it on you. Are you from the Shades? His fingers moved in the same sign Loketh had once made before Carrara. Ross gave his chosen explanation. I am from the sea, Captain. As for the Foana, they are no friend to me, since they hold captive in their keep one who is my brother Kyn. Torgul stared him up and down. You say you are from the sea. I have been a rover since I was able to stumble on my 2 feet across a deck, after the manner and custom of my people, yet I have never seen your like before. Perhaps your coming means ill to me and mine, but by the law of battle, you have won your freedom on this ship. I swear to you, however, stranger, that if ill comes from you, then the law will not hold, and you shall match your magic against the strength of Futka. That you shall discover is another thing altogether. I will swear any oath you desire of me, Captain, that I have no ill toward you and yours. There is only one wish I hold, to bring him whom I seek out from the Foana hold before they make him witch's meat. That will be a task worthy of any magic you may be able to summon, stranger. We have tasted this night of the power of the sea gate. Though we went in under the will of Futka, we were as weeds whirled about on the waves. Who enters that gate must have more force than any we now know. And you, too, then have a score to settle with the Foana. We have a score against the Foana, or against their magic, Torgul admitted. 3 ships, 1 island faring, are gone as if they never were. And those who went with them are of our fleet clan. There is the work of the shadow stretching dark and heavy across the sea, new come into these waters. But there remains nothing we can do this night. We have been lucky to win to sea again. Now, stranger, what shall we do with you? Or will you take to the sea again since you name it as home? Not here, Ross countered swiftly. He must gain some idea of where they might be in relation to the island, how far from its shore. Carrara and the dolphins, what had happened to them? You took no other prisoners? Ross had to ask. There were more of you. Torgul countered. Yes. No need to say how many, Ross decided. We saw no others. You, all of you, the captain rounded on the still clustered crew, get about your work. We must raise Kyn Add by morning and report to the council. He walked away and Ross, determined to learn all he could, followed him into the stern cabin. Here again the Terran was faced with barbaric splendor in carvings, hangings, a wealth of plate and furnishing not too different from the display he had seen in the wrecker's castle. As Ross hesitated just within the doorway, Torgul glanced back at him. You have your life and that of your man, stranger. Do not ask more of me, unless you have that within your hands to enforce the asking. I want nothing, save to be returned to where you took me, Captain. Torgul smiled grimly. You are the sea, you yourself said that. The sea is wide, but it is all one. Through it you must have your own paths. Take any you choose. But I do not risk my ship again into what lies in wait before the gates of the Foana. Where do you go then, Captain? To Kyn Add. You have your own choice, stranger, the sea or our faring. There would be no way of changing the Rovers' decision, Ross thought. And even with the gillpack he could not swim back to where he had been taken. There were no guideposts in the sea. But a longer acquaintance with Torgul might be helpful. Kyn Add then, Captain. He made the next move to prove equality and establish himself with this rover, seating himself at the table as one who had the right to share the captain's quarters. 10. Death at Kyn Add. The hour was close to dawn again and a need for sleep weighted Ross's eyelids, was a craving as strong as hunger. Still restlessness had brought him on deck, sent him to pacing, alert to this vessel and its crew. He had seen the ships of the Terran Bronze Age traders, small craft compared to those of his own time, depending upon oarsmen when the wind failed their sails, creeping along coasts rather than venturing too far into dangerous seas. Sometimes even tying up at the shore each night. There had been other ships, leaner, hardier. Those had plunged into the unknown, touching lands beyond the sea mists, sailed and oared by men plagued by the need to learn what lay beyond the horizon. And here was such a ship, taut, well kept, larger than the Viking longboats Ross had watched on the tapes of the project's collection, yet most like those far-faring Terran craft. The prow curved up in a mighty bowsprit where was the carved likeness of the sea dragon Ross had fought in the Hawaika of his own time. The eyes of that monster flashed with a regular blink of light which the Terran did not understand. Was it a signal or merely a device to threaten a possible enemy? There were sails, now furled as this ship bored on, answering to the steady throb of what could only be an engine. And his puzzlement held. A Viking longboat powered by motor? The mixture was incongruous. The crew were uniform as to face. All of them wore the flexible pearly armor, the skullstrip helmets. Though there were individual differences in ornaments and the choice of weapons. The majority of the men did carry curve-pointed swords, though those were broader and heavier than those the Terran had seen ashore. But several had axes with sickle-shaped heads, whose points curved so far back that they nearly met to form a circle. Spaced at regular intervals on deck were box-like objects fronting what resembled gun ports. And smaller ones of the same type were on the raised deck at the stern and mounted in the prow, their muzzles, if the square fronts might be deemed muzzles, flanking the blinking dragon head. Catapults of some type? Ross wondered. Ross, his name was given the hiss Loketh used, but it was not the wrecker youth who joined him now at the stern of the ship. Ho, that was strong magic, that fighting knowledge of yours. Vister rubbed his chest reminiscently. You have big magic, sea man. But then you serve the maid, do you not? Your swordsman has told us that even the great fish understand and obey her. Some fish, qualified Ross. Such fish as that, perhaps. Vister pointed to the curling wake of foam. Startled, Ross stared in that direction. Torgal's command was the centermost in a trio of ships, and those cruised in a line, leaving 3 trails of troubled wave behind them. Coming up now to port in the comparative calm between 2 wakes was a dark object. In the limited light Ross could be sure of nothing save that it trailed the ships, appeared to rest on or only lightly in the water, and that its speed was less than that of the vessels it doggedly pursued. A fish, that? Ross asked. Watch. Vister ordered. But the Hawakan's sight must have been keener than the Terran's. Had there been a quick movement back there? Ross could not be sure. What happened? He turned to Vister for enlightenment. As a soccer it leaps now and then above the surface. But that is no soccer. Unless, Ross, you who say you are from the sea have servants unlike any finned one we have drawn in by net or line before this day. The dolphins. Could Tino Rao or Tawa or both be in steady pursuit of the ships? But Carrara. Ross leaned against the rail, stared until his eyes began to water from the strain of trying to make out the nature of the black blot. No use, the distance was too great. He brought his fist down against the wood, trying to control his impatience. More than half of him wanted to burst into Torgal's quarters, demand that the captain bring the ship about to pick up or contact that trailer or trailers. Yours? Again Vister asked. Ross had tight rein on himself now. I do not know. It could well be. It could well be also that the smart thing would be to encourage the Rovers to believe that he had a force of sea dwellers much larger than the 4-time castaways. The leader of an army, or a navy, had more prestige in any truce discussion than a member of a lost scouting party. But the thought that the dolphins could be trailing held both promise and worry, promise of allies, and worry over what had happened to Carrara. Had she, too, disappeared after Ash into the hold of the Foana? The day did not continue to lighten. Though there was no cottony mist as had enclosed them the night before, there was an odd muting of sea and sky, limiting vision. Shortly Ross was unable to sight the follower or followers. Even Vister admitted he had lost visual contact. Had the blot been hopelessly outdistanced, or was it still dogging the wakes of the rover ships? Ross shared the morning meal with Captain Torgool, a round of leathery substance with a salty, meaty flavor, and a thick mixture of what might be native fruit reduced to a tart paste. Once before he had tasted alien food when in the derelict spaceship it had meant eat or starve. And this was a like circumstance, since their emergency ration supplies had been lost in the net. But though he was apprehensive, no ill effects followed. Torgool had been uncommunicative earlier, now he was looser of tongue, volunteering that they were almost to their port, the fairing of Kyn Add. The Terran had no idea how far he might question the Hawakan, yet the fuller his information the better. He discovered that Torgool appeared willing to accept Ross's statement that he was from a distant part of the sea and that local customs differed from those he knew. Living on and by the sea, the Rovers were quick-witted, adaptive, with a highly flexible if loose-knit organization of fleet clans. Each of these had control over certain islands which served them as fairings, ports for refitting and anchorage between voyages, usually ruggedly wooded where the sea people could find the raw material for their ships. Colonies of clans took to the sea, not in the slim, swift cruisers like the ship Ross was now on, but in larger, deeper vessels providing living quarters and warehouses afloat. They lived by trade and raiding. Spending only a portion of the year ashore to grow fast-sprouting crops on their faring islands and indulge in some manufacture of articles the inhabitants of the larger and more heavily populated islands were not able to duplicate. Their main article of commerce was, however, a sea-dwelling creature whose supple and well-tanned hide formed their defensive armor and served manifold other uses. This could only be hunted by men trained and fearless enough to brave more than one danger Torgool did not explain in detail. And a cargo of such skins brought enough in trade to keep a normal-sized fleet clan for a year. There was warfare among them. Rival clans tried to jump each other's hunting territories, raid fairings. But until the immediate past, Ross gathered, such encounters were relatively bloodless affairs, depending more upon craft and skillful planning to reduce the enemy to a position of disadvantage in which he was forced to acknowledge defeat, rather than ruthless battle of no quarter. The shoreside wrecker lords were always considered fair game, and there was no finesse in rover raids upon them. Those were conducted with a cold-blooded determination to strike hard at a long-time foe. However, within the past year there had been several raids on fairings with the same bloodbath result of a foray on a wrecker port. And, since all the fleet clans denied the sneak-and-strike, kill-and-destroy tactics which had finished those rover holdings, the seafarers were divided in their opinion as to whether the murderous raids were the work of wreckers suddenly acting out of character and taking to the sea to bring war back to their enemies, or whether there was a rogue fleet moving against their own kind for some purpose no rover could yet guess. "And you believe?" Ross asked as Torgool finished his resume of the new dangers besetting his people. Torgool's hand, its long, slender fingers spidery to Terran eyes, rubbed back and forth across his chin before he answered. "It is very hard for one who has fought them long to believe that suddenly those shore rats are entrusting themselves to the waves, venturing out to stir us with their swords. One does not descend into the depths to kick a soccer in the rump, not if one still has his wit safely encased under his skull braid. As for a rogue fleet, what would turn brother against brother to the extent of slaying children and women? Raiding for a wife, yes, that is common among our youth. And there have been killings over such matters. But not the killing of a woman, never of a child. We are a people who have never as many women as there are men who wish to bring them into the home cabin. And no clan has as many children as they hope the shades will send them." "Then who?" When Torgool did not answer at once, Ross glanced at the captain, and what the Terran thought he saw showing for an instant in the other's eyes was a revelation of danger. So much so that he blurted out, "You think that we. You have named yourself of the sea, stranger, and you have magic which is not ours. Tell me this in truth, could you not have killed Vister easily with those 2 blows if you had wished it?" Ross took the bold course. "Yes, but I did not. My people kill no more wantonly than yours. The coast rats I know, and the Foana, as well as any man may know their kind and ways, and my people, but you I do not know, sea stranger. And I say to you as I have said before, make me regret that I suffered you to claim battle rights, and I shall speedily correct that mistake. Captain. That cry had come from the cabin door behind Ross. Torgul was on his feet with the swift movements of a man called many times in the past for an instant response to emergency. The Terran was close on the Rovers' heels as they reached the deck. A cluster of crewmen gathered on the port side near the narrow bow. That odd misty quality this day held provided a murk hard to pierce, but the men were gesturing at a low-riding object rolling with the waves. That was near enough for even Ross to be able to distinguish a small boat akin to the one in which he, Carrara, and Loketh had dared the sea gate of the Foana. Torgul took up a great curved shell hanging by a thong on the mainmast. Setting its narrow end to his lips, he blew. A weird booming note, like the coughing of a sea monster, carried over the waves. But there was no answer from the drifting boat, no sign it carried any passengers. Ho, 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 Torgul's signal was re-echoed by shell calls from the other two cruisers. Heave to, the captain ordered. Wakti, Zimin, Yoanna, out and bring that in. 3 of the crew leaped to the railing, poised there for a moment, and then dived almost as one into the water. A rope end was thrown, caught by one of them. And then they swam with powerful strokes toward the drifting boat. Once the rope was made fast, the small craft was drawn toward Torgul's command, the crewmen swimming beside it. Ross longed to know the reason for the tense expectancy of the men around him. It was apparent the skiff had some ominous meaning for them. Ross caught a glimpse of a body huddled within the craft. Under Torgul's orders a sling was dropped, to rise, weighted with a passenger. The Terran was shouldered back from the rail as the limp body was hurried into the captain's cabin. Several crewmen slid down to make an examination of the boat itself. Their heads came up, their eyes searched along the rail and centered on Ross. The hostility was so open the Terran braced himself to meet those cold stares as he would a rush from a challenger. A slight sound behind sent Ross leaping to the right, wanting to get his back against solid protection. Loketh came up, his limp making him awkward so that he clutched at the rail for support. In his other hand was one of the hooked swords bared and ready. Get the murderers. Someone in the back line of the massing crew yipped that. Ross drew his diver's knife. Shaken at this sudden change in the crew's attitude, he was warily on the defensive. Loketh was beside him now and the Hawakan nodded to the sea. Better go there, he cried. Over before they try to gut you. Kill. The word shrilled into a roar from the Rovers. They started up the deck toward Ross and Loketh. Then someone leaped between, and Vister fronted his own comrades. Stand away, one of the others ran forward, thrusting at the tall Rover with a stiffened out held arm to fend him out of their path. Vister rolled a shoulder, sending the fellow shunting away. He went down while 2 more, unable to halt, thudded on him. Vister stamped on an outstretched hand and sent a sword spinning. What goes here? Torgul's demand was loud enough to be heard. It stopped a few of the crew and 2 more went down as the captain struck out with his fists. Then he was facing Ross, and the chill in his eyes was the threat the others had voiced. I told you, sea stranger, that if I found you were a danger to me or mine, you would meet the justice of Futka. You did, Ross returned. And in what way am I now a danger, Captain? Kyn Add has been taken by those who are not wreckers, not rovers, not those who serve the Foana, but strangers out of the sea. Ross could only stare back, confused. And then the full force of his danger struck home. Who those raiding sea strangers could be, he had no idea, but that he was now condemned out of his own mouth was true, and he realized that these men were not going to listen to any argument from him in their present state of mind. The growl of the crew was that of a hungry animal. Ross saw the wisdom in Loketh's choice. Far better chance the open sea than the mob before them. But his time for choice had passed. Out of nowhere whirled a lacy gray-white net, slapping him back against a bulkhead to glue him there. Ross tried to twist loose, got his head around in time to see Loketh scramble to the top of the rail, turn as if to launch himself at the men speeding for the now helpless Terran. But the Hawakan's crippled leg failed him and he toppled back overside. No. Again Torgal's shout halted the crew. He shall take the black curse with him when he goes to meet the shadow, and only one can speak that curse. Bring him. Helpless, reeling under their blows, dragged along, Ross was thrown into the captain's cabin, confronted by a figure braced up by coverings and cushions in Torgal's own chair. A woman, her face a drawn death's head of skin pulled tight upon bone, yet a fiery inner strength holding her mind above the suffering of her body, looked at the Terran with narrowed eyes. She nursed a bandaged arm against her, and now and then her mouth quivered as if she could not altogether control some emotion or physical pain. Yours is the cursing, Lady Jazia. Make it heavy to bear for him as his kind has laid the burden of pain and remembering on all of us. She brought her good hand up to her mouth, wiping its back across her lips as if to temper their quiver. And all the time her eyes held upon Ross. Why do you bring me this man? Her voice was strained, high. He is not of those who brought the shadow to Kyn Add. What? Torgal began and then schooled his voice to a more normal tone. Those were from the sea. He was gentle in his questioning. They came out of the sea, using weapons against which we had no defense. She nodded. Yes, they made very sure that only the dead remained. But I had gone to the shrine of Futka, since it was my day of duty, and Futka's power threw its shade over me. So I did not die, but I saw, yes, I saw. Not those like me. Ross dared to speak to her directly. No, not those like you. There were few, only so many, she spread out her 5 fingers. And they were all of one like as if born in one birth. They had no hair on their heads, and their bodies were of this hue. She plucked at one of the coverings they had heaped around her, it was a lavender-blue mixture. Ross sucked in his breath, and Torgal was fast to pounce upon the understanding he read in the Terran's face. Not your kind, but still you know them. I know them, Ross agreed. They are the enemy. The Baldies from the ancient spaceships, that holy alien race with whom he had once fought a desperate encounter on the edge of an unnamed sea in the far past of his own world. The galactic voyagers were here, and in active, if secret, conflict with the natives. 11. Weapon from the depths. Jazia told her story with an attention to time and detail which amazed Ross and won his admiration for her breed. She had witnessed the death and destruction of all which was her life, and yet she had the wit to note and record mentally for possible future use all that she had been able to see of the raiders. They had come out of the sea at dawn, walking with supreme confidence and lack of any fear. Axes flung when they did not reply to the sentries' challenges had never touched them, and a bombardment of heavier missiles had been turned aside. They proved invulnerable to any weapon the Rovers had. Men who made suicidal rushes to use sword or battle axe hand-to-hand had fallen, before they were in striking distance, under spraying tongues of fire from tubes the aliens carried. Rovers were not fearful or easily cowed, but in the end they had fled from the 5 invaders, gone to ground in their hulls, tried to reach their beached ships, only to die as they ran and hid. The slaughter had been remorseless and entire, leaving Jazia in the hill shrine as the only survivor. She had hidden for the rest of the day, seen the killing of a few fugitives, and that night had stolen to the shore, launched one of the ship's boats which was in a cove well away from the main harbor of the Fairing. Heading out to sea in hope of meeting the homing cruisers with her warning. They stayed there on the island. Ross asked. That point of her story puzzled him. If the object of that murderous raid had been only to stir up trouble among the Hawakan rovers, perhaps turning one clan against the other, as he had deduced when he had listened to Torgal's report of similar happenings. Then the Star men should have withdrawn as soon as their mission was complete, leaving the dead to call for vengeance in the wrong direction. There would be no reason to court discovery of their true identity by lingering. When the boat was Asia there were still lights at the Fairing Hall, and they were not our lights, nor did the dead carry them, she said slowly. What have those to fear? They cannot be killed. If they are still there, that we can put to the test, Torgul replied grimly, and a murmur from his officers bore out his determination. And lose all the rest of you? Ross retorted coldly. I have met these before, they can will a man to obey them. Look you, he slammed his left hand flat on the table. The ridges of scarred tissue were plain against his tanned skin. He knew no better way of driving home the dangers of dealing with the star men than providing this graphic example. I held my own hand in fire so that the hurt of it would work against their pull upon my thoughts, against their willing that I come and be easy meat for their butchering. Jazia's fingers flickered out, smoothed across his old scars lightly as she gazed into his eyes. This, too, is true, she said slowly. For it was also pain of body which kept me from their last snare. They stood by the hall and I saw Prahad, Okan, Mozaji, come out to them to be killed as if they were in a hold net and were drawn. And there was that which called me also so that I would go to them though I called upon the power of Futka to save. And the answer to that plea came in a strange way, for I fell as I went from the shrine and cut my arm on the rocks. The pain of that hurt was as a knife severing the net. Then I crawled for the wood and that calling did not come again. If you know so much about them, tell us what weapons we may use to pull them down. That demand came from Vister. Ross shook his head. I do not know. Yet, Jazia mused, all things which live must also die sooner or later. And it is in my mind that these have also a fate they dread and fear. Perhaps we may find and use it. They came from the sea, by a ship, then? Ross asked. She shook her head. No, there was no ship, they came walking through the breaking waves as if they had followed some road across the sea bottom. A sub. What is that? Torgul demanded. A type of ship which goes under the waves, not through them, carrying air within its hull for the breathing of the crew. Torgul's eyes narrowed. One of the other captains who had been summoned from the two companion cruisers gave a snort of disbelief. There are no such ships, he began, to be silenced by a gesture from Torgul. We know of no such ships, the other corrected. But then we know of no such devices as Jazia saw in operation either. How does one war upon these under-the-sea ships, Ross? The Terran hesitated. To describe to men who knew nothing of explosives the classic way of dealing with a sub via depth charges was close to impossible. But he did his best. Among my people one imprisons in a container a great power. Then the container is dropped near the sub and how, broke in the skeptical captain, do you know where such a ship lies? Can you see it through the water? In a way, not see, but hear. There is a machine which makes for the captain of the above-seas ship a picture of where the sub lies or moves so that he may follow its course. Then when he is near enough he drops the container and the power breaks free, to also break apart the sub. Yet the making of such containers and the imprisoning of the power within them, Torgul said, this is the result of a knowledge which is greater than any save the Foana may possess. You do not have it? His conclusion was half statement, half question. No. It took many years and the combined knowledge of many men among my people to make such containers, such a listening device. I do not have it. Why then think of what we do not have? Torgul's return was decisive. What do we have? Ross's head came up. He was listening, not to anything in that cabin, but to a sound which had come through the port just behind his head. There, it had come again. He was on his feet. What? Vister's hand hovered over the axe at his belt. Ross saw their gaze centered on him. We may have reinforcements now. The Terran was already on his way to the deck. He hurried to the rail and whistled, the thin, shrill summons he had practiced for weeks before he had ever begun this fantastic adventure. A sleek dark body broke water and the dolphin grin was exposed as Tino Rao answered his call. Though Ross's communication powers with the two Finn scouts was very far from Carrara's, he caught the message in part and swung around to face the rovers who had crowded after him. We have a way now of learning more about your enemies. A boat, it comes without sail or oars. One of the crew pointed. Ross waved vigorously, but no hand replied from the skiff. Though it came steadily onward, the three cruisers its apparent goal. Carrara! Ross called. Then side by side with Tino Rao were two wet heads, two masked faces showing as the swimmers trod water, Carrara and Loketh. Drop ropes. Ross gave that order as if he rather than Torgul commanded. And the captain himself was one of those who moved to obey. Loketh came out of the sea first, and as he scrambled over the rail he had his sword ready, looking from Ross to Torgul. The Terran held up empty hands and smiled. No trouble now. Loketh snapped up his mask. So the sea maids said, the finned ones reported. Yet before, these thirsted for your blood on their blades. What magic have you worked? None. Just the truth has been discovered. Ross reached for Carrara's hand as she came nimbly up the rope, swung her across the rail to the deck where she stood unmasked, brushing back her hair and looking around with a lively curiosity. Carrara, this is Captain Torgul, Ross introduced the rover commander who was staring round-eyed at the girl. Carrara is she who swims with the finned ones, and they obey her. Ross gestured to Tino Rao. It is Tawa who brings the skiff? He asked the Polynesian. She nodded. We followed from the gate. Then Loketh came and said that. She paused and then added, but you do not seem to be in danger. What has happened? Much. Listen, this is important. There is trouble at an island ahead. The Baldies were there, they murdered the kin of these men. The odds are they reached there by some form of sub. Send one of the dolphins to see what is happening and if they are still there. Carrara asked no more questions, but whistled to the dolphin. With a flip of tail Tino Rao took off. Since they could make no concrete plan of action, the cruiser captains agreed to wait for Tino Rao's report and to cruise well out of sight of the faring harbor until it came. This belief in magic, Ross remarked to Carrara, has one advantage. The natives seem able to take in their stride the fact the dolphins will scout for us. They have lived their lives on the sea, for it they must have a vast respect. Perhaps they know, as did my people, that the ocean has many secrets, some of which are never revealed except to the forms of life which claim their homes there. But, even if you discover this Baldy sub, what will the Rovers be able to do about it? I don't know, yet. Ross could not tell why he clung to the idea that they could do anything to strike back at the superior alien force. He only knew that he was not yet willing to relinquish the thought that in some way they could. And Ash? Yes, Ash. I don't know. It hurt Ross to admit that. Back there, what really happened at the gate, he asked Carrara. All at once the dolphins seemed to go crazy. I think for a moment or two they did. You felt nothing? No. It was like a fire slashing through the head. Some protective device of the Foana, I think. A mental defense to which he was not sensitive. Which meant that he might be able to breach that gate if none of the others could. But he had to be there first. Just suppose Torgul could be persuaded that this attack on the gutted Kyn Add was useless. Would the rover commander take them back to the Foana keep? Or with the dolphins and the skiff could Ross himself return to make the try? That he could make it on his own, Ross doubted. Excitement and willpower had buoyed him up throughout the past awakened day and night. Now fatigue closed in, past his conditioning in the built-in stimulant of the Terran rations, to enclose him in a groggy haze. He had been warned against this reaction, but that was just another item he had pushed out of his conscious mind. The last thing he remembered now was seeing Carrara move through a fuzzy cloud. Voices argued somewhere beyond, the force of that argument carried more by tone than any words Ross could understand. He was pulled sluggishly out of a slumber too deep for any dream to trouble, and lifted heavy eyelids to see Carrara once again. There was a prick in his arm, or was that part of the unreality about him? 4, 5, 6, she was counting, and Ross found himself joining in. 7, 8, 9, 10. On reaching 10, he was fully awake and knew that she had applied the emergency procedure they had been drilled in using, giving him a pep shot. When Ross sat up on the narrow bunk there was a light in the cabin and no sign of day outside the porthole. Torgul, Vister, the two other cruiser captains, all there, and Jazia. Ross swung his feet to the deck. A pep shot headache was already beginning, but would wear off soon. There was, however, a concentration of tension in the cabin, and something must have driven Carrara to use the drug. What is it? Carrara fitted the medical kit into the compact carrying case. Tino Rao has returned. There is a sub in the bay. It emits energy waves on a shoreward beam. Then they are still there. Ross accepted the Dolphin's report without question. Neither of the scouts would make a mistake in those matters. Energy waves beamed shoreward, power for some type of unit the Baldies were using. Suppose the Rovers could find a way of cutting off the power. The sea mate has told us that this ship sits on the bottom of the harbor. If we could board it, began Torgul. Yes. Vister brought his fist down against the end of the bunk on which the Terran still sat, jarring the dull, drug-borne pain in Ross's head. Take it, then turn it against its crew. There was an eagerness in all Rover faces. For that was a game the Hawakan seafarers understood: take an enemy ship and turn its armament against its companions in a fleet. But that plan would not work out. Ross had a healthy respect for the technical knowledge of the galactic invaders. Of course he, Carrara, even Loketh might be able to reach the sub. Whether they could then board her was an entirely different matter. Now the Polynesian girl shook her head. The broadcast there, Tino Rao rates it as lethal. There are dead fish floating in the bay. He had warning at the reef entrance. Without a shield, there will be no way of getting in. Might as well wish for a depth bomb, Ross began and then stopped. You have thought of something. A shield, Ross repeated her words. It was so wild this thought of his, and one which might have no chance of working. He knew almost nothing about the resources of the invaders. Could that broadcast which protected the sub and perhaps activated the weapons of the invaders ashore be destroyed? A wall of fish, sea life herded in there as a shield, wild, yes, even so wild it might work. Ross outlined the idea, speaking more to Carrara than to the Rovers. I do not know, she said doubtfully. That would need many fish, too many to herd and drive. Not fish, Torgul cut in, sawcars. Sawcars? You have seen the bow carving on this ship. That is a sawcar. Such are larger than 100 fish. Sawcars driven in, they might even wreck this undersea ship with their weight and anger. And you can find these sawcars nearby? Ross began to take fire. That dragon which had hunted him, the bulk of the thing was well above any other sea life he had seen here. And to its ferocity he could give testimony. At the spawning reefs. We do not hunt at this season, which is the time of the taking of mates. Now, too, they are easily angered, so they will even attack a cruiser. To slay them at present is a loss, for their skins are not good. But they would be ripe for battle were they to be disturbed. And how would you get them from the spawning reefs to Kyn Add? That is not too difficult, the reef lies here. Torgul drew lines with the point of his sword on the tabletop. And here is Kyn Add. Sawcars have a great hunger at this time. Show them bait and they will follow, especially will they follow swimming bait. There were a great many holes in the plan which had only a halfway chance of working. But the Rovers seized upon it with enthusiasm, and so it was set up. Perhaps some 2 hours later Ross swam toward the land mass of Kyn Add. Gleams of light pricked on the shore well to his left. Those must mark the Rover settlement. And again the Terran wondered why the invaders had remained there. Unless they knew that there had been 3 cruisers out on a raid and for some reason they were determined to make a complete mop-up. Carrara moved a little to his right, Taua between them, the Dolphin's super senses their guide and warning. The swiftest of the cruisers had departed, Loketh on board to communicate with Tino Rao in the water. Since the male dolphin was the best equipped to provide a fox for soccer hounds, he was the bait for this weird fishing expedition. No farther. Ross's sonic pricked a warning against his body. Through that he took a jolt which sent him back, away from the bay entrance. On the reef. Carrara's tapped code drew him on a new course. Moments later they were both out of the water, though the wash of waves over their flippered feet was constant. The rocks among which they crouched were a rough harborage from which they could see the shore as a dark blot. But they were well away from the break in the reef through which, if their outlandish plans succeeded, the Sawcars would come. A 1 in a million chance. Ross commented as he put up his mask. Was not the whole Time Agent project founded on just such chances? Carrara asked the right question. This was Ross's kind of venture. Yes, 1 in a million chances had been pulled off by the Time Agents. Why, it had been close to those odds against their ever finding what they had first sought along the back trails of time, the wrecked spaceships. Just suppose this could be a rehearsal for another attack. If the Sawcars could be made to crack the guard of the Baldies, could they also be used against the Foana Gate? Maybe. But take one fight at a time. They come. Carrara's fingers gripped Ross's shoulder. Her hand was hard, bar rigid. He could see nothing, hear nothing. That warning must have come from the dolphins. But so far their plan was working, the monsters of the awakened sea were on their way. 12. Baldies. Oh. Carrara clutched at Ross, her breath coming in little gasps, giving vent to her fear and horror. They had not known what might come from this plan, certainly neither had foreseen the present chaos in the lagoon. Perhaps the broadcast energy of the enemy whipped the already vicious-tempered Sawcars into this insane fury. But now the moonlit water was beaten into foam as the creatures fought there, attacking each other with a ferocity neither Terran had witnessed before. Lights gleamed along the shore where the alien invaders must have been drawn by the clamor of the fighting marine reptiles. Somewhere in the heights above the beach of the lagoon a picked band of rovers should now be making their way from the opposite side of Kyn Add under strict orders not to go into attack unless signaled. Whether the independent sea warriors would hold to that command was a question which had worried Ross from the first. Tino Rao and Tawa in the waters to the seaward of the reef, the two Terrans on that barrier itself, and between them and the shore the wild melee of maddened Sawcars. Ross started. The sonic warning which had been pulsing steadily against his skin cut off sharply. The broadcast in the bay had been silenced. This was the time to move, but no swimmer could last in the lagoon itself. Along the reef, Carrara said. That would be the long way round, Ross knew, but the only one possible. He studied the cluster of lights ashore. 2 or 3 figures moved there. Seemingly the attention of the aliens was well centered upon the battle still in progress in the lagoon. Stay here, he ordered the girl. Adjusting his mask, Ross dropped into the water, cutting away from the reef and then turning to swim parallel with it. Tino Rao matched him as he went, guiding Ross to a second break in the reef, toward the shore some distance from where the conflict of the Sawcars still made a hideous din in the night. The Terran waited in the shallows, stripping off his flippers and snapping them to his belt, letting his mask swing free on his chest. He angled toward the beach where the aliens had been. At least he was better armed for this than he had been when he had fronted the Rovers with only a diver's knife. From the Time Agent supplies he had taken the single-hand weapon he had long ago found in the armory of the derelict spaceship. This could only be used sparingly, since they did not know how it could be recharged, and the secret of its beam still remained secret as far as Terran technicians were concerned. Ross worked his way to a curtain of underbrush from which he had a free view of the beach and the aliens. 3 of them he counted, and they were Baldies, all right, taller and thinner than his own species, their bald heads gray-white, the upper dome of their skulls overshadowing the features on their pointed-chinned faces. They all wore the skin-tight blue-purple-green suits of the space voyagers, suits which Ross knew of old were insulated and protective for their wearers, as well as a medium for keeping in touch with one another. Just as he, wearing one, had once been trailed over miles of wilderness. To him, all three of the invaders looked enough alike to have been stamped out from one pattern. And their movements suggested that they worked or went into action with drilled precision. They all faced seaward, holding tubes aimed at the soccer-infested lagoon. There was no sound of any explosion, but green spears of light struck at the scaled bodies plunging in the water. And where those beams struck, flesh seared. Methodically the trio raked the basin. But, Ross noted, those beams which had been steady at his first sighting, were now interrupted by flickers. One of the Baldies upended his tube, rapped its butt against a rock as if trying to correct a jamming. When the alien went into action once again his weapon flashed and failed. Within a matter of moments the other two were also finished. The lighted rods pushed into the sand, giving a glow to the scene, darkened as a fire might sink to embers. Power fading. An ungainly shape floundered out of the churned water, lumbered over the shale of the beach, its supple neck outstretched, its horned nose down for a gore-threatening charge. Ross had not realized that the Sawcars could operate out of what he thought was their natural element, but this wild-eyed dragon was plainly bent on reaching its tormentors. For a moment or two the Baldies continued to front the creature, almost, Ross thought, as if they could not believe that their weapons had failed them. Then they broke and ran back to the fairing which they had taken with such contemptuous ease. The soccer ploughed along in their wake, but its movements grew more labored the farther it advanced, until at last it lay with only its head upraised, darting it back and forth, its fanged jaws well agape, voicing a coughing howl. Its plaint was answered from the water as a second of its kind wallowed ashore. A terrible wound had torn skin and flesh just behind its neck, yet still it came on, hissing and bubbling a battle challenge. It did not attack its fellow. Instead it dragged its bulk past the first comber, on its way after the Baldies. The Sawcars continued to come ashore, two more, a third, a fourth, mangled and torn, pulling themselves as far as they could up the beach. To lie, facing inland, their necks weaving, their horned heads bobbing, their cries a frightful din. What had drawn them out of their preoccupation of battle among themselves into this attempt to reach the aliens, Ross could not determine. Unless the intelligence of the beasts was such that they had been able to connect the searing beams which the Baldies had turned on them so tellingly with the men on the beach, and had responded by striving to reach a common enemy. But no desire could give them the necessary energy to pull far ashore. Almost helplessly beached, they continued to dig into the yielding sand with their flippers in a vain effort to pursue the aliens. Ross skirted the clamoring barrier of Sawcars and headed for the fairing. A neck snapped about, a head was lowered in his direction. He smelled the rank stench of reptile combined with burned flesh. The nearest of the brutes must have scented the Terran in turn, as it was now trying vainly to edge around to cut across Ross's path. But it was completely outclassed on land, and the man dodged it easily. 3 Baldies had fled this way. Yet Jazia had reported 5 had come out of the sea to take Kyn Add. 2 were missing. Where? Had they remained in the fairing? Were they now in the sub? And that sub, what had happened to it? The broadcast had been cut off. He had seen the failure of the weapons and the shore lights. Might the sub have suffered from soccer attack? Though Ross could hardly believe that the beasts could wreck it. The Terran was traveling blindly, keeping well under cover of such brush as he could, knowing only that he must head inland. Under his feet the ground was rising, and he recalled the nature of this territory as Torgul and Jazia had pictured it for him. This had to be part of the ridge wall of the valley in which lay the buildings of the fairing. In these heights was the shrine of Futka where Jazia had hidden out. To the west now lay the Rover village, so he had to work his way left, downhill, in order to reach the hole where the Baldies had gone to ground. Ross made that progress with the stealth of a trained scout. Hawaika's moon, triple in size to Terra's companion, was up, and the landscape was sharply clear, with shadows well defined. The glow, weird to Terran eyes, added to the effect of being abroad in a nightmare, and the bellowing of the grounded sawcars continued a devil's chorus. When the Rovers had put up the buildings of their fairing, they had cleared a series of small fields radiating outward from those structures. All of these were now covered with crops almost ready to harvest. The grain, if that Terran term could be applied to this Hawakan product, was housed in long pods which dipped from shoulder-high bushes. And the pods were well equipped with horny projections which tore. A single try at making his way into one of those fields convinced Ross of the folly of such an advance. He sat back to nurse his scratched hands and survey the landscape. To go down a very tempting lane would be making himself a clear target for anyone in those buildings ahead. He had seen the flommers of the Baldies fail on the beach, but that did not mean the aliens were now weaponless. His best chance, Ross decided, was to circle north, come back down along the bed of a stream. And he was at the edge of that watercourse when a faint sound brought him to a frozen halt, weapon ready. Ross, Loketh, and Torgul and Vister. This was the party from the opposite side of the island, gone expertly to Earth. In the moonlight Ross could detect no sign of their presence, yet their voices sounded almost beside him. They are in there, in the great hall. That was Torgul. But no longer are there any lights. Now, an urgent exclamation drew their attention. Light below. But not the glow of the rods Ross had seen on the beach. This was the warm yellow red of honest fire, bursting up, the flames growing higher as if being fed with frantic haste. 3 figures were moving down there. Ross began to believe that there were only this trio ashore. He could sight no weapons in their hands, which did not necessarily mean they were unarmed. But the stream ran close behind the rear wall of one of the buildings, and Ross thought its bed could provide cover for a man who knew what he was doing. He pointed out as much to Torgul. And if their magic works and you are drawn out to be killed? The rover captain came directly to the point. That is a chance to be taken. But remember. The magic of the Foana at the sea gate did not work against me. Perhaps this won't either. Once, earlier, I won against it. Have you then another hand to give to the fire as your defense? That was Vister. But no man has the right to order another's battle challenge. Just so, returned Ross sharply. And this is a thing I have long been trained to do. He slid down into the stream bed. Approaching from this angle, the structures of the fairing were between him and the fire. So screened he reached a log wall, got to his feet, and edged along it. Then he witnessed a wild scene. The fire raged in great, sky-touching tongues. And already the roof of one of the rover buildings smoldered. Why the aliens had built up such a conflagration, Ross could not guess. A signal designed to reach some distance. He did not doubt there was some urgent purpose. For the 3 were dragging in fuel with almost frenzied haste, bringing out of the rover buildings bales of cloth to be ripped apart and whirled into the devouring flames, furniture, everything movable which would burn. There was one satisfaction. The Baldies were so intent upon this destruction that they kept no watch save that now and then one of them would run to the head of the path leading to the lagoon and listen as if he expected a soccer to come pounding up the slope. There rattled. Ross could hardly believe it. The Baldies who had always occupied his mind and memory as practically invincible supermen were acting like badly frightened primitives. And when the enemy was so off balance you pushed hard. Ross thumbed the button on the grip of the strange weapon. He sighted with deliberation and fired. The blue figure at the top of the path wilted, and for a long moment neither of his companions noted his collapse. Then one of them whirled and started for the limp body, his colleague running after him. Ross allowed them to reach his first victim before he fired the second and third time. All 3 lay quiet, but still Ross did not venture forth until he had counted off a dozen Terran seconds. Then he slipped forward keeping to cover until he came up to the bodies. The blue-clad shoulder had a flaccid feel under his hand as if the muscles could not control the flesh about them. Ross rolled the alien over, looked down in the bright light of the fire into the Baldies' wide-open eyes. Amazement, the Terran thought he could read that in the dead stare which answered his intent gaze, and then anger, a cold and deadly anger which chilled into ice. Kill. Ross slewed around, still down on one knee, to face the charge of a rover. In the firelight the Hawakan's eyes were blazing with fanatical hatred. He had his hooked sword ready to deliver a finishing stroke. The Terran blocked with a shoulder to meet the rover's knees, threw him back. Then Ross landed on top of the fighting crewman, trying to pin the fellow to earth and avoid that recklessly slashing blade. Loketh. Vister. Ross shouted as he struggled. More of the rovers appeared from between the buildings, bearing down on the limp aliens and the two fighting men. Ross recognized the limping gait of Loketh, using a branch to aid him into a running scuttle across the open. Loketh, here. The Hawakan covered the last few feet in a dive which carried him into Ross and the rover. Hold him, the Terran ordered, and had just time enough to throw himself between the Baldies and the rest of the crew. There was a snarling from the rovers. And Ross, knowing their temper, was afraid he could not save the captives which they considered, fairly, their legitimate prey. He must depend upon the hope that there were one or two cooler heads among them with enough authority to restrain the would-be avengers. Otherwise he would have to beam them into helplessness. Torgul, he shouted. There was a break in the line of runners speeding for him. The big man lunging straight across could only be Vister, the other, yelling orders, was Torgul. It would depend upon how much control the captain had over his men. Ross scrambled to his feet. He had clicked on the beamer to its lowest frequency. It would not kill, but would render its victim temporarily paralyzed, and how long that state would continue Ross had no way of knowing. Tried on Terran laboratory animals, the time had varied from days to weeks. Vister used the flat side of his war axe, clapping it against the foremost runners, setting his own bulk to impose a barrier. And now Torgul's orders appeared to be getting through, more and more of the men slacked, leaving a trio of hotheads, two of whom Vister sent reeling with his fists. The captain came up to Ross. They are alive then? He leaned over to inspect the Baldy the Terran had rolled on his back, assessing the alien's frozen stare with thoughtful measurement. Yes, but they cannot move. Well enough. Torgul nodded. They shall meet the justice of Futka after the law. I think they will wish that they had been left to the boarding axes of angry men. They are worth more alive than dead, Captain. Do you not wish to know why they have carried war to your people, how many of them there may yet be to attack, and other things? Also, Ross nodded at the fire now catching the second building, why have they built up that blaze? Is it a signal to others of their kind? Very well said. Yes, it would be well for us to learn such things. Nor will Futka be jealous of the time we take to ask questions and get answers, many answers. He prodded the Baldy with the toe of his sea boot. How long will they remain so? Your magic has a bite in it. Ross smiled. Not my magic, Captain. This weapon was taken from one of their own ships. As to how long they will remain so, that I do not know. Very well, we can take precautions. Under Torgul's orders the aliens were draped with capture nets like those Ross and Loketh had worn. The sea-grown plant adhered instantly, wet strands knitting in perfect restrainers as long as it was uncut. Having seen to that, Torgul ordered the excavation of Kyn Add. As you say, he remarked to Ross, that fire may well be a signal to bring down more of their kind. I think we have had the favor of Futka in this matter, but the prudent man stretches no favor of that kind too far. Also, he looked about him, we have given to Futka and the shades are dead, there is nothing for us here now but hate and sorrow. In one day we have been broken from a clan of pride and ships to a handful of standardless men. You will join some other clan. Carrara had come with Jazia to stand on the stone ledge chip to form a base for a column bearing a strange, brooding-eyed head looking seaward. The rover woman was superintending the freeing of the head from the column. At the Terran girl's question the captain gazed down into the dreadful chaos of the valley. They could yet hear the roars of the dying Sawcars. The reptiles that had made their way to land had not withdrawn but still lay, some dead now, some with weaving heads reaching inland. And the whole of the fairing was ablaze with fire. We are now blood-sworn men, sea made. For such there is no clan. There is only the hunting and the kill. With the magic of Futka perhaps we shall have a short hunt and a good kill. There, now, so. Jazia stepped back. The head which had faced the sea was lowered carefully to a wide strip of crimson and gold stuff she had brought from Torgal's ship. With her one usable hand the rover woman drew the fabric about the carving, muffling it except for the eyes. Those were large ovals deeply carved, and in them Ross saw a glitter. Jewels set there. Yet, he had a queer, shivery feeling that something more than gems occupied those sockets, that he had actually been regarded for an instant of time, assessed and dismissed. We go now. Jazia waved and Torgal sent men forward. They lifted the wrapped carving to a board carried between them and started downslope. Carrara cried out and Ross looked around. The pillar which had supported the head was crumbling away, breaking into a rubble which cascaded across the stone ledge. Ross blinked, this must be an illusion, but he was too tired to be more than dully amazed as he became one of the procession returning to the ships. 13. The Sea Gate of the Foana. Ross raised a shell cup to his lips but hardly sipped the fiery brew it contained. This was a gesture of ceremony, but he wanted a steady head and a quick tongue for any coming argument. Torgal, Afrukta, Ungol, the three commanders of the rover cruisers, Jazia, who represented the mysterious power of Futka, Vistor and some other subordinate officers, Carrara, himself, with Loketh hovering behind, a council of war. But summoned against whom? The Terran had come too far afield from his own purpose, to reach Ash in the Foana Keep. And to further his own plans was a task he doubted his ability to perform. His attack on the Baldies had made him too important to the Rovers for them to allow him willingly to leave them on a quest of his own. These star men, Ross set down the cup, tried to choose the most telling words in his limited Hawakan vocabulary, possess weapons and powers you cannot dream of, that you have no defense against. Back at Kyn Add we were lucky. The Sawkars attacked their sub and halted the broadcast powering their flommers. Otherwise we could not have taken them, even though we were many against their few. Now you talk of hunting them in their own territory, on land and in the mountains where they have their base. That would be folly akin to swimming bare-handed to front a Sawkar. So, then we must sit and wait for them to eat us up, flared Ungol. I say it is better to die fighting with one's blade wet. Do you not also wish to take at least one of the enemy with you when you fight to that finish? Ross countered. These could kill you before you came in blade range. You had no trouble with that weapon of yours, Afrukta spoke up. I have told you, this weapon was stolen from them. I have only one and I do not know how long it will continue to serve me, or whether they have a defense against it. Those we took were naked to any force, for their broadcast had failed them. But to smash blindly against their main base would be the act of madmen. The Sawkars opened a way for us, that was Torgal. But we cannot move a pack of those inland to the mountains, Vistor pointed out reasonably. Ross studied the captain. That Torgal was groping for a plan and that it had to be a shrewd one, the Terran guessed. His respect for the rover commander had been growing steadily since their first meeting. The cruiser raiders had always been captained by the most daring men of the rover clans. But Ross was also certain that a successful cruiser commander must possess a level-headed leaven of intelligence and be a strategist of parts. The Hawakan force needed a key which would open the Baldy base as the Sawkars had opened the lagoon. And all they had to aid them was a handful of facts gained from their prisoners. Oddly enough the picklock to the captives' minds had been produced by the dolphins. Just as Tino Rao and Tawa had formed a bridge of communication between the Terran and Loketh, so did they read and translate the thoughts of the galactic invaders. For the Baldies, among their own kind, were telepathic, vocalizing only to give orders to inferiors. Their capture by these primitive inferiors had delivered the first shock, and the mind probes of the dolphins had sent the supermen close to the edge of sanity. To accept an animal form as an equal had been shattering. But the star men's thoughts and memories had been winnowed at last, and the result spread before this impromptu council. Rovers and Terrans were briefed on the invaders' master plan for taking over a world. Why they desired to do so even the dolphins had not been able to discover, perhaps they themselves had not been told by their superiors. It was a plan almost contemptuous in its simplicity, as if the galactic force had no reason to fear effective opposition. Except in one direction, one single direction. Ross's fingers tightened on the shell cup. Had Torgul reached that conclusion yet, the belief that the Foana could be their key? If so, they might be able to achieve their separate purposes in one action. It would seem that they are wary of the Foana, he suggested, alert to any telltale response from Torgul. But it was Jazia who answered the Terran's half-question. The Foana have a powerful magic. They can order wind and wave, man and creature, if so be their will. Well might these killers fear the Foana. Yet now they move against them, Ross pointed out, still eyeing Torgul. The captain's reply was a small, quiet smile. Not directly, as you have heard. It is all a part of their plan to set one of us against the other, letting us fight many small wars and so use up our men while they take no risks. They wait the day when we shall be exhausted, and then they will reveal themselves to claim all they wish. So today they stir up trouble between the Wreckers and the Foana, knowing that the Foana are few. Also they strive in turn to anger us by raids, allowing us to believe that either the Wreckers or Foana have attacked. Thus, he held up his left thumb, made a pincers of right thumb and forefinger to close upon it. They hope to catch the Foana, between Wreckers and Rovers. Because the Foana are those they reckon the most dangerous, they move against them now, using us and weakening our forces into the bargain. A plan which is clever, but the plan of men who do not like to fight with their own blades. They are worse than the coast scum, these cowards. Ongol spat. Torgul smiled again. That is what they believe we will say, kinsman, and so underrate them. By our customs, yes, they are cowards. But what care they for our judgments? Did we think of the Sawkars when we used them to force the lagoon? No, they were only beasts to be our tools. So now it is the same with us, except that we know what they intend. And we shall not be such obedient tools. If the Foana are our answer, then, he paused, gazing into his cup as if he could read some shadowy future there. If the Foana are the answer, then what? Ross pushed. Instead of fighting the Foana, we must warm, cherish, try to ally ourselves with them. And do all that while we still have time. Just how do we do these things? Demanded Ongol. The Foana you would warn, cherish, claim as allies, are already our enemies. Were we not on the way to force their sea gate only days ago? There is no chance of seeking peace now. And have the Finned ones not learned from the women killers that already there is an army of wreckers camped about the citadel to which these sons of the shadow plan to lend certain weapons? Do we throw away 3 cruisers, all we have left, in a hopeless fight? Such is the counsel of one struck by loss of wits. There is a way, my way, Ross seized the opening. In the Foana citadel is my sword lord, to whose service I am vowed. We were on our way to attempt his freeing when your ship picked us out of the waves. He has learned beyond me in the dealing with strange peoples, and if the Foana are as clever as you say, they will already have discovered that he is not just a slave they claimed from Lord Zahur. There it was in the open, his own somewhat tattered hope that Ash had been able to impress his captors with his knowledge and potential. Trained to act as contact man with other races, there was a chance that Gordon had saved himself from whatever fate had been planned for the prisoners the Foana had claimed. If that happened, Ash could be their opening wedge in the Foana stronghold. This also I know, that which guards the gate, which turns your minds whirling and sent you back from your raid, does not affect me. I may be able to win inside and find my clansmen, and in that doing treat with the Foana. The Baldy prisoners had not underestimated the attack on the Foana citadel. As the rover cruisers beat in under the cover of night, the fires and torches of both besieged and besiegers made a wild glow across the sky. Only on the sea side of the fortress there was no sign of involvement. Whatever guarded the gate must still be in force. Ross stood with his feet well apart to balance his body against the swing of the deck. His suggestion had been argued over, protested, but at last carried with the support of Torgul and Jazia, and now he was to make his try. The sum of the Rovers and Loketh's knowledge of the sea gate had been added for his benefit, but he knew that this venture must depend upon himself alone. Karara, the Dolphins, the Hawakens, were all too sensitive to the barrier. Torgul moved in the faint light. We are close, our power is ebbing. If we advance, we shall be drifting soon. It is time then. Ross crossed to the rope ladder, but another was there before him. Karara perched on the rail. He regarded her angrily. You can't go. I know. But we are still safe here. Just because you are free of one defense of the gate, Ross, do not believe that makes it easy. He was stung by her assumption that he could be so self-assured. I know my business. Ross pushed past her, swinging down the rope ladder, pausing only above water level to snap on flippers, make sure of the set of his weighted belt, and slide his gill mask over his face. There was a splash beside him as the net containing spare belt, flippers, and mask hit the water and he caught at it. These could provide Asha's escape from the fortress. The lights on the shore made a wide arc of radiance across the sea. As Ross headed toward the wave-washed coast, he began to hear shouting and other sounds which made him believe that the besiegers were in the midst of an all-out assault. Yet those distant fires and rocket-like blasts into the sky had a wavery blur. And Ross, making his way with the effortless water cleaving of the diver, surfaced now and then to spot film curling up from the surface of the sea between the two standing rock pillars which marked the sea gate. He was startled by a thunderous crack, rending the air above the small bay. Ross pulled to one of the pillars, steadied himself with one hand against it. Those twists of film rising from the surging surface were thickening. More tendrils grew out from parent stems to creep along above the waves, raising up sprouts and branches in turn. A wall of mist was building between gate and shore. Again a thunderclap overhead. Involuntarily the Terran ducked. Then he turned his face up to the sky, striving to see any evidence of storm. What hung there sped the growth of the fog on the water. Yet where the fog was grey-white, it was a darkness spouting from the highest point of the citadel. Ross could not explain how he was able to see one shade of darkness against equal dusk, but he did, or did he only sense it? He shook his head, willing himself to look away from the finger. Only it was a finger no longer. Now it was a fist aimed at the stars it was fast blotting out. A fist rising to the heavens before it curled back, descended to press the fortress and its surroundings into rock and earth. Fog curled about Ross, spilled outward through the sea gates. He loosed his grip on the pillar and dived, swimming on through the gap with the fortress of the Foana before him. There was a jetty somewhere ahead. That much he knew from Torgul's description. Those who served the Foana sometimes took sea roads and they had slim, fast cutters for such coastwise travel. Ross surfaced cautiously, to discover there was no visibility to wave level. Here the mist was thick, a smothering cover so bewildering he was confused as to direction. He ducked below again and flippered on. Was his confusion born of the fog, or was it also in his head? Did he, after all, have this much reaction to the gate defense? Ross ducked that suspicion as he had ducked the moist blanket on the surface. He had come from the gate, which meant that the jetty must lie there. A few moments later Ross had proof that his sense of direction had not altogether failed him, when his shoulder grazed against a solid obstruction in the water and his exploring touch told him that he had found one of the jetty piles. He surfaced again and this time he heard not a thunder roll but the sing-song chanting of the Foana. It was loud, almost directly above his head, but since the cotton mist held he was not afraid of being sighted. The chanter must be on the jetty. And to Ross's right was a dark bulk which he thought was one of the cutters. Was a sortie by the besieged being planned? Then, out of the night, came a dazzling beam, well above the level of Ross's head where he clung to the piling. It centered on the cutter, slicing into the substance of the vessel with the ease of steel-piercing clay. The chanting stopped on mid-note, broken by cries of surprise and alarm. Ross, pressing against the pile, received a jolt from his belt sonic. There must be a Baldies sub in the basin inside the gate. Perhaps the flame beam now destroying the cutter was to be turned on the walls of the keep in turn. Foana chant again, low and clear. Splashes from the water as those on the jetty cast into the sea objects Ross could not define. The Terran's body jerked, his mask smothered a cry of pain. About his legs and middle, immersed in the waves, there was cold so intense that it seared. Fear goaded him to pull up on one of the underbeams of the pier. He reached that refuge and rubbed his icy legs with what vigor he could summon. Moments later he crept along toward the shore. The energy ray had found another target. Ross paused to watch a second cutter sliced. If the counter-stroke of the Foana would rout the invaders, it had not yet begun to work. The net holding the extra gear brought along in hopes of Ash's escape weighed the Terran down, but he would not abandon it as he felt his way from one foot and handhold to the next. The waves below gave off an icy exudation which made him shiver uncontrollably. And he knew that as long as that effect lasted he dared not venture into the sea again. Light. Along with the cold, there was a phosphorescence on the water, white patches floating, dipping, riding the waves. Some of them gathered under the pier, clustering about the pilings. And the fog thinned with their coming, as if those irregular blotches absorbed and fed upon the mist. The Terran could see now he had reached the land end of the jetty. He wedged his flippers into his belt, pulled on over his feet the covers of soccer-hide Torgul had provided. Save for his belt, his trunks, and the gill pack, Ross's body was bare and the cold caught at him. But, slinging the carry net over his shoulder, he dropped to the damp sand and stood listening. The clamor of the attack which had carried all the way offshore to the rover cruisers had died away. And there were no more claps of thunder. Instead, there was now a thick wash of rain. No more fire rays as he faced seaward. And the fog was lifting, so Ross could distinguish the settling cutters, their bows still moored to the jetty. There was no movement there. Had those on the pier fled? Ross did not drop the net. But he crouched back in the half-protection of the piling. For a moment which stretched beyond Terran time measure he froze so, waiting. Not the prickle induced by the enemy installations, it was a real coded call picked up by his sonic, and one he knew. Don't rush, he told himself sharply, play it safe. By rights only 2 people in this time and place would know that call. And one would have no reason to use it. But, a trap. This could be a trap. Awe of the Foana powers had touched him a little in spite of his off-world skepticism. He could be lured now by someone using Ash's call. Ross stripped for action after a fashion, bundling the net and its contents into a hollow he scooped behind a pile well above water level. The alien hand weapon he had left with Carrara, not trusting it to the sea. But he had his diver's knife and his 2 hands which, by training, could be, and had been, deadly weapons. With the sonic against the bare skin of his middle where it would register strongest, knife in hand, Ross moved into the open. The floating patches did not supply much light, but he was certain the call had come from the jetty. There was movement there, a flash or 2. And the sonic? Ross had to be sure, very sure. The broadcast was certainly stronger when he faced in that direction. Dared he come into the open? Perhaps in the dark he could cut Ash away from his captors so they could swim for it together. Ross clicked a code reply. The answer was quick, imperative, where? Surely no one but Ash could have sent that. Ross did not hesitate. Be ready, escape. No. Even more imperative. Friends here. Had he guessed rightly? Had Ash established friendly relations with the Foana? But Ross kept to the caution which had been his defense and armor so long. There was one question he thought only Ash could answer, something out of the past they had shared when they had made their first journey into time disguised as beaker traders of the Bronze Age. Deliberately he tapped that question. What did we kill in Britain? Tensely he waited. But when the reply came it did not pulse from the sonic under his fingers, instead, a well-remembered voice called out of the night. A white wolf. And the words were Terran English. Ash. Ross leaped forward, climbed toward the figure he could only dimly see. 14. The Foana. Ross. Ash's hands gripped his shoulders as if never intending to free him again. Then you did come through. Ross understood. Gordon Ash must have feared that he was the only one swept through the time door by that freak chance. And Carrara and the dolphins. Here, now. In this black bowl of the Citadel Bay Ash was only a shadow with voice and hands. No, out with the rover cruisers. Ash, do you know the Baldies are on Hawaii? They've organized this whole thing, the attack here, trouble all over. Right now they have one of their subs out there. That's what cut those cutters to pieces. 5 days ago 5 of them wiped out a whole rover fairing, just 5 of them. Gordon. Unlike the hissing speech of the Hawaiians, this new voice made a singing, lilting call of Ash's name. This is your swordsman in truth. Another shadow drew near them, and Ross saw the flutter of cloak edge. This is my friend. There was a tone of correction in Ash's reply. Ross, this is the guardian of the sea gate. And you come, the Foana continued, with those who gather to feast at the Shadow's table. But your rovers will find little loot to their liking. No, Ross hesitated. How did one address the Foana? He had claimed equality with Torgul. But that approach was not the proper one here, instinct told him that. He fell back on the complete truth uttered simply. We took 3 of the Baldy killers. From them we learned they moved to wipe out the Foana first. For you, he addressed himself to the cloaked shape, they believed to be a threat. We heard that they urged the wreckers to this attack and so. And so the rovers come, but not to loot. Then they are something new among their kind. The Foana's reply was as chill as the sea bay's water. Loot does not summon men who want a blood price for their dead kin. Ross retorted. No, and the rovers are believers in the balance of hurt against hurt, the Foana conceded. Do they also believe in the balance of aid against aid? Now that is a thought upon which depends much. Gordon, it would seem that we may not take to our ships. So let us return to council. Ash's hand was on Ross's arm guiding him through the murk. Though the fog which had choked the bay had vanished, thick darkness remained and Ross noted that even the fires and flares were dimmed and fewer. Then they were in a passage where a very faint light clung to the walls. Robed Foana, 3 of them, moved ahead with that particular gliding progress. Then Ash and Ross, and bringing up the rear, a dozen of the mailed guards. The passageway became a ramp. Ross glanced at Ash. Like the Foana, the Terran agent wore a cloak of grey, but his did not shift color from time to time as did those of the Hawaiian enigmas. And now Gordon shoved back its folds, revealing supple body armor. Questions gathered in Ross. He wanted to know, needed desperately to know, Ash's standing with the Foana. What had happened to raise Gordon from the status of captive in Zahur's hold to familiar companionship with the most dreaded race on this planet? The ramp's head faced blank wall with a sharp-angled turn to the right of a narrower passage. One of the Foana made a slight sign to the guards, who turned with drilled precision to march off along the passage. Now the other Foana held out their wands. What a moment earlier had been unbroken surface showed an opening. The change had been so instantaneous that Ross had not seen any movement at all. Beyond that door they passed from one world to another. Ross's senses, already acutely alert to his surroundings, could not supply him with any reason by sight, sound, or smell for his firm conviction that this hold was alien as neither the Wrecker Castle nor the Rover ships had been. Surely the Foana were not the same race, perhaps not even the same species as the other native Hawakens. Those robes which he had seen both silver-gray and dark blue, now faded, pearled, thinned, until each of the three still gliding before him were opalescent columns without definite form. Asha's grasp fell on Ross's arm once more, and his whisper reached the younger man thinly. They are mistresses of illusion. Be prepared not to believe all that you see. Mistresses, Ross caught that first. Women, or at least female then. Illusion, yes, already he was convinced that here his eyes could play tricks on him. He could hardly determine what was robe, what was wall, or if more than shades of shades swept before him. Another blank wall, then an opening, and flowing through it to touch him such a wave of alienness that Ross felt he was buffeted by a storm wind. Yet as he hesitated before it, reluctant in spite of Asha's hold to go ahead, he also knew that this did not carry with it the cold hostility he had known while facing the Baldies. Alien, yes. Inimical to his kind, no. You are right, younger brother. Spoken those words, or forming in his mind. Ross was in a place which was sheer wonder. Under his feet dark blue, the blue of a Terran sky at dusk, caught up in it twinkling points of light as if he strode, not equal with stars, but above them. Walls, were there any walls here? Or shifting, swaying blue curtains on which silvery lines ran to form symbols and words which some bemused part of his brain almost understood, but not quite. Constant motion, no quiet, until he came to a place where those swaying curtains were stilled, where he no longer strode above the sky but on soft surface, a mat of grey living sod where his steps released a spicy fragrance. And there he really saw the Foana for the first time. Where had their cloaks gone? Had they tossed them away during that walk or drift across this amazing room, or had the substance which had formed those coverings flowed away by itself? As Ross looked at the three in wonder he knew that he was seeing them as not even their servants and guards ever viewed them. And yet was he seeing them as they really were or as they wished him to see them? As we are, younger brother, as we are. Again an answer which Ross was not sure was thought or speech. In form they were humanoid, and they were undoubtedly women. The muffling cloaks gone, they wore sleeveless garments of silver which were girded at the waist with belts of blue gems. Only in their hair and their eyes did they betray alien blood. For the hair which flowed and wove about them, cascading down shoulders, rippling about their arms, was silver, too, and it swirled, moved as if it had a separate life of its own. While their eyes... Ross looked into those golden eyes and was lost for seconds until panic awoke in him, forcing him after sharp struggle to look away. Laughter? No, he had not heard laughter. But a sense of amusement tinged with respect came to him. You are very right, Gordon. This one is also of your kind. He is not witch's meat. Ross caught the distaste, the kind of haunting unhappiness which colored those words, remnants of an old hurt. These are the Foana, Asha's voice broke more of the spell. The Lady Inlan, the Lady Ingram, the Lady Invalda. The Foana, these three only. She whom Ash had named Inlan, whose eyes had entrapped and almost held what was Ross Murdoch, made a small gesture with her ivory hand. And in that gesture as well as in the words witches meet the Terran read the unhappiness which was as much a part of this room as the rest of its mystery. The Foana are now but three. They have been only three for many weary years, O man from another world and time. And soon, if these enemies have their way, they will not be three, but none. But, Ross was still startled. He knew from Loketh that the Wreckers had deemed the Foana few in number, an old and dying race. But that there were only three women left was hard to believe. The response to his unspoken wonder came clear and determined. We may be but three. However, our power remains. And sometimes power distilled by time becomes the stronger. Now it would seem that time is no longer our servant but perhaps among our enemies. So tell us this tale of yours as to why the Rovers would make one with the Foana. Tell us all, younger brother. Ross reported what he had seen, what Tino Rao and Tawa had learned from the prisoners taken at Kyn Add. And when he had finished, the three Foana stood very still, their hands clasped one to the other. Though they were only an arm's distance from him, Ross had the feeling they had withdrawn from his time and world. So complete was their withdrawal that he dared to ask Ash one of the many questions which had been boiling inside him. Who are they? But Ross knew he really meant, what are they? Gordon Ash shook his head. I don't really know, the last of a very old race which possesses powers and knowledge different from any we have believed in for centuries. We have heard of witches. In the modern day we discount the legends about them. The Foana bring those legends alive. And I promise you this, if they turn those powers loose, he paused, it will be such a war as this world, perhaps any world has never seen. That is so. The Foana had returned from the place to which they had withdrawn. And this is also the truth or one face of the truth. The Rovers are right in their belief that we have kept some measure of balance between one form of change and another on this world. If we were as many as we once were, then against us these invaders could not move at all. But we are three only, and also, do we have the right to evoke disaster which will strike not only the enemy but perhaps recoil upon the innocent? There has been enough death here already. And those who are our servants shall no longer be asked to face battle to keep an empty shell inviolate. We would see with our own eyes these invaders, probe what they would do. There is ever change in life, and if a pattern grows too set, then the race caught in it may wither and die. Maybe our pattern has been too long in its old design. We shall make no decision until we see in whose hands the future may rest. Against such finality of argument there was no appeal. These could not be influenced by words. Gordon, there is much to be done. Do you take with you this younger brother and see to his needs? When all is in readiness we shall come. 1 minute Ross had been standing on the carpet of living moss. Then, he was in a more normal room with 4 walls, a floor, a ceiling, and light which came from rods set in the corners. He gasped. Stunned me, too, the first time they put me through it, he heard Ash say. Here, get some of this inside you, it'll steady your head. There was a cup in his hand, a beautifully carved, rose-red container shaped in the form of a flower. Somehow Ross brought it to his lips with shaking hands, gulped down a good third of its contents. The liquid was a mixture of tart and sweet, cooling his mouth and throat, but warming as it went down, and that glow spread through him. What, how did they do that? He demanded. Ash shrugged. How do they do the 101 things I have seen happen here? We've been teleported. How it's done I don't know any more than I did the first time it happened. Simply a part of Foanath magic as far as spectators are concerned. He sat down on a stool, his long legs stretched out before him. Other worlds, other ways, even if they are confounded queer ones. As far as I know, there's no reason for their power to work, but it does. Now, have you seen the time gate? Is it in working order? Ross put down the now empty cup and sat down opposite Ash. As concisely as he could, he outlined the situation with a quick resume of all that had happened to him, Carrara, and the dolphins since they had been sucked through the gate. Ash asked no questions, but his expression was that of the agent Ross had known, evaluating and listing all the younger man had to report. When the other was through he said only 2 words. No return. So much had happened in so short a time that Ross's initial shock at the destruction of the gate had faded, been well overlaid by all the demands made upon his resources, skill, and strength. Even now, the fact Ash voiced seemed of little consequence balanced against the struggle in progress. Ash, Ross rubbed his hands up and down his arms, brushing away grains of sand. Remember those pylons with the empty seacoast behind them? Does that mean the Baldies are going to win? I don't know. No one has ever tried to change the course of history. Maybe it is impossible even if we dared to try. Ash was on his feet again, pacing back and forth. Try what, Gordon? Ross jerked around. Ash halted. One of the Foana stood there, her hair playing about her shoulders as if some breeze felt only by her stirred those long strands. Dare to try and change the course of the future, Ash explained, accepting her materialization with the calm of one who had witnessed it before. Ah, yes, you're traveling in time. And now you think that perhaps this poor world of ours has a choice as to which overlords it will welcome. I do not know either, Gordon, whether the future may be altered or if it be wise to try. But also, well, perhaps we should see our enemy before we are set in any path. Now, it is time that we go. Younger brother, how did you plan to leave this place when you accomplished your mission? By the sea gate. I have extra swimming equipment cached under the jetty. And the rover ships await you at sea? Yes. Then we shall take your way, since the cutters are sunk. There is only one extra gill pack, and that Baldy sub is out there, too. So. Then we shall try another road, though it will sap our power temporarily. Her head inclined slightly to the left as if she listened. Good. Our people are now in the passage which will take them to safety. What those outside will find here when they break in will be of little aid to their plans. Secrets of the Foana remain secrets past others prying. Though they shall try, oh, how they shall try to solve them. There is knowledge that only certain types of minds can hold and use, and to others it remains for all time unlearnable. Now. Her hand reached out, flattened against Ross's forehead. Think of your rover ship, younger brother, see it in your mind. And see well and clearly for me. Torgal's cruiser was there, he could picture with details he had not thought he knew or remembered. The deck in the dark of the night with only a shaded light at the mast. The deck. Ross gave a choked cry. He did not see this in his mind, he saw it with his eyes. His hand swung out in an involuntary gesture of repudiation and struck painfully against wood. He was on the cruiser. A startled exclamation from behind him, then a shout. Ash was here and beyond him three cloaked figures, the Foana. They had their own road indeed and had taken it. You. Ross, Vister fronted them, his face a mixture of bewilderment and awe. The Foana, said in a half-whisper, echoed by crewmen gathering around, but not too close. Gordon. Carrara elbowed her way between two of the Hawakens and ran across the deck. She caught the agent's both hands as if to assure herself that he was alive and there before her. Then she turned to the three Foana. There was an odd expression on the Polynesian girl's face, first of measurement with some fear, and then of dawning wonder. From beneath the cloak of the middle Foana came the rod of office with its sparking knob. Carrara dropped Ash's hands, took a tentative step forward and then another. The knob was directly before her, breast high. She brought up both hands, cupping them about the knob, but not touching it directly. The sparks it emitted could have been flashing against her flesh, but Carrara displayed no awareness of that. Instead, she lifted both hands farther, palm up and cupped, as if she carried some invisible bounty, then flattened them, loosing what she held. There was a sigh from the crewman. Carrara's gesture had been confident, as if she knew just what she was doing and why. And Ross heard Ash draw a deep breath also as the Terran girl turned, allying herself with the Foana. These great ones stand in peace, she said. It is their will that no harm comes to this ship and those who sail in her. What do the great ones want of us? Torgal advanced but not too near. To speak concerning those who are your prisoners. So be it. The captain bowed. The great ones' will is our will, let it be as they wish. 15. Return to the battle. Ross lay listening to the even breathing from across the cabin. He had awakened in that quick transference from sleep to consciousness which was always his when on duty, but he made no attempt to move. Ash was still sleeping. Ash, whom he thought or had thought he knew as well as one man could ever know another, who had taken the place of family for Ross Murdoch the loner. Years, too. 4 of them now since he had made half of that partnership. His head turned, though he could not see that lean body, that quiet, controlled face. Ash still looked the same, but Ross's sense of loss was hurt and anger mingled. What had they done to Gordon, those 3? Bewitched? Tales Terrans had accepted as purest fantasy for centuries came into his mind. Could it be that his own world once had its Foana? Ross scowled. You couldn't refute their magic, call it by what scientific name you wished, hypnotism, teleporting. They got results, and the results were impressive. Now he remembered the warning the Foana themselves had delivered hours earlier to the Rovers. There were limits to their abilities, because they were forced to draw on mental and physical energy, they could be exhausted. Thus, they had barriers, too. Again Ross considered the subject of barriers. Carrara had been able to meet the aliens, if not mind to mind, then in a closer way even than Ash. The talent which tied her to the Dolphins had in turn been a bond with the Foana. Ash and Carrara could enter that circle, but not Ross Murdoch. Along with his new separation from Ash came that feeling of inferiority to bite on, and the taste was sour. This isn't going to be easy. So Ash was awake. What can they do? Ross asked in return. I don't know. I don't believe that they can teleport an army into Baldy headquarters the way Torgul expects. And it wouldn't do such an army much good to get there and then be outclassed by the weapons the Baldies might have, Ash said. Ross had a moment of warmth and comfort, he knew that tone of old. Ash was studying the problem, willing to talk out difficulties as he always had before. No, outright assault isn't the answer. We'll have to know more about the enemy. One thing puzzles me, why have the Baldies suddenly stepped up their timing? What makes you think they have? Well, according to the accounts I've heard. It's been about 3 or 4 planet years here since some off-world devices have been infiltrating the native civilization. You mean such things as those attractors set up on the reef at Zahur's castle? Ross remembered Loketh's story. Those, and other things. The refinements added to the engine power on these ships. Torgul said they spread from rover fleet to fleet, no one's sure where they started. The Baldies began slowly, but they are speeding up now, those fairing attacks have all been recent. And this assault on the Foana citadel blew up almost overnight on a flimsy excuse. Why the quick push after the slow beginning? Maybe they decided the natives are easy pushovers and they no longer have to worry about any real opposition, Ross suggested. Could be. Self-confidence becoming arrogance when they didn't uncover any opponent strong enough to matter. Or else, they may be spurred by some need with a time limit. If we knew the reason for those pylons, we might guess their motives. Are you going to try to change the future? That sounds arrogant, too. Can we if we wish to? We never dared to try it on Terra. And the risk may be worse than all our fears. Also, the choice is not ours. There's one thing I don't understand, Ross said. Why did the Foana walk out of the citadel and leave it undefended for their enemies? What about their guards? Did they just leave them too? He was willing to make the most of any flaw in the alien's character. Most of their people had already escaped through underground ways. The rest left when they knew the cutters had been sunk, Ash returned. As to why they deserted the citadel, I don't know. The decision was theirs. There, up with the barrier between them again. But Ross refused to accept the cutoff this time, determined to pull Ash back into the familiar world of the here and now. That keep could be a trap, about the best on this planet. The idea was more than just a gambit to attract Ash's attention, it was true. A perfect trap to catch Baldies. Don't you see? Ross sat up, slapped his feet down on the deck as he leaned forward eagerly. Don't you see? If the Baldies know anything at all about the Foana, and I'm betting they do and want to learn all they can, they'll visit the citadel. They won't want to depend on second- and third-hand reports of the place, especially ones delivered by primitives such as the Wreckers. They had a sub there. I'll bet the crew are in picking over the loot right now. If that's what they're hunting, there was amusement in Ash's tone, they won't find much. The Foana have better locks than their enemies have keys. You heard inland before we left, any secrets left will remain secrets. But there's bait for a trap, argued Ross. You're right. To the younger man's joy Ash's enthusiasm was plain. And if the Baldies could be led to believe that what they wanted was obtainable with just a little more effort, or the right tools, the trap could net bigger catch than just underlings. Ross's thought matched Ash's. Why, it might even pull in the VIP directing the whole operation. How can we set it up, and do we have time? The trap would have to be a Foana setting, our part would come after it was sprung. Ash was thoughtful again. But it is the only move which we can make at present with any hope of success. And it will only work if the Foana are willing. Have to be done quickly, Ross pointed out. Yes, I'll see. Ash was a dark figure against the thin light of the companionway as he slid back the cabin door. If Invalda agrees. As he went out, Ross was right behind him. The Foana had been given, by their own choice, quarters on the bow deck of the cruiser where sailcloth had been used to form a tent. Not that any of the Austrican rovers would venture too near them. Ash reached for the flap of the fabric and a lilting voice called. You seek us, Gordon. This is important. Yes, it is important, for the thought which brings you both has merit. Enter then, brothers. The flap was looped aside and before them was a swirling of mist. Light. Sheets of pale color. Ross could not have described what he saw, save if the Foana were there, he could not distinguish them from the rippling of their hair, the melting film of their robes. So, younger brother, you think that which was our home and our treasure box has now become a trap for the confounding of those who believe we are a threat to them? Somehow Ross was not surprised that they knew about his idea before he had said a word, before Ash had given any explanations. Their omniscience was only a small portion of their other talents. Yes. And why do you believe so? We swear to you that the coast folk cannot be driven into those parts of the castle which mean the most, any more than our sea gate can be breached unless we will it so. Yet I swam through the sea gate, and the sub was there also. Ross knew again a flash of, was it pleasure, at being able to state this fact. There were chinks in the Foana defenses. Again the truth. You have that within you, young brother, which is both a lack and a shield. True also that this undersea ship entered after you. Perhaps it has a shield as part of it, perhaps those from the stars have their own protection. But they cannot reach the heart of what they wish, not unless we open the doors for them. It is your belief, younger brother, that they still strive to force such doors. Yes. Knowing there is something to be learned, they will try for it. They will not dare not to. Ross was very certain on that point. His encounters with the Baldies had not led to any real understanding. But the way they had wiped out the line of Russian time stations made him sure that they dealt thoroughly with any situation they considered a threat. From the prisoners taken at Kyn Add they had learned the invaders believed the Foana their enemies here, even though the old ones had not repulsed them or their activities. Therefore, it followed that, having taken the stronghold, the Baldies would endeavor to rip open every one of its secrets. A trap with good bait. Ross wondered which one of the Foana said that. To see nothing but the swirls of mist color, listen to disembodied voices from it, was disconcerting. Part of the stage dressing, he decided, for building their prestige with the other races with whom they dealt. 3 women alone would have to buttress their authority with such trappings. Ah, younger brother, indeed you are beginning to understand us. Laughter, soft, but unmistakable. Ross frowned. He did not feel the touch-go-touch of mental communication which the dolphins used. But he did not doubt that the Foana read his thoughts, or at least a few of them. Some of them echoed from the mist. Not all, not as your older brothers or the maiden whose mind meets with ours. With you, younger brother, it is a thought here, a thought there, and only our intuition to connect them into a pattern. But now, there is serious planning to be done. And, knowing this enemy, you believe they will come to search for what they cannot find. So you would set a trap. But they have weapons beyond your weapons, have they not, younger brother? Brave as are these rover kind, they cannot use swords against flame, their hands against a killer who may stand apart and slay. What remains, Gordon? What remains in our favor? You have your weapons, too, Ash answered. Yes, we have our weapons, but long have they been used only in one pattern, and they are heightened to another race. Did our defenses hold against you, Gordon, when you strove to prove that you were as you claimed to be? And did another repulse younger brother when he dared the sea gate? So can we trust them in turn against these other strangers with different brains? Only at the testing shall we know, and in such learning perhaps we shall also be forced to eat the sourness of defeat. To risk all may be to lose all. That may be true, Ash assented. You mean the sight you have had into our future says that this happens? Yes, to stake all and to lose, not only for ourselves, but for all others here, that is a weighty decision to make, Gordon. But the trap promises. Let us think on it for a space. Do you also consult with the Rovers if they wish to take part in what may be desperate folly? Torgul paced the afterdeck, well away from the tent which sheltered the Foana, but with his eyes turning to it as Ross explained what might be a good attack. Those women killers would have no fear of Foana magic, rather would they come to seek it out. It would be a chance to catch leaders in a trap. You have heard what the prisoners said or thought. Yes, they would seek out such knowledge and we would have this chance to capture them. With what? Torgul demanded. I am not Ongul to argue that it is better to die in pursuit of blood payment than to take an enemy or enemies with me. What chance have we against their powers? Ask that of them. Ross nodded toward the still silent tent. Even as he spoke the three cloaked Foana emerged, pacing down to midship where Torgul and his lieutenants, Ross and Ash came to meet them. We have thought on this. The lilting half-chant which the Foana used for ordinary communication was a song in the dawn wind. It was in our minds to retreat, to wait out this troubling of the land, since we are few and that which we hold within us is worth the guarding. But now, what profit such guardianship when there may be none to whom we may pass it after us? And if you have seen the truth, elder brother, the cowled heads swung to Ash, then there may be no future for any of us. But still there are our limitations. Rover, now they spoke directly to Torgul, we cannot put your men within the citadel by desiring, not without certain aids which lie sealed there now. No, we, ourselves, must win inside bodily and then, perhaps, we can pull tight the lines of our net. To run a cruiser through the gate, Torgul began. No, not a ship, Captain. A handful of warriors in the water can risk the gate, but not a ship. Ash broke in, how many gilpacks do we have? Ross counted hurriedly. I left one cached ashore. But there's mine and Carrara's and Loketh's, also two more. To pass the gates, that was the Foana, we ourselves shall not need your underwater aids. You, Ross said to Ash, and I with Carrara's pack. For Carrara. Both the Terrans looked around. The Polynesian girl stood close to the Foana, smiling faintly. This venture is mine also, she spoke with conviction. As it is Tina Rao's and Tawa's. Is that not so, daughters of the Aelii of this world? Yes, sea maid. There are weapons of many sorts, and not all of them fit into a warrior's hand or can be swung with the force of a man's arm and shoulder. Yes, this venture is yours, also, sister. Ross's protests bubbled unspoken. He had to accept the finality of the Foana decree. It seemed now that the makeup of their task force depended upon the whims of the three rather than the experience of those trained to such risks. And Ash was apparently willing to accept their leadership. So it was an odd company that took to the water just as dawn colored the sky. Loketh had clung fiercely to his pack, insisted that he be one of the swimmers, and the Foana accepted him as well. Ross and Ash, Loketh, and Baliku, a young underofficer of Ongles, accorded the best swimmer of the fleet, Karara and the dolphins. And with them those three others, shapes sliding smoothly through the water, as difficult to define in this new element as they had been in their tent. Before them frisked the dolphins. Tino Rao and Tawa played about the Foana in an ecstatic joy, and when all were in the sea they shot offshoreward. That sub within the sea gate, had it unleashed the same lethal broadcast as the one at Kyn Add? But the dolphins could give warning if that were so. Ross swam easily, Ash next, Loketh on his left, Baliku a little behind and Karara to the fore as if in vain pursuit of the dolphins, the Foana well to the left. A queer invasion party, even queerer when one totaled up the odds which might lie ahead. There was no mist or storm this morning to hide the headlands where the Foana citadel stood. And the promontories of the sea gate were starkly clear in the growing light. The same drive which always was a part of Ross when he was committed to action sustained him now, though he was visited by a small prick of doubt when he thought that the leadership did not lie with Ash but with the Foana. No warning of any trouble ahead as they passed between the mighty, sea-sunk bases of the gate pillars. Ross depended upon his sonic, but there was no adverse report from the sensitive recorder. The terrible chill of the water during the night attack had been dissipated, but here and there dead sea things floated, being torn and devoured by hunters of the waves. They were well past the pillars when Ross was aware that Loketh had changed place in the line, spurting ahead. After him went Baliku. They caught up with Karara, flashed past her. Ross looked to Ash, onto the Foana, but saw nothing to explain the action of the two Hawakens. Then his sonic beat out a signal from Ash. Danger, follow the Foana, left. Karara had already changed course to head in that direction. Ahead of her he could see Loketh and Baliku both still bound for the midpoint of the shore where the jetty and the sunken cutters were. Ash passed before him, and Ross reluctantly followed orders. A shelf of rock reached out from the cliff wall, under it a dark opening. The Foana sought this without hesitation, Ash, Karara, and Ross following. Moments later they were out of the water where footing sloped back and up. Below them Tino Rao and Tawa nosed the rise, their heads lifting out of the water as they spoke. And Karara hastened to reply. Loketh. Baliku. Ross began when he caught a mental stroke of anger so deadly that it was a chill lance into his brain. He faced the Foana, startled and a little frightened. They will not come, now. A knob-crowned wand stretched out in the air, pointing to the upper reaches of the slope. Nor can any of their blood, unless we win. What is wrong? Ash asked. You were right, very right, men out of time. These invaders are not to be lightly dismissed. They have turned one of our own defenses against us. Loketh, Baliku, all of their kind, can be made into tools for a master. They belong to the enemy now. And we have failed so early? Karara wanted to know. Again that piercing thrust of anger so vivid that it was no mere emotion but seemed a tangible force. Failed? No, not yet have we even begun to fight. You were very right. This is such an evil as must be faced and fought, even if we lose all in battle. Now we must do that which none of our own race has done for generations, we must open 3 locks, throw wide the great door, and seek out the keeper of the closed knowledge. Light, a sharp ray sighting from the tip of the wand. And the Foana following that beam, the 3 Terrans coming after, into the unknown. 16. The opening of the great door. It was not the general airlessness of the long-closed passage which wore on Ross's nerves, made Karara suddenly reach out and clasp fingers about the wrists of the 2 men she walked between. It was a crushing sensation of age, of a toll of years so long, so heavy, as to make time itself into a turgid flood which tugged at their bodies, mired their feet as they trudged after the Foana. This sense of age, of a dead and heavy past, was so stifling that all 3 Terrans breathed in gasps. Karara's breaths became sobs. Yet she matched her pace to Ash, and Ross kept going. Ross himself had little idea of their surroundings, but one small portion of his brain asked answerless questions. The foremost being, why did the past crush in on him here? He had traveled time, but never before had he been beaten with the feel of countless dead and dying years. Going back, that hoarse whisper came from Ash, and Ross thought he understood. A time gate. He was eager to accept such an explanation. Time gates he could understand, but that the Foana used one. Not our kind, Ash replied. But his words had pulled Ross out of a spell which had been as quicksand about him. And he began to fight back with a determination not to be sucked into what filled this place. In spite of Ross's efforts, his eyes could supply him with no definite impression of where they were. The ramp had led them out of the sea, but where they walked now, linked hand to hand, Ross could not say. He could see the glimmer of the Foana, turning his head he could see his companions as shadows, but all beyond that was utter dark. Ah! Karara's sobs gave way to a whisper which was half moan. This is a way of gods, old gods, gods who never dealt with men. It is not well to walk the road of the gods. Her fear lapped to Ross. He faced that emotion as he had faced so many different kinds of fear all his life. Sure, he felt that pressure on him, not the pressure of past centuries now, but a power beyond his ability to describe. Not our gods. Ross put his stubborn defiance into words, more as a shield against his own wavering. No power where there is no belief. From what half-forgotten bit of reading had he dredged that knowledge? No being without belief, he repeated. To his vast amazement he heard Ash laugh, though the sound bordered on hysteria. No belief, no power, the older man replied. You've speared the right fish, Ross. No gods of ours dwell here, Karara, and whatever god does has no rights over us. Hold to that, girl, hold tight. Ah, ye 40,000 gods. Ye gods of sea, of sky, of woods. Of mountains, of valleys. Ye assemblies of gods. Ye elder brothers of the gods that are. Ye gods that once were. Ye that whisper. Ye that watch by night. Ye that show your gleaming eyes. Come down, awake, stir. Walk this road, walk this road. She was singing, first softly and then more strongly, the liquid words of her own tongue repeated in English as if what she strove to call she would share with her companions. Now there was triumph in her singing, and Ross found himself echoing her, walk this road, as a demand. It was still there, all of it, the crushing weight of the past, and that which brooded within that past, which had reached out for them, to possess or to alter. Only they were free of that reaching now. And they could see too. The fuzzy darkness was lighter and there were normal walls about them. Ross put out his free hand and rubbed finger-tips along rough stone. Once more their senses were assaulted by a stealthy attack from beyond the bounds of space and time as the walls fell away and they came out into a wide space whose boundaries they could not see. Here that which brooded was strong, a mighty weight poised aloft to strike them down. Come down, awake, stir. Karara's pleading sank again to a whisper, her voice sounded hoarse as if her mouth were dry, her words formed by a shrunken tongue, issued from a parched throat. Light spreading in channels along the floor, making a fiery pattern, patterns within patterns, intricate designs within designs. Ross jerked his eyes away from those patterns. To study them was danger, he knew without being warned. Karara's nails bit into his flesh and he welcomed that pain, it kept him alert, conscious of what was Ross Murdoch, holding him safely apart from something greater than he, but entirely alien. The designs and patterns were lines on a pavement. And now the three Foana, swaying as if yielding to unseen winds, began to follow those patterns with small dancing steps. But the Terrans remained where they were, holding to one another for the sustaining strength their contact offered. Back, forth, the Foana danced, and once more their cloaks vanished or were discarded, so their silver-bright figures advanced, retreated, weaving away from one arabesque to another. First about the outer rim and then in, by spirals and circles. No light except the crimson glowing rivulets on the floor, the silver bodies of the Phoana moving back and forth, in and out. Then, suddenly, the three dancers halted, huddled together in an open space between the designs. And Ross was startled by the impression of confusion, doubt, almost despair wafted from them to the Terrans. Back across the patterned floor they came, their hands clasped even as the Terrans stood together, and now they fronted the three out of time. "Too few, we are too few," she who was the mid one of the trio said. "We cannot open the great door." "How many do you need?" Karara's voice was no longer parched, frightened. She might have traveled through fear to a new serenity. Why did he think that, Ross wondered fleetingly. Was it because he, too, had had the same release? The Polynesian girl loosed her grip on her companion's hands, taking a step closer to the Phoana. "3 can be 4. Or 5. Ash moved up beside her. "If we suit your purpose." Was Gordon Ash crazy? Or had he fallen victim to whatever filled this place? Yet it was Ash's voice, sane, serene, as Ross had always heard it. The younger agent wet his lips, it was his turn to have a dry mouth. This was not his game. It could not be. Yet he summoned voice enough to add in turn. 6. When it came the Phoana answer was a warning. "To aid us you must cast aside your shields, allow your identities to become one with our forces. Having done so, it may be that you shall never be as you are now but changed." Changed. The word echoed, perhaps not in the place where they stood, but in Ross's head. This was a risk such as he had never taken before. His chances in the past had been matters of action where his own strength and wits were matched against the problem. Here, he would open a door to forces he and his kind should not meet, expose himself to danger such as did not exist on the plane where weapons and strength of arm could decide victory or defeat. And this was not really his fight at all. What did it matter to Terrans 10,000 years or so in the future what happened to Hawakens in this past? He was a fool, they were all fools to become embroiled in this. The Baldies and their stellar empire, if that ever had existed as the Terrans surmised, was long gone before his breed entered space. "If you accomplish this with our aid," said Ash, "will you be able to defeat the invaders?" Again a lengthening moment of silence before the Phoana replied. "We cannot tell. We only know that there is a force laid up here, set behind certain gates in the far past, upon which we may call for some supreme effort. But this much we also know, the evil of the shadow reaches out from here now, and where that darkness falls men will no longer be men but things in the guise of men who obey and follow as mindless creatures. As yet this shadow of the shadow is a small one. But it will spread, for that is the nature of those who have spawned it. They have chanced upon and corrupted a thing we know. Such power feeds upon the will to power. Having turned it to their bidding, they will not be able to resist using it, for it is so easy to do and the results exalt the nature of those who employ it. You have said that you and those like you who travel the time trails fear to change the past. Here the first steps have been taken to alter the future, but unless we complete the defense it will be ill for all of us. And this is your only weapon?" Ash asked once more. "The only one strong enough to stand against that which is now unleashed." In the pavement the fiery lines were bright and glowing. Even when Ross shut his eyes, parts of those designs were still visible against his eyelids. "We don't know how." He made a last feeble protest on the side of prudence. "We couldn't move as you did. Apart, no, together, yes." The silvery figures were once more swaying, the mist which was their hair flowing about them. Karara's hands went out, and the slender fingers of one of the Phoana lifted, closed about firm, brown Terran flesh. Ash was doing the same. Ross thought he cried out, but he could not be sure, as he watched Karara's head begin to sway in concert with her Phoana partner, her black hair springing out from her shoulders to rival the rippling strands of the aliens. Ash was consciously matching steps with the companion who also drew him along a flowing line of fire. In this last instant Ross realized the time for retreat was past, there was no place left to go. His hands went out, though he had to force that invitation because in him there was a shrinking horror of this surrender. But he could not let the others go without him. The Foana's touch was cool, and yet it seemed that flesh met his flesh, fingers as normal as his met fingers in that grasp. And when that hold was complete he gave a small gasp. For his horror was wiped away. He knew in its place a burst of energy which could be disciplined to use as a weapon or a tool in concentrated and complicated action. His feet so, and then so. Did those directions flow without words from the Foana's fingers to his and then along his nerves to his brain? He only knew which was the proper next step, and the next, as they wove their way along the pattern lines, with their going adding a necessary thread to a design. Forward 4 steps, backward 1, in and out. Did Ross actually hear that sweet thrumming, akin to the lilting speech of the Foana, or was it a throbbing in his blood? In and out. What had become of the others he did not know. He was aware only of his own path, of the hand in his, of the silvery shape at his side to whom he was now tied as if one of the rover capture nets enclosed them both. The fiery lines under his feet were smoking, tendrils rising and twisting as the hair of the Foana rippled and twisted. And the smoke clung, wreathed his body. They moved in a cocoon of smoke, thicker and thicker, until Ross could not even see the Foana who accompanied him, was only assured of her presence by the hand which grasped his. And a small part of him clung desperately to the awareness of that clasp as an anchorage against what might come, a tie between the world of reality and the place into which he was passing. How did one find words to describe this? Ross wondered with that part of him which remained stubbornly Ross Murdoch, Terran time agent. He thought that he did not see with his eyes, hear with his ears but used other senses his own kind did not recognize nor acknowledge. Space. Not a room, a cave, anything made by normal nature. Space which held something. Pure energy. His Terran mind strove to give name to that which was nameless. Perhaps it was that spark of memory and consciousness which gave him that instant of seeing. Was it a throne? And on it a shimmering figure? He was regarded intently, measured, and set aside. There were questions or a question he could not hear, and perhaps an answer he would never be able to understand. Or had any of this happened at all? Ross crouched on a cold floor, his head hanging, drained of energy, of all that feeling of power and well-being he had had when they had begun their dance across the symbols. About him those designs still glowed dully. When he looked at them too intently his head ached. He could almost understand, but the struggle was so exhausting he winced at the effort. Gordon. There was no clasp on his hand, he was alone between two glowing arabesques. That loneliness struck at him with the sharpness of a blow. His head came up, frantically he stared about him in search of his companions. Gordon. His plea and demand in one was answered. Ross. On his hands and knees, Ross used the rags of his strength to crawl in that direction, stopping now and then to shade his eyes with his hands, to peer through the cracks between his fingers for some sight of Ash. There he was, sitting quietly, his head up as if he were listening, or striving to listen. His cheeks were sunken, he had the drained, worn look of a man strained to the limit of physical energy. Yet there was a quiet peace in his face. Ross crawled on, put out a hand to Ash's arm as if only by touching the other could he be sure he was not an illusion. And Ash's fingers came up to cover the younger man's in a grasp as tight as the Foana's hold had been. We did it. Together we did it, Ash said. But where, why? Those questions were not aimed at him, Ross knew. And at that moment the younger man did not care where they had been, what they had done. It was enough that his terrible loneliness was gone, that Ash was here. Still keeping his hold on Ross, Ash turned his head and called into the wilderness of the symbol-glowing space about them, Karara. She came to them, not crawling, not wrung almost dry of spirit and strength, but on her 2 feet. About her shoulders her dark hair waved and spun, or was it dark now? Along those strands there seemed to be threaded motes of light, giving a silvery sheen which was a faint echo of the Foana's tresses. And was it only his bemused and bewildered sight, Ross mused, or was her skin fairer? Carrara smiled down at them and held out her hands, offering one to each. When they took them Ross knew again that surge of energy he had felt when he had followed the Foana into the maze dance. Come. There is much to do. He could not be mistaken, her voice held the singing lilt of the Foana. Somehow she had crossed some barrier to become a paler, perhaps a lesser, but still a copy of the three aliens. Was this what they had meant when they warned of a change which might come to those who followed them into the ritual of this place? Ross looked from the girl to Ash with searching intensity. No, he could see no outward change in Gordon. And he felt none within himself. Come. Some of Carrara's old impetuousness returned as she tugged at them, urging them to their feet and drawing them with her. She appeared to know where they must go, and both men followed her guidance. Once more they came out of the weird and alien into the normal, for here were the rock walls of a passage running up at an angle which became so steep they were forced to pull along by handholds hollowed in the walls. Where are we going? Ash asked. To cleanse. Carrara's answer was ambiguous, and she sped along hardly touching the handholds. But hurry. They finished their climb and were in another corridor where patches of sunlight came through a pierced wall to dazzle their eyes. This was similar to the way which had run beside the courtyard in Zahur's castle. Ross looked out of the first opening down into a courtyard. But where Zahur's had held the busy life of a castle, this was silent. Silent, but not deserted. There were men below, armed, helmed. He recognized the uniform of the Wrecker warriors, saw one or two who wore the grey of the Foana servants. They stood in lines, unmoving, without speech among themselves, men who might have been frozen into immobility and arranged so for some game in which they were the voiceless, will-less pieces. And their immobility was a thing to arouse fear. Were they dead and still standing? Come. Carrara's voice had sunk to a whisper and her hand pulled at the men. What? Began Ross. Ash shook his head. Those rows below drawn up as if in order to march, unliving rows. They could not be alive as the Terrans knew life. Ross left his vantage point, ready to follow Carrara. But he could not blot from his mind the picture of those lines, nor forget the terrible blankness which made their faces more unhuman, more frighteningly alien than those of the Foana. 17. Shades against shadow. The corridor ended in a narrow slit of room, and the wall before them was not the worked stone of the citadel but a single slab of what appeared to be glass curdled into creamy ridges and depressions. Here were the Foana, their robes once more cloaking them. Each held, point out, one of the rods. They moved slowly but with the precise gestures of those about a demanding and very important task as they traced each depression in the wall before them with the wand points. Down, up, around. As their feet had moved in the dance pattern, so now their wands moved to cover each line. Now. The wands dropped points to the floor. The Foana moved equidistant from one another. Then, as one, the rods were lifted vertically, brought down together with a single loud tap. On the wall the blue lines they had traced with such care darkened, melted. The glassy slab shivered, shattered, fell outward in a lace of fragments. So the narrow room became a balcony above a large chamber. Below a platform ran the full length of that hall, and on it were mounted a line of oval discs. These had been turned to different angles and each reflected light, a ray beam directed at them from a machine whose metallic casing, projecting antennae, was oddly out of place here. Once more the three staffs of the Foana raised as one in the air. This time, from the knobs held out over the hall blazed, not the usual whirl of small sparks, but strong beams of light, blue light darkening as it pierced downward until it became thrusting lines of almost tangible substance. When those blue beams struck the nearest ovals they webbed with lines which cracked wide open. Shattered bits tinkled down to the platform. There was a stir at the end of the hall where the machine stood. Figures ran into plain sight. Baldies. Ross cried out a warning as he saw those star men raise weapon tubes aimed at the perch on which the Foana stood. Fire crackling with the speed and sound of lightning lashed up at the balcony. The lances of light met the spears of dark, and there was a flash which blinded Ross, a sound which split open the whole world. The Terran's eyes opened, not upon darkness but on dazzling light, flashes of it which tore over him in great sweeping arcs. Dazed, sick, he tried to press his prone body into the unyielding surface on which he lay. But there was no way of burrowing out of this wild storm of light and clashing sound. Now under him the very fabric of the floor rocked and quivered as if it were being shaken apart into crumbling rubble. All the will and ability to move was gone. Ross could only lie there and endure. What had happened, he did not know save that what raged about him now was a warring of inimical forces, perhaps both feeding on each other even as they strove for mastery. The play of rays resembled sword blades crossing, fencing. Ross threw his arm over his eyes to shut out the intolerable brilliance of that thrust and counter. His body tingled and winced as the whirlwind of energy clashed and reclashed. He was beaten, stupid, as a man pinned down too long under a heavy shelling. How did it end? In one terrific thunderclap of sound and blasting power. And when did it end? Hours, days later. Time was a thing set apart from this. Ross lay in the quiet which his body welcomed thirstily. Then he was conscious of the touch of wind on his face, wind carrying the hint of sea salt. He opened his eyes and saw above him a patch of clouded sky. Shakily he levered himself up on his elbows. There were no complete walls any more, just jagged points of masonry, broken teeth set in a skull's jawbone. Open sky, dark clouds spattering rain. Gordon. Carrara. Ross's voice was a thin whisper. He licked his lips and tried again. Gordon. Had there been an answering whimper? Ross crawled into a hollow between two fallen blocks. A pool of water. No, it was the cloak of one of the Foana spread out across the flooring in this fragment of room. Then Ross saw that Ash was there, the cloaked figure braced against the Terran's shoulder as he half supported, half embraced the Foana. Invalda. Ash called that with an urgency which was demanding. Now the Foana moved, raising an arm in the cloak's flowing sleeve. Ross sat back on his heels. Ross, Ash. He turned his head. Carrara stood here, then came forward, planting her feet with care, her hands outstretched, her eyes wide and unseeing. Ross pulled himself up and went to her, finding that the once solid floor seemed to dip and sway under him, until he, too, must balance and creep. His hands closed on her shoulders and he pulled her to him in mutual support. Gordon. Over there. You all right? I think so. Her voice was weak. The Foana. Inland. Invalda, steadying herself against him, she tried to look around. The place which had once been a narrow room, then a balcony, was now a perch above stomach-turning space. The hall of the oval mirrors was gone, having disappeared into a hollow the depths of which were veiled by a vapor which boiled and bubbled as if, far below, some huge cauldron hung above a blazing fire. Carrara cried out and Ross drew her back from that drop. He was clear-headed now and looked about for some way down from this doubtful perch. Of the other two Foana there was no sign. Had they been sucked up and out in the inferno they had created with their unleashing of energy against the Baldies installation? Ross, look! Carrara's cry, her upflung arm directed his attention aloft. Under the sullen gathering of the storm a sphere arose as a bubble might seek the surface of a pool before breaking. A ship, a Baldy ship taking off from the ruined citadel. So some of the enemy had survived that trial of strength. The globe was small, a scout used for within-atmosphere exploration, Ross judged. It arose first, and then moved inland, fleeing the gathering storm, to be out of sight in moments. Inland, where the mountain base of the invaders was reputed to be. Retreating? Or bound to gather reinforcements? Baldies? Carrara asked. Yes. She wiped her hand across her face, smearing dust and grime on her cheeks. As raindrops pattered about them, Ross drew the girl with him into the alcove where Ash sheltered with the Foana. The cowled alien was sitting up, her hand still gripping one of the wands, now a half-melted ruin. Ash glanced at them as if for the first time he remembered they might be there. Baldy's ship just took off inland, Ross told him. We didn't see either of the other Foana. They have gone to do what is to be done, Ash's companion replied. So some of the enemy fled. Well, perhaps they have learned one lesson, not to meddle with others' devices. Ah, so much gone which will never come again. Never again. She held up the half-melted wand, turning it back and forth before her, before she cast it away. It flew out, up, then dropped into the cauldron of the hall which had been. A gust of rain, cold, chilling the lightly clad Terrans, swept across them. The Foana was helped to her feet by Ash. For a moment she turned slowly, giving a lingering look to the ruins. Then she spoke, broken stone holds no value. Take hands, my brothers, my sister, it is time we go hence. Karara's hand in Ross's right, Ash's in his left, and both linked to Invalda in turn. Then, they were indeed elsewhere, in a courtyard where bodies lay flaccid under the drenching downpour of the rain. And moving among those bodies were the two other Foana, bending to examine one man after another. Perhaps over 1 in 3 they so inspected they held consultation before a wand was used in tracing certain portions of the body between them. When they were finished, that man stirred, moaned, showed signs of life once more. Ross. From behind a tumbled wall crept a Hawakan who did not wear the guard armor of the others. Gill pack, flippers, diver's belt, had been stripped from him. There was a bleeding gash down the side of his face, and he held his left arm against his body, supported by his right hand. Baliku. The rover pulled himself up to his feet and stood swaying. Ross reached him quickly to catch him as he slumped forward. Loketh, the Terran asked. The women killers took him. Somehow the rover got that out as Ross half supported, half led him to where the Foana were gathering those they had been able to revive. They wanted to learn. Baliku was obviously making a great effort to tell his story, about where we came from, where we got the packs. So now they will know of us, or will if they get the story out of Loketh. Ash worked with Ross to splint the rover's broken arm. How many of them were here, Baliku? The rover's head moved slowly from side to side. I do not know in truth. It was, like a dream. I was in the water swimming through the sea gate. Then suddenly I was in another place where those from the stars waited about me. They had our packs and belts and these they showed us, demanding to know whereof these were. Loketh was like one deep in sleep and they left him so when they questioned me. Then there came a great noise and the floor under us shook, lightning flashed through the air. 2 of the women killers ran from the room and all of them were greatly excited. They took up Loketh and carried him away, with him the packs and other things. And I was left alone, though I could not move, as if they had left me in a net I could not see. More and more were the flashes. Then one of those slayers of women stood in the doorway. He raised his hand, and my feet were free, but I could not move otherwise than to follow after him. We came along a hall and into this court where men stood unstirring, although stones fell from the walls upon some of them and the ground shook. Baliku's voice grew shriller, his words ran together. The one who pulled me after him by his will, he cried out and put his hands to his head. Back and forth he ran, bumping into the standing men, and once running into a wall as if he were blinded. And then he was gone and I was alone. There was more falling stone and one struck my shoulder so I was thrown to the ground. There I lay until you came. So few, out of many so few, one of the Foana stood beside them, her cloak streaming with the falling rain. And for these, she faced the lines of those they had not revived, there was no chance. They died as helplessly as if they went into a meeting of swords with their arms bound to their sides. Evil have we wrought here. Ash shook his head. Evil has been wrought here, inland, but not by your seeking. And those who died here helplessly may be only a small portion of those yet to be sacrificed. Have you forgotten the slaughter at Kyn Add and those other fairings where women and children were also struck down to serve some purpose we do not even yet know? Lady, Great One, Beliku struggled to sit up and Ross slipped an arm behind him in aid. She for whom I made a bride cup was meet for them at Kyn Add, along with many others. If these slayers are not put to the sword's edge, there will be other fairings so used. And these shadow ones possess a magic to draw men to them helplessly to be killed. Great One, you have powers, all men know that wind and wave obey your call. Do you now use your magic? It is better to fall with a power we know, than answer such spells as those killers have netted about the men here. This is one weapon which they shall not use again. Invalda rose from a stone block where she had been sitting. And perhaps in its way it was one of the most dangerous. But in defeating it we have by so much weakened ourselves also. And the strong place of these star men lies not on the coast, but inland. They will be warned by those who fled this place. Wind and wave, yes, those have served our purpose in the past. But now perhaps we have found that which our power will not best. Only, for this, her gesture was for the ruins of the citadel and the dead, there shall be a payment exacted, to the height of our desire. Whether the Foana did have any control over the storm winds or not, the present deluge appeared not to accommodate them. The dazed, injured survivors of the courtyard were brought to shelter in some of the underground passages. There appeared to be no other reminders of the wrecker force which had earlier besieged the keep than those survivors. But within hours some of those who had served the Foana for generations returned. And the Foana themselves opened the sea gates so that the rover cruisers anchored in the small bay below their ruined walls. A small force, and one ill-equipped to go up against the Baldies. Some 5-star men's bodies had been found in the citadel, but the ship had gone off to warn their base. To Ross's thinking the advantage still lay with the invaders. But the Hawakens refused to accept the idea that the odds were against them. As soon as the storm blew out its force, Ongol's cruiser headed northwest to other clan fairings where the rovers could claim kinship. And Afrukta sailed on the same errand south. While some of the wreckers were released to carry the warning to their lords. Just how great a force could be gathered through such means and how effective it would be, was a question to make the Terrans uneasy. Carrara disappeared with the Foana into the surviving inner cliff burrows below the citadel. But Ash and Ross remained with Torgul and his officers, striving to bring organization out of the chaos about them. We must know just where their lair lies, Torgul stated the obvious. The mountains you believe, and they can fly in sky ships to and from that point. Well, he spread out a chart, here are the mountains on this island, running so. An army marching hither could be sighted from sky ships. Also, there are many mountains. Which is the one or ones we must seek? It may take many tens of days to find that place, while they will always know where we are, watch us from above, prepare for our coming. Again Ross mentally paid tribute to the captain's quick grasp of essentials. You have a solution, Captain? Ash asked. There is the river, here, Torgul said reflectively. Perhaps I think in terms of water because I am a sailor. But here it does run, and for this far along it our cruisers may ascend. He pointed with his fingertip. This lies, however, in Glickmaz's land, and he is now the mightiest of the wrecker lords, his sword always drawn against us. I do not believe that we could talk him into. Glickmaz. Ross interrupted. They both looked at him inquiringly, and he repeated Loketh's story of the wrecker lord who had had dealings with a voice from the mountain, and so gained the wrecking devices to make him the dominant lord of the district. So! Torgul exclaimed. That is the evil of this shadow in the mountains. No, under those circumstances I do not think we shall talk Glickmaz into furthering any raid against those who have made him great over his fellows. Rather will he turn against us in their cause. And if we do not use the cruisers up the river, Ash conned the map, then perhaps a small party or parties working overland could strike the stream here, nearer to the uplands. Torgul frowned at the map. I do not think so. Even small parties moving in that direction would be sighted by Glickmaza's people. The more so if they headed inland. He will not wish to share his secrets with others. But, say, a party of Foana. The captain glanced up swiftly to favor Ash with a keen regard. Then he would not dare. No, I am sure he would not dare to interfere. Not yet has he risen high enough to turn the hook of his sword against them. But would the Foana do so? If not the Foana, then others wearing like robes, Ash said slowly. Others wearing like robes, repeated Torgul. Now his frown was heavy. No man would take on the guise of the Foana, he would be blasted by their power for so doing. If the Foana will lead us in their persons, then we shall follow gladly, knowing that their magic will be with us. There is also this, Ross broke in. The Baldies have the gilpacks they took from Baliku and Loketh, and they have Loketh. They will want to learn more about us. We hoped that the Citadel would provide bait to draw them and it did. That our plan for a trap there was spoiled was ill fortune. But I am sure that if the Baldies believe we are coming to them, they will hold off an all-out attack against our march, hoping to gather us in intact. They'd risk that. Ash nodded. I agree. We are the unknown they must solve now. And this much I am sure of, the future of this world and her people balances on a very narrow line of choice. It is my hope that such a choice is still to be made. Torgul smiled thinly. We live in perilous times when the shades require our swords to go up against the shadow. 18. World in Doubt. The day was dully overcast as all days had been since they had begun this Sulcan march penetration into the mountain territory. Ross could not accept the idea that the Foana might actually command wind and wave, storm and sun, as the Hawakens firmly believed, but the gloomy weather had favored them so far. And now they had reached the last breathing point before they took the plunge into the heart of the enemy country. About the way in which they were to make that plunge, Ross had his own plan. One he did not intend to share with either Ash or Carrara. Though he had had to outline it to the one now waiting here with him. This is still your mind, younger brother. He did not turn his head to look at the cloaked figure. It is still my mind. Ross could be firm on that point. The Terran backed out of the vantage place from which he had been studying the canyon-like valley cupping the Baldy spaceship. Now he got to his feet and faced inland, his own grey cloak billowing out in the wind to reveal the Rover scale armor underneath. You can do it for me? He asked in turn. During the past days the Foana had admitted that the weird battle within the Citadel had weakened and limited their magic. Last night they had detected a force barrier ahead and to transport the whole party through that by teleporting was impossible. Yes, you alone. Then my wand would be drained for a space. But what can you do within their hold, save be meat for their taking? There cannot be too many of them left there. That's a small ship. They lost 5 at the Citadel, and the Rovers have 3 prisoners. No sign of the scout ship we know they have, so more of them must be gone in it. I won't be facing an army. And what they have in the way of weapons may be powered by installations in the ship. A lot of damage done there. Or even if the ship lifted, he was not sure of what he could do, this was a venture depending largely on improvisation at the last moment. You propose to send off the ship? I don't know whether that is possible. No, perhaps I can only attract their attention, break through the force shield so the rest may attack. Ross knew that he must attempt this independent action, that in order to remain the Ross Murdoch he had always been, he must be an actor not a spectator. The Foana did not argue with him now. Where? Her long sleeve rippled as she gestured to the canyon. Dull as the skies were overhead, there was light here, too much of it for his purpose as the ground about the ship was open. To appear there might be fatal. Ross was grasped by another and much more promising idea. The Foana had transported them all to the deck of Torgal's cruiser after asking him to picture it for her mentally. And to all outward appearances the Baldy ship before them now was twin to the one which had taken him once on a fantastic voyage across a long-vanished stellar empire. Such a ship he knew. Can you put me in the ship? If you have a good memory of it, yes. But how know you these ships? I was in one once for many days. If these are alike, then I know it well. And if this is unlike, to try such may mean your death. He had to accept her warning. Yet outwardly this ship was a duplicate. And before he had voyaged on the derelict he had also explored a wrecker freighter on his own world thousands of years before his own race had evolved. There was one portion of both ships which had been identical, save for size, and that part was the best for his purpose. Send me, here. With closed eyes, Ross produced a mental picture of the control cabin. Those seats which were not really seats but webbing support swinging before banks of buttons and levers. All the other installations he had watched, studied, until they were as known to him as the plate bulkheads of the cabin below in which he had slept. Very vivid, that memory. He felt the touch of the Foana's cool fingers on his forehead, then it was gone. He opened his eyes. No more wind and gloom, he stood directly behind the pilot's web sling, facing a vista plate and rows of controls, just as he had stood so many times in the derelict. He had made it. This was the control cabin of the spacer. And it was alive, the faint thrumming in the air, the play of lights on the boards. Ross pulled the cowl of his Foana cloak up over his head. He had had days to accustom himself to the bulk of the robe, but still its swathings were sometimes a hindrance rather than a help. Slowly he turned. There were no Baldies here, but the well door to the lower levels was open, and from it came small sounds echoing up the communication ladder. The ship was occupied. Not for the first time since he had started on this venture Ross wished for more complete information. Doubtless several of those buttons or levers before him controlled devices which could be the greatest aid to him now. But which and how he did not know. Once in just such a cabin he had meddled and, in activating a long silent installation, had called the attention of the Baldies to their wrecked ship, to the Terrans looting it. Only by the merest chance had the vengeance of the stellar spacemen fallen then on the Russian investigators and not on his own people. He knew better than to touch anything before the pilot station, but the banks of controls to one side were concerned with the inner well-being of the ship, and they tempted him. To go it blind was, however, more of a risk than he dared take. There was one future precaution for him. From a very familiar case beside the pilot's seat Ross gathered up a collection of discs, sorted through them hastily for one which bore a certain symbol on its covering. There was only one of those. Slapping the rest back into their container, Ross pressed a button on the control board. Again his guess paid off. Another disc was exposed as a small panel slid back. Ross clawed that out of the holder, put in its place the one he had found. Now, if his choice had been correct, the crew who took off in this ship, unless they checked their route tape first, would find themselves heading to another primitive planet and not returning to base. Perhaps exhaustion of fuel might ground them past hope of ever regaining their home port again. Next to damaging the ship, which he could not do, this was the best thing to assure that any enemy leaving Hawaii would not speedily return with a second expeditionary force. Ross dropped the root disc he had taken out into a pocket on his belt, to be destroyed when he had the chance. Now he cat-footed across the deck to look into the well and listen. The walls glowed with a diffused light. From here the Terran could count at least 4 levels under him, with perhaps another. The bottom 2 ought to be supplies and general storage. Then the engine room, tech labs above, and next to the control cabin the living quarters. Through the fabric of the ship, shivering up his body from the soles of his feet, he could feel the vibration of engines at work. One such must control the force field which ringed this canyon, perhaps even powered the weapons the invaders could turn against any assault. Ross whirled about, his Foana cloak in a wide swing. There was one control which he knew. Yes, again the board was the same as the one he was familiar with. His hand plunged out and down, raking the lever from one measure point to the very end of the slit in which it moved. Then he planted himself with his back to the wall. Whoever came up the well hunting the cause for the failure would be facing the other way. Ross crouched a little, pushing the cape well back on his shoulders to free his arms. There was a feline suppleness in his stance, just as a jungle cat might wait coming of its prey. What he heard was a shout below, the click of footgear on the rungs of the level ladder. Ross's lips drew back in a snarl which was also feline. He thought that would do it. Spacemen were ultra-sensitive to any failure in airflow. White head, bare of any hair, thin shoulders a little hunched under the blue-green lavender stuff of the Baldies uniforms. Head turning now so that the eyes could see the necessary switch. An exclamation from the alien N. But the Baldy never had a chance to complete that turn. Look behind him. Ross sprang and struck with the side of his hand. The hairless head snapped forward. His hands already hooked in the other's armpits, the Terran heaved the alien up and over onto the deck of the control cabin. It was only when he was about to bind his captive that Ross discovered the Baldy was dead. A blow calculated to stun the alien had been too severe. Breathing a little faster, the Terran rolled the body back and hoisted it into the navigator's swing seat, fastening it with the takeoff belts. One down, how many left? He had little time to wonder, for before he could reach the well once again there was a call from below, sharp and demanding. The Terran searched his victim, but the Baldy was unarmed. Again a shout. Then silence, too complete a silence. How could they have guessed trouble so quickly? Unless the Baldy's mental communication had been at work, they might even now know their fellow was dead. But not how he died. Ross was prepared to grant the Baldy's super-Terran abilities, but he did not see how they could know what had happened here. They could only suspect danger, not know the form it had taken. And sooner or later one of them must come to adjust the switch. This could be a duel of patience. Ross squatted at the edge of the well, trying to make his ears supply him with hints of what might be happening below. Had there been an alteration in the volume of vibration? He set his palm flat to the deck, tried to deduce the truth. But he could not be sure. That there had been some slight change he was certain. They could not wait much longer without making an attempt to reopen the air supply regulator, or could they? Again Ross was hampered by lack of information. Perhaps the Baldies did not need the same amount of oxygen his own kind depended upon. And if that were true, Ross could be the first to suffer in playing a waiting game. Well, air was not the only thing he could cut off from here, though it had been the first and most important to his mind. Ross hesitated. Two-edged weapons cut in both directions. But he had to force a countermove from them. He pulled another switch. The control cabin, the whole of the ship, was plunged into darkness. No sound from below this time. Ross pictured the interior layout of the ships he had known. 2 levels down to reach the engine room. Could he descend undetected? There was only one way to test that, try it. He pulled the Foana cloak about him, was several rungs down on the ladder when the glow in the walls came on. An emergency switch? With a forward scramble, Ross swung into one of the radiating side corridors. The sliding door panels along it were all closed, he could detect no sounds behind them. But the vibration in the ship's walls had returned to its steady beat. Now the Terran realized the folly of his move. He was more securely trapped here than he had been in the control cabin. There was only one way out, up or down the ladder, and the enemy could have that under observation from below. All they would need to do was to use a flamer or a paralyzing ray such as the one he had turned over to Ash several days ago. Ross inched along to the stairwell. A faint pad of movement, a shadow of sound from the ladder. Someone on the way up. Could they mentally detect him, know him for an alien intruder by the broadcast of his thoughts? The Baldies had a certain respect for the Foana and might desire to take one alive. He drew the robe about him, used it to muffle his figure completely as the true wearers did. But the figure pulling painfully up from rung to rung was no Baldy. The lean Hawakan arms, the thin Hawakan face, drawn of feature, painfully blank of expression, Loketh, under the same dread spell as had held the warriors in the citadel courtyard. Could the aliens be using this Hawakan captive as a defense shield, moving up behind him? Loketh's head turned, those blank eyes regarded Ross. And their depths were troubled, recognition of a sort returning. The Hawakan threw up one hand in a beseeching gesture and then went to his knees in the corridor. Great One! Great One! The words came from his lips in a breathy hiss as he groveled. Then his body went flaccid, and he sprawled face down, his twisted leg drawn up as if he would run but could not. Foana. The one word came out of the walls themselves, or so it seemed. Foana, the wise learn what lies before them when they walk alone in the dark. The Hawakan's speech was stilted, accented, but understandable. Ross stood motionless. Had they somehow seen him through Loketh's eyes? Or had they been alerted merely by the Hawakan's call? They believed he was one of the Foana. Well, he would play that role. Foana. Sharper this time, demanding. You lie in our hand. Let us clasp the fingers tightly and you shall be naught. Out of somewhere the words Carrara had chanted in the Foana temple came to Ross, not in her Polynesian tongue but in the English she had repeated. And softening his voice to his best approximation of the Foana sing-song Ross sang. Ye 40,000 gods. Ye gods of sea, of sky, of stars, he improvised. Ye elders of the gods that are. Ye gods that once were. Ye that whisper, yet that watch by night. Ye that show your gleaming eyes. Foana. The summons was on the ragged edge of patience. Your tricks will not move our mountains. Ye gods of mountains, Ross returned, of valleys, of shades and not the shadow, he wove in the beliefs of this world, too. Walk now this world, between the stars. His confidence was growing. And there was no use in remaining pent in this corridor. He would have to chance that they were not prepared to kill summarily one of the Foana. Ross went to the well, went down the ladder slowly, keeping his robe about him. Here at the next level there was a wider space about the opening, and 3 door panels. Behind one must be those he sought. He was buoyed up by a curious belief in himself, almost as if wearing this robe did give him in part the power attributed to the Foana. He laid his hand on the door to his right and sent it snapping back into its frame, stepped inside as if he entered here by right. There were 3 Baldies. To his Terran eyes they were all superficially alike, but the one seated on a control stool had a cold arrogance in his expression, a pitiless half-smile which made Ross face him squarely. The Terran longed for one of the Foana staffs and the ability to use it. To spray that energy about this cabin might reduce the Baldi defenses to nothing. But now 2 of the paralyzing tubes were trained on him. You have come to us, Foana, what have you to offer? Demanded the commander, if that was his rank. Offer? For the first time Ross spoke. There is no reason for the Foana to make any offer, slayer of women and children. You have come from the stars to take, but that does not mean we choose to give. He felt it now, that inner pulling, twisting in his mind, the willing which was their more subtle weapon. Once they had almost bent him with that willing because then he had worn their livery, a spacesuit taken from the wrecked freighter. Now he did not have that chink in his defense. And all that stubborn independence and determination to be himself alone resisted the influence with a fierce inner fire. We offer life to you, Foana, freedom of the stars. These other dirt creepers are nothing to you, why take you weapons in their cause? You are not of the same race. Nor are you. Ross's hands moved under the envelope of the robe, unloosing the 2 hidden clasps which held it. That bank of controls before which the commander sat, to silence that would cause trouble. And he depended upon Inland. The Rovers should now be massed at either end of the canyon waiting for the force field to fail and let them in. Ross steadied himself, poised for action. We have something for you, star men, he tried to hold their attention with words, have you not heard of the power of the Foana, that they can command wind and wave? That they can be where they were not in a single movement of the eyelid? And this is so, behold. It was the oldest trick in the world, perhaps on any planet. But because it was so old, maybe it had been forgotten by the aliens. For, as Ross pointed, those heads did turn for an instant. He was in the air, the robe gathered in his arms wide spread as bat wings. And then they crashed in a tangle which bore them all back against the controls. Ross strove to enmesh them in the robe, using the pressure of his body to slam them all on the buttons and levers of the board. Whether that battering would accomplish his purpose, he could not tell. But that he had only these few seconds torn out of time to try, he knew, and determined to use them as best he could. One of the Baldies had slithered down to the floor and another was aiming strangely ineffectual blows at him. But the third had wriggled free to bring up a paralyzer. Ross slewed around, dragging the alien he held across his body just as the other fired. But though the fighter went limp and heavy in Ross's hold, the Terran's own right arm fell to his side, his upper chest was numb, and his head felt as if one of the Rovers' boarding axes had clipped it. Ross reeled back and fell, his left hand raking down the controls as he went. Then he lay on the cabin floor and saw the convulsed face of the commander above him, a paralyzer aiming at his middle. To breathe was an effort Ross found torture to endure. The red haze in his head filled all the world. Pain, he strove to flee the pain but was held captive in it. And always the pressure on him kept that agony steady. Let be. He wanted to scream that. Perhaps he had, but the pressure continued. Then he forced his eyes open. Ash and one of the Foana bending over him, Ash's hands on his chest, pressing, relaxing, pressing again. It is good, he knew in Valda's voice. Her hand rested lightly on his forehead and from that touch Ross drew again the quickening of body and spirit he had felt on the dancing floor. How? He began and then changed to, where? For this was not the engine room of the spacer. He lay in the open, with sweet, rain-wet wind filling his starved lungs now without Ash's force aid. It is over, Ash told him, all over, for now. But not until the sun reached the canyon hours later and they sat in council, did Ross learn all the tale. Just as he had made his own plan for reaching the spacer, so had Ash, Carrara, and the dolphins worked on a similar attempt. The river running deep in those mountain gorges had provided a road for the dolphins and they found beneath its surface an entrance past the force barrier. The Baldies were so sure of their superiority on this primitive world they set no guards save that field, Ash explained. We slipped through 5 swimmers to reach the ship. And then the field went down, thanks to you. So I did help, that much. Ross grinned wryly. What had he proven by his sortie? Nothing much. But he was not sorry he had made it. For the very fact he had done it on his own had eased in part that small ache which was in him now when he looked at Ash and remembered how it had once been. Ash might be, always would be, his friend, but the old tight-locking comradeship of the project was behind them, vanished like the time gate. And what will you do with them? Ross nodded toward the captives, the 3 from the ship, 2 more taken from the small scouting globe which had homed to find their enemies ready for them. We wait, Invalda said, for those on the rover ship to be brought hither. By our laws they deserve death. The rovers at that council nodded vigorously, all save Torgul and Jazia. The rover woman spoke first. They bear the curse of Futka heavy on them. To live under such a curse is worse than a clean, quick dying. Listen, it has come upon me that better this curse not only eat them up but be carried by them to rot those who sent them. Together the Foana nodded. There has been enough of killing, said Inlan. No, warriors, we do not say this because we shrink from rightful deaths. But Jazia speaks the truth in this matter. Let these depart. Perhaps they will bear that with them which will convince their leaders that this is not a world they may squeeze in their hands as one crushes a ripe kia to eat its seeds. You believe in your cursing, rovers, then let the fruit of it be made plain beyond the stars. Was this the time to speak of the switched tapes, Ross wondered. No, he did not really believe that the rover curse or their treatment of the captives would, either one, influence the star leaders. But, if the invaders did not return to their base, their vanishing might also work to keep another expedition from invading Hawakan skies. Leave it to chance, a curse, and time. So it was decided. Have we won? Ross asked Ash later. Do you mean, have we changed the future? Who can answer that? They may return in force, this may have been a step which was taken before. Those pylons may still stand in the future above a deserted sea and island. We shall probably never know. That was also their own truth. For them also there had been a substitution of journey tapes by fate, and this was now their Hawaika. Ross Murdoch, Gordon Ash, Karara Treherne, Tino Rao, Tawa, 5 Terrans forever lost in time, in the past with a dubious future. Would this be the barren, Lotus world, or another now? Yes, no, either. They had found their key to the mystery out of time, but they could not turn it, and there was no key to the gate which had ceased to exist. Grasp tight the present. Ross looked about him. Yes, the present, which might be very satisfying after all. The defiant agents. 1. No windows broke any of the 4 plain walls of the office, there was no focus of outer-world sunlight on the desk there. Yet the 5 discs set out on its surface appeared to glow, perhaps the heat of the mischief they could cause. Had caused, blazed in them. But fanciful imaginings did not cushion or veil cold, hard fact. Dr. Gordon Ash, one of the 4 men peering unhappily at the display, shook his head slightly as if to free his mind of such cobwebs. His neighbor to the right, Colonel Calgary's, leaned forward to ask harshly, no chance of a mistake. You saw the detector. The thin gray string of a man behind the desk answered with chill precision. No, no possible mistake. These 5 have definitely been snooped. And 2 choices among them, Ash murmured. That was the important point now. I thought these were under maximum security, Calgary's challenged the gray man. Florian Walder's remote expression did not change. Every possible precaution was in force. There was a sleeper, a hidden agent, planted. Who? Calgary's demanded. Ash glanced around at his 3 companions, Calgary's, colonel in command of one sector of Project Star, Florian Waldauer, the security head on the station, Dr. James Ruthven. Camden. He said, hardly able to believe this answer to which logic had led him. Waldauer nodded. For the first time since he had known and worked with Calgary's, Ash saw him display open astonishment. Camden. But he was sent us by, the colonel's eyes narrowed. He must have been sent. There were too many cross-checks to fake that. Oh, he was sent, all right. For the first time there was a note of emotion in Waldauer's voice. He was a sleeper, a very deep sleeper. They must have planted him a full 25 or 30 years ago. He's been just what he claimed to be as long as that. Well, he certainly was worth their time and trouble, wasn't he? James Ruthven's voice was a growling rumble. He sucked in thick lips, continuing to stare at the discs. How long ago were these snooped? Ash's thoughts turned swiftly from the enormity of the betrayal to that important point. The time element, that was the primary concern now that the damage was done, and they knew it. That's one thing we don't know. Waldauer's reply came slowly as if he hated the admission. We'll be safer, then, if we presume the very earliest period. Ruthven's statement was as ruthless in its implications as the shock they had had when Waldauer announced the disaster. 18 months ago. Ash protested. But Ruthven was nodding. Camden was in on this from the very first. We've had the tapes in and out for study all that time, and the new detector against snooping was not put in service until 2 weeks ago. This case came up on the first checking round, didn't it? He asked Waldauer. First check, the security man agreed. Camden left the base 6 days ago. But he has been in and out on his liaison duties from the first. He had to go through those search points every time, Calgary's protested. Thought nothing could get through those. The colonel brightened. Maybe he got his snooper films and then couldn't take them off base. Have his quarters been turned out? Walder's lips lifted in a grimace of exasperation. Please, Colonel, he said wearily, this is not a kindergarten exercise. In confirmation of his success, listen. He touched a button on his desk and out of the air came the emotionless chant of a newscaster. Fears for the safety of Lassiter Camden, space expediter for the Western Conference Space Council, have been confirmed by the discovery of burned wreckage in the mountains. Mr. Camden was returning from a mission to the Star Laboratory when his plane lost contact with Ragnar Field. Reports of a storm in that vicinity immediately raised concern. Waldar snapped off the voice. True, or a cover for his escape? Calgary's wondered aloud. Could be either. They may have deliberately written him off when they had all they wanted, Waldar acknowledged. But to get back to our troubles, Dr. Ruthven is right to assume the worst. I believe we can only ensure the recovery of our project by thinking that these tapes were snooped anywhere from 18 months ago to last week. And we must work accordingly. There was silence in the room as they all considered that. Ash slipped down in his chair, his thoughts enmeshed in memories. First there had been Operation Retrograde, when specially trained time agents had shuttled back and forth in history, striving to locate and track down the mysterious source of alien knowledge which the Eastern communistic nations had suddenly begun to use. Ash himself and a younger partner, Ross Murdoch, had been part of the final action which had solved the mystery. Having traced that source of knowledge not to an earlier and forgotten Terran civilization but to wrecked spaceships from an eon-old galactic empire, an empire which had flourished when glacial ice covered most of Europe and Northern America and Terrans were cave-dwelling primitives. Murdoch, trapped by the Reds in one of those wrecked ships, had inadvertently summoned its original owners, who had descended to trace, through the Russian time stations, the looters of their wrecks, destroying the whole Red time travel system. But the aliens had not chanced on the parallel Western system. And a year later that had been put into Project Folsom 1. Again Ash, Murdoch, and a newcomer, the Apache Travis Fox, had gone back into time to the Arizona of the Folsom Hunters, discovering what they wanted, 2 ships, one wrecked, the other intact. And when the full efforts of the project had been centered on bringing the intact ship back into the present, chance had triggered controls set by the dead alien commander. A party of 4, Ash, Murdoch, Fox, and a technician, had then made an involuntary voyage into space, touching 3 worlds on which the galactic civilization of the far past was now marked only by ruins. Voyage tape fed into the controls of the ship had taken the men, and, when rewound, had, by a miracle, returned them to Terra with a cargo of similar tapes found in a building on a world which might have been the central capital for a government comprised not of countries or of worlds but of solar systems. Tapes, each one the key to another planet. And that ancient galactic knowledge was treasure such as the Terrans had never dreamed of possessing, though there were the attendant fears that such discoveries could be weapons in enemy hands. There had been an enforced sharing with other nations of tapes chosen at random at a great drawing. And each nation secretly remained convinced that, in spite of the untold riches it might hold as a result of chance, its rivals had done better. Right at this moment, Ash did not in the least doubt, there were agents of his own party intent on accomplishing at the Red Project just what Camden had done there. However, that did not help in solving their present dilemma concerning Operation Cochise, one part of their project, but perhaps the most important now. Some of the tapes were duds, either too damaged to be useful, or set for worlds hostile to Terrans lacking the equipment the earlier star-traveling race had had at its command. Of the 5 tapes they now knew had been snooped, 3 would be useless to the enemy. But one of the remaining 2. Ash frowned. One was the goal toward which they had been working feverishly for a full 12 months. To plant a colony across the gulf of space, a successful colony, later to be used as a stepping stone to other worlds. So we have to move faster. Ruthven's comment reached Ash through his stream of memories. I thought you required at least 3 more months to conclude personnel training, Waldauer observed. Ruthven lifted a fat hand, running the nail of a broad thumb back and forth across his lower lip in a habitual gesture Ash had learned to mistrust. As the latter stiffened, bracing for a battle of wills, he saw Calgary's come alert too. At least the colonel more often than not was ready to counter Ruthven's demands. We test and we test, said the fat man. Always we test. We move like turtles when it would be better to race like greyhounds. There is such a thing as overcaution, as I have said from the first. One would think, his accusing glance included Ash and Calgary's, that there had never been any improvising in this project, that all had always been done by the book. I say that this is the time we must take the big gamble, or else we may find we have been outbid for space entirely. Let those others discover even one alien installation they can master and, his thumb shifted from his lip, grinding down on the desktop as if it were crushing some venturesome but entirely unimportant insect, and we are finished before we really begin. There were a number of men in the project who would agree with that, Ash knew. And a greater number in the country and conference at large. The public was used to reckless gambles which paid off, and there had been enough of those in the past to give an impressive argument for that point of view. But Ash, himself, could not agree to a speed-up. He had been out among the stars, shaved disaster too closely because the proper training had not been given. I shall report that I advise a takeoff within a week, Ruthven was continuing. To the council I shall say that. And I do not agree. Ash cut in. He glanced at Calgary's for the quick backing he expected, but instead there was a lengthening moment of silence. Then the colonel spread out his hands and said sullenly. I don't agree either, but I don't have the final say-so. Ash, what would be needed to speed up any takeoff? It was Ruthven who replied. We can use the redax, as I have said from the start. Ash straightened, his mouth tight, his eyes hard and angry. And I'll protest that, to the council. Man, we're dealing with human beings, selected volunteers, men who trust us, not with laboratory animals. Ruthven's thick lips pouted into what was close to a smile of derision. Always the sentimentalists, you experts in the past. Tell me, Dar. Ash, were you always so thoughtful of your men when you sent agents back into time? And certainly a voyage into space is less a risk than time travel. These volunteers know what they have signed for. They will be ready. Then you propose telling them about the use of redax, what it does to a man's mind, countered Ash. Certainly. They will receive all necessary instructions. Ash was not satisfied and he would have spoken again, but Calgary's interrupted. If it comes to that, none of us here has any right to make final decisions. Waldauer has already sent in his report about the snoop. We'll have to await orders from the council. Ruthven levered himself out of his chair, his solid bulk stretching his uniform coveralls. That is correct, Colonel. In the meantime I would suggest we all check to see what can be done to speed up each one's portion of labor. Without another word, he tramped to the door. Waldauer eyed the other two with mounting impatience. It was plain he had work to do and wanted them to leave. But Ash was reluctant. He had a feeling that matters were slipping out of his control, that he was about to face a crisis which was somehow worse than just a major security leak. Was the enemy always on the other side of the world? Or could he wear the same uniform, even share the same goals? In the outer corridor he still hesitated, and Calgary's, a step or so in advance, looked back over his shoulder impatiently. There's no use fighting, our hands are tied. His words were slurred, almost as if he wanted to disown them. Then you'll agree to use the redax. For the second time within the hour Ash felt as if he had taken a step only to have firm earth turn into slippery, shifting sand underfoot. It isn't a matter of my agreeing. It may be a matter of getting through or not getting through, now. If they've had 18 months, or even 12. The colonel's fingers balled into a fist. And they won't be delayed by any humanitarian reasoning. Then you believe Ruthven will win the council's approval? When you are dealing with frightened men, you're talking to ears closed to anything but what they want to hear. After all, we can't prove that the redux will be harmful. But we've only used it under rigidly controlled conditions. To speed up the process would mean a total disregard of those controls. Snapping a party of men and women back into their racial past and holding them there for too long a period. Ash shook his head. You have been in Operation Retrograde from the start, and we've been remarkably successful. Operating in a different way. Educating picked men to return to certain points in history where their particular temperaments and characteristics fitted the roles they were selected to play, yes. And even then we had our percentage of failures. But to try this, returning people not physically into time, but mentally and emotionally into prototypes of their ancestors, that's something else again. The Apaches have volunteered, and they've been passed by the psychologists and the testers. But they're Americans of today, not tribal nomads of 200 or 300 years ago. If you break down some barriers, you might just end up breaking them all. Calgary's was scowling. You mean, they might revert utterly, have no contact with the present at all? That's just what I do mean. Education and training, yes, but full awakening of racial memories, no. The two branches of conditioning should go slowly in hand, otherwise, real trouble. Only we no longer have the time to go slow. I'm certain Ruthven will be able to push this through, with Walder's report to back him. Then we'll have to warn Fox and the rest. They must be given a choice in the matter. Ruthven said that would be done. The colonel did not sound convinced of that. Ash snorted. If I hear him telling them, I'll believe it. I wonder whether we can. Ash half turned and frowned at the colonel. What do you mean? You said yourself that we had our failures in time travel. We expected those, accepted them, even when they hurt. When we asked for volunteers for this project, we had to make them understand that there was a heavy element of risk involved. 3 teams of recruits, the Eskimos from Point Barren, the Apaches, and the Islanders, all picked because their people had a high survival rating in the past, to be colonists on widely different types of planets. Well, the Eskimos and the Islanders aren't matched to any of the worlds on those Snoop tapes, but Topaz is waiting for the Apaches. And we may have to move them in there in a hurry. It's a rotten gamble any way you see it. I'll appeal directly to the council. Calgary shrugged. All right. You have my backing. But you believe such an effort hopeless? You know the red tape merchants. You'll have to move fast if you want to beat Ruthven. He's probably on a straight line now to Stanton, Reese, and Margate. This is what he has been waiting for. There are the news syndicates, public opinion would back us. You don't mean that, of course. Calgary's was suddenly coldly remote. Ash flushed under the heavy brown which overlay his regular features. To threaten a silence break was near blasphemy here. He ran both hands down the fabric covering his thighs as if to rub away some soil on his palms. No, he replied heavily, his voice dull. I guess I don't. I'll contact Hoff and hope for the best. Meanwhile, Calgary spoke briskly, we'll do what we can to speed up the program as it now stands. I suggest you take off for New York within the hour. Me? Why? Ash asked with a trace of suspicion. Because I can't leave without acting directly against orders, and that would put us wrong immediately. You see Hoff and talk to him personally, put it to him straight. He'll have to have all the facts if he's going to counter any move from Stanton before the council. You know every argument we can use and all the proof on our side, and your authority enough to make it count. If I can do all that, I will. Ash was alert and eager. The colonel, seeing his change of expression, felt easier. But Calgary's stood a moment watching Ash as he hurried down a side corridor, before he moved on slowly to his own box of office. Once inside he sat for a long unhappy time staring at the wall and seeing nothing but the pictures produced by his thoughts. Then he pressed a button and read off the symbols which flashed on a small visa screen set in his desk. Another button pushed, and he picked up a hand mic to relay an order which might postpone trouble for a while. Ash was far too valuable a man to lose, and his emotions could boil him straight into disaster over this. Bidwell, reschedule Team A. They are to go to the Hypno Lab instead of the reserve in 10 minutes. Releasing the mic, he again stared at the wall. No one dared interrupt a hypno training period, and this one would last 3 hours. Ash could not possibly see the trainees before he left for New York. And that would remove one temptation from his path: he would not talk at the wrong time. Calgary's mouth twisted sourly. He had no pride in what he was doing. And he was perfectly certain that Ruthven would win and that Ash's fears of Redax were well founded. It all came back to the old basic tenet of the service: the end justified the means. They must use every method and man under their control to make sure that Topaz would remain a Western possession, even though that strange planet now swung far beyond the sky which covered both the Western and Eastern alliances on Terra. Time had run out too fast. They were being forced to play what cards they held, even though those might be very low ones. Ash would be back, but not, Calgary's hoped, until this had been decided one way or another. Not until this was finished. Finished. Calgary's blinked at the wall. Perhaps they were finished, too. No one would know until the transport ship landed on that other world which appeared on the direction tape, symbolized by a jewel-like disk of gold-brown which had given it the code name of Topaz. 2. There were an even dozen of the airborne guardians, each following the swing of its own orbital path just within the atmospheric envelope of the planet, which glowed as a great bronze-golden gem in the four-world system of a yellow star. The globes had been launched to form a web of protection around Topaz 6 months earlier, and the highest skill had gone into their production. Just as contact mines sown in a harbor could close that landfall to ships not knowing the secret channel, so was this world supposedly closed to any spaceship not equipped with the signal to ward off the sphere missiles. That was the theory of the new off-world settlers whose protection they were to be, already tested as well as possible, but as yet not put to the ultimate proof. The small bright globes spun undisturbed across a two-moon sky at night and made reassuring blips on an installation screen by day. Then a 13th object winked into being, began the encircling, closing spiral of descent. A sphere resembling the Warden globes, it was 100 times their size, and its orbit was purposefully controlled by instruments under the eye and hand of a human pilot. 4 men were strapped down on cushioned sling seats in the control cabin of the Western Alliance ship, 2 hanging where their fingers might reach buttons and levers, the others merely passengers. Their own labor waiting for the time when they would set down on the alien soil of Topaz. The planet hung there in their visa screen, richly beautiful in its amber gold, growing larger, nearer, so that they could pick out features of seas, continents, mountain ranges, which had been studied on tape until they were familiar. Yet now were strangely unfamiliar too. One of the Warden globes alerted, oscillated in its set path, whirled faster as its delicate interior mechanisms responded to the awakening spark which would send it on its mission of destruction. A relay clicked, but for the smallest fraction of a millimeter failed to set the proper course. On the instrument, far below, which checked the globe's new course, the mistake was not noted. The screen of the ship spiraling toward Topaz registered a path which would bring it into violent contact with the globe. They were still some hundreds of miles apart when the alarm rang. The pilot's hand clawed out at the bank of controls. Under the almost intolerable pressure of their descent, there was so little he could do. His crooked fingers fell back powerlessly from the buttons and levers, his mouth was a twisted grimace of bleak acceptance as the beat of the signal increased. One of the passengers forced his head around on the padded rest, fought to form words, to speak to his companion. The other was staring ahead at the screen, his thick lips wide and flat against his teeth in a snarl of rage. They are here. Ruthven paid no attention to the obvious as stated by his fellow scientist. His fury was a red, pulsing thing inside him, fed by his own helplessness. To be pinned here so near his goal, fastened up as a target for an inanimate but cunningly fashioned weapon, ate into him like a stream of deadly acid. His big gamble would puff out in a blast of fire to light up Topaz's sky, with nothing left, nothing. On the armrest of his sling seat his nails scratched deep. The 4 men in the control cabin could only sit and watch, waiting for the rendezvous which would blot them out. Ruthven's flaming anger was a futile blaze. His companion in the passenger seat had closed his eyes, his lips moving soundlessly in an expression of his own scattered thoughts. The pilot and his assistant divided their attention between the screen, with its appalling message, and the controls they could not effectively use, feverishly seeking a way out in these last moments. Below them in the bowl of the ship were those who would not know the end consciously, save in one compartment. In a padded cage a prick-eared head stirred where it rested on forepaws, slitted eyes blinked, aware not only of familiar surroundings, but also of the tension and fear generated by human minds and emotions levels above. A pointed nose raised, and there was a growling deep in a throat covered with thick buff gray hair. The growl aroused another similar captive. Knowing yellow eyes met yellow eyes. An intelligence, which was certainly not that of the animal body which contained it, fought down instinct raging to send both those bodies hurtling at the fastenings of the twin cages. Curiosity and the ability to adapt had been bred into both from time immemorial. Then something else had been added to sly and cunning brains. A step up had been taken, to weld intelligence to cunning, connect thought to instinct. More than a generation earlier mankind had chosen barren desert, the white sands of New Mexico, as a testing ground for atomic experiments. Humankind could be barred, warded out of the radiation limits. The natural desert dwellers, 4-footed and winged, could not be so controlled. For thousands of years, since the first southward roving Amerindian tribes had met with their kind, there had been a hunter of the open country, a smaller cousin of the wolf, whose natural abilities had made an undeniable impression on the human mind. He was in countless Indian legends as the shaper or the trickster, sometimes friend, sometimes enemy. Godling for some tribes, father of all evil for others. In the wealth of tales the coyote, above all other animals, had a firm place. Driven by the press of civilization into the badlands and deserts, fought with poison, gun, and trap, the coyote had survived, adapting to new ways with all his legendary cunning. Those who had reviled him as vermin had unwillingly added to the folklore which surrounded him, telling their own tales of robbed traps, skillful escapes. He continued to be a trickster, laughing on moonlit nights from the tops of ridges at those who would hunt him down. Then, close to the end of the 20th century, when myths were scoffed at, the stories of the coyote's slyness began once more on a fantastic scale. And finally scientists were sufficiently intrigued to seek out this creature that seemed to display in truth all the abilities credited to his immortal namesake by pre-Columbian tribes. What they discovered was indeed shattering to certain closed minds. For the coyote had not only adapted to the country of the white sands. He had evolved into something which could not be dismissed as an animal, clever and cunning, but limited to beast range. 6 cubs had been brought back on the first expedition, coyote in body, their developing minds different. The grandchildren of those cubs were now in the ship's cages, their mutated senses alert, ready for the slightest chance of escape. Sent to Topaz as eyes and ears for less keenly endowed humans, they were not completely under the domination of man. The range of their mental powers was still uncomprehended by those who had bred, trained, and worked with them from the days their eyes had opened and they had taken their first wobbly steps away from their dams. The male growled again, his lips wrinkling back in a snarl as the emanations of fear from the men he could not see reached panic peak. He still crouched, belly flat, on the protecting pads of his cage. But he strove now to wriggle closer to the door, just as his mate made the same effort. Between the animals and those in the control cabin lay the others, 40 of them. Their bodies were cushioned and protected with every ingenious device known to those who had placed them there so many weeks earlier. Their minds were free of the ship, roving into places where men had not trod before, a territory potentially more dangerous than any solid Earth could ever be. Operation Retrograde had returned men bodily into the past, sending agents to hunt mammoths, follow the roads of the Bronze Age traders, ride with Attila and Genghis Khan, pull bows among the archers of ancient Egypt. But Redax returned men in mind to the paths of their ancestors, or this was the theory. And those who slept here and now in their narrow boxes, lay under its government. While the men who had arbitrarily set them so could only assume they were actually reliving the lives of Apache nomads in the wide southwestern wastes of the late 18th and early 19th centuries. Above, the pilot's hand pushed out again, fighting the pressure to reach one particular button. That, too, had been a last-minute addition, an experiment which had only had partial testing. To use it was the final move he could make, and he was already half convinced of its uselessness. With no faith and only a very wan hope, he sent that round of metal flush with the board. What followed no one ever lived to explain. On the planet the installation which tracked the missiles flashed on a screen bright enough to blind momentarily the duty man on watch, and its tracker was shaken off course. When it jiggled back into line it was no longer the efficient eye in the sky it had been, though its tenders were not to realize that for an important minute or two. While the ship, now out of control, sped in dizzy whirls toward Topaz, engines fought blindly to stabilize, to re-establish their functions. Some succeeded, some wobbled in and out of the danger zone, 2 failed. And in the control cabin 3 dead men spun in prisoning seats. Dar. James Ruthven, blood bubbling from his lips with every shallow breath he could draw, fought the stealthy tide of blackness which crept up his brain, his stubborn will holding to rags of consciousness. Refusing to acknowledge the pain of his fatally injured body. The orbiting ship was on an erratic path. Slowly the machines were correcting, relays clicking, striving to bring it to a landing under autopilot. All the ingenuity built into a mechanical brain was now centered in landing the globe. It was not a good landing, in fact a very bad one, for the sphere touched a mountainside, scraped down rocks, shearing away a portion of its outer bulk. But the mountain barrier was now between it and the base from which the missiles had been launched, and the crash had not been recorded on that tracking instrument. So far as the watchers several hundred miles away knew, the warden in the sky had performed as promised. Their first line of defense had proven satisfactory, and there had been no unauthorized landing on Topaz. In the wreckage of the control cabin Ruthven pawed at the fastenings of his sling chair. He no longer tried to suppress the moans every effort tore out of him. Time held the whip, drove him. He rolled from his seat to the floor, lay there gasping, as again he fought doggedly to remain above the waves, those frightening, fast-coming waves of dark faintness. Somehow he was crawling along a tilted surface until he gained the well where the ladder to the lower section hung, now at an acute angle. It was that angle which helped him to the next level. He was too dazed to realize the meaning of the crumpled bulkheads. There was a spur of bare rock under his hands as he edged over and around twisted metal. The moans were now a gobbling, burbling, almost continuous cry as he reached his goal, a small cabin still intact. For long moments of anguish he paused by the chair there, afraid that he could not make the last effort, raise his almost inert bulk up to the point where he could reach the Redax release. For a second of unusual clarity he wondered if there was any reason for this supreme ordeal, whether any of the sleepers could be aroused. This might now be a ship of the dead. His right hand, his arm, and finally his bulk over the seat, he braced himself and brought his left hand up. He could not use any of the fingers, it was like lifting numb, heavy weights. But he lurched forward, swept the unfeeling lump of cold flesh down against the release in a gesture which he knew must be his final move. And, as he fell back to the floor, Dr. Ruthven could not be certain whether he had succeeded or failed. He tried to screw his head around, to focus his eyes upward at that switch. Was it down or still stubbornly up, locking the sleepers into confinement? But there was a fog between, he could not see it, or anything. The light in the cabin flickered, was gone as another circuit in the broken ship failed. It was dark, too, in the small cubby below which housed the 2 cages. Chance, which had snuffed out 19 lives in the space globe, had missed ripping open that cabin on the mountainside. 5 yards down the corridor the outside fabric of the ship was split wide open, the crisp air native to Topaz entering, sending a message to two keen noses through the combination of odors now pervading the wreckage. And the male coyote went into action. Days ago he had managed to work loose the lower end of the mesh which fronted his cage, but his mind had told him that a sortie inside the ship was valueless. The odd rapport he'd had with the human brains, unknown to them, had operated to keep him to the old role of cunning deception, which in the past had saved countless of his species from sudden and violent death. Now with teeth and paws he went diligently to work, urged on by the whines of his mate, that tantalizing smell of an outside world tickling their nostrils, a wild world, lacking the taint of man-places. He slipped under the loosened mesh and stood up to paw at the front of the female's cage. One forepaw caught in the latch and pressed it down, and the weight of the door swung against him. Together they were free now to reach the corridor and see ahead the subdued light of a strange moon beckoning them on into the open. The female, always more cautious than her mate, lingered behind as he trotted forward, his ears aprick with curiosity. Their training had been the same since cubhood, to range and explore, but always in the company and at the order of man. This was not according to the pattern she knew, and she was suspicious. But to her sensitive nose the smell of the ship was an offense, and the puffs of breeze from without enticing. Her mate had already slipped through the break. Now he barked with excitement and wonder, and she trotted on to join him. Above, the Redax, which had never been intended to stand rough usage, proved to be a better survivor of the crash than most of the other installations. Power purred along a network of lines, activated beams, turned off and on a series of fixtures in those coffin beds. For 5 of the sleepers, nothing. The cabin which had held them was a flattened smear against the mountainside. 3 more half-aroused, choked, fought for life and breath in a darkness which was a mercifully short nightmare, and succumbed. But in the cabin nearest the rent through which the coyotes had escaped, a young man sat up abruptly, looking into the dark with wide-open, terror-haunted eyes. He clawed for purchase against the smooth edge of the box in which he had lain, somehow got to his knees, weaving weakly back and forth, and half fell, half pushed to the floor where he could stand only by keeping his hold on the box. Dazed, sick, weak, he swayed there, aware only of himself and his own sensations. There were small sounds in the dark, a stilled moan, a gasping sigh. But that meant nothing. Within him grew a compulsion to be out of this place, his terror making him lurch forward. His flailing hand rapped painfully against an upright surface which his questing fingers identified hazily as an exit. Unconsciously he fumbled along the surface of the door until it gave under that weak pressure. Then he was out, his head swimming, drawn by the light behind the wall rent. He progressed toward that in a scrambling crawl, making his way over the splintered skin of the globe. Then he dropped with a jarring thud onto the mound of earth the ship had pushed before it during its downward slide. Limply he tumbled on in a small cascade of clods and sand, hitting against a less movable rock with force enough to roll him over on his back and stun him again. The second and smaller moon of topaz swung brightly through the sky, its weird green rays making the blood-streaked face of the explorer an alien mask. It had passed well on to the horizon, and its large yellow companion had risen when a yapping broke the small sounds of the night. As the yip, yip, yip arose in a crescendo, the man stirred, putting one hand to his head. His eyes opened, he looked vaguely about him and sat up. Behind him was the torn and ripped ship, but he did not look back at it. Instead, he got to his feet and staggered out into the direct path of the moonlight. Inside his brain there was a whirl of thoughts, memories, emotions. Perhaps Ruthven or one of his assistants could have explained that chaotic mixture for what it was. But for all practical purposes Travis Fox, Amerindian time agent, member of Team A, Operation Cochise, was far less of a thinking animal now than the 2 coyotes paying their ritual addresses to a moon which was not the one of their vanished homeland. Travis wavered on, drawn somehow by that howling. It was familiar, a thread of something real through all the broken clutter in his head. He stumbled, fell, crawled up again, but he kept on. Above, the female coyote lowered her head, drew a test sniff of a new scent. She recognized that as part of the proper way of life. She yapped once at her mate, but he was absorbed in his night song, his muzzle pointed moonward as he voiced a fine wailing. Travis tripped, pitched forward on his hands and knees, and felt the jar of such a landing shoot up his stiffened forearms. He tried to get up, but his body only twisted, so he landed on his back and lay looking up at the moon. A strong, familiar odor, then a shadow looming above him. Hot breath against his cheek, and the swift sweep of an animal tongue on his face. He flung up his hand, gripped thick fur, and held on as if he had found one anchor of sanity in a world gone completely mad. 3. Travis, one knee braced against the red earth, blinked as he parted a screen of tall rust-brown grass with cautious fingers to look out into a valley where golden mist clouded most of the landscape. His head ached with dull persistence, the pain fostered in some way by his own bewilderment. To study the land ahead was like trying to see through one picture interposed over another and far different one. He knew what ought to be there, but what was before him was very dissimilar. A buff-gray shape flitted through the tall cover grass, and Travis tensed. MBA, coyote? Or were these companions of his actually GAN, spirits who could choose their shape at will and had, oddly, this time assumed the bodies of man's tricky enemy? Were they Ndendai, enemies, or Dalambayatai, allies? In this mad world he did not know. Eidiki. His mind formed a word he did not speak, friend. Yellow eyes met his directly. Dimly he had been aware, ever since awaking in this strange wilderness with the coming of morning light, that the four-footed ones trotting with him as he walked aimlessly had unbeast-like traits. Not only did they face him eye to eye, but in some ways they appeared able to read his thoughts. He had longed for water to ease the burning in his throat, the ever-present pain in his head, and the creatures had nudged him in another direction, bringing him to a pool where he had mouthed liquid with a strange sweet, but not unpleasant taste. Now he had given them names, names which had come out of the welter of dreams which shadowed his stumbling journey across this weird country. Nalakaitiu, maiden who walks ridges, was the female who continued to shepherd him along, never venturing too far from his side. Najinalta, he who scouts ahead, was the male who did just that, disappearing at long intervals and then returning to face the man and his mate as if conveying some report necessary to their journey. It was Nalakaitiu who sought out Travis now, her red tongue lolling from her mouth as she panted. Not from exertion, he was certain of that. No, she was excited and eager, on the hunt. That was it, a hunt. Travis' own tongue ran across his lips as an impression hit him with feral force. There was meat, rich, fresh, just ahead. Meat that lived, waiting to be killed. Inside him his own avid hunger roused, shaking him farther out of the crusting dream. His hands went to his waist, but the groping fingers did not find what vague memory told him should be there, a belt, heavy with knife in sheath. He examined his own body with attention to find he was adequately covered by breeches of a smooth, dull brown material which blended well with the vegetation about him. He wore a loose shirt, belted in at the narrow waist by a folded strip of cloth, the ends of which fluttered free. On his feet were tall moccasins, the leg pieces extending some distance up his calves, the toes turned up in rounded points. Some of this he found familiar, but these were fragments of memory, again his mind fitted one picture above another. One thing he did know for sure, he had no weapons. And that realization struck home with a thrust of real and terrible fear which tore away more of the bewilderment cloaking his mind. Nalakaitiu was impatient. Having advanced a step or two, she now looked back at him over her shoulder, yellow eyes slitted, her demand on him as instant and real as if she had voiced understandable words. Meat was waiting, and she was hungry. Also she expected Travis to aid in the hunt, at once. Though he could not match her fluid grace in moving through the grass, Travis followed her, keeping to cover. He shook his head vigorously, in spite of the stab of pain the motion cost him, and paid more attention to his surroundings. It was apparent that the earth under him, the grass around, the valley of the golden haze, were all real, not part of a dream. Therefore that other countryside which he kept seeing in a ghostly fashion was a hallucination. Even the air which he drew into his lungs and expelled again, had a strange smell, or was it taste? He could not be sure which. He knew that hypno-training could produce queer side effects, but, this. Travis paused, staring unseeingly before him at the grass still waving from the coyote's passage. Hypno-training. What was that? Now 3 pictures fought to focus in his mind, the 2 landscapes which did not match and a shadowy third. He shook his head again, his hands to his temples. This only was real, the ground, the grass, the valley, the hunger in him, the hunt waiting. He forced himself to concentrate on the immediate present and the portion of world he could see, feel, scent, which lay here and now about him. The grass grew shorter as he proceeded in Nalakaidiu's wake. But the haze was not thinning. It seemed to hang in patches, and when he ventured through the edge of a patch it was like creeping through a fog of golden, dancing motes with here and there a glittering speck whirling and darting like a living thing. Masked by the stuff, Travis reached a line of brush and sniffed. It was a warm scent, a heavy odor he could not identify and yet one he associated with a living creature. Flat to earth, he pushed head and shoulders under the low limbs of the bush to look ahead. Here was a space where the fog did not hold, a pocket of earth clear under the morning sun. And grazing there were 3 animals. Again shock cleared a portion of Travis' bemused brain. They were about the size, he thought, of antelopes, and they had a general resemblance to those beasts in that they had 4 slender legs, a rounded body, and a head. But they had alien features, so alien as to hold him in open-mouthed amazement. The bodies had bare spots here and there, and patches of creamy fur. Or was it hair which hung in strips, as if the creatures had been partially plucked in a careless fashion? The necks were long and moved about in a serpentine motion, as though their spines were as limber as reptiles. On the end of those long and twisting necks were heads which also appeared more suitable to another species, broad, rather flat, with a singular toad-like look, but furnished with horns set halfway down the nose. Horns which began in a single root and then branched into 2 sharp points. They were unearthly. Again Travis blinked, brought his hand up to his head as he continued to view the browsers. There were 3 of them, 2 larger and with horns, the other a smaller beast with less of the ragged fur and only the beginning button of a protuberance on the nose. It was probably a calf. One of those mental alerts from the coyotes broke his absorption. Nalakaidiu was not interested in the odd appearance of the grazing creatures. She was intent upon their usefulness in another way, as a full and satisfying meal, and she was again impatient with him for his dull response. His examination took a more practical turn. An antelope's defense was speed, though it could be tricked into hunting range through its inordinate curiosity. The slender legs of these beasts suggested a like degree of speed, and Travis had no weapons at all. Those nose horns had an ugly look. This thing might be a fighter rather than a runner. But the suggestion which had flashed from Coyote to him had taken root. Travis was hungry, he was a hunter, and here was meat on the hoof, queer as it looked. Again he received a message. Naginalta was on the opposite side of the clearing. If the creatures depended on speed, then Travis believed they could probably outrun not only him but the coyotes as well, which left cunning in some sort of plan. Travis glanced at the cover where he knew Nalakaidiu crouched and from which had come that flash of agreement. He shivered. These were truly no animals, but Jian of power. And as Jian he must treat them, accede to their will. Spurred by that, the Apache gave only flicks of attention to the browsers while at the same time he studied the part of the landscape uncovered by mist. Without weapons or speed, they must conceive a trap. Again Travis sensed that agreement which was Jian magic, and with it the strong impression urging him to the right. He was making progress with skill he did not even recognize and which he had never been conscious of learning. The bushes and small, droop-limbed trees, their branches not clothed with leaves from proper twigs but with a reddish bristly growth protruding directly from their surfaces, made a partial wall for the pocket-sized meadow. That screen reached a rocky cleft ere the mist curled in a long tongue through a wall twice Travis' height. If the browsers could be maneuvered into taking the path through that cleft. Travis searched about him, and his hands closed upon the oldest weapon of his species, a stone pulled from an earth pocket and balanced neatly in the palm of his hand. It was a long chance but his best one. The Apache took the first step on a new and fearsome road. These Jan had put their thoughts, or their desires, into his mind. Could he so contact them in return? With the stone clenched in his fist, his shoulders back against the wall not too far from the cleft opening, Travis strove to think out, clearly and simply, this poor plan of his. He did not know that he was reacting the way scientists deep space away had hoped he might. Nor did Travis guess that at this point he had already traveled far beyond the expectations of the men who had bred and trained the two mutant coyotes. He only believed that this might be the one way he could obey the wishes of the two spirits he thought far more powerful than any man. So he pictured in his mind the cleft, the running creatures, and the part the GAN could play if they so willed. Assent, in its way as loud and clear as if shouted. The man fingered the stone, weighed it. There would probably be just one moment when he could use it to effect, and he must be ready. From this point he could no longer see the small meadow where the grazers were. But Travis knew, as well as if he watched the scene, that the coyotes were creeping in, belly flat to earth, adding a feline stealth and patience to their own cunning. There. Travis' head jerked, the alert had come, the drive was beginning. He tensed, gripping his stone. A yapping bark was answered by a sound he could not describe, a noise which was neither cough nor grunt but a combination of both. Again a yap-yap. A toad head burst through the screen of brush, the double horn on its nose festooned with a length of grass torn up by the roots. Wide eyes, milky and seeming to be without pupils, fastened on Travis, but he could not be sure the thing saw him, for it kept on, picking up speed as it approached the cleft. Behind it ran the calf, and that guttural cry was bubbling from its broad flat lips. The long neck of the adult writhed, the frog head swung closer to the ground so that the twin points of the horn were at a slant, aimed now at Travis. He had been right in his guess at their deadliness, but he had only a fleeting chance to recognize that fact as the thing bore down, its whole attitude expressing the firm intention of goring him. He hurled his stone and then flung his body to one side, stumbling and rolling into the brush where he fought madly to regain his feet, expecting at any moment to feel trampling hoofs and thrusting horns. There was a crash to his right, and the bushes and grass were wildly shaken. On his hands and knees the Apache retreated, his head turned to watch behind him. He saw the flirt of a triangular flap tail in the mouth of the cleft. The calf had escaped. And now the threshing in the bushes stilled. Was the thing stalking him? He got to his feet, for the first time hearing clearly the continued yapping, as if a battle was in progress. Then the second of the adult beasts came into view, backing and turning, trying to keep lowered head with menacing double horn always pointed to the coyotes dancing a teasing, worrying circle about it. One of the coyotes flung up its head, looked upslope, and barked. Then, as one, both rushed the fighting beast, but for the first time from the same side, leaving it a clear path to retreat. It made a rush before which they fled easily, and then it whirled with a speed and grace, which did not fit its ungainly, ill-proportioned body, and jumped toward the cleft, the coyotes making no effort to hinder its escape. Travis came out of cover, approaching the brush which had concealed the crash of the other animal. The actions of the coyotes had convinced him that there was no danger now. They would never have allowed the escape of their prey had the first beast not been in difficulties. His shot with the stone, the Apache decided as he stood moments later surveying the twitching crumpled body, must have hit the thing in the head, stunning it. Then the momentum of its charge had carried it full force against the rock to kill it. Blind luck, or the power of the GAN? He pulled back as the coyotes came padding up shoulder to inspect the kill. It was truly more theirs than his. Their prey yielded not only food but a weapon for Travis. Instead of the belt knife he had remembered having, he was now equipped with two. The double horn had been easy to free from the shattered skull, and some careful work with stones had broken off one prong at just the angle he wanted. So now he had a short and a longer tool, defense. At least they were better than the stone with which he had entered the hunt. Loketh pushed past him to lap daintily at the water. Then she sat up on her haunches, watching Travis as he smoothed the horn with a stone. "A knife," he said to her, "this will be a knife." And, he glanced up, measuring the value of the wood represented by trees and bushes, then a bow. "With a bow we shall hunt better." The coyote yawned, her yellow eyes half closed, her whole pose one of satisfaction and contentment. "A knife," Travis repeated, "and a bow." He needed weapons, he had to have them. Why? His hand stopped scraping. Why? The toad-faced double horn had been quick to attack, but Travis could have avoided it, and it had not hunted him first. Why was he ridden by this fear that he must not be unarmed? He dipped his hand into the pool of the spring and lifted the water to cool his sweating face. The coyote moved, turned around in the grass, crushing down the growth into a nest in which she curled up, head on paws. But Travis sat back on his heels, his now idle hands hanging down between his knees, and forced himself to the task of sorting out jumbled memories. This landscape was wrong, totally unlike what it should be, but it was real. He had helped kill this alien creature. He had eaten its meat, raw. Its horn lay within touch now. All that was real and unchangeable. Which meant that the rest of it, that other desert world in which he had wandered with his kind, ridden horses, raided invading men of another race, that was not real, or else far, far removed from where he now sat. Yet there had been no dividing line between those two worlds. One moment he had been in the desert place, returning from a successful foray against the Mexicans. Mexicans. Travis caught at that identification, tried to use it as a thread to draw closer to the beginning of his mystery. Mexicans. And he was an Apache, one of the Eagle people, one who rode with Cochise. No. Sweat again beaded his face where the water had cooled it. He was not of that past. He was Travis Fox, of the very late 20th century, not a nomad of the middle 19th. He was of Team A of the project. The Arizona desert and then this. From one to the other in an instant. He looked about him in rising fear. Wait. He had been in the dark when he got out of the desert, lying in a box. Getting out, he had crawled down a passage to reach moonlight, strange moonlight. A box in which he had lain, a passage with smooth metallic walls, and an alien world at the end of it. The coyote's ears twitched, her head came up, she was staring at the man's drawn face, at his eyes with their core of fear. She whined. Travis caught up the two pieces of horn, thrust them into his sash belt, and got to his feet. Loketh sat up, her head cocked a little to one side. As the man turned to seek his own back trail she padded along in his wake and whined for Njinalta. But Travis was more intent now on what he must prove to himself than he was on the actions of the two animals. It was a wandering trail, and now he did not question his skill in being able to follow it so unerringly. The sun was hot. Winged things buzzed from the bushes, small scuttling things fled from him through the tall grass. Once Njinalta growled a warning which led them all to a detour, and Travis might not have picked up the proper trace again had not the coyote scout led him to it. "Who are you?" he asked once, and then guessed it would have better been said, "What are you?" These were not animals, or rather they were more than the animals he had always known. And one part of him, the part which remembered the desert rancherias where Cochise had ruled, said they were spirits. Yet that other part of him. Travis shook his head, accepting them now for what they were, welcome company in an alien place. The day wore on close to sunset, and still Travis followed that wandering trail. The need which drove him kept him going through the rough country of hills and ravines. Now the mist lifted above towering walls of mountains very near him, yet not the mountains of his memory. These were dull brown, with a forbidding look, like sun-dried skulls bearing teeth in warning against all comers. With great difficulty, Travis topped a rise. Ahead against the skyline stood both coyotes. And, as the man joined them, first one and then the other flung back its head and sounded the sobbing, shattering cry which had been a part of that other life. The Apache looked down. His puzzle was answered in part. The wreckage crumpled on the mountainside was identifiable, a spaceship. Cold fear gripped him and his own head went back. From between his tight lips came a cry as desolate and despairing as the one the animals had voiced. 4. Fire, mankind's oldest ally, weapon, tool, leaped high before the naked stone of the mountainside. Men sat cross-legged about it, 15 of them. And behind, guarded by the flames and that somber circle, were the women. There was a uniformity in this gathering. The members were plainly all of the same racial stock, of medium height, stocky yet fine down to the peak of stamina and endurance, their skin brown, their shoulder-length hair black. And they were all young, none over 30, some still in their late teens. Alike, too, was a certain drawn look in their faces, a tenseness of the eyes and mouth as they listened to Travis. So we must be on Topaz. Do any of you remember boarding the ship? No. Only that we awoke within it. Across the fire one chin lifted, the eyes which caught Travis held a deep, smoldering anger. This is more trickery of the Pindalikoi, the white eyes. Between us there has never been fair dealing. They have broken their promise as a man breaks a rotten stick, for their words are as rotten. And it was you, Fox, who brought us to listen to them. A stir about the circle, a murmur from the women. And do I not also sit here with you in this strange wilderness? He countered. I do not understand. Another of the men held out his hand, palm up, in a gesture of asking, what has happened to us? We were in the old Apache world. I, Jill Lee, was riding with Cuchillo Negro as we went down to the taking of Ramos. And then I was here, in a broken ship and beside me a dead man who was once my brother. How did I come out of the past of our people into another world across the stars? Pindalikoi tricks. The first speaker spat into the fire. It was the Redax, I think, Travis replied. I heard Dr. Ash discuss this. A new machine which could make a man remember not his own past, but the past of his ancestors. While we were on that ship we must have been under its influence, so we lived as our people lived 100 years or more ago. And the purpose of such a thing? Jill Lee asked. To make us more like our ancestors perhaps. It is part of what they told us at the project. To venture into these new worlds requires a different type of man than lives on Terra today. Traits we have forgotten are needed to face the dangers of wild places. You, Fox, have been beyond the stars before, and you found there were such dangers to face. It is true. You have heard of the 3 worlds I saw when the ship from the old days took us off, unwilling, to the stars. Did you not all volunteer to pioneer in this manner so you could also see strange and new things? But we did not agree to be returned to the past in medicine dreams and be sent unknowingly into space. Travis nodded. DeClay is right. But I know no more than you why we were so sent, or why the ship crashed. We have found Dr. Ruthven's body in the cabin with that new installation. Only we have discovered nothing else which tells us why we were brought here. With the ship broken, we must stay. They were silent now, men and women alike. Behind them lay several days of activity, nights of exhausted slumber. Against the cliff wall lay the packs of supplies they had salvaged from the wreck. By mutual consent they had left the vicinity of the broken globe, following their old custom of speedily withdrawing from a place of death. This is a world empty of men? Jill Lee wanted to know. So far we have found only animal signs, and the GAN have not warned us of anything else. Those devil ones. Again DeClay spat into the fire. I say we should have no dealings with them. The MBAA is no friend to the people. Again a murmur which seemed one of agreement answered that outburst. Travis stiffened. Just how much influence had the Redax had over them? He knew from his own experience that sometimes he had an odd double reaction, 2 different feelings which almost sickened him when they struck simultaneously. And he was beginning to suspect that with some of the others the return to the past had been far more deep and lasting. Now Jill Lee was actually to reason out what had happened. While de Clay had reverted to an ancestor who had ridden with Victorio or Magnus Colorado, Travis had a flash of premonition, a chill which made him half foresee a time when the past and the present might well split them apart, fatally. Devil or Jinn? A man with a quiet face, rather deeply sunken eyes, spoke for the first time. We are in two minds because of this redax, so let us not do anything in haste. Back in the desert world of the people I have seen the MBAA, and he was very clever. With the badger he went hunting, and when the badger had dug up the rat's nest, so did the MBAA wait on the other side of the thorny bush and catch those who would escape that way. Between him and the badger there was no war. These two who sit over yonder now, they are also hunters and they seem friendly to us. In a strange place a man needs all the help he can find. Let us not call names out of old tales, which may mean nothing in fact. Buck speaks straightly, Jill Lee agreed. We seek a camp which can be defended. For perhaps there are men here whose hunting territory we have invaded, though we have not yet seen them. We are a people small in number and alone. Let us walk softly on trails which are strange to our feet. Inwardly Travis sighed in relief. Buck, Jill Lee, for the moment their sensible words appeared to swing the opinions of the party. If either of them could be established as Haldzil, or clan leader, they would all be safer. He himself had no aspirations in that direction and dared not push too hard. It had been his initial urging which had brought them as volunteers into the project. Now he was doubly suspect, and especially by those who thought as de Clay, he was considered too alien to their old ways. So far their protests had been fewer than he anticipated. Although brothers and sisters had followed each other into the team after the immemorial desire of Apaches to cling to family ties, they were not a true clan with solidity of that to back them, but representatives of half a dozen. Basically, back on Terra, they had all been among the most progressive of their people, progressive, that is, in the white man's sense of the word. Travis had a fleeting recognition of his now oblique way of thinking. He, too, had been marked by the redax. They had all been educated in the modern fashion and all possessed a spirit of adventure which marked them over their fellows. They had volunteered for the team and successfully passed the tests to weed out the temperamentally unfit or faint-hearted. But all that was before redax. Why had they been submitted to that? And why this flight? What had pushed Dr. Ash and Murdoch and Colonel Kelgary's, time agents he knew and trusted, into dispatching them without warning to Topaz? Something had happened, something which had given Dr. Ruthven ascendancy over those others and had started them on this wild trip. Travis was conscious of a stir about the fire-lit circle. The men were rising, moving back into the shadows, stretching out on the blankets they had found among other stores on the ship. They had discovered weapons there, knives, bows, quivers of arrows, all of which they had been trained to use in the intensive schooling of the project and which needed no more repair than they themselves could give. And the rations they carried were field supplies, few of them. Tomorrow they must begin hunting in earnest. Why has this thing been done to us? Buck was beside Travis, those quiet eyes sliding past him to seek the fire once more. I do not think you were told when the rest of us were not. Travis seized upon that. There are those who say that I knew, agreed. That is so. Once we stood at the same place in time, in our thoughts, our desires. Now we stand at many places, as if we climbed a stairway, each at his own speed, a stairway the Pindalik has set us upon. Some here, some there, some yet farther above. He sketched a series of step outlines in the air. And in this there is trouble. The truth, Travis agreed. Yet it is also true that I knew nothing of this, that I climb with you on these stairs. So I believe. But there comes a time when it is best not to be a woman stirring a pot of boiling stew but rather one who stands quietly at a distance. You mean? Travis pressed. I say that alone among us you have crossed the stars before, therefore new things are not so hard to understand. And we need a scout. Also the coyotes run in your footsteps, and you do not fear them. It made good sense. Let him scout ahead of the party, taking the coyotes with him. Stay away from the camp for a while and speak small, until the people on Buck's stairway were more closely united. I go in the morning, Travis agreed. He could slip away tonight, but just now he could not force himself away from the fire, from the companionship. You might take Zoe with you, Buck continued. Travis waited for him to enlarge on that suggestion. Zoe was one of the youngest of their group, Buck's own cross-cousin and near brother. It is well, Buck explained, that we learn this land, and it has always been our custom that the younger walk in the footprints of the older. Also, not only should trails be learned, but also men. Travis caught the thought behind that. Perhaps by taking the younger men as scouts, one after another, he could build up among them a following of sorts. Among the Apaches, leadership was wholly a matter of personality. Until the reservation days, chieftains had gained their position by force of character alone, though they might come successively from one family clan over several generations. He did not want the chieftainship here. No, but neither did he want growing whispers working about him to cut him off from his people. To every Apache severance from the clan was a little death. He must have those who would back him if Declay, or those who thought like Declay, turned grumbling into open hostility. Zoe is one quick to learn, Travis agreed. We go at dawn. Along the mountain range? Buck inquired. If we seek a protected place for the rancheria, yes. The mountains have always provided good strongholds for the people. And you think there is need for a fort? Travis shrugged. I have been one day's journey out into this world. I saw nothing but animals. But that is no promise that elsewhere there are no enemies. The planet was on the tapes we brought back from that other world, and so it was known to the others who once rode between star and star as we rode between ranch and town. If they had this world set on a journey tape, it was for a reason. That reason may still be in force. Yet it was long ago that these star people rode so. Buck mused. Would the reason last so long? Travis remembered two other worlds, one of weird desert inhabited by beast things, or had they once been human to the point of possessing intelligence, that had come out of sand burrows at night to attack a spaceship. And the second world where the ruins of a giant city had stood choked with jungle vegetation, where he had made a blowgun from tubes of rustless metal as a weapon gift for small winged men, but were they men? Both had been remnants of that ancient galactic empire. Some things could so remain, he answered soberly. If we find them, we must be careful. But first a good site for the rancheria. There is no return to home for us, Buck stated flatly. Why do you say that? There could be a rescue ship later. The other raised his eyes again to Travis. When you slept under the redacks, how did you ride? As a warrior, raiding, living. And I was one with Gondi, Buck returned simply. But the white man has assured us that such power, the power of a chief, does not exist. Yes, the Pindalikoi has told us so many things. He is busy with his tools, his machines, always busy. And those who think in another fashion cannot be measured by his rules, so they are foolish dreamers. Not all white men think so. There was Dr. Ash, he was beginning to understand a little. Perhaps I, too, am standing still, halfway up the stairway of the past. But of this I am very sure, for us, there will be no return to our own place. And the time will come when something new shall grow from the seed of the past. Also it is necessary that you be one of the tenders of that growth. So I urge you, take Zoe, and the next time, Lupe. For the young who may be swayed this way and that by words, as the wind shakes a small tree, must be given firm roots. In Travis' education warred with instinct, just as the picture Redax had planted in his mind had warred with his awaking to this alien landscape. Yet now he believed he must be guided by what he felt. And he knew that no man of his race would claim Gondi, the power of spirit known only to a great chief, unless he had actually felt it swell within him. It might have been fostered by hallucination in the past, but the aura of it carried into the here and now. And Travis had no doubts that Buck believed implicitly in what he said, and that belief carried credulity to others. This is wisdom, Nantan. Buck shook his head. I am no Nantan, no chief. But of some things I am sure. You also be sure of what lies within you, younger brother. On the third day, ranging eastward along the base of the mountain range, Travis found what he believed would be an acceptable campsite. There was a canyon with a good spring of water cut round by well-marked game trails. A series of ledges brought him up to a small plateau where scrub wood could be used to build the wickiups. Water and food lay within reach, and the ledge approach was easy to defend. Even Declay and his fellow malcontents were forced to concede the value of the site. His duty to the clan accomplished, Travis returned to his own concern, one which had haunted him for days. Topaz had been taped by men of the vanished Star Empire. Therefore, the planet was important, but why? As yet he had found no indication that anything above the intelligence level of the Split Horns was native to this world. But he was gnawed by the certainty that there was something here, waiting. And the desire to learn what it was became an ever-burning ache. Perhaps he was what Declay had accused him of being, one who had come to follow the road of the Pindalico too closely. For Travis was content to scout with only the coyotes for company, and he did not find the loneliness of the unknown planet as intimidating as most of the others. He was checking his small trail pack on the fourth day after they had settled on the plateau when Buck and Jill Lee hunkered down beside him. You go to hunt. Buck broke the silence first. Not for meat. What do you fear? That Ndendai, enemy people, have marked this as their land? Jill Lee questioned. That may be true, but now I hunt for what this world was at one time, the reason why the ancient star men marked it as their own. And this knowledge may be of value to us. Jill Lee asked slowly. Will it bring food to our mouths, shelter for our bodies, mean life for us? All that is possible. It is the unknowing which is bad. True. Unknowing is always bad, Buck agreed. But the bow which is fitted to one hand and strength of arm, may not be suited to another. Remember that, younger brother. Also, do you go alone? With Najinalta and Nalakaitiu I am not alone. Take Tsoe with you also. The four-footed ones are indeed JN for the service of those they like, but it is not good that man walks alone from his kind. There it was again, the feeling of clan solidarity which Travis did not always share. On the other hand, Tsoe would not be a hindrance. On other scouts the boy had proved to have a keen eye for the country and a liking for experimentation which was not a universal attribute even among those of his own age. I would go to find a path through the mountains. It may be a long trail, Travis half protested. You believe what you seek may lie to the north? Travis shrugged. I do not know. How can I? But it will be another way of seeking. Tsoe shall go. He keeps silent before older warriors as is proper for the untried, but his thoughts fly free as do yours, Buck replied. It is in him also, this need to see new places. There is this, Jill Lee got to his feet, do not go so far, brother, that you may not easily find a way to return. This is a wide land, and within it we are but a handful of men alone. That, too, I know. Travis thought he could read more than one kind of warning in Jill Lee's words. They were the second day away from the plateau camp, and climbing, when they chanced upon the pass Travis had hoped might exist. Before them lay an abrupt descent to what appeared to be open plains country cloaked in a dusky amber Travis now knew was the thick grass found in the southern valleys. Tsoe pointed with his chin. Wide land, good for horses, cattle, ranches. But all those lay far beyond the black space surrounding them. Travis wondered if there was any native animal which could serve man in place of the horse. Do we go down? Tsoe asked. From this point Travis could sight no break far out on the amber plain, no sign of any building or any disturbance of its smooth emptiness. Yet it drew him. "We go," he decided. Close as it had looked from the pass, the plain was yet a day and a night, spent in careful watching by turns, ahead of them. It was mid-morning of the second day that they left the foothill breaks, and the grass of the open country was waist-high about them. Travis could see it rippling where the coyotes threaded ahead. Then he was conscious of a persistent buzzing, a noise which irritated faintly until he was compelled to trace it to its source. The grass had been trampled flat for an irregular patch, with a trail of broken stalks out of the heart of the plain. At one side was a buzzing, seething mass of glitter-winged insects which Travis already knew as carrion eaters. They arose reluctantly from their feast as he approached. He drew a short breath which was close to a grunt of astounded recognition. What lay there was so impossible that he could not believe the evidence of his eyes. Zoe gave a sharp exclamation, went down on one knee for a closer examination, then looked at Travis over his shoulder, his eyes wide, more than a trace of excitement in his voice. "Horse dung, and fresh." 5. There was one horse, unshod but ridden. It came here from the plains and it had been ridden hard, going lame. There was a rest here, maybe shortly after dawn. Travis sorted out what they had learned by a careful examination of the ground. Nalakaidiu and Najinalta, Zoe, watched and listened as if the coyotes as well as the boy could understand every word. "There is that also," Zoe indicated the one trace left by the unknown rider, an impression blurred as if some attempt had been made to conceal it. "Small and light, the rider is both. Also in fear, I think." "We follow?" Zoe asked. "We follow," Travis assented. He looked to the coyotes, and as he had learned to do, thought out his message. This trail was the one to be followed. When the rider was sighted they were to report back if the Apaches had not yet caught up. There was no visible agreement, the coyotes simply vanished through the wall of grass. "Then there are others here," Zoe said as he and Travis began their return to the foothills. "Perhaps there was a second ship." "That horse," Travis said, shaking his head. There was no provision in the project for the shipping of horses. "Perhaps they have always been here." "Not so. To each world its own species of beasts. But we shall know the truth when we look upon that horse, and its rider." It was warmer this side of the mountains, and the heat of the plains beat at them. Travis thought that the horse might well be seeking water if allowed his head. Where did he come from? And why had his rider gone in haste and fear? This was rough, broken country and the tired, limping horse seemed to have picked the easiest way through it, without any hindrance from the man with him. Travis spotted a soft patch of ground with a deep-set impression. This time there had been no attempt at erasure, the boot track was plain. The rider had dismounted and was leading the horse, yet he was moving swiftly. They followed the tracks around the bend of a shallow cut and found Nalakaidiu waiting for them. Between her 4 feet was a bundle still covered with smears of soft earth, and behind her were drag marks from a hole under the overhang of a bush. The coyote had plainly just disinterred her find. Travis squatted down to examine it, using his eyes before his hands. It was a bag made of hide, probably the hide of one of the split horns by its color and the scraps of long hair which had been left in a simple decorative fringe along the bottom. The sides had been laced together neatly by someone used to working in leather, the closing flap lashed down tightly with braided thong loops. As the Apache leaned closer to it he could smell a mixture of odors, the hide itself, horse, wood smoke, and other scents, strange to him. He undid the fastenings and pulled out the contents. There was a shirt, with long full sleeves, of a grey wool undyed from the sheep. Then a very bulky short jacket which, after fingering it doubtfully, Travis decided was made of felt. It was elaborately decorated with highly colorful embroidery, and there was no mistaking the design, a heavy antlered Terran deer in mortal combat with what might be a puma. It was bordered with a geometric pattern of beautiful, oddly familiar work. Travis smoothed it flat over his knee and tried to remember where he had seen its like before, a book. An illustration in a book. But which book, when? Not recently, and it was not a pattern known to his own people. Twisted into the interior of the jacket was a silk-like scarf, clear, light blue, the blue of Terra's cloudless skies on certain days, so different from the yellow shield now hanging above them. A small case of leather, with silhouetted designs cut from hide and affixed to it, designs as intricate and complex as the embroidery on the jacket, art of a high standard. In the case a knife and spoon, the bowl and blade of dull metal, the handles of horn carved with horse heads, the tiny wide-open eyes set with glittering stones. Personal possessions dear to the owner, so that when they must be abandoned for flight they were hidden with some hope of recovery. Travis slowly repacked them, trying to fold the garments into their original creases. He was still puzzled by those designs. Who? Zoe touched the edge of the jacket with one finger, his admiration for it plain to read. I don't know. But it is of our own world. That is a deer, though the horns are wrong, Zoe agreed. And the puma is very well done. The one who made this knows animals well. Travis pushed the jacket back into the bag and laced it shut. But he did not return it to the hiding place. Instead, he made it a part of his own pack. If they did not succeed in running down the fugitive, he wanted an opportunity for closer study, a chance to remember just where he had seen that picture before. The narrow valley where they had discovered the bag sloped upward, and there were signs that their quarry found the ground harder to cover. The second discard lay in open sight, again a leather bag which Loketh sniffed and then began to lick eagerly, thrusting her nose into its flaccid interior. Travis picked it up, finding it damp to the touch. It had an odd smell, like that of sour milk. He ran a finger around inside, brought it out wet, yet this was neither water bag nor canteen. And he was completely mystified when he turned it inside out, for though the inner surface was wet, the bag was empty. He offered it to the coyote, and she took it promptly. Holding it firmly to the earth with her forepaws, she licked the surface, though Travis could see no deposit which might attract her. It was clear that the bag had once held some sort of food. Here they rested, Zoe said. Not too far ahead now. But now they were in the kind of country where a man could hide in order to check on his back trail. Travis studied the terrain and then made his own plans. They would leave the plainly marked trace of the fugitive, strike out upslope to the east and try to parallel the other's route. In that maze of rock outcrops and wood copses there was tricky going. Loketh gave a last lick to the bag as Travis signaled her. She regarded him, then turned her head to survey the country before them. At last she trotted on, her buff coat melting into the vegetation. With Najinalta she would scout the quarry and keep watch, leaving the men to take the longer way around. Travis pulled off his shirt, folding it into a packet and tucking it beneath the folds of his sash belt, just as his ancestors had always done before a fight. Then he cached his pack and Zoe's. As they began the stiff climb they carried only their bows, the quivers slung on their shoulders, and the long-bladed knives. But they flitted like shadows and, like the coyotes, their red-brown bodies became indistinguishable against the bronze of the land. They should be, Travis judged, not more than an hour away from sundown. And they had to locate the stranger before the dark closed in. His respect for their quarry had grown. The unknown might have been driven by fear, but he held to a good pace and headed intelligently for just the kind of country which would serve him best. If Travis could only remember where he had seen the like of that embroidery. It had a meaning which might be important now. Zoe slipped behind a wind-gnarled tree and disappeared. Travis stooped under a line of bush limbs. Both were working their way south, using the peak ahead as an agreed landmark, pausing at intervals to examine the landscape for any hint of a man and horse. Travis squirmed snake fashion into an opening between two rock pillars and lay there, the westering sun hot on his bare shoulders and back, his chin propped on his forearm. In the band holding back his hair he had inserted some concealing tufts of wiry mountain grass, the ends of which drooped over his rugged features. Only seconds earlier he had caught that fragmentary warning from one of the coyotes. What they sought was very close, it was right down there. Both animals were in ambush, awaiting orders. And what they found was familiar, another confirmation that the fugitive was Terran, not native to Topaz. With searching eyes, Travis examined the site indicated by the coyotes. His respect for the stranger was raised another notch. In time either he or Tsoe might have sighted that hideaway without the aid of the animal scouts. On the other hand, they might have failed. For the fugitive had truly gone to earth, using some pocket or crevice in the mountain wall. There was no sign of the horse, but a branch here and there had been pulled out of place, the scars of their removal readable when one knew where to look. Odd, Travis began to puzzle over what he saw. It was almost as if whatever pursuit the stranger feared would come not at ground level but from above. The precautions the stranger had taken were to veil his retreat to the reaches of the mountainside. Had he expected any trailer to make a flanking move from up that slope where the Apaches now lay? Travis' teeth nipped the weathered skin of his forearm. Could it be that at some time during the day's journeying the fugitive had doubled back, having seen his trackers? But there had been no traces of any such scouting, and the coyotes would surely have warned them. Human eyes and ears could be tricked, but Travis trusted the senses of Naginata and Nalakaitiu far above his own. No, he did not believe that the rider expected the Apaches. But the man did expect someone or something which would come upon him from the heights. The heights. Travis rolled his head slightly to look at the upper reaches of the hills about him, with suspicion. In their own journey across the mountains and through the pass they had found nothing threatening. Dangerous animals might roam there. There had been some paw marks, one such trail the coyotes had warned against. But the type of precautions the stranger had taken were against intelligent, thinking beings, not against animals more likely to track by scent than by sight. And if the stranger expected an attack from above, then Travis and Tsoe must be alert. Travis analyzed each feature of the hillside, setting in his mind a picture of every inch of ground they must cross. Just as he had wanted daylight as an ally before, so now was he willing to wait for the shadows of twilight. He closed his eyes in a final check, able to recall the details of the hiding place, knowing that he could reach it when the conditions favored, without mistake. Then he edged back from his vantage point, and raising his fingers to his lips, made a small angry chittering, 3 times repeated. One of the species inhabiting these heights, as they had noted earlier, was a creature about as big as the palm of a man's hand, resembling nothing so much as a round ball of ruffled feathers, though its covering might actually have been a silky, fluffy fur. Its short legs could cover ground at an amazing speed, and it had the bold impudence of a creature with few natural enemies. This was its usual cry. Tsoe's hand waved Travis on to where the younger man had taken position behind the bleached trunk of a fallen tree. "He hides," Tsoe whispered. "Against trouble from above." Travis added his own observation. "But not us, I think." So Tsoe had come to that conclusion too. Travis tried to gauge the nearness of twilight. There was a period after the passing of Topaz's sun when the dusky light played odd tricks with shadows. That would be the first time for their move. He said as much, and Tsoe nodded eagerly. They sat with their backs to a boulder, the tree trunk serving as a screen, and chewed methodically on ration tablets. There was energy and sustenance in the tasteless squares which would support men, even though their stomachs continued to demand the satisfaction of fresh meat. Taking turns, they dozed a little. But the last banners of Topaz's sun were still in the sky when Travis judged the shadows cover enough. He had no way of knowing how the stranger was armed. Though he used a horse for transportation, he might well carry a rifle and the most modern Terran sidearms. The Apaches' bows were little use for infighting, but they had their knives. However, Travis wanted to take the fugitive unharmed if he could. There was information he must have. So he did not even draw his knife as he started downhill. When he reached a pool of violet dusk at the bottom of the small ravine, Naginata's eyes regarded him knowingly. Travis signaled with his hand and thought out what would be the coyotes' part in this surprise attack. The prick-eared silhouette vanished. Uphill the chitter of a fluff fur sounded twice. Zoe was in position. A howl, wailing, sobbing, was heard, one of the keening songs of the MBAA. Travis darted forward. He heard the nicker of a frightened horse, a clicking which could have marked the pawing of hoof on gravel, saw the brush hiding the stranger's whole tremble, a portion of it fall away. Travis sped on, his moccasins making no sound on the ground. One of the coyotes gave tongue for the second time, the eerie wailing rising to a yapping which echoed from the rocks about them. Travis poised for a dive. Another section of those artfully heaped branches had given way and a horse reared, its upflung head plainly marked against the sky. A blurred figure weaved back and forth before it, trying to control the mount. The stranger had his hands full, certainly no weapon drawn, this was it. Travis leaped. His hands found their mark, the shoulders of the stranger. There was a shrill cry from the other as he tried to turn in the Apache's hold, to face his attacker. But Travis bore them both on, rolling almost under the feet of the horse, sliding downhill, the unknown's writhing body pinned down by the Apache's weight and his clasp, tight as an iron grip, about the other's chest and upper arms. He felt his opponent go limp, but was suspicious enough not to release that hold, for the heavy breathing of the stranger was not that of an unconscious man. They lay so, the unknown still tight in Travis' hold but no longer fighting. The Apache could hear Zoe soothing the horse with the purring words of a practiced horseman. Still the stranger did not resume the struggle. They could not lie in this position all night, Travis thought with a wry twist of amusement. He shifted his hold, and got the lightning-quick response he had expected. But it was not quite quick enough, for Travis had the other's hands behind his back, cupping slender, almost delicate wrists together. "Throw me a cord," he called to Zoe. The younger man ran up with an extra bow cord, and in a moment they had bonds on the struggling captive. Travis rolled their catch over, reaching down for a fistful of hair to pull the head into a patch of clearer light. In his grasp that hair came loose, a braid unwinding. He grunted as he looked down into the stranger's face. Dust marks were streaked now with tear runnels, but the grey eyes which turned fiercely on him said that their owner cried more in rage than fear. His captive might be wearing long trousers tucked into curved, toed boots, and a loose overblouse, but she was certainly not only a woman, but a very young and attractive one. Also, at the present moment, an exceedingly angry one. And behind that anger was fear, the fear of one fighting hopelessly against insurmountable odds. But as she eyed Travis now her expression changed. He felt she had expected another captor altogether and was astounded at the sight of him. Her tongue touched her lips, moistening them, and now the fear in her was another kind, the wary fear of one facing a totally new and perhaps dangerous thing. "Who are you?" Travis spoke in English, for he had no doubts that she was Terran. Now she sucked in her breath with a gasp of pure astonishment. "Who are you?" she parroted his question in a marked accent. English was not her native tongue, he was sure. Travis reached out, and again his hands closed on her shoulders. She started to twist and then realized he was merely pulling her up to a sitting position. Some of the fear had left her eyes, an intent interest taking its place. "You are not sons of the Blue Wolf," she stated in her heavily accented speech. Travis smiled. "I am the fox, not the wolf," he returned. "And the coyote is my brother." He snapped his fingers at the shadows, and the two animals came noiselessly into sight. Her gaze widened even more at Naginalta and Nalakaitiu, and she deduced the bond which must exist between her captor and the beasts. "This woman is also of our world." Zoe spoke in Apache, looking over their prisoner with frank interest. "Only she is not of the people." "Sons of the Blue Wolf?" Travis thought again of the embroidery designs on the jacket. Who had called themselves by that picturesque title, where, and when in time? "What do you fear, daughter of the Blue Wolf?" he asked. And with that question he seemed to touch some button activating terror. She flung back her head so that she could see the darkening sky. "The flyer." Her voice was muted as if more than a whisper would carry to the stars just coming into brilliance above them. They will come, tracking. I did not reach the inner mountains in time. There was a despairing note in that which cut through to Travis, who found that he, too, was searching the sky, not knowing what he looked for or what kind of menace it promised, only that it was real danger.